political and military movements. Can't you not have the same kind of thing in digital communities as well?
Have you heard the term argumentum ad Hitlerum, or like Godwin's law or something? Like, it's something where if the reference point is Hitler, it's this thing where a lot of things break down. But I do think, I mean, look, is there any, did Bitcoin manage to get where it was without a single shot being fired, to my knowledge? Yes, right? Did Google manage to get to where it is without shots being fired? Absolutely. And
while a lot of shots were being fired elsewhere in the world.
Sure.
And
but who's firing those shots? Again, the states, right? Yeah.
But that's because Bitcoin and Google are a tiny minority of communities. It's like the icing on the cake of human civilization.
Sure. Basically, any technology. I mean, like you can use a hammer to go and hit somebody with it, right? I'm not saying every technology is equally destructive or what have you, but you can conceive of. It's kind of like Rule 34, but for technology, right? Okay, right? You can probably figure out
your ability to reference brilliant things throughout is quite admirable, yes. But anyway, sorry, Rule 34 for technology. Yes.
Rule 34, but for abusive technology, you can always come up with a Black Mirror version of something. And in fact, there is this kind of funny tweet, which is like a sci-fi author. My book, Don't Invent the Torment Nexus, was meant to be a cautionary tale on what, would happen if society invented the Torment Nexus. And then it's like, tech guys, at long last, we have created the Torment Nexus, or whatever, right? And so the thing is that simply describing something, some abuse, unfortunately, after the initial shock wears off, people will unconsciously think of it as sort of an attractor in the space, right? It's like, I'll give you some examples, like, Minority Report had the gesture thing, right? And the Kinect was based on that. So it's a dystopian movie, but had this cool kind of thing, and people, kind of keyed off it, right? Or, people have said that movies like, Full Metal Jacket, that was meant to be, in my understanding, is meant to be like an anti-war movie, but lots of, soldiers just love it, despite the fact that the drill sergeant is actually depicted as a bad guy, right? For the sort of portrayal of that, kind of environment, right? So I'm just saying, it's like giving the vision of like the digital Hitler or whatever is not actually a vision I want to paint. I do think everything is it's possible. Obviously, ISIS uses the internet, right? Like, is it?
Yeah, we're not bringing up Hitler in a shallow argument. We're bringing up Hitler in a long, empathetic, relaxed discussion.
Sure,
which is where Hitler can live in a
right.
healthy way.
So
there's deep lessons in Hitler and Nazi Germany, as there is with Stalin. Yes.
Okay, so in many ways, and this is a very superficial way of talking about it, but this is exit is the anti-genocide technology, right? Because exit is the route of the politically powerless. Exit is not, people always say, exit is for the rich, that's actually not true. Most immigrants equals most immigrants are not rich. They're politically powerless.
Can you describe exit?
What is exit? So there's this, book which I reference a lot. I like it, called Exit, Voice, and Loyalty by Albert Hirschman. Okay, and he essentially says, I gave this talk in 2013 that goes through this at YC Startup School. But just to describe these, voice is reform, exit is alternatives. For example, in the context of an open source project, voice is submitting a bug, and exit is forking. In a company, voice is you're saying, hey, here's a ticket, okay, that I'd like to get solved, and exit is taking your business elsewhere, okay? At level of corporate governance, voice is, board of directors vote, and exit is selling your shares, right? And in a country, voice is a vote, and exit is migration, okay? And I do think that the two forces we talk about a lot, democracy and capitalism, are useful forces. But there's a third, which is migration, right? So you can vote with your ballot, you can vote with your wallet, you can vote with your feet. Wallet has some aspects of exit built into it, but voting with your feet actually has some aspects of voice built into it, because when you leave, it's like an amplifier on your vote. You might say 10 things, but when you actually leave, then people take what you said seriously. You're not just like complaining or whatever. You actually left San Francisco because it was so bad on this and this issue, and you've actually voted with your feet. It is manifest preference as opposed to stated preference. So voice versus exit is this interesting dichotomy. Do you try to reform the system, or do you exit it and build a new one, or seek an alternative? And then loyalty modulates this, where if you are a patriot, as part of the initial part of your conversation, right? Like, are you a traitor? You're giving up on our great thing or whatever, right? And people will push those buttons to get people to stick. That's like, I shouldn't say the bad version. Let's say a common version. Sometimes good, sometimes bad. But then there's the good version, which is, maybe the price is down right now, but you believe in the cause. So even if they're, on paper, you would rationally exit. You believe in this thing, and you're going to stick with it. Okay. So loyalty can be, again, good and bad, but it kind of modulates the trade-off between voice and exit. Okay. So given that framework, we can think of a lot of problems in terms of, am I going to use voice or exit or some combination thereof? Because they're not mutually exclusive. It's kind of like, left and right, sometimes you use both together. I think that one of the biggest things the internet does is it increases microeconomic leverage and therefore increases exit in every respect of life. For example, on every phone, you can pick between Lyft and Uber, right? When you're at the store, you see a price on the shelf and you can comparison shop, right? If it's Tinder, you can swipe, right? If it's Twitter, you can click over to the next account. The back button is exit. The microeconomic leverage in the sense of alternatives, right? This is like one of the fundamental things that the internet does. It puts this tool on your desktop, and now you can go and talk to an illustrator, or you can kind of build it yourself, right? By typing in some, characters into DALL-E.
And that makes the positive forces of capitalism more efficient, increase in microeconomic leverage.
And it's individual empowerment, right? And so our sort of industrial age systems were not set up for that level of individual empowerment. Just to give you like one example that I think about, we take for granted every single website you go and log into. You can configure your Twitter profile and you can make it dark mode or light mode, and your name, all this stuff is editable, right? How do you configure your USA experience? Is there a USA.gov that you edit? Can you even edit your name there?
Dark mode for USA.
But I mean, just your profile. Is there like a national profile? I mean, there's like driver's license. Point is that it's assumed that it's not like individually customizable quite in that way, right? Of course, you can move around your house and stuff like that, but it's not like your experience of the US is like configurable,
Let me think about that. Let me think about sort of the analogy of it. So the microeconomic leverage, you can switch apps. Can you switch your experience in small ways efficiently multiple times a day inside the United States?
Well, the physical world.
You do, under the constraints of the physical world, you do like micro migrations.
So this is coming back to the hunter-gatherer, farmer-soldier, digital nomad kind of thing, right? The digital nomad combines aspects of the V1 and the V2 for a V3, right? Because the digital nomad has the mobility and freedom of the hunter-gatherer, but some of the consistency of the civilization of the farmer and soldier, right? But coming back to this, like, one other thing about it is, in the 1950s, if a guy on an assembly line might literally push the same button for 30 years, okay? Whereas today, you're pushing a different key every second, right? That's like one version of like microeconomic leverage. Another version is, in the 1980s, they didn't have Google Maps, right? So you couldn't just like discover things off the path. People would just essentially do, home to work and work to home and home to work, and a trip had to be planned, right? They were contained within a region of space, or you do home to school, school to home, home to school. It wasn't like you went and explored the map. Most people didn't, right? They were highly canalized, okay? Meaning, it was just back and forth, very routine, just like the push the button, trapped within this very small piece, and also trapped within this large country because it was hard to travel between countries. And again, of course there were vacations, of course there was some degree of news and so on. Your mobility wasn't completely crushed, but it was actually quite low, okay, relatively speaking. Just you were trapped in a way that you weren't even really thinking about it, okay? And now that map is opened up. Now you can see the whole map. You can go all over the place. I don't have the data to show it, but I'd be shocked if the average person didn't go to more places, wasn't, doing more, going to more restaurants and things like that today than they were in the 80s, simply because the map is open, okay?
And the map is made more open through the digital world.
To the digital world, exactly. So we're reopening the map like the hunter-gatherer, okay? Because you can now think about every site for very low cost that you can visit, right? The digital world, how many websites have you visited? I don't know, hundreds of thousands probably at this point over your life, right? How many places on the surface of the earth have you visited? You're actually unusual. You might be like a world traveler or what have you, right? But still, even your physical mobility is less than your digital mobility, right? You can just essentially, the entire concept of like nations and borders and whatnot didn't exist in the hunter-gatherer era, right? Because you couldn't build permanent fortifications and whatnot. Even nations as we currently think of them with like demarcated borders, you needed cartography, you needed maps, right? That stuff didn't exist for a long time. You just had sort of a fuzzy area of, we kind of controlled this territory and these guys are on the other side of the river, okay?
I think I
don't want to digress too much, but yeah.
We're digress away. I think entirety of life on Earth is a kind of a digression, which creates beauty and complexity as part of the digression. I think your vision of the network state is really powerful and beautiful. I just would want to linger on this.
Yeah, let's talk about it. Yeah.
Real name issue.
Yes, real name.
Let me just give you some data.
Go ahead.
A personal anecdotal experience data. There's a reason I only do this podcast in person. There is something lost in the digital space.
Oh, sure.
And I find, now I personally believe, to play devil's advocate against the devil's advocate that I'm playing, I personally believe that this is a temporary thing. We will figure out technological solutions to this, but I do find that currently people are much more willing to be on scale cruel to each other online than they are in person. The way to do that, I just visited Ukraine, went to the front. The way you can have people be cruel to each other in the physical space is through the machinery of propaganda that dehumanizes the other side,
right?
All that kind of stuff. That's really like hard work to do. Online, I find just naturally at the individual scale, people somehow start too easily engage in the drug of mockery, derision, and cruelty.
Yes.
When they can hide behind anonymity. I don't know what that says about human nature. I ultimately believe most of us want to be good and have the capacity to do a lot of good, but sometimes it's fun to be shitty, to shit on people, to be cruel. I don't know what that is.
It's weird because I think, one of my sayings is, just like the internet increases microeconomic leverage, the internet increases variance. For anything that exists before, you have, the 0 and 100 versions of it. I'll give some examples, then I'll come to this. For example, you go from the 30-minute sitcom to the 30-second clip or the 30-episode Netflix binge, right? You go from guy working 9 to 5 to the guy who's the 40 years old and has failed to launch, doesn't have a job or anything, and the 20-year-old tech billionaire. Okay, you go from all kinds of things that were sort of Gaussian or kind of constrained in one location to kind of extreme outcomes on both sides. Okay, and applying that here, you are talking about the bad outcome, which I agree does happen, where the internet, in some sense, makes people have very low empathy between others. But it also is the other extent where people find their mental soulmates across the world. Someone who's living in Thailand or in, like Latin America, who thinks all the same stuff, just like them. Wow, you never met this person before, right? You get to know them online, you meet in person, it's like, the brains have been communicating for 2 years, 3 years, you've been friends, and you see them in person, it's just great, right? So it's not just the total lack of empathy, it is frankly far more empathy than you would be able to build usually with an in-person conversation in the 80s or the 90s with someone on their side of the world, because you might not even be able to get a visa to go to their country or not even know they existed. How would you be able to find each other, and so on and so forth, right? So it is kind of both. It is tearing society apart and it's putting it back together, both at the same time.
My main concern is this. What I see is that young people are for some reason more willing to engage in the drug of cruelty online under the veil of anonymity.
That's what you're seeing publicly, but you're not seeing the private chats. Like there's it's a
well, I work for the intelligence agency,
okay.
So I'm seeing
you see the private chats.
I'm collecting all of your data. Yes, but you can intuit stuff, and I don't think I'm being very selective. If you just look at the young folks, I am very concerned about the intellectual, psychological growth of young men and women.
So I'm not disagreeing with you on this. I am saying, however, there is a positive there that once we see it, we can try to amplify that.
Yes,
that way.
with technology.
Yes,
Yes,
that's
but
right.
I'm just saying the very, very basic technology. I give stuff I code up over the weekend kind of thing. I think if I throw anonymity on top of that, it will lead to many bad outcomes for young people.
Anonymity, yes. Pseudonymity, maybe not, because Reddit is actually fairly polite, right?
The entirety of Reddit just chuckled as you said that.
Well, within a subreddit, it's actually fairly polite. Like they say, you're not usually seeing. It depends on which subreddit, of course.
There's a consistency. There's a right. I think definition of politeness is interesting here because it's polite within the culture of that subreddit.
Yes, they abide by. Let me put it a different way. They abide by the social norms of that subreddit.
Right, and that's the definition of politeness.
Yeah, but or civility is like right.
So there is an interesting difference between pseudonymous and anonymous. You're saying it's possible that pseudonymity, you can actually avoid some of the negative aspects.
Absolutely, we're re-Dunbarizing the world in some ways. Okay, with China being the big exception or outlier. You know, the Dunbar number, 150 people. You know, that's like roughly the scale of your society, right? Or that's the number of people that a human can kind of keep in their brain. That's, you know, whether apocryphal or not, I think it's probably roughly true. And we're re-Dunbarizing the world because A, we're making small groups much more productive, and B, we're making large groups much more fractious, right? So you have an individual like Notch who can program Minecraft by himself, or Satoshi who could do V1 of Bitcoin by himself, or, you know, Instagram, which is just like 10 people, or WhatsApp, which is like 50 people when they sold. But on the other hand, you have huge quote countries of hundreds of millions of people that are just finding that the first and second principle, or the you know, they're just splitting on principal components. You know, what Scott Alexander thinks of them as scissor statements. You know, the statements that one group thinks is obviously true, one group thinks is obviously false. You can think of them as political polarization. You can think of it in terms of game theory. There's lots of different reasons you can give for why this happens, but those large groups now are getting split, and so you have both the unsustainability of these large sort of artificial groups and the productivity of these small organic ones. Mm-hmm. And so that is kind of, it's like sort of obvious that's the direction of civilizational rebirth. We just need to kind of lean into that.
Scissor statements. There's so many beautiful, just like, you know, we mentioned chocolates,
right,
advertising themselves. Your entirety speech is an intellectual, like, box of chocolates. But okay, so I don't think we finished defining the network state. Let's like linger on the definition. You gave the one sentence statement, which I think essentially encapsulated the online nature of it. I forget what else. Can we just try to bring more richness to this definition?
Absolutely.
Of how you think about the network state?
Absolutely. So that informal sentence is, a network state is a highly aligned online community with a capacity for collective action that crowdfunds territory around the world and eventually gains diplomatic recognition from pre-existing states. So we talked about was the alignment of online communities and the capacity for collective action.
Yep.
Well, one collective action, it could be 1,000 people liking a tweet, right? If you can get 1,000 people doing it. But a much higher level, much higher bar is 1,000 people crowdfunding territory and actually living together, just like people currently in physical space, and not all in one place. That's critical. Just like Bitcoin is a decentralized currency, the network state is a recipe for a decentralized state-like entity. Okay, where it starts with, you know, for example, two people just get, you know, they become roommates. They meet in this community, they become roommates. Okay, they get a place together, or 10 people get a group house, or eventually 100 people just buy a small apartment building together. And guess what? They start getting equity, not just paying rent. Okay, these are all people who share their values, and now they can crowdfund territory together. Now, of course, they don't just jump straight from 1,000 people liking something to 1,000 people crowdfunding something. What I described in the middle is you do a lot of meetups. You get to know these other people before you decide to live, you know, collectively with them. But once you live with them, you start to get a network effect. For example, if those 100 people want to learn Spanish or Turkish or Vietnamese, they could all have a building where they're doing Vietnamese immersion, right? And that's something which they get a benefit from being physically around the other people that the pure digital wouldn't give them to quite the same extent, right? And so crowdfunds territory around the world, crucially, not just one place, they're all connected by the internet. just like Hawaii is 2,000 miles away from the continental U.S., but both sides think of them as American, both the people on Hawaii and people in the continental U.S.
What's the role of having to have territory?
Why?
If most of the exchange, so presumably as technology gets better and better, the communication, the intimacy, the exchange of ideas all happens in a digital world. What's the importance of being able to crowdfund territory?
Well, because we're still physical creatures. You can't reproduce yet digitally, right? There's still lots of
So
things.
it's all about sex.
Well, that's got to be part of it. You're going to want to reproduce.
Are we
right?
talking about
Yeah.
a cult?
Well,
So,
it's,
like,
not,
what-
it's not a cult.
what-
It's not a cult. You know
Why
it's not a
can't you
cult?
just like take a train? Why is it not a cult?
It's not a cult because a cult is very internally focused, and it tries to close its members off from the outside world. This is much more how America itself was populated, where there were lots of towns, like Penn is named after William Penn, or the founder of Texas, like Sam Houston, right? Lots of towns like the Oneida Commune in northern New York, they recruited and they became a town, and they became actually the Oneida glassware company, kind of makes glassware out of it. All of these communities that were opt-in voluntary communities were not simply like cults that were closed off from the world. They were meant to set an example to the world of what virtuous living looked like, and they were trying to recruit from the rest of the world. They were exporting goods to the rest of the world, right? So it is, it's yes, reproduction, it's marriage and kids and so on, but it's also just hanging out, and it is just the physical world is very high bandwidth. There's lots of stuff. It's fun to just go and have a dinner in person, just to hang out, to build things. Moreover, there's also lots of innovation that can only take place in the physical world. Look, I'm. One of my sayings in the book is cloud first, land last, but not land never. Okay. In many ways, one of the problems the book solves is Thiel's problem of, we have innovation in bits, but not in atoms, right? We can build $1 billion company online, but we need 1 billion permits to build a shed in San Francisco, right? How do you reconcile that? Well, what is stopping the innovation in atoms? It is a thicket of regulations. What are those regulations? Ultimately, a social construction. If you lean into the whole deconstructionist school of thinking, you can deconstruct and then reconstruct the state itself, given sufficient social consensus online. Okay, if the population of Nevada had 100% consensus, you could just dissolve every law in Nevada in theory and then build new ones. Okay, so the online consensus of getting people to agree on something is upstream of what happens offline. So once you have consensus in bits, the human consensus, also cryptographic consensus, cryptocurrency consensus, then you can reshape the world of atoms. The reason we can't reshape the world of atoms right now is because you don't have that consensus of minds. Okay, for example, in SF, anything you do, there's going to be 50% of people who are against you. That's just a recipe for gridlock. Whereas if you have a bare piece of land that everybody agrees on, you can get 70,000 units get set up in Burning Man in just a few days. Okay, that's the power of when you actually have human consensus. And one way I talk about this also in the book a little bit, and this I'm going to go much more into detail in the V2, I think of this as 100% democracy as opposed to 51% democracy. 51% democracy, which is the current form of government, is 49% dictatorship. Because the entire premise of democracy is about the consent of the governed, right? That's actual legitimating underpinning principle. And insofar as 49% did not consent to the current, president or prime minister or whatever, let's say presidential system, first past the post, okay? Insofar as 49% did not consent, or in a prime minister system, it could be like 60% or more didn't consent to the current leader. Those folks are having something imposed on them that they literally did not vote for. Moreover, campaign promises are non-binding. So whatever they voted for, they can effectively be defrauded. The actual voter fraud is when a politician promises X but does not do it. It's as if you bought a can of orange juice and actually you drink it, it's milk, or it's nothing, right? So all of that is routinized, all of that is accepted. We have this thing which is just the minimum possible amount of democracy of 51%, okay? And what happens is then that 50% tries to ram something down the 49%'s throat, and then the next election, it's now 51-49 the other way, and then they ram it back. And that's how you get this seesaw that is just splitting countries apart, right? The alternative to that is you build a consensus online, you go and get some godforsaken patch of territory. Actually, the worse the territory, the better. Why? Because it's like Burning Man. Nobody cares, right? The nicer the piece of land, the more the people are going to argue about it. But Starlink has repriced the world. Basically, all kinds of pieces of territory that were previously, they're far away from natural ports, they're far away from natural resources, all kinds of pieces of territory around the world now have satellite internet. And so what you can do is, again, the map is being reopened, right? Like we were talking about earlier. The map is being reopened. You can gather your community online. They're now capable of collective action. You can point here. This place has great Starlink coverage. You go there like the Verizon guy, can you hear me now? Good, right? You see that the coverage is good there. You drive out there, you test it out. Maybe you do it with mobile homes first, right? This, by the way, is its own thing. There's YIMBY and there's NIMBY and there's YIMBY, but I actually also like HIMBY, okay? Do you know what that?
Let's go. NIMBY, YIMBY, HIMBY. What are those?
So NIMBY is not in my backyard. Don't build in cities. YIMBY is let's build high density buildings, really tall buildings, and so on in cities. There's a third version, which is HIMBY. It's my little coinage, which is horizontal sprawl is good. Why horizontal sprawl? Because to build a skyscraper, to build a tall building in a city, you have this enormous permitting process, all of this stuff which has to get done. It's expensive, it's time consuming. The way that cities were built, if you go back to the V1, what does the startup city look like? It looks like something like Burning Man. It looks like the cities of the Wild West. They were not multi-story buildings, right? They were basically things that were just like one story, and someone could have it there in the dust, and then you build roads and stuff between them, and they can move them around. It was a much more dynamic geography. And so when you have that as a vision of what a startup city looks like, right? Now you've got something, there's a company I found called Kift, which is like van life. There's a lot of stuff in construction that makes this feasible. There's so-called man camps for fracking, where people can just do like companies like Aggreko, they provide power. You can bring water, all this stuff on site. So it's easy to actually snap this stuff to grid, relatively speaking. If you've got horizontal space, you pick this space, you crowd from the territory, now you've got a city. Okay, and the last bit is eventually gains diplomatic recognition from pre-existing states. And this is the part that people, different people will be with me up to this point, and then they'll say, okay, that's a part I disagree with, or how are you going to ever do that, right? They'll say, yeah, you can build an online community. I believe you can get them to do collective action. And of course, people have crowdfunded land and moved it together. You're doing it at a larger scale. All that I believe. How are you possibly ever going to gain diplomatic recognition from pre-existing states? You dumb, delusional tech bro, right? That's a common thing. Okay. That's about the tone of it as well, right? Mm-hmm. And so first I would say sovereigns are already out for business. They're inking deals, okay? Nevada inked a deal with Tesla to build the Gigafactory. El Salvador has Bitcoin as its national currency. Wyoming has done the DAO law, where Ethereum is now recognized, where you can have on-chain incorporations that are recognized by Wyoming law. Virginia and New York negotiated with Amazon for HQ2. Tuvalu signed a deal with GoDaddy for the .tv domain. Colombia signed a deal for the .co domain, and on and on and on. Sovereigns are open for business. Sovereigns are doing deals with companies and with currencies. Sovereigns at the level of cities like Miami or New York, where the mayors are accepting their salary in Bitcoin. States like Wyoming or Nevada has its new private cities legislation, or entire countries like El Salvador. So
when you say sovereigns, by the way, you mean the old school physical nation states, governments,
fiat states.
Fiat states.
Okay. And
but the fiat isn't the thing that makes a state. What makes a state is geographical location.
It is something where they're both, right? So basically, it's a play on words. So just like fiat currency and cryptocurrency, we will have fiat country and crypto country, right? And in fact, you can think of the fiat and crypto version of almost anything. One thing I'll come to later is the big thing I think comes after digital currency is digital passports. Mm-hmm. Okay, so, and that's a big part of this whole network state thing, which I'm going to come back to. But so that last bit, the reason I just mentioned all those deals between sovereigns, whether at the city, U.S. state, or UN listed country level, okay, and on the other hand, so that's on one side of the market, and the other side are the companies and the currencies. Why could we not have online communities, right?
So let me
making those deals.
So diplomatic recognition, but aren't you still attached to the responsibilities that come from being a member of a sovereign, old school nation state? So can you possibly escape that?
So yes, and let me give you a concrete example. Israel. Okay, why? People talk about, a lot of people are like, oh, Balaji he took this from Snow Crash or some sci-fi book they'll reference. Right? Actually, if there's many different references in the book, this is not the only reference, but a very important reference that I think is much more important to me than Snow Crash, which is good, a good book, whatever, but it's fictional, is Der Judenstaat by Theodor Herzl. which translates as the Jewish state, and that led to the foundation of Israel. And that's very real. It's worth reading because it's amazing. Theodor Herzl was like a tech founder, okay? In the book, he was writing about the death of distance in 1897. Why? Because steamships could take you across, countries, okay? And he is just, amazingly smart and practical guy where he just handled all these various objections. And he said, look, the Jewish people, our choices are either A, assimilate and give up the culture, or B, some people are thinking communism is a good idea. I disagree with that. We should do C, build our own country, right? And that was considered totally crazy. But what he did was he A, wrote a book, B, started a fund, C, organized a semi-annual conference, the World Zionist Congress, and the fund and the Congress are still going today. Crucially, there were a bunch of intermediate stages between the book and the idea and then the actual state of Israel in 1947. For example, the folks who were committed Zionists got together and started crowdfunding territory in what is now Palestine. And in fact, though, Palestine was only one choice. In the book, they also had Argentina as a choice. So this is my concept: cloud first, land last, and the land's a parameter you can choose, right? Other places that were considered at various points, like Madagascar, Birobidzhan in the former Soviet Union, right? So the land was a parameter. Palestine won out because of its, historical and religious importance. Now, by the way, one thing, I'm sure there's some fraction of viewers will be like, oh my God, like all the bad stuff that happen. I'm obviously not denying that there's enormous amounts of controversy and so on that attends Israel and whatnot. I would consider myself generally pro-Israeli. I'd also consider myself pro-Palestinian. I fund lots of Palestinians and so on. So I'm leaving that part out, that huge conflict, or for now, okay? And you might say that's airbrushing it. I don't mean it to do that. I'm saying here is the positive things they did. Can we take the positive and not have the negative? And I'll come back to how we might swap those parts out. But let me just talk about this a little bit more. So one of the things that happened was committed Zionists went and crowdfunded territory in what is now Israel. And they knit it together, right? Why? Because when you're physically present on territory, yes, in theory, like the British Empire was in control. They were the sovereign, okay? In practice, who were the boots on the ground, the facts on the ground, right? There's the people who are actually tilling the land and building the buildings and so on and so forth. Who had the claim there is like the people who are present, okay? Now, this territory, this network of territories eventually became the basis for, or part of the basis for what became Israel. Now, I'm fully aware that the exact configuration of what territory belongs to Israel, what territory belongs to Palestinians, this is an enormous topic of dispute, okay? But I just point this out to say the process of going from book to crowdfunding territory to a sovereign state where people were now citizens of Israel, as opposed to the British Empire, is not some fictional thing, but did happen, and within the lifetimes of some of the older, they're in their 80s now, within the lifetimes of some older people, okay? So it's not impossible. In fact, it has happened, right? Okay.
But for that step, then perhaps, hopefully, is a better example, because in this particular, like you said, land last, if I were to say, if I was an alien and arrived at Earth and say choice of land, maybe if you were interested in choosing a land that represents a network state where ideas that unites a people based on ideas, maybe pick a land that doesn't lead to generational conflict and war.
Yes, so I'll get to that
and
point.
destruction and suffering and all that.
All this stuff. That's right. So now that I've said what are, the positive things about Israel, and I think there's a lot to admire in Israel, as I said, I think there's also a lot to admire in the Palestinians and so on. I'm not taking any position on that. There's other inspirations for the network state. The second major inspiration is India, which managed to achieve independence nonviolently, right? That's very important, right? So can you fuse these things, right? A state started with a book that achieved independence nonviolently, okay? And that managed to build this polyglot, multicultural democracy, right? That does, India has its flaws, but it does manage to have, human rights of lots of people respected and what have you, right? And has managed to, there were times like emergency in the 1970s Indira Gandhi declared emergency. There are times when it seemed touch and go, but overall, with fits and starts, this flawed thing has kind of made its way through. And, the third inspiration is Singapore with Lee Kuan Yew, who built a city-state from nothing. I shouldn't say from nothing. Okay, there was something there, but let's say built one of the richest countries in the world without huge amounts of natural resources, in the middle of a zone where there was lots of communist revolution going on. And so he was the CEO founder, essentially, of this amazing startup country, right? And, finally, of course, America, which has too many influences to name, things we talked about, the nation of immigrants, obviously the Constitution and so on. And you think, okay, can we go, you think of, these inspirations. What's interesting about these 4 countries, by the way, Israel, India, Singapore, and the US, they have something in common. You know what that is?
What's that?
They're all forks of the UK code base. We think, obviously, the UK was sort of the ancestor of America, but Israel was a former British colony, right? India was a British colony, and so was Singapore, right? And
For people who don't know what fork and code base means, it's language from versioning systems, particularly Git, represented online on a website called GitHub. And a fork means you copy the code, and all the changes you make to the code now live in their own little world. So America took the ideas that define the United Kingdom and then forked it by evolving those ideas in a way that didn't affect the original country.
That's right. And what's interesting about this is, of course, I'm saying that in a somewhat playful way, right? But I think it's a useful analogy, an interesting analogy, right? So you have the Americans who forked, the UK code base, and then you have, the Indians, the Israelis, and the Singaporeans who also made their own modifications. And in some ways, each society has pieces that you can take from them and learn from them and try to combine them, right? So you have a state that is started by a book that non-violently assembles, that crowdfunds territory around the world, that is led by a CEO founder, and that is also governed by something that's like a constitution. But just like you went from, I talk about the V1, V2, and V3 a lot, right? Like V1 is gold and V2 is fiat and V3 is Bitcoin, right? Or V1 is hunter-gatherer and V2 is farmer-soldier, V3 is digital nomad or sovereign collective, okay, which is not just an individual, but a group. Here, V1 is UK common law. They don't have a constitution. It's just all precedent going for many years, right? V2 is the US Constitution, and V3 is the smart contract, the social smart contract, which is a fusion, obviously, of Rousseau's concept of the social contract and the smart contract. The social smart contract is like written in code, okay? So it's like even more rigorous than the Constitution. And in many ways, you can think of going from the United Kingdom of England, Wales, Scotland, and Northern Ireland, the United States of America, the network states of the internet, okay, where you go from the rights of Englishmen with the Magna Carta to Europeans, African Americans, all the immigrants to the Americans or the North America. Then you go to all the people of the world, and so you basically are more democratic and you're more capitalist because you're talking about internet capitalism, not just nation-state lock capitalism. In a sense, it's the V3, right? Another way, it's the V3. Only about 2% of the world is over 35, native-born American, can qualify to be president of the United States. But 100% of the world, you could become the president of a network state. There might be a, Palestinian Washington or a, Brazilian Hamilton, right? And now, rather than say, okay, maybe you have a small percentage chance of immigrating to the U.S. and a small percentage chance of your descendant, becoming president. Now we can just say you can start online. And you know what? Maybe this person is so exceptional, they have Americans coming to their, network state, right?
You don't think that kind of thing is possible with the rich get richer in the digital space too? The people with more followers have friends that have followers, and they
I don't think it's the rich get richer. I think what happens is, so this is an important concept. Right? It's multi-axis, right? That is to say, for example, just the introduction of the Bitcoin axis, right? And those, because it didn't exist pre-2009, now it exists. Those people who are rich in BTC terms are only partially correlated with those who are rich in USD terms. There's all these folks, essentially...
BTC is Bitcoin and USD is US dollar.
Yes. So that's a new axis, and ETH is yet another axis, right?
Ethereum, ETH is Ethereum.
Right. So you are essentially getting new social systems which are actually net inequality decreasing, because before you only had USD millionaires, and now you have a new track, and then another track, and another track, right? You have different hierarchies, different ladders, right? And so on net, you have more ladders to climb, And so it's not the rich getting richer. In fact, old money in some ways is a last to cryptocurrency. Old money and old states, I think those people who are the most focused on, you might call it reform, I would call it control. Okay. The most focused on control of the old world, who have the least incentive to switch, the rich will get poorer, because it will be the poor or those who are politically powerless, politically poor, who go and seek out these new states.
Yeah, I didn't mean in the actual money, but yes, okay, there's other ladders. I meant in terms of influence, political and social influence in these new network states. You I think said that basically anybody can become president of a network state.
Just like anybody can become CEO of a startup company. Of course, whether people follow you is another matter, but anybody can go and found one. Go ahead, sorry.
Oh, from the perspective that anyone can found one. Anyone could found. I see.
We don't think it's implausible that somebody from Brazil or Nigeria. I mean, most quote billionaires in the world are not American. And in fact, actually, here's another important point. It's far easier to become a tech billionaire or a billionaire period, than become president of the United States. There's less than 50 US presidents ever, all time. Okay. It is a much more realistic ambition to become a billionaire than to become president. There's like thousands of billionaires worldwide. In fact, 75% of them are outside the US. And many of those have been, some of them are like energy and oil, which is often based on political connections, but a very large chunk of the rest are tech, okay? And that's something where you're mining, but you're mining online by hitting keys as opposed to with a pickaxe, in granite, right? So the point is that we think it's totally understandable today for there to be a, huge founder who comes out of Vietnam or South America, like that, like you can name founders from all over the world, right? Exceptional people can rise from all over the world to run giant companies. Why can they not rise to run giant new countries? And the answer is we didn't develop the mechanism yet, right? Just as another example, I talk about this in the book. Vitalik Buterin is far more qualified than Jerome Powell, right? Or anybody at the Federal Reserve. He actually built and managed a monetary policy and a currency from scratch, okay? As a 20-something, right? Obviously, that's a more accomplished person than somebody who just inherited an economy. This is
a lot of people can push back at that and say that the people that initially build a thing aren't necessarily the best ones to manage a thing once it scales and actually has impact.
Sometimes, but Zuck has done a good job of both. I think Vitalik has done a good job of both, right?
But that's not an inherent truth.
Well, so actually,
if you built the thing, you will be the best person to run it.
I will agree with you on that. And actually, I talk about this in the book, or I've got an essay on this called Founding versus Inheriting, okay? And the premise is actually that the classic example, the saying shirt sleeves to shirt sleeves in 3 generations. It means the guy who starts out poor and builds a fortune, his son maintains it, and his dissipate grandson dissipates it, right?
Why is shirt sleeves a symbol of poverty?
Well, back in the past, it was kind of like, you're just working with you're not white collar, you're back to working with your hands, you're just...
so it's a blue collar to blue collar in 3 generations.
Yeah, or working class or something like that, right? So essentially the grandson squanders it, right? And, in a sense, by the way, just to talk about that for a second, if you have 2 children and 4 grandchildren and 8 great-grandchildren and 16 and so on, and older families, they were much bigger, right? 6, children is not uncommon. Whatever fortune you have is now split 6 ways, and then 6 ways, and 6 ways again. So, with the exception of primogeniture, where the oldest son inherits all the way down, the majority of your descendants, just a few generations out, have probably inherited none of that fortune, unless it has compounded to such an extent that it's like up 6x over 20 years, right? So it's actually hard to maintain a quote ruling class in the sense that this person who's like 4 generations down has, like 1/16 of the DNA, 1/2 to the 4th, right? Of their scion who built a fortune. So it's not even like the same, is it the same family even, right? Is the fortune actually in the family? So most people don't think a few generations out, they just kind of think, oh, Marx is right, there's always been a rich and a poor. It's actually much more dynamic than that, because you literally, like, what is even the family when it's diluted out, 1/16th, right? If you're 1/16th of Rockefeller, are you a Rockefeller? Or are you like 15, 16, something else? Would you have the Rockefeller fortune? Probably not, right? Now, are there, again, primogeniture, where the guy who inherits the name all the way through, would be one way to pass it down. But even that person doesn't necessarily have the qualities of the guy who, the cultural qualities, other qualities of the guy who's like 4 generations past, so they tend to squander it, right? So this actually brings us to, coming back up to governance, the system, the guys who built the United States, like Washington and Hamilton, these are giants, right? These are founders. And the folks today are like, not the grandson, but like the 40th generation heir of a factory that somebody else built. Like think about a factory and you have, this grandchild or great-grandchild inherits a factory. Most of the time it's just cranking out widgets and the great-grandson is cashing checks. They have been selected as the legitimate heir because it's the founder passes it down to his son, passes it down to his grandson, to his great-grandson. So legitimacy is there. They've got title. They can show, I own this factory, okay? They can cash the checks. There's professional managers there. Everything seems fine. Until one day, that factory has to go from making, widgets to making masks for COVID or something else. It has to change direction. It has to do something it hasn't done before. None of that capability for invention and reinvention is present anymore. These people have inherited something that they could not build from scratch. Because they could not build from scratch, they can't even maintain it. This is an important point. The ability to build from scratch is so important because if some part breaks and you don't know why it was there, can you even maintain it? No, you can't. Okay? Unless all the replacement parts and the know-how to fit them together is there, you can't repair this. So in 2009, Mother Jones had a story that said that the US military had forgotten how to make some kinds of nuclear weapons because there was a part where all the guys who knew how to make it had like aged out or left. Okay, and this was some like aerogel or something like that. It was rumored. Okay, thing is, you're seeing, increasingly, for example, you've got wildfires in California. You've got, water that's not potable in Jackson. You've got power outages in Texas. You're seeing a lot of the infrastructure of the U.S. is just less functional. I think probably part of that is due to civil engineering not being that sexy a field, people aging out, and just domain knowledge being lost, and the heirs who win, the role of mayor or whatever of this town don't have the ability to build it from scratch. You're just selected for legitimacy, not competence, okay? So once you think about this concept of founding versus inheriting, and I've got the whole essay which talks about this, of course, the alternative to somebody who's legitimate but not competent, what people will say is, oh, we need like an authoritarian to be in control of everything. And then their hope is that that person is competent, but they don't have legitimacy. Because if they're just installed as just like a authoritarian ruler, 50% of the population is really mad at them. They don't have title, they just grab the title. Maybe they can exert enough force, but that's the problem with kind of the authoritarian, dictator takeover, right? So the alternative, the third version, is the founder who combines both legitimacy and competence because they start from scratch and they attract people to their vision and they build it from scratch. And so you need is the ability to constantly do refoundings, rebirths.
So if you imagine a world that is primarily network states, can you help me imagine what that looks like? Now, there's several ways to imagine things, which is how many of them are there and how often do the new ones pop up?
There could be thousands.
Given 7 billion people, 8 billion people on Earth.
Yeah. So there's network state in the precise definition I have in the book, which is a diplomatically recognized entity. And there's network state in sort of the loose definition where, one thing that's interesting is this term has become a lowercase term really fast. Okay.
Network state.
Yeah. Like in the sense of Google became lowercase Google for like Googling, or like Uber became lowercase Uber. Like if you go to the networkstate.com/reviews, or you go to search.twitter.com and put in network state, you'll see it's just become like a word or a phrase. Okay. So that means it's sort of whatever I intend it to mean, people will use it to mean what they want it to mean, right? Okay.
Internet.
It's internet, right?
The internet. You've become a meme. Well, first of all, you're a meme, and this book is a meme.
Am I a meme? Okay, maybe I'm a meme. But the book is I think is a good meme. That's actually why I wanted to make it free. I wanted people to take it out there, make it their own. And one of the things I say at the beginning, and I'll come back to this thing, is it's a toolbox, not a manifesto. Even if you dislike 70% of it, 80% of it, 90% of it, if there's something that's useful to you, you can take that and use it, just like a library, a software library. You might just use one function there. Great. I'm glad I've delivered you some value, right? That's my purpose in this, right?
So you're not Ayn Rand.
No, I'm not Ayn Rand. And basically, the whole point of this actually is it's polytheistic, polystatistic, polynumistic. It's genuinely...
Is it polyamorous?
It's not polyamorous.
Okay.
Though somebody might
Do you
want
have love advice in the book? I didn't see it. So did you talk about love in?
I do not talk about love.
Right.
I rather
Maybe in V2 you
not
will.
that I don't believe in love. Love is great.
All right, I will accept your offer to write a guest chapter in your V2 book about love. Yeah.
All right, great.
Because there is some aspect that's very interesting, which parts of human civilization require physical contact, because it seems like more and more can be done in the digital space,
Yeah, but as I said,
like work, for example.
But you're not going to build a self-driving car city in digital space. You're not going to be able to do.
Oh, why do you need cars at all?
Well, sure, but let's say you're not going to be able to get to Mars in a purely digital thing. You need to build, you have to have a little rocket launch pad. You're not going to be able to do all the innovative biomedicine, whether it's, all the, have you seen bioelectricity, or there's stuff on regenerative medicine, stem cells, all this stuff.
Yeah.
You just can't do that digitally, right? We're still physical beings, so you need physical space, but how do we get that, right? So that this is meant to wend its way through various roadblocks in the so-called, actually my term from many years ago, the idea maze. It's meant to wend its way through the idea maze to find how to use bits to unlock innovation in atoms.
The idea maze within the bigger prime number maze. We're going
Yes.
back to visualizing the number of states and
Yes.
how often are they
Okay.
born.
So let me first anchor this, because people, just to give some numbers, right? How many UN listed countries are there? Like 196, 193, okay? And there's some that are on the border, like Taiwan or Israel, right? Where they're not, Israel is a country, but it's not recognized by every country or what have you, right?
Mm-hmm. Is Texas a country?
No, but it may
Should be.
eventually become. Right,
Yeah.
okay.
Mm-hmm.
So within
Let's
that
go.
list of about 200 countries, okay, I've got a graph in the book that shows that most countries are actually small countries. There's 12 countries that have less than 100,000 people by the UN definition of a country. There's another 20-something that have between 100,000 and 1 million. There's another 50 or 60-something that have between 1 million and 10 million. So most countries in the UN are less than 10 million people. There's only 14 countries that are over 100 million people, okay? So most countries are small countries is kind of surprising to us, because most people live in big countries, okay? And so now you're like, okay, well, I've built social networks that are bigger than that. You have a following that's bigger than 100,000 people. You have a following that's bigger than, a small country like Kiribati or what have you, right? And okay, so that first changes feasibility. You think of a country as this huge, huge, huge thing, but it's actually smaller than many countries are smaller than social networks that you've built. Okay, number one. Number two is the number of UN listed countries. Even though it's been flat-ish for the last 30 years, with a few things like South Sudan and East Timor that have come online. There's a graph that I posted which shows that it's increased by from about 40 or 50 something at the end of World War II, when the UN was set up, to 190 something today. There's been kind of a steady increase, in particular with all the decolonization, all the countries that got their independence first from the British Empire and then from the Soviet Empire, right? That imperial breakup led to new countries, okay? And so then the question is that flat forever? Well, the number of new currencies similarly increased for a while, roughly one per country or thereabouts. And then it was flat for a while, and then suddenly it's gone completely vertical. That's an interesting graph, right? Where it's like linear-ish, then it's flat, and then it just goes voof like this. Now you can argue where the boundary is for quote a new currency, okay? But I think Bitcoin certainly counts. I think Ethereum certainly counts in terms of just its scale and adoption worldwide. So at least you have two. If you take the broad church view, you have 1,000 or something like that, right? Somewhere in between, you might say, how many currencies are above the market cap of an existing previously recognized fiat currency, like which got onto the leaderboard, right? There's a website just like coinmarketcap.com. That's like a site for cryptocurrency tracking. It's very popular. Okay. There's a fun site called fiatmarketcap.com, which shows where Bitcoin is relative to the fiat currencies of the world. And it's last I checked, number 27, somewhere in between the Chilean peso and the Turkish lira or something. Okay. And it had previously been close to cracking the top 10. Okay. And I think it will again at some point. So we know that you can have a currency out of nowhere that ranks with the fiat currencies of the world. Could you have a country out of nowhere that ranks with the countries of the world? So this is maybe the fastest way. You probably should have said this at the very beginning. If you go to the network state in one image, okay, that kind of summarizes what a network state looks like in a visual, just one single visual. And the visual is of a dashboard. And the dashboard shows something that looks like a social network, except you're visualizing it on the map of the world. And it's got network nodes all over the place, 100 people here, 1,000 people there. They're all connected together. The total population of the people in this social network is about 1 million people. So 1.7 million people in this example. And some of the people are just singletons. They're just folks in their apartment who conceptualize themselves as citizens of this network state. And they've got the flag on their wall, right? And the digital passport on their phone along with the digital currency. Others are groups of hundreds or thousands or even tens of thousands of people that have all taken over a neighborhood, just like Chinatowns exist, right? Just like, intentional communities existed. They just basically, go and crowdfund land together, right? And these are all networked together, just like the islands of Indonesia are separated by ocean. These are islands of this network state that are separated by internet. Okay, so they conceptualize themselves as something. And at the very top of the dashboard, there's something very important, which is the population, annual income, and real estate footprint of this network state. So the population we already discussed. You can build an online social network. We know you can build something which has a population that's bigger than these 100,000 or million person countries. One of the new things, contributions the network state has, is say that you can not just exceed it in population, you can exceed it in real estate footprint. Mm-hmm. Because one way of thinking about it is, I don't exactly know the numbers on foreign ownership in Estonia, but let's say to first order, the million something Estonians own and could afford Estonia. Mm-hmm. Okay, 1 million people could buy a territory that is the size of Estonia, right? That's probably true to first order. There might be some overseas ownership, but it's probably true, okay? You probably find a country for which that's true. What that means is 1 million people digitally could buy distributed territory that is probably greater than or equal to the size of Estonia, especially if they're buying like desert territory or stuff like that. Which means now you have a digital country that is ranking not just in people, not just in real estate footprint, so it's also in real estate footprint with the countries of the world. So you start ranking and you're bigger than these UN listed countries in your population and your real estate footprint. And the third is income, okay? You can prove on chain that you have a income for the digital population that is above a certain amount, right? This is what I call the census of the network state. And it's actually such a crucial component that I have it in, the essay, The Network State in 1,000 Words. The post office and census were actually important enough to be written into the US Constitution, okay? Partly because it was like for apportionment of representatives, partly because it was a feedback mechanism. And so that census was done every 10 years and it's provided a crucial snapshot of the US for the last several hundred years, okay? Now here, this census of a digital state could be done every 10 seconds, okay? Conducting it is actually not the hard part. You know what the hard part is? Proving it. Because how will the world believe that you actually have 100,000 people spread across countries? Couldn't they all be bots? Could they be AIs? Proof of human, proof of income, and also proof of real estate start to actually rise dramatically in importance because you're saying we're going to rank this digital state on the leaderboard of the fiat states, okay? And so that means that people will start to, at first they'll just laugh at it. Once you start claiming you have 10,000 citizens, people are going to start poking and be like, is that real? Prove that it's real, okay? So I have a whole talk on this, actually, I'm giving at this Chainlink conference, but essentially, how do you prove this, right? The short answer is crypto oracles plus auditing. The somewhat longer answer is you put these assertions on chain, these proof of human, these proof of real estate, etc., assertions on chain, okay? And there's people who are writing to the blockchain, and they are digitally signing their assertions. Now, of course, simply just putting something on chain doesn't make it true. It just says you can prove not that what is written on chain is true, but that the metadata is true. You can show who wrote it via their digital signature, what they wrote, their hash, and when they wrote it, their timestamp. So you can establish those things in metadata of who, what, and when was written.
Who's the who in that picture?
So, for example,
how do you know it's one human?
Great question. So let's say you've bought a bunch of your pieces of territory from Blackstone, okay? As a function of that, Blackstone.eth signs an on-chain receipt that says this LexFriedman.eth bought this piece of property from us, and it has, it's 1,000 square meters, and this is put on chain. They sign it, okay? That's their digital receipt. Just like you might get an email receipt when you buy a piece of property or something, okay? You just put not online, but on chain. And it's signed by Blackstone or whatever real estate vendor you buy it from. It could be a company, it could obviously be an individual, right? And so you have a bunch of these assertions. Let's say there's 47 different real estate vendors. I know vendors is an atypical term there, but just bear with me, right? 47 different real estate sellers that you've bought all of your territory from. Each of them put digital signatures that are asserting that a certain amount of real estate was bought, and its square meters, its location, or whatever else they want to prove. The sum of all that is now your real estate footprint, okay? And now the question is, was that real? Well, because they signed what they put on chain, you can do things like you can audit. Let's say Blackstone has signed 500,000 properties and they've sold them and put them on chain. And I'm not talking about 2022 or 2023, but 2030, right? It'll be a few years out, but people are doing this type of stuff. They're putting this stuff on chain. So you get that on-chain receipt. They've got 500,000 of these. What you can do is just sampling, okay? You pick a subset N of them, let's say 500 properties around the world. You go there, you actually go and independently look at what the square footprint is. And then from that, you can see what was the actual, your measurement, versus their reported. And then you can, via statistical inference, extrapolate that if they were randomly selected to the rest of the properties and get a reliability score for Blackstone's reporting of its real estate square footage. Okay?
Who does so that's the auditing step.
That's the auditing step.
So the crypto oracle is the
auditable
on-chain, what did you say, assertions?
That's right.
Yeah, about like who bought stuff with who. I still have to get to the proof of human, but auditing, there's a bunch of people randomly checking that you're not full of shit.
That's right. So
okay, who is in charge of the auditing though?
So it could be a big four, like PwC and basically the accountants that do corporate balance sheet and cash flow and
who keeps them in check from corruption? I'm just imagining a world full of network states.
Yeah, it's a good question. So, at a certain point you get to who watches the watchers, right?
Yeah.
And, the government is meant to keep the accountants accountable. And, Arthur Andersen actually did have a whole flame out in, the around the time of the Enron thing. So it is possible that there's corrupt accountants or bad accountants or what have you. Of course, the government itself is corrupt in many ways and prints all this money and seizes all of these assets and surveils everybody and so on and so forth. So, the answer to your question is going to be probably exit, in the sense that if those accountants, they are themselves going to digitally sign a report and put it on chain. Okay, so they're going to say, we believe that X, Y, and Z's reports are on chain were this reliable, and here's our study. If they falsify that, well, if somebody finds that eventually, then that person is downweighted, then you have to go to another accountant, right?
Is there ways to mess with this? I mean, let me breathe in and out. As I mentioned, some of the heaviest shit I've ever read. So because I visited Ukraine, I've read Red Famine by Anne Applebaum, Bloodlands.
Yep.
And it's just a lot of coverage of the census. I mean, there's a lot of coverage of a lot of things, but in Ukraine in the 1930s, Stalin messed a lot with the census to hide the fact that sort of a lot of people died from starvation.
And did that with the cooperation of Arthur G. Sulzberger's New York Times Company. Like Walter Duranty falsified all those reports.
There's several parties involved. Can there be several parties involved in this case that manipulate the truth as it is represented by the crypto oracle and as it is checked by the auditing mechanism?
It is possible, but the more parties are involved in falsifying something, the more defections there are. So that's why you basically have, another level of auditing, is fundamentally the answer, right? And really, I think what it comes back to is if you're showing your work, right? This is the difference between crypto economics and fiat economics. The Bitcoin blockchain, anybody can download it and run verification on it, okay? This is different than government inflation stats, which people don't believe, right? Because the process is just, it is true that CPI methodology is published and so on, but it is not something which people feel reflects their actual basket of goods, right? And so the independent verifiability is really the core of what true auditability is. And so then to your question, it's hard for some group to be able to collude because the blockchain is public and everything they've written to it is public. And so if there's an error, it's easier in some ways to tell the truth than to lie, because the truth is just naturally consistent across the world, whereas lies can be found out, even, Siskel test, so Benford's law?
Yes.
Right, it's something where the digits in like a real, if you take the last digit or I think it was last digit or first digit. I think
it's
first digit, right? So you take the first digit in an actual financial statement, you look at the distribution of like how many ones and how many twos, how many threes, the percentages. It has actually you'd guess it might be, each one will be equally random. It'd be 10%. It's not like that actually. There's certain distribution that it has, and fake data doesn't look like that, but real data does.
It's weird.
It's interesting, right?
Benford's law, also called the first digit law, states that the leading digits in a collection of data sets are probably going to be small. For example, most numbers in a set, about 30%, will have a leading digit of 1.
Yeah, so that's a great example of what we were talking about earlier, the observational leading to the theory.
Ooh, there's a Benford's law of controversy. I'm looking that up. Benford's law of controversy. Benford's law of controversy is an adage from the 1980 novel Timescape, stating passion is inversely proportional to the amount of real information available. The adage was quoted in an international drug policy article in peer-reviewed social science. Can I just say how much I love Wikipedia? I have the founder of Wikipedia coming on this very podcast very soon, and I think the world is a better place because Wikipedia exists. One of the things he wanted to come on and talk about is the ways that he believes that Wikipedia is going wrong.
So on technical truths, it's great. Remember our thing earlier on like technical truths versus political truths. On technical truths, it's great. On political truths, it's like a defamation engine. Just as one example, okay, this is something that I was going to write up, but there was a scam called HPZ token that managed to edit Wikipedia. Nobody detected it. It said that I was like the founder of HPZ token.
You were the founder.
Yeah,
of HPZ
I
token.
had nothing to do with this.
Yeah.
And people were scammed out of it because Google just pushes Wikipedia links to high on Google, and people are like, well, it's in his Wikipedia, therefore it's real, right? Wikipedia has the bio of living persons thing. They should just allow people to delete their profile because they have zero quality control on it. It's literally facilitating fraud, right?
Yeah.
Where people will maliciously edit and then do things with them, and nobody cares or is looking at it beyond the fraudsters. And this is happening. If that was happening, that was like undetected. I wasn't paying attention to this. This was like there for like, I don't know, weeks or months, totally undetected, that literally facilitated fraud, right? And fundamentally, the issue is that Wikipedia doesn't have any concept of who's editing or property rights or anything like that, right? It is also something which is, it used to be something in the early 2000s, mid 2000s, people said, it's Wikipedia, how trustworthy it can be, Britannica's reviewed. And that's been forgotten, and now it's become over-trusted. Right? Remember the thing, like the more trust something gets, the less trustworthy it often becomes. It kind of abuses the power, right? Mm-hmm. So what I'm interested in, Google actually had a model a while back called KNOL. KNOL was something where when there were different versions of a Wikipedia style page, you had Google Docs like permissions on them. For example, you might have 10 different versions of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Okay. And each one had an editor and folks that they could grant edit rights and so on. But this way you would actually be able to see different versions of a page, and they might have different versions of popularity, but this way you wouldn't have edit wars, you'd have forks, right? Mm-hmm. And they would all kind of, coexist, and then people could review them, and now you could see different versions of something versus the thing that just kind of rewards dogged persistence or being an editor or something like that. The other thing is, a lot of the folks who have editorial privileges at Wikipedia are there from the early 2000s. And most of India wasn't online then. Most of Africa wasn't online then, right? So there's this inherited power that exists, which again was fresh and innovative 10 or 20 years ago, but it's now kind of outdated.
Yeah, I want to see some data though. I want to see some data because we can always. This is we often highlight small anecdotal.
Okay, I'll give you an
cases. Hold on a second. Yeah, we often highlight issues in society, in the world, in anything by taking a specific example. Taking anecdotal data and saying there's a problem here.
Yes.
I want to know on net how much positive is being added to the world because of it. My experience that I try to be empathetic and open-minded, my exploration of Wikipedia has been such that it is a breath of fresh air in terms of the breadth and depth of knowledge that is there. Now you can say there's bias built in. There's wars that are incentivized not to produce truth, but to produce a consensus around a particular narrative. But that is how the entirety of human civilization operates. And we have to see where's it better and where's it worse in terms of platforms.
I think Wikipedia was an improvement over what came before, but it has a lot of flaws. You're right that absolutely sometimes people can over fixate on the anecdotal, but sometimes the anecdotal illustrates a general pattern. Okay. For example, one thing that happens frequently on Wikipedia is there are editors who will plant a story, and then they will then go and use that story as like a neutral third party to win an edit war. So here's a phenomenon that happens in Wikipedia. You have an editor who's privileged above just random users, okay, who will plant a story and then cite that story as if it was a neutral third party. So there's a site called Wikipediocracy, okay, and it discusses the case of a person named Peppermint who had a name that they didn't want included, their so-called dead name, on their Wikipedia profile. And there's a Wikipedia editor named Tenebrae who people allege was a Newsday reporter or writer that put a piece into Newsday that dead name Peppermint, and then was able to cite it on the Wikipedia article as if it was like a neutral third party when it actually wasn't, when people alleged it was the same guy. Okay. Now, that is not an uncommon thing.
That's what I want data on.
Okay, I know.
How many articles? I'm not.
Who's auditing?
I'm dancing with you, not against you.
Sure.
Okay, I'm saying how many articles have that kind of war where douchebags are manipulating each other?
So that's the question. What's the audit? Has Wikipedia actually been audited, right?
Yeah,
who are the editors? Like, who's actually writing this stuff? It is actually something where, again, on technical topics, I think it's pretty good. On non-technical topics, there's something called the Wikipedia Reliable Sources Policy. It's a fascinating page, okay? So it actually takes a lot of the stuff that we have been, the world has been talking about in terms of what's a reliable source of information and, so on and so forth. It's called the Wikipedia Reliable Sources Perennial Sources, okay?
Yeah.
And if you go to this page, okay, which I'm just going to send to you now, right? Yeah. You will literally see every media outlet in the world, and they're colored gray, green, yellow, or red, okay? And so red is like untrustworthy, green is trustworthy, yellow is like neutral, okay? Now, this actually makes Wikipedia's epistemology explicit. They are marking a source as trustworthy or untrustworthy. For example, you are not allowed to cite social media on Wikipedia, which is actually an enormous part of what people are posting. Instead, you have to cite a mainstream media outlet that puts the tweets in the mainstream article, and only then can it be cited in Wikipedia.
By the way, to push back, this is a dance. We're dancing.
Sure, of course.
That those are rules written on the sheet of paper. I have seen Wikipedia in general play in the gray area that these rules create.
Oh, well, if you are an editor, then you can get...
But you can use the rules, and you can, because there's a lot of contradictions within the rules, you can use them to, in the ways you said, to achieve the ends you want. It really boils down to the incentives, the motivations of the editors.
That's right.
And one of the magical things about Wikipedia, the positive versus the negative, is that it seems like a very small number of people, same with Stack Overflow, can do an incredible amount of good editing and aggregation of good knowledge. Now, as you said, that seems to work much better for technical things over which there's not a significant division. Some of that has to do less with the rules and more with the human beings involved.
Well, but here's the thing is, so first, let me take this, I should finish off this point of reliable source, perennial sources, right? So if you go to this, you'll see that Al Jazeera is marked green, but let's say the Cato Institute is marked yellow, right? The Nation is marked green.
Oh, shit. Oh, snap.
Okay.
Why? Okay, sure, yes.
Right? The Nation is marked green, but National Review is marked yellow. Okay? You could probably go and so what's good about this is it makes epistemology explicit, right? you could actually take this table, and you could also look at all the past edit wars and so on over it, and take a look at what things are starting to get marked as red or yellow and what things are starting to get marked as green. And I'm pretty sure you're going to find some kind of partisan polarization that comes out of it, right? Number one. Number two is, once something gets marked as being yellow or red, then all links and all references to it are pulled out. For example, CoinDesk, okay, was marked as being like, gosh, what was
yellow?
I think it's marked as red. CoinDesk, which is actually like...
I get a lot of useful information from CoinDesk.
That's right, but it's marked as red. Why? Because there's some Wikipedia editors who hate cryptocurrency. So cryptocurrency on Wikipedia has been a huge topic where they've just edited out all the positive stuff. And these are senior editors of Wikipedia who can control what sources are considered reliable. So they've now knocked out CoinDesk. They've knocked out social media. They only allow mainstream media coverage, and not even all mainstream media, only those they've marked as green.
Yeah.
This is the manipulation of consensus.
I want to know how many articles are affected by it. And
hundreds of thousands. Hundreds of thousands.
You could just say that randomly.
I can. I can, because all the
affected, there's different levels of effect in terms of it actually having a significant impact on the quality of the article.
Let me give you an example. Let me carve an example, right? The fact that people cannot cite direct quotes on social media, but can only cite the rehash of those quotes in a mainstream media outlet, and not just any mainstream media outlet, but those that are colored green on the Wikipedia reliable perennial sources policy, is a structural shift on every single article to make Wikipedia align with US mainstream media corporations, right?
I am, as often, playing devil's advocate to counter a point so that the disagreement reveals some profound wisdom. That's what I'm doing here. But also in that task here, I'm trying to understand exactly how much harm is created by the bias within the team of editors that we're discussing, and how much of Wikipedia is technical knowledge. For example, the Russian invasion of Ukraine. The Wikipedia article I've seen there, now that changes very aggressively, a lot. And I hear from every side on this, but it did not seem biased to me.
Here's
like, as compared to mainstream media in the United States.
So now I'm going to sound extremely woke.
Yeah.
Okay. If you go and look at this, all right, Times of India is yellow, but Mother Jones, Jacobin, okay, they are green, right? So a niche, mostly white, Western, like partisan left outlet is marked green, but a billion people, you know, like the Times of India is marked yellow, right? That's a structural bias towards Western media outlets and Western editors, when much of the rest of the world hadn't gone online or whatever.
I would just love to see, in terms of the actual article, what ideas are being censored, altered, shifted.
Okay.
I would love, I just think it's an open, I'm not so the
edit logs are there. The edit logs are public.
Yeah,
okay, so here's a way.
It'd be fascinating. Yeah, is there a way to explore the ways that narratives are shifted because of...
Sure. So a very simple one is, if you were to pull all the edit logs of Wikipedia, you could see how many times are social media links disallowed. Okay? Like, first of all, think about it like this. How many, just the fact that social media is not allowed to like be cited on Wikipedia, or inconsistently.
You think that's a problem?
It's a huge problem. Like, you can't cite, let's say, Jeff Bezos' own tweet. You have to cite some random media corporation.
Here's the thing, and sorry if I'm interrupting.
Please.
Hopefully I'm adding to it. I think they're trying to create friction as to the sources used, because if you can use social media, then you can use basically bots to create a bunch of sources, right? And then that you can almost automate the editor war, right? Like,
here's the thing: is basically Wikipedia initially, said, "Oh, we'll only cite mainstream media as a way of boosting its credibility in the early 2000s." Okay, when its credibility was low. Now it's sort of become merged with the US establishment and now only cites these things whose trust. I mean, have you seen the graphs on trust in mainstream media? Like, it's plummeted. It's down to like 10% or something like that, right? So the most trusted sources for Wikipedia are untrusted by the population.
Yeah,
True.
Feels like it's a fixable technological problem. I think I'm underinformed, and my gut says we're both together underinformed to do a rigorous 3 to 4 hour discussion about Wikipedia.
Okay,
Hold on a second. I think I have a gut sort of developed feeling about which articles not to trust on Wikipedia. I think I need to make that explicit also. I have a kind of an understanding that you don't go to Wikipedia for this particular topic. Like, don't go to Wikipedia for an article on Donald Trump or Joe Biden. There's going to be, if I did, I would go to maybe sections that don't have room for insertion of bias, or like the section on controversy or accusations of racism or so on, or sexual assault. I'll usually not trust Wikipedia on those sections.
Like math, that'll be great, right? Wikipedia is great for that. On many topics that do not have a single consensus truth, it's structurally shifted towards basically white Western liberals, woke whites, right? Fundamentally, that's a demographic of the Wikipedia.
So what kind of articles do you think are affected by this? Let's like think about like
everything that's not math and technology.
I think that's too strong a statement. So we can, like I said, war in Ukraine.
Sure.
I think that's too strong a statement. There's so much affect. I guess I'm saying affected to a large degree. Even his major battles in history, Battle of Stalingrad, or
sure,
like that's not math.
So
like, you think all of that is affected to a point where it's not a trusted source?
Absolutely. If you look at the edit wars, for example, on Stalin versus Hitler, the tone on Hitler starts out legitimately and justifiably as basically genocidal, maniacal dictator. With Stalin, there's a fair number of Stalin apologists that edit out mention of genocide from the first few paragraphs.
I am playing devil's advocate in part, but I also am too underinformed to do the level of defense I would like to provide for the wisdom that is there, for the knowledge that is there. I don't want to use the word truth, but
sure, for
some level of knowledge that is there in Wikipedia. I think I really worry about, I know you don't mean this, but a cynical interpretation of what you're saying, which is don't trust anything written on Wikipedia. I think you're being very consistent and eloquent in the way you're describing the issues of Wikipedia, and I don't have enough actual specific examples to give where there is some like still battle for truth that's happening that's outside of the bias of society. I think if we naturally distrust every source of information, there is a general distrust of institutions and a distrust of sources of knowledge that leads to an apathy and a cynicism about the world in general. If you believe a lot of conspiracy theories, you basically tune out from this collective journey that we're on towards the truth. And that's like, if it's not even just Wikipedia. I just think Wikipedia was, at least for a time, and maybe I tuned out, maybe because I am too focused on computer science and engineering and mathematics, but to me Wikipedia for a long time was a source of calm escape from the political battles of ideology. And as you're quite eloquently describing, it has become part of the battleground of political ideology. I just would love to know where the boundaries of that are.
Glenn Greenwald has observed this. Lots of other folks, for example, I'm definitely not the only person who's observed that Wikipedia.
Let me just state, because I'm sensing this,
sure,
and because of your eloquence and clear brilliance here, that a lot of people are going to immediately agree with you.
Okay.
And this is what I am also troubled by. This is not you,
sure.
But I often see that people will detect cynicism, especially when it is phrased as eloquently as yours, and will look at a natural dumbass like me and think that Lex is just being naive. Look at him trusting Wikipedia.
Let me argue
for
your
the
side.
mainstream narrative.
Let me argue
Right.
your side, okay?
Can you please do that, because you could do that better than me.
No, Alexa, I enjoy talking to you.
And I'm doing devil's advocate a little
Sure.
bit, because I do really want to be. I am afraid about the forces of basically editors of authority, of talking down to people and censoring information.
Yeah. So let me first argue your side, and then let me say something, okay? Which is what you are reacting to is, oh, even those things I thought of as constants are becoming variables. Where is the terra firma? If we cannot trust anything, then everybody's just, it's anarchy and it's chaos. Like there's literally no consensus reality and anybody can say anything and so on and so forth, right? And I think that there's two possible deviations from, let's say that the mainstream, obviously people talk about like QAnon, for example, as like this kind of thing where people just make things up. They just go totally, quote, supply chain independent from mainstream media. And if mainstream media is a distorted gossamer of quasi-truth, these guys go to just total fiction as opposed to like, right? The alternative to QAnon is not Blue Anon, mainstream media, but Satoshi Anon, okay? Which is an upward deviation, okay? Not a downward deviation to say there is no such thing as truth, but rather the upward deviation is decentralized cryptographic truth, not centralized corporate or government truth. Okay.
So how does the decentralization of Wikipedia look like?
Great question. It's this concept of the ledger of record. First, whether you're Israeli or Palestinian, Japanese or Chinese, Democrat or Republican, those people agree on the state of the Bitcoin blockchain. Mm-hmm. Hundreds of billions of dollars is managed without weapons, okay, across tribes with wildly varying ideologies, right? And what that means is that is a mechanism for getting literally consensus. It's called consensus, cryptographic consensus, proof of work. And when people can get consensus on this, what they're getting consensus on are basically bytes that determine who holds what Bitcoin. This is exactly the kind of thing people would fight wars over. For hundreds of billions of dollars, let alone millions of dollars, people will kill each other over that in the past, right? So for hundreds of billions of dollars, people can get consensus truth on this in this highly adversarial environment, right? So the first generalization of that is it says you can go from bytes that reflect what Bitcoin somebody has to bytes that reflect what stocks, bonds, other kinds of assets people have. That's the entire DeFi, Ethereum, that whole space, okay? Basically, the premise is if you go from consensus on one byte, by induction, you can go to consensus on n bytes, depending on the cost of getting that consensus, right? And almost anything digital can be represented, or everything digital can be represented as bytes, right? So now you can get consensus on certain kinds of digital information, Bitcoin, but then also any kind of financial instrument. And then the next generalization is what I call the ledger of record. Many kinds of facts can be put partially or completely on chain. It's not just proof of work and proof of stake. There's things like proof of location, proof of human, proof of this, proof of that. The auditable oracles I talked about extend it further. Lots and lots of people are working on this, right? Proof of solvency, seeing that some actor has enough of a bank balance to accommodate what they say they accommodate. You can imagine many kinds of digital assertions can be turned into proof of X and proof of Y. Mm-hmm. You start putting those on chain, you now have a library of partially or completely provable facts, okay? This is how you get consensus, as opposed to having a white Western Wikipedia editor or mostly white Western US media corporation or the US government simply say what is true in a centralized fashion.
So do you think truth is such an easy thing as you get to higher and higher questions of politics? Is the problem that the consensus mechanism is being hacked, or is the problem that truth is a difficult thing to figure out? Was the 2020 election rigged or not? Is the earth flat or not? That's a scientific one. That's a, just
my technical versus political truth spectrum, yeah.
But even the earth, like, well, that one is, yeah, never mind. That's a bad example because that is very, you can rigorously show that the earth is not flat. But there's some social phenomena, political phenomena, philosophical one that will have a lot of debates, historical stuff about the different forces operating within Nazi Germany and Stalinist Soviet Union. I think there's probably a lot of the historians debate about a lot of stuff, like Blitz, the book that talks about the influence of drugs in the Third Reich, right?
Were they on meth or something?
Yeah,
right?
they all. There's a lot of debates about what is the significance of meth on the actual behavior and decisions of Hitler and so on. So there's still a lot of debates. Is it so easy to fix with decentralization, I guess, is the question.
So I actually have, like, basically chapter 2 of the Network State book is on essentially this topic. And so it's like 70 pages or something like that. So let me try to summarize what I think about on this. The first is that there was an Onion article that came out. I can't find it now anymore, but it was about historians in the year 3000 writing about the late 90s and early 2000s. And they're like, clearly Queen Brittany was a very powerful monarch. We can see how many girls around the world worshipped her like a god. And so, and it was very funny because it was a plausible distortion of, the current society by, a human civilization picking through the rubble 1,000 years later, having no context on anything, right? And it's a very thought-provoking article because it says, well, to what extent is that us picking over Pompeii or the pyramids, or even like, the 1600s or the 1700s, like a few hundred years ago, we're basically sifting through artifacts. And, Sama Berger actually has this concept of like, which is obvious, but it's also useful to have a name for it. It's like, I think he calls it like dark history, which is, and again, I might be getting this wrong, but it's like only a small percentage of what the Greeks wrote down, has come to us to the present day, right? So perhaps it's not just the winners who write history, it's like the surviving records. We have this extremely partial, fragmentary record of history. And sometimes there's some discovery that rewrites the whole thing. Do you know what, like, Göbekli Tepe is?
Everything I know about that is from Rogan, because he's a huge fan of that kind of stuff.
Yeah, so that like rewrites.
And then there's a lot of debates there.
There's a lot of debates. So basically, it's like the discovery of this site in northern Turkey that totally shifts our estimate of like when civilization started, maybe pushing it back many thousands of years further in the past, right? The past, it's like an inverse problem in physics, right? We're trying to reconstruct this from limited information, right? It's like X-ray crystallography. It's an inverse problem, right? It's Plato's cave. We're trying to reconstruct what the world looks like outside from these shadows, these fragments that have been given to us, right? Or that we've found. And so in that sense, as you find more information, your estimate of the past changes, right? Oh, wow, okay, that pushes back civilization farther than we thought. That one discovery just changes it.
You want to try to, given all the gaps in the data we have, you want to try to remove bias from the process of trying to fill the gaps.
Well, so here's the thing. I think we're very close to the moment of it. And so that's why it'll sound crazy when I say it now. But our descendants, I really do think of what the blockchain is and cryptographically verifiable history as being the next step after written history. It's like on par with that, because anybody who has the record, the math is not going to change, right? Math is constant across human time and space, right? So, the value of pi is constant. That's one of the few constants across all these different human civilizations, okay? So somebody in the future, assuming, of course, the digital record is actually intact to that point, because, in theory, digital stuff will persist. In practice, you have lost data and floppy drives and stuff like that. In a sense, in some ways, digital is more persistent. In some ways, physical is more persistent, okay? But assuming we can figure out the archival problem somehow, then this future record, at least it's internally consistent, right? You can run a bunch of the equivalents of checksums, right? The Bitcoin verification process, just sum it all up and see that, okay, it's f of g of h of x, and boom, that at least is internally consistent, okay? Again, it doesn't say that all the people who reported it were, they could have put something on chain that's false, but at least the metadata is likely to be very difficult to falsify. And this is a new tool. It's really a new tool in terms of a robust history that is expensive and technically challenging to edit and alter. And that is the alternative to the Stalin-esque rewriting of history by centralized power.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to do a lot of actually reading and thinking about. I'm actually, as you're talking, I'm also thinking about the fact that I think 99% 99% of my access to Wikipedia is on technical topics, because I basically use it very similarly to Stack Overflow.
And even there, it doesn't have unit tests. For example, one thing.
That's a good way to put it.
Right. So one thing I remember, again, I might be wrong on this, but I recall that the Kelly criterion it's actually quite a useful thing to know. It's like how to optimally size your bets. Okay, and you can have, given your kind of probability that some investment pays off or assumed probability, you can have bets that are too large, bets that are too small. Sometimes the Kelly criterion, it goes negative, and actually it says you should actually take leverage. You're so sure this is a good outcome that you should actually spend more than your current bankroll because you're going to get a good result, right? So it's a very sophisticated thing. And as I recall, many sites on the internet have the wrong equation. And I believe that was reprinted on Wikipedia. The wrong equation was put on Wikipedia as the Kelly criterion for a while.
It's funny.
Okay. And so without unit tests, see, math is actually the kind of thing that you could unit test, right? You could literally have the assert on the right-hand side today, right? The modern version, we've got Jupyter, we've got Replit, we've got all these things. The modern version of Wikipedia, there's sites like golden.com, for example, like, there's a bunch of things. I'm funding lots of stuff across the board, on this. And, I'm not capitalizing these companies or capitalize independently, but I'm trying to see if, not just talk about a better version. It's hard to build something better, so actually go and build it. And what you want is assertions that are actually reproduced. You don't just have the equation there. You have it written down in code. You can hit enter. You can download the page. You can rerun it. It's reproducible. Right?
So the problem with that kind of reproducibility is that it adds friction. It's hard to put together articles that do that kind of stuff, unless you do an incredible job with UX and so on. The thing that I think is interesting about Wikipedia on the technical side is that without the unit tests, without the assertions, it still often does an incredible job, because the reason it's the people that write those articles, and I've seen this also in Stack Overflow, are the people that care about this most, and there's a pride to getting it right.
Okay, so let me agree and disagree with that, right? So absolutely, there's some good there. There's, again, do I think Wikipedia is a huge step up from what preceded it in some ways on the technical topics? Yes. However, you talk about the editing environment, right? Like the markup for Wikipedia, it's very, mid 2000s, right? It is not.
It's like Craigslist.
Yeah, exactly. If at a minimum, for example, it's not WYSIWYG, right? So like Medium or something like that, or Ghost, you can just go in and type, and it looks exactly like it looks on the page. Here, you have to go to a markup language where there can be editor conflicts, and you hit enter, and someone has overridden your edit or something like that, and you don't know how it looks on the page. And you might have to do a few, previews or what have you. So number one. So editing, you talk about bearish editing. That's the thing. Number two is, given that it might be read 1,000 times for every one time it's written, it is important to actually have the mathematical things unit tested, if they can be, given that we've got modern technology. And that's something that's hard to retrofit into this because it's so kind of ossified, right?
Right. There's the interface on every side for the editor, even just for the editor to check that say the editor wants to get it right, you want to make it really, or not really easy, but easier to check their work.
That's
like
right.
Debugging, like a nice IDE for the
That's exactly right.
for the editing experience.
That's right. And the thing about this is, as I said, because the truth is a global constant, but incorrectness, right? Go ahead. Every happy family.
No, I love to think that truth will have a nice debugger.
Well, so here's right. So the thing is that what you can do is, let's say you did have a unit tested page for everything that's on Wikipedia. First of all, it makes a page more useful because you can download it, you can run it, you can import it, and so on. Second is it leads into one of the things that we can talk about. I've sort of a roadmap for building alternatives to not just existing companies, but to many existing U.S. institutions, from media and tech companies to courts and government and, academia and nonprofits. The Wikipedia discussion actually relates to how you improve on academia, right? And so academia right now, one of the big problems, this is kind of related to the current institutions, we don't have trust in them. But is that the answer to trust no one, right? And I think the alternative is decentralized cryptographic trust or verification. And how does that apply to academia? First observation is we are seeing science being abused in the name of quote unquote science, okay? Capital S science is Maxwell's equations. That's
That's a good one.
That's a good one, right? Quote unquote science is a paper that came out last week. And the key thing is that capital S science, real science, is about independent replication, not prestigious citation. That's the definition. Like all the journal stuff, the professors, all that stuff is just a superstructure that was set on top to make experiments more reproducible. And that superstructure is now like dominating the underlying thing because people are just fixating on the prestige and the citation and not the replication, right? So how does that apply here? Once you start thinking about how many replications does this thing have, Maxwell's equation, I mean, there's trillions of replications. Every time us speaking into this microphone right now, we're testing, our theory of the electromagnetic field, right? Or electrical and magnetic fields. Every single time you pick up a cell phone or use a computer, you're putting our knowledge to the test, right? Mm-hmm. Whereas some paper that came out last week in Science or Nature may have 0 independent replications, yet it is being cited publicly as prestigious scientists from Stanford and Harvard and MIT all came up with X, right? Yeah. And so the prestige is a substitute for the actual replication. So there's a concept called Goodhart's law, okay? I'm just going to quote it. When a measure becomes a target, it ceases to be a good measure, okay? So, for example, backlinks on the web were a good signal for Google to use when people didn't know they were being used as a signal.
Yeah, you talked about quantity versus quality, and PageRank was a pretty good approximation for quality.
Yes.
Such a fascinating thing, by the way, but yeah.
It's a fascinating thing. We can talk about that. But basically, once people know that you're using this as a measure, they will start to game it. And so then you have this cycle where, sometimes you have a fixed point, like Satoshi with proof of work was miraculously able to come up with a game where the gaming of it was difficult without just buying more compute, right? So it's a rare kind of game where knowledge of the game's rules didn't allow people to game the game. Okay?
Yeah,
but
a brilliant way to put it, yeah. Which is one of the reasons it's brilliant, is that you can describe the game and you can't mess with it.
Exactly. It's very hard to come up with something that's stable in this way. There's actually, on the meta point, there's a game where the rule of the game is to change the rules, okay? It is...
you mean Human Civilization or what?
Well, yeah. It is called something. Nomic. Okay?
Nomic?
Nomic is a game where the rule of the game is to change the rules of the game.
Yeah.
At first, that seems insane. Then you realize that's Congress.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Literally, it is so meta because there are laws for elections that elect the editors of those laws, who then change the laws that get them elected with gerrymandering and other stuff, right? That's a bad way of thinking about it. The other way of thinking about it is this is what every software engineer is doing. You are constantly, quote, changing the rules by editing software and pushing code updates and so on, right? So, many games devolve into the metagame of who writes the rules of the game, right? Become essentially games of Nomic. Proof of work is so amazing because it didn't devolve in such a way, right? It became very hard to rewrite the rules once they got set up. It's very financially and technically expensive. That's not to say it will always be like that, but it's very hard to change.
If we could take a small tangent, we'll return to academia. I'd love to ask you about how to fix the media as well after we fix academia.
Yeah, these are all actually related.
Yeah,
Wikipedia, media, and academia are all related to the question of independent replication versus prestigious citation.
Sure. So that the problem is authority and prestige as you see it from academia and the media and Wikipedia with the editors. We have to have a mechanism where sort of the data and the reproducibility is what dominates the discourse.
That's right. And so one way to think about this is, I've said this in I think I tweeted this, but Western civilization actually has a break classification emergency button. It's called decentralization, right? Martin Luther hit it when the Catholic Church was too ossified and centralized, decentralized with the Protestant Reformation. Okay, he said, at the time, people were able to pay for indulgences, like that is to say, they could sin. They could say, okay, I sinned 5 times yesterday. Here's, the equivalent of $50. Okay, I'm done with my sin. I can go and sin some more. Okay, they should really buy their way out of sin. Okay, now people debate as to how frequent those indulgences were, but these are one of the things he inveighed against in the 95 Theses. So decentralization, boom, break away from this ossified church, start something new, right? And in theory, the quote religious wars of the 1600s that ensued were about things like where, the wafer was the body of Christ or what have you. But in part, they were also about power and whether the centralized entity would write all the rules or the decentralized one would. And so what happened was, obviously, Catholicism still exists, but Protestantism also exists, okay? And similarly, here you've got this ossified central institution where, forget about, there's complicated studies, they're difficult to summarize, but when you have the science saying masks don't work and then they do, okay, which everybody saw. And this is not like, everybody knew that there was not like some massive study that came out that changed our perspective on mask wearing. It was something that was just insistently asserted as this is what the science says. And then without any acknowledgement, the science said something different, the next day, right? I remember because I was in the middle of this debate. And I think you could justify masks early in the pandemic as a useful precaution. And then later, post-vaccination, perhaps not necessary. I think that's like the rational way of thinking about it. But the point was that such levels of uncertainty were not acknowledged. Instead, people, were basically lying in the name of science, and public policy wasn't public health, it was political health. Okay, so something like that, you're just spending down all the credibility of an institution for basically nothing. Okay, and so in such a circumstance, what do? Break glass, decentralize. What does that look like? Okay, so let me describe what I call crypto science. By analogy to, crypto, just like there's fiat science, crypto science, right? Fiat economics, okay? So in any experiment, any paper when it comes out, right? You can sort of divide it into the analog to digital and the purely digital. Okay, so the analog to digital is you're running some instruments, you're getting some data, okay? And then once you've got the data, you're generating figures and tables and text and a PDF from that data, right? Leave aside the data collection step for now. I'll come back to that, right? Just the purely digital part. What does the ideal, quote, academic paper look like in 2022, 2023? First, there's this concept called reproducible research, okay? Reproducible research is the idea that the PDF should be regenerated from the data and code. Okay, so you should be able to hit enter and regenerate it. Why is this really important as a concept? John Clairbout and David Donahoe at Stanford 20 years ago pioneered this in stats because the text alone often doesn't describe every parameter that goes into a figure or something, right? You kind of sometimes just need to look at the code and then it's easy. And without that, it's hard, okay? So reproducible research means you regenerate the PDF from the code and the data. You hit enter, okay? Now, one issue is that many papers out there, science, nature, etc., are not reproducible research. Moreover, the data isn't even public. Moreover, sometimes the paper isn't even public. Mm-hmm. The open access movement has been fighting this for the last 20-something years. There's various levels of this, like green and gold, open access, okay? So the first step is the code, the data, and the PDF go on-chain. Step number one, okay? The second thing is once you've got, so you can, anybody who is, and that could be the Ethereum chain, it could be its own dedicated chain, whatever, okay? It could be something where there's just the URLs are on the Ethereum chain and stored on Filecoin, many different implementations, but let's call that on-chain broadly, okay? Not just online, on-chain. When it's on-chain, it's public and anybody can get it. So that's first. Second is once you've got something where you can regenerate the code, or the PDF from the code and the data on-chain, guess what? You can have citations between two papers turn into import statements.
Yeah. That's funny.
That's cool, right?
Yeah,
so
cool.
Now you're not just getting composable finance, like DeFi, where you have like one interest rate calculator calling another. You have composable science. And now you can say this paper on this, especially in ML, right? You'll often cite a previous paper and its benchmark or its method, right? You're gonna want to scatter plot sometimes your paper, your algorithm versus theirs on the same data set. That is facilitated if their entire paper is reproducible research that is generated. You can just literally import that Python and then you can generate your figure off of it, right? Moreover, think about how that aids reproducibility, because you don't have to reproduce in the literal sense every single snippet of code that they did. You can literally use their code, import it, okay? People start compounding on each other. It's better science, okay? Now, I talked about this, but actually there's a few folks who have been actually building this. So there's usescholar.org, which actually has a demo of this, like just a V1 like kind of prototype where it shows 2 stats papers on chain. And one of them is citing the other with an import statement. There's also a thing called I think DeSci.com, which is trying to do this, all right? Decentralized science. So this itself changes how we think about papers. And actually, by the way, the inspiration for PageRank was actually citations. It was like the impact factor out of academia. That's where Larry Page and Sergey Brin got the concept out of, right? So now you've got a web of citations that are import statements on chain. In theory, you could track back a paper all the way back to its antecedents. Okay, so if it's citing something, you can now look it up and look it up and look it up. And a surprising number of papers actually, their antecedents don't terminate, or the original source says something different, or it just kind of got garbled like a telephone game. And, there's this famous thing on the spinach, does it actually have iron in it or something like that? I forget the details on this story, but it was something where you track back the citations and people are contradicting each other, okay? But it's just something that just gets copy pasted, and it's a fact that's not actually a fact because it's not audited properly. This allows you to cheaply audit, in theory, all the way back to Maxwell or Newton or something like that, okay? Now, what I'm describing is a big problem, but it's a finite problem. It's essentially taking all the important papers and putting them on chain. It's about the scale of, let's say, Wikipedia. Okay, so it's like, I don't know, a few 100,000, a few million papers. I don't know the exact number, but it'll be out that low. Okay, so now you've got, number one, these things that are on chain. Okay, number two, you've turned citations into import statements. Number three, anybody can now, at a minimum, download that code. And while they may not have the instruments, and I'll come back to that point, while they may not have the instruments, they can do internal checks, the Benford's Law stuff we were just talking about. You can internally check the consistency of these tables and graphs, and often you'll find fraud or things that don't add up that way because all the code and the data is there, right? And now you've made it so that anybody in Brazil, in India, in Nigeria, they may not have an academic, library access and so on, but they can get into this. All right. Now, how do you fund all of this? Well, good thing is crypto actually allows tools for that as well. Andrew Huberman and others have started doing things like with NFTs, to fund their lab. I can talk about the funding aspect. There's things like researchhub.com, which are trying to issue tokens for labs, but a lab isn't that expensive to fund. Maybe it's a few 100,000, a few million a year, depending on where you are. Crypto does generate money. And so you can probably imagine various tools, whether it's tokens or NFTs or something like that to fund. Finally, what this does is it is not QAnon, right? It is not saying don't trust anybody. Neither is it just trust the centralized academic establishment. Instead, it's saying trust because you can verify, because we can download things and run them. The crucial thing that I'm assuming here is the billions of supercomputers around the world that we have, all the MacBooks and iPhones that can crank through lots and lots of computation. So everything digital, we can verify it locally, okay? Now, there's one last step, which is, I mentioned the instruments, right? Whether it's your sequencing machine or your accelerometer or something like that is generating the data that you are reporting in your paper when you put it on chain, okay? Basically, you think of that as the analog to digital interface. We can cryptofy that too. Why? For example, an Illumina sequencing machine has an experiment manifest. And when that's written to, there's a website called NCBI, National Center for Biotechnology Information. You can see the experiment metadata on various sequencing runs. It'll tell you what instrument and what time it was run and who ran it and so on and so forth, okay? What that does is allows you to correct for things like batch effects. Sometimes you will sequence on this day and the next day, and maybe the humidity or something like that makes it look like there's a statistically significant difference between your two results, but it was just actually batch effects, okay? What's my point? Point is, if you have a crypto instrument, you can have, various hashes and stuff of the data as a chain of custody for the data itself that are streamed and written on chain that the manufacturer can program into this. For anything that's really, and you might say, well, boy, that's overkill, right? I'm saying actually not. You know why? If you're doing a study whose results are going to be used to influence a policy that's going to control the lives of millions of people, every single step has to be totally audible. You need the glass box model. You need to be able to go back to the raw data. You need to be able to interrogate that. And again, this is, anybody who's a good scientist will embrace this, right?
So first of all, that was a brilliant exposition of a future of science that I would love to see. the pushback I'll provide, which is not really a
Sure.
pushback, is like what you describe is so much better than what we currently have, that I think a lot of people would say any of the sub steps you suggest we currently have
going to be a huge
that
improvement. So
I think even
lot of
just sharing
people
would
would
say any
Yes.
of the or sharing the data. You said like off. I think it would surprise people how often
It's hard to get data.
it is like the actual data or specifics or a large number of the parameters. Not you'll share like one or two parameters that were involved with running the experiment. You won't mention the machines involved, except maybe at a high level, but the versions and so on, the dates when the experiments were run.
Exactly.
You don't mention any of this kind of stuff.
Right.
So there's several ways to fix this, and one of them, I think, implied in what you're describing is a culture that says it's not okay
Exactly.
to like. So first of all, there should be, even if it's not perfectly unchained to where you can automatically import all the way to Newton. Just even the act of sharing the code, sharing the data, maybe in a way that's not perfectly integrated into a larger structure, is already a very big positive step.
Yes.
Saying, like, if you don't do this, then this doesn't count. And because in general, I think my worry, as somebody who's a programmer who's OCD, I love the picture you paint that you can just import everything and it automatically checks everything. My problem is that it makes incremental science easier and revolutionary science harder.
Oh, I actually very much disagree with that.
I would love to hear your argument. Let me just kind of
Sure.
elaborate.
Sure.
Why sometimes you have to think in this gray area of fuzziness when you're thinking of totally novel ideas, and when you have to concretize in data. Like some of the greatest papers ever written they don't have data. They're in the space of ideas almost. Like you're kind of sketching stuff, and there could be errors, but like Einstein himself with the famous 5 papers, I mean they're really strong, but they're fuzzy. They're a little bit fuzzy, and so I think even like the GAN paper, you're often thinking of like new data sets, new ideas, and I think maybe as a step after the paper is written, you could probably concretize it, integrate it into the rest of society.
Sure.
Like you shouldn't feel that pressure, I guess, early on. Right?
Well, I mean, there's different. Each of the steps that I'm talking about, right? There's like the data being public and everything. Just having the paper being public, that's like V1, right? Then you have the thing being regenerated from code and data, like the PDF being regenerated from code and data. Then you have the citations as import statements. Then you have the full citation graph as an import statement. So you just follow it all the way back, right? And now you have, that gives you auditability. Then you have the off-chain, the analog digital crypto custody, right? Like where you're hashing things and streaming things. So you have the chain of custody. Each of those is kind of like a level up and adds to complexity, but it also adds to the auditability and the verifiability and the reproducibility. But, one thing I'd say I wanted to respond to that you said was that you think that this would be good for incremental but not innovative. I actually think it's quite the opposite. I think academia is institutional and it's not innovative. For example, NIH has this graph, which is like, I think it's age of recipients of R01 grants, okay? And what it shows is basically it's like a hump that moves over time, roughly plus 1 year forward for the average age as the year moves on, okay? I'll see if I can find the GIF. Why is this? Let me see if I can find it actually. Look at this movie just for a second. It's a ridiculously powerful movie and it's 30 seconds.
What's that?
I just sent it in WhatsApp.
The name of the video is Age Distribution of NIH Principal Investigators and Medical School Faculty. And it starts out on the x-axis is age with the distribution and percent of PIs. And from early 1980s, moving 1 year at a time. And the mean of the distribution is moving slowly, approximately, as Balaji said, about 1 year
Per year.
per year.
Now this is 10 years ago. But
1 year in age per year of time.
And notice how, first of all, the average age is moving way upward before you become an NIHPI. Second is, it's a cohort of people who are just awarding grants to each other.
Yeah.
That's clearly what's happening. That's the underlying dynamic. They're not awarding grants to folks who are much younger, okay, because those folks haven't proven themselves yet, right? So it is this is what happens when you get prestigious citation rather than independent replication. The age just keeps creeping up. And this was 10 years ago, and it's gotten even worse. It's become even more gerontocratic, even more hidebound, right? And so the thing is, the structures that Vannevar Bush and others set up, the entire post-war science establishment, one thing I'll often find is people will say, Balaji, the government hath granted us the internet and self-driving cars and space flight and so on. How can you possibly be against the US government? Kneel and repent for its bounty, And really the reason they don't say it quite in that way, but that's really the underpinning kind of thing, because they've replaced GOD with GOV. They really think of the US government as God. The conservative will think of the US government as like the all-powerful military abroad, and the progressive will think of it as the benign, all-powerful, like nurturing parent at home, okay? But in this context, they're like, how come you as, some tech bro could possibly think you could ever do basic science without the funding of the US government? Has it not developed all basic science, right? And the answer to this is actually to say, well, what if we go further back than 1950? Did science happen before 1950? Well, I think it did. Bernoulli and, Maxwell and Newton, were they funded by NSF? No, they weren't, right? Were aviation, railroads, automobiles, gigantic, industries that arose and that both were stimulated by and stimulated development of pure science? Were they funded by NSF? No, they were not, right? Therefore, NSF is not a necessary condition for the presence of science. Neither is even the United States. Obviously, a lot of these discoveries, Newton was before, I believe it's before the American, let me find the exact, it's actually less old than people think. Okay, so Newton died 1727, right? So I knew that, it was like in the 1700s. So Newton was before the American Revolution, right? Obviously, that meant huge innovations could happen before the US government, before NIH, before NSF, right? Which means they are not a necessary condition, number one. That itself is crucial, because a lot of people say the government is necessary for basic science. It is not necessary for basic science. It is one possible catalyst. And I would argue that mid-century, it was okay, because mid-century was the time when the middle of the centralized century. 1933, 1945, 1969, you have Hoover Dam, you have the Manhattan Project, you have Apollo. That generation was acclimatized to a centralized US government that could accomplish great things, partly because technology favored centralization going into 1950 and then started favoring decentralization going out of it. I've talked about this in the book. Sovereign Individual has talked about this, but very roughly, you go up into 1950 and you have mass media and mass production, and just centralization of all kinds, giant nation states slugging it out on the world stage. You go out in 1950 and you get cable news and personal computers and the internet and mobile phones and cryptocurrency, and you have the decentralization. And so this entire centralized scientific establishment was set up at the peak of the centralized century, and it might have been the right thing to do at that time, but is now showing its age. And it's no longer actually geared up for what we have. Where are the huge innovations coming out of? Well, Satoshi Nakamoto was not, to our knowledge, a professor, right? Mm-hmm. That's this revolutionary thing that came outside of it. Early in the pandemic, there was something called project-evidence.github.io, which accumulated all of the evidence for the coronavirus possibly having been a lab leak, when that was a very controversial thing to discuss, right? Alina Chan, to her credit, Matt Ridley and Alina Chan have written this book, on whether the coronavirus was a lab leak or not. I think it's plausible that it was. I can't say I'm 100% sure, but I think it is a hypothesis worthy of discussion. Mm-hmm. Okay, though of course it's got political overtones. Point being that the pseudonymous online publication at project-evidence.github.io happened when it was taboo to do so. So we're back to the age of pseudonymous publication, where only the arguments can be argued with. The person can't be attacked. Okay, this is actually something that used to happen in the past. Like, there's a famous story where Newton solved a problem. Someone said, "I know the lion by his claw," or something like that, right? People used to do pseudonymous publication in the past so that they would be judged on part by their scientific ideas and not the person themselves, right? And so So I do disagree that this is the incremental stuff. This is actually the innovative stuff. The incremental stuff is going to be the institutional gerontocracy that's academia, where it's like, do you know who I am? I'm a Harvard professor.
Yeah,
Science.
I think I agree with everything you said, but I'm not gonna get stuck on technicalities.
Sure.
Because I think I was referring to your vision of data sets and importing code.
Sure.
And so that forces just knowing how code works. It forces a structure, and structure usually favors incremental progress. Like if you fork code, you're not going to, it decentivizes revolution. You want to go from scratch.
Okay, so I understand your point there.
Yeah.
Okay. And I also agree that some papers like Francis Crick on the Claustrum or others are theoretical. They're more about like where to dig than the data itself and so on and so forth, right? So I agree with that. Still, I don't, the counter argument is rather than 1,000 people reading this paper to try to rebuild the whole thing and do it with errors, when they can just import, they can more easily build upon what others have done, right?
Oh, yeah.
And,
so the paper should be forkable.
Well, yeah. So here's what, Python has this concept of batteries included for the standard library, right? Because it lets you just import, and just get to work, right? That means you can fly. Whereas if you couldn't do all those things and you had to rewrite string handling, you would only be able to do incremental things. Libraries actually allow for greater innovation. That's my counter.
I think you create, I think that paints a picture. I hope that's a picture that fits with science. It certainly does. It fits with code very well. I just wonder how much of science can be that, which is you import, how much of it is possible to do that. Certainly for the things I work on, you can, which is the machine learning world, all the computer science world. But whether you can do that for, all right, you can think biology. It seems to, yes, I think so. Chemistry, I think so. And then you start getting into weird stuff like psychology, which some people don't even think is a science. No, just love for my psychology friends. I think as you get farther and farther away from things that are like hard technical fields, it starts getting tougher and tougher and tougher to have like importable code.
Okay, so let me give the strong form version, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there's a guy who I think is a great machine learning guy, creator of actually Keras, who he disagrees with me on Francois Schiller.
Yeah, he's been on this podcast twice. Yeah.
Okay, great. So he disagrees.
I disagree with him on a lot of stuff.
Yes, me too. I think we have mutual respect. Follow each other on Twitter, whatever.
I
right?
think he does respect and like you.
Here's something which I totally agree with him on. And he actually got like trolled or attacked for this, but I completely agree. Within 10, 20 years, nearly every branch of science will be, for all intents and purposes, a branch of computer science. Computational physics, computational chemistry, computational biology, computational medicine, even computational archaeology, realistic simulations, big data analysis, and ML everywhere. That to me is incredibly obvious. Why? First of all we're doing every day is PDFs and data analysis on a computer, right? And so every single one of those areas can be reduced to the analog to digital step, and then it's all digital. Then you're flying, you're in the cloud, right?
Did he put a date? Did he say how long? Or
10 to 20 years, he was thinking.
10, 20 years.
I think arguably it's already there, right? And here's the thing. You were saying, well, you might drop off when you hit psychology or history. Actually, I think it's the softer sciences that are going to harden up. Why? One of the things I talk about a lot in the book is, for example, with history, the concept of cryptohistory makes history computable. One way of thinking about it is, remember my Britney Spears example, right? Where Queen Britney, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So at first, it's kind of a funny thing to say a computer scientist's term for history is the log files. Mm-hmm. Until we realized that, what would a future historian, how would they write about the history of the 2010s? Well, a huge part of that history occurred on the servers of Twitter and Facebook.
Yeah.
So now you go from like a log file, which is just the individual record of like one server's action, to a decade worth of data on literally billions of people. All of their online lives, like arguably, that's why I say that's like actually what the written history was of the 2010s, was this giant digital history. As we go to the 2020s and the 2030s, more of that is going to move from merely online to on-chain and then cryptographically verifiable. So that soft subject of history becomes something that you can calculate things like Google Trends and Ngrams and stuff like that.
Yes, beautifully put. Then I would venture to say that Donald Trump was erased from history when he was removed from Twitter and many social platforms, and all his tweets were gone.
I think it's someone who has an archive of it, but yeah, I understand your point.
Yeah, well, as the flood of data about each individual increases, censorship, it becomes much more difficult to actually have an archive of stuff. But yes, for important people like a president of the United States, yes. Let me on that topic ask you about Trump. You were considered for a position as FDA commissioner in the Trump administration. And I think in terms of the network state, in terms of the digital world, one of the seminal acts in the history of that was the banning of Trump from Twitter. Can you make the case for it and against it?
Sure. So first, let me talk about the FDA thing. So I was considered for a senior role at FDA, but I do believe that, and this is a whole topic, we can talk about the FDA. I do believe that just as it was easier to create Bitcoin than to reform the Fed, right? Reforming the Fed basically still hasn't happened, right? So just as it was easier to create Bitcoin than to reform the Fed, it will literally be easier to start a new country than to reform the FDA. It may take 10 or 20 years. I mean, think about Bitcoin, it's only about 13 years old, right? It may take 10 or 20 years to start a new network state with a different biomedical policy. But that is how we get out from this, perhaps the single worst thing in the world, which is harmonization, regulatory harmonization.
Can you describe regulatory harmonization?
Regulatory harmonization is the mechanism by which US regulators impose their regulations on the entire world. So they basically have a monopoly by US regulators. This is not just the FDA, it is SEC and FAA and so on and so forth. And for the same reason that a small company will use Facebook login, they will outsource their login to Facebook. A small country will outsource their regulation to the USA, okay, with all the attendant issues. Because, I mean, you know the names of some politicians. Can you name a single regulator at the FDA? No, right? Yet they will brag on their website that they regulate, I forget the exact numbers, I think it's like 25 cents out of every dollar, something along those lines, okay? It's like double digits, okay? That's a pretty big deal. And the thing about this is, people will talk about, quote, our democracy and so on. But many of the positions in, quote, our democracy are actually not subject to democratic accountability. You have tenured professors and you have tax-exempt colleges. You have the Sulzbergers at the New York Times who have dual-class stock. You have, a bunch of positions that are out of the reach of the electorate, and that includes regulators who have career tenure after just a few years of not necessarily even continuous service. So they're not accountable to the electorate. They're not named by the press. And they also aren't accountable to the market because you've got essentially uniform global regulations. Now, the thing about this is it's not just a government thing. It's a regulatory capture thing. Big pharma companies like this as well. Why? Because they can just get their approval in the US and then they can export to the rest of the world, right? I understand where that comes from as a corporate executive. It's such a pain to get, access in one place. So there's a team up, though, between the giant company and the giant government to box out all the small startups and all the small countries and lots of small innovation, right? There are cracks in this now, right? Mm-hmm. The FDA did not acquit itself well during the pandemic. For example, it denied, there's so many issues, but one of the things that even actually the New York Times reported, the reason that people thought there were no COVID cases in the US early in the pandemic was because the FDA was denying people the ability to run COVID tests. And the emergency use authorization was, emergency should mean like right now, right? But it was not, it was just taking forever. And so some labs did civil disobedience and they just disobeyed the FDA and just went and tested academic labs with threat of federal penalties, because that's what they are. They're like the police, okay? And so they were sort of retroactively granted immunity because NYT went and ran a positive story on them. So NYT's authority is usually greater than that of FDA. If they come into a conflict and NYT runs stories, then FDA kind of gets spanked, right? And it's not, probably neither party would normally think of themselves that way. But if you look at it, when NYT goes and runs stories on a company, it names all the executives and they get all hit. when it runs stories on a regulator, it just treats the regulator usually as if it was just some abstract entity. It's Zuckerberg's Facebook, but you can't name, the people who the career bureaucrats at FDA. Interesting, right?
It's very interesting.
It's a very important point. Like that person who's like named and their face is known, like you, just as an example, Zuckerberg's face and name. Most people don't know Arthur G. Sulzberger. They couldn't recognize him, right? Yet he's a guy who's inherited the New York Times company from his father's father. That is unaccountable power. It's not that they get great coverage, it's that they get no coverage. You don't even think about them, right? And so it's invisibility, right?
There's some aspect why Fauci was very interesting.
He was a public face.
In my recent memory, there's not been many faces of scientific policy, of science policy.
Yeah.
And he became the face of that. And, as there's some of it is meme, which is, basically saying that he is science, or to some people represent science. But
or quote unquote science or whatever. Yeah.
The positive aspect of that is that there is accountability when there's a face like that.
Right. But you can also see the Fauci example shows you why a lot of these folks do not want to be public, because they enter a political, and media minefield. I'm actually sympathetic to that aspect of it. What I'm not sympathetic to is the concept that in 2022, that the unelected, unfireable, anonymous American regulator should be able to impose regulatory policy for the entire world. We are not the world of 1945. It is not something where these other countries are even consciously consenting to that world. Just as give an example, there's this concept called challenge trials. Okay, the Moderna vaccine was available very, very early in the pandemic. You can just synthesize it from the sequence, and challenge trials would have meant that people who were healthy volunteers, okay, they could have been soldiers, for example, of varying ages, who are there to take a risk, their lives for their country potentially, okay? It could have been just healthy volunteers, not necessarily soldiers, just patriots of whatever kind, in any country, not just the US. But those healthy volunteers could have gone, and at the early stages of the pandemic, we didn't know exactly how lethal it was going to be, because Li Wenliang and 30-somethings in China were dying from this. It seemed like it could be far worse.
How lethal the virus would be.
Yeah, it may be, by the way, that those who were the most susceptible to the virus died faster earlier. It's as if you could imagine a model where those who were exposed and had the lowest susceptibility also had the highest severity and died in greater numbers early on. If you look at the graph, like deaths from COVID were exponential going into about April 2020, and then leveled off to about 7,500, 10,000 a day, and then kind of fell, right? But it could have gone to 75,000 at the beginning, so we didn't know how serious it was. So this would have been a real risk that these people would have been taking, but here's what they would have gotten for that. Basically, in a challenge trial, somebody would have been given the vaccine and then exposed to the virus and then put under observation. And then that would have given you all the data, because ultimately the synthesis of the thing, I mean, yes, you do need to scale up synthesis and manufacturing and what have you, but the information of whether it worked or not and was safe and effective, and like that could have been gathered expeditiously with volunteers for challenge trials.
And you think there would be a large number of volunteers?
Absolutely.
What's the concern there? Is there an ethical concern of taking on volunteers?
Well, so let me put it like this. Had we done that, we could have had vaccines early enough to save the lives of like a million Americans, especially seniors and so on, okay? Soldiers and more generally first responders and others, I do believe there's folks who would have stepped up, to take that risk.
The heroes walk among us, yes.
Yeah, that's right. Like if military service is something which is a ritualized thing, people are paid for it, but they're not paid that much. They're really paid in honor, and in duty and patriotism. That is actually the kind of thing where I do believe some fraction of those folks would have raised their hand for this important, task. I don't know how many of them, but I do think that the volunteers would have been there. There's probably some empirical test of that, which is there's a challenge trials website. There's a Harvard prof who put out this proposal early in the pandemic, and he could tell you how many volunteers he got. But something like that could have just shortened the time from pandemic to functional vaccine, right? To days even, if you had actually really acted on it. The fact that didn't happen, and that the Chinese solution of lockdown, that actually, at the beginning, people thought the state could, potentially stop the virus, stop people in place. It turned out to be more contagious than that. Basically, no NPI, no non-pharmaceutical intervention really turned out to work that much, right? And actually, at the very beginning of the pandemic, I said something like, look, this is actually February 3rd, about a month before people, I was just watching what was going on in China. I saw that they were doing digital quarantine, like using WeChat codes to like block people off and so on. I didn't know what was going to happen, but I said, look, if the coronavirus goes pandemic, and it seems it may, the extreme edge case becomes the new normal. It's every debate we've had on surveillance, deplatforming, and centralization accelerated. Pandemic means emergency powers for the state, even more than terrorism or crime. And sometimes a solution creates the next problem. My rough forecast of the future, the coronavirus results in quarantines, nationalism, centralization. And this may actually work to stop the spread, but once under control, states will not cede their powers, so we decentralize. And I didn't know whether it was going to stop the spread, but I knew that they were going to try to do it, right? And, look, it's hard to call every single thing right, and I'm sure someone will find some errors, but in general, I think that was actually pretty good for like early February of 2020, right? So it's my point, though. The point is, rather than copying Chinese lockdown, what we should have had were different regimes around the world. To some extent, Sweden defected, from this, right? They had like no lockdowns or what have you. But really, the axis that people were talking about was lockdown versus no lockdown. The real axis should have been challenge trials versus no challenge trials. We could have had that in days, okay? And those are two examples on both vaccines and testing. There's so many more that I can point to.
So those are kind of decentralized innovations, and that's what FDA should stand for.
FDA can stand for it.
Or something like FDA, right?
So let's talk about that, right? Something like FDA. So this is very important. In general, the way I try to think about things is V1, V2, V3, as we've talked about a few times.
So FDA, V.
Well, right. So what was before FDA, right? So there was both good and bad before FDA, because people don't necessarily have the right model of the past, okay? So, if you ask people what was there before the FDA, they'll say, and by the FDA itself omits the, right? Their pronouns are just FDA, okay? But basically...
why is that important?
It's just something where...
Why is that either humorous or interesting to you?
They have a sort of in-group lingo where when you are kind of talking about them the way that they talk about themselves, it is something that kind of piques interest. It's kind of like, in LA, people say the 101 or the... right? Whereas in Northern California, they'll say 101. Or people from Nevada will say Nevada, right? It just instantly marks you as like insider or outsider, okay? In terms of how the language works, right? And go ahead.
I mean, it just makes me sad because that lingo is part of the mechanism which creates the silo, the bubble of particular thoughts, and that ultimately deviates from the truth because you're not open to new ideas.
I think it's actually like, in Inglourious Basterds, there's a scene in the bar. Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, but it's good. You can't, just to censor you, this is like a Wikipedia podcast, like Wikipedia. You can't cite Quentin Tarantino films. No.
Okay.
Sorry.
So
me back there.
Basically, like English start going like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I believe it's like the Germans start with like the thumb. Something that you'd never know, right? Yes. I may be misremembering that, but I think that's right. Okay. Yeah. So that's
FDA's got the lingo. All right.
Right. Yes. So FDA's got the lingo. So coming back up, basically, just talk about FDA and then come back to your question on the deplatforming.
So what was V0 FDA? What's V1? What does the future look like?
V1 was quote patent medicines. Okay, that's what some people say. But V1 was also Banting and Best. Okay, Banting and Best, they won the Nobel Prize in the early 1920s. Right? Why? They came up with the idea for insulin supplementation to treat diabetes. And they came up with a concept. They experimented on dogs. They did self-experimentation. They had healthy volunteers. They experimented with the formulation as well, right? Because just like you'd have like a web app and a mobile app, maybe a command line app, you could have, a drug that's administered orally or via injection or cream or, so there's different formulations, right? Dosage, all that stuff, they could just like iterate on, okay, with willing doctor, willing patient. These folks who were affected, just sprang out of bed. The insulin supplementation was working for them. And within a couple of years, they had won the Nobel Prize, and Eli Lilly had scaled production for the entire North American continent, okay? So that was a time when pharma moved at the speed of software, when it was willing buyer, willing seller, okay? Because the past is demonized as something that our glorious regulatory agency is protecting us from, okay? But there's so many ways in which what it's really protecting you from is being healthy, okay? As there's a zillion examples of this. I won't be able to recapitulate all of them just in this podcast, but if you look at a post that I've got, it's called Regulation, Disruption, and the Future, Technologies of 2013, Coursera PDF, okay? This lecture, which I'll kind of link it here so you can maybe put in the show notes if you want. This goes through like a dozen different examples of crazy things the FDA did, from the kind of stuff that was dramatized in Dallas Buyers Club, where they were preventing people from getting AIDS drugs, to their various attacks on quote raw milk, where they were basically saying, here's a quote from FDA filing in 2010. There's no generalized right to bodily and physical health. There's no right to consume or feed children any particular food. There's no fundamental right to freedom of contract. They basically feel like they own you. You're not allowed to make your own decisions about your food. There's no generalized right to bodily and physical health. Direct quote from their written kind of thing, okay? The general frame is usually that FDA says that it's protecting you from the big bad company, but really what it's doing is it's preventing you from opting out, okay? Now, with that said, and this is where I'm talking about V3, as critical as I am of FDA, or the Fed for that matter, I also actually recognize that the Ron Paul type thing of end the Fed is actually not practical. End the Fed will just be laughed at. What Bitcoin did was a much, much, much more difficult task of building something better than the Fed. That's really difficult to do, because the Fed and the FDA, they're like the hub of the current system. People rely on them for lots of different things, okay? And you're going to need a better version of them. And how would you actually build something like that? So with the Fed and with SEC and the entire the banks and whatnot, crypto has a pretty good set of answers for these things. And over time, all the countries that are not, or all the groups that are not the U.S. establishment or the CCP, will find more and more to their liking in the crypto economy. So that part I think is going. Okay, we can talk about that. What does that look like for biomedicine? Well, first, what does exit the FDA look like, right? So there actually are a bunch of exits from the FDA already, which is things like right to try laws, okay, CLIA labs and laboratory developed tests, compounding pharmacies, off-label prescription by doctors, and countries that aren't fully harmonized with FDA. For example, Kobe Bryant, before he passed away, went and did stem cell treatments in Germany. Okay, stem cells have been pushed out, I think in part by the Bush administration, by other things. So those are different kinds of exits. Right to try basically means, at the state level, you can just try the drug. Okay, CLIA labs and LDTs, that means that's a path where you don't have to go through FDA to get a new device approved. You can just run it in a lab, okay? Compounding pharmacies, these were under attack. I'm not sure actually where the current statute is on this, but this is the idea that a pharmacist has some discretion in how they prepare mixtures of drugs. Off-label prescription by MDs. So MDs have enough weight in the system that they can kind of push back on FDA. And off-label prescription is the concept that a drug that's approved for purpose A can be prescribed for purpose B or C or D without going through another, whole new drug approval process. And then countries that aren't harmonized, right? So those are 5 different kinds of exits from the FDA on different directions. So first, those exits exist. So for those people who are like, oh my God, we're all going to die, or is going to poison us with non-FDA approved things or whatever, right? Those exits exist. You've probably actually used tests or treatments from those. You don't even realize that you have, right? So it hasn't killed you, number one. Number 2 is actually testing for safety. There's safety, efficacy, and comparative. Safety is actually relatively easy to test for. There's very few drugs that are there's TGN-1412. That's a famous example of something that was actually really dangerous to people, right, with an early test. So those do exist, just acknowledge they do exist. But in general, testing for safety is actually not that hard to do, okay? And if something is safe, then you should be able to try it, usually, okay? Now, what does that decentralized FDA look like? Well, basically, you take individual pieces of it, and you can often turn them into vehicles. And this is 50 different startups, but let me describe some of them. First, have you gotten any drugs or something like that recently? I mean, prescribed drugs, prescription drugs? And it was
now that you clarify, the answer is no.
Yeah.
Prescribed drugs, no.
Okay, so...
Not long. Maybe antibiotics a long time ago, maybe. But
all right.
No.
So you know how you have a sort of a wadded up chemistry textbook, the package insert that goes into right?
Yes.
Okay. It's
wadded up chemistry textbook. I love it.
That's what it
Yeah.
is, right? That's what
Yeah.
a terrible user interface. We don't usually think of it that
Yes.
way. Why is the user interface so terrible? That's a web of regulation that makes it so terrible. And there's actually guys who tried to innovate just on user interface called like Help I Need Help. That was like the name of the
Nice.
company a while back. And it was trying to explain the stuff in plain language, okay? Just on user interface, you can innovate. And why is that important? Well, there's a company called PillPack, which innovated on, quote, the user interface for drugs by giving people a thing which had like a daily blister pack. So it's like, here's your prescription, and you're supposed to take all these pills on the first and second. And basically, whether you had taken them on a given day was manifest by whether you had opened it for that specific day. Okay? This is way better than other kinds of so-called compliance methodologies. Like there are guys who try to do like an IoT pill where when you swallow it, it like gives you measurements. This was just a simple innovation on user interface that boosted compliance in the sense of compliance with a drug regimen dramatically, right? And I think they got acquired or what have you for a lot of money.
And hopefully utilized effectively.
Utilized effectively, right?
Well, sometimes these companies that do incredible innovation, it really makes you sad when they get acquired. That leads to their death, not their scaling.
Sure. I mean, they did a lot of other good things, but this is one thing that they did well, right? So PillPack just shows what you can get with improving on user interface. We get reviews for everything, right? One thing that, like people have sort of, in my view, somewhat quoted out of context, they're like, oh, biology thinks you should replace the FDA with Yelp for drugs. Actually, there's something called phase 4, okay, of the FDA, which is so-called post-market surveillance. Do you know that that's actually something where, in theory, you can go and fill out a form on the FDA website, which basically says, I've had, a bad experience with a drug.
Like VAERS, but for drugs.
Yeah, so it's called MedWatch, right? And so you can do like voluntary reporting, and you can get like a PDF and just like upload it, right?
Is this a government? Is this .gov?
Yeah, it's Form 3500B.
I
okay.
love it. It's HTML. It's going to be like from the 90s. It's going to have an interface designed by somebody who's a COBOL/Fortran programmer.
Right, here we go. So basically, the 3500B.
I hope to be proven wrong on that, by the way. But
So 3500B, consumer voluntary reporting. When do I use this form? You were hurt or had a bad side effect, use a drug which led to unsafe use, etc.
yeah,
The point is, FDA already has a terrible Yelp for drugs.
yeah,
It has a terrible version of it.
Yep.
What would the good version look like? The fact that this fact you have to fill out a PDF to go and submit a report. How do you submit a report at Yelp or Uber or Airbnb or Amazon? You tap in their star ratings, right? So just modernizing FDA 3500B and modernizing phase 4, okay, is a huge thing.
Can you comment on that? What incentive mechanism forces the modernization of that kind of thing
Here's how it would work, or one
to
possible.
create an actual Yelp?
Yeah, here's how that would work, right? You go to the pharmacy or wherever, and you hold up your phone and you scan the barcode of the drug. Okay, what does you see? Instantly, you see global reports, right? By the way, because your biology, your physiology, that's global, right? Information from Brazil or from Germany or Japan on their physiological reaction to the same drug you're taking is useful to you. It's not like a national boundaries thing. So the whole nation state model of only collecting information by other Americans, so really you want a global kind of thing, just like, Amazon book reviews, that's a global thing. Other things are aggregate at the global level, okay? So what you want is to see every patient report and every doctor around the world on this drug. That might be really important to your rare or semi-rare condition. Just that alone would be a valuable site.
Who builds that site? It sounds like something created by capitalism. It sounds like
You could do it by capitalism.
It would have to be a company.
Yeah, you can definitely do it. See, these.
But we don't have a world where a company is allowed to be in charge of that kind of thing.
Well, I don't know
Google
about
Health went down. It just seems like a lot of the.
So it depends, right? Basically, this is why you have to pick off individual elements, right?
Right.
There's essentially a combination of first recognizing that the FDA is actually bad. Even be able to say that. Let me put it like this: it does a lot of bad things. It is something which you need to be able to criticize. You might be like, well, that's obvious, right? Well, in 2010, for example, there's a book that came out. If anybody wants to understand FDA, it's called Reputation and Power.
Yeah. A lot of people don't want to criticize FDA.
Yeah, because they will retaliate against your biotech or pharma company.
Yeah, and
Okay.
that retaliation can be initiated by a single human being.
Absolutely. The best analogy is think about the TSA. Okay, have you flown recently? Okay. Do you make any jokes about the TSA when you're in the TSA line?
Usually you don't want to, but they're a little more flexible.
Okay.
You know what? Can I tell a story?
Sure.
Which is, it was similar to this. I was in Vegas at a club. I don't go to clubs.
Okay.
I got kicked out I think the first time in my life for making a joke with a bouncer. And because I had a camera with me, and you're not allowed to have a camera, and I said, okay, cool, like I'll take it out. But I made a funny joke that I don't care to retell. But he was just a little offended. He was like, "You're out. I don't care who you are. I don't care who you're with." And then he proceeded to list me the famous people he has kicked out from that club. But there is, I mean, all of those. The reason I made the joke is I sensed that there was an entitlement to this particular individual, like where the authority has gone to his head.
Respect my authority.
Yeah,
Right.
I almost wanted to poke at that.
Right.
And I think the poking the authority, I quickly learned the lesson. Well, I have now been rewarded with the pride I feel for having poked the authority, but now I'm kicked out of the club that would have resulted in a fun night with friends and so on. Instead, I'm standing alone crying in Vegas, which is not a unique Vegas experience.
Sure.
It's actually a fundamental Vegas experience. But that, I'm sure that basic human nature happens in the FDA as well.
That's exactly right. So just like with the TSA, just to extend the analogy, when you're in line at the TSA,
Yes.
right? You don't want to miss your flight. That could cost you hundreds of dollars. And so you comply with absolutely ludicrous regulations like, 3-ounce bottles. Well, you know what? You can take an unlimited number of 3-ounce bottles and you can combine them into a 6-ounce bottle through the terrorist technology called mixing.
Yep.
Okay?
Yep.
Advanced,
Yes.
right? And the thing about this is everybody in line, actually some fairly high, let's say call it influence or net worth or whatever, people fly, right? Millions and millions and millions of people are subject to these absolutely moronic regulations. It's all what, I think security theater is Schreier's term, right? A lot of people know this term. So millions of people are subject to it. It costs untold billions of dollars in terms of delays and what if you just walk up to, right? It irradiates people. And this is another FDA thing, by the way. This is an FDA TSA team up, okay? In 2010, the TSA body scanners, there were concerns expressed, but when it's a government-to-government thing, see, a .com is treated with extreme scrutiny by FDA, but it's another .gov, well, they're not trying to make a profit, so they kind of just wave them on through, okay? So these body scanners were basically like applied to millions and millions of people, and this huge kind of opt-in experiment. It's almost, I think it's quite likely, by the way, that if there was even a slightly increased cancer risk, that the net morbidity and mortality from those would have outweighed the deaths from terrorism or whatever that were prevented, right? You can work out the numbers, but you can just get the math under reasonable assumptions. It's probably true. If it had any increased morbidity and mortality. I've not seen the recent things, but I've seen that concern expressed, 12 years ago. Point being that despite the cost, despite how many people are exposed to it, despite how obviously patently ludicrous it is, you don't make any trouble, nor do people organize protests or whatever about this, because it's something where people, the security theater of the whole thing is part of it. Oh, well, if we took them away, there'd be more terrorism or something like that. People think, right?
But it is fascinating to see that the populace puts up with it, because it doesn't. One of my favorite things is to listen to Jordan Peterson, who I think offline, but I think also on the podcast, is somebody who resists authority in every way, and even he goes to TSA with a kind of suppressed, like all the instructions, everything down to whenever you have like the yellow thing for your feet, they force you to adjust it even slightly.
Yeah.
If you're off, just even, I mean, it's like it's a Kafka novel. We're living like TSA. It makes me smile. It brings joy to my heart because I imagine Franz Kafka and I just walking through there, because it really is just deeply absurd. But and then the whole motivation of the mechanism becomes distorted by the individuals involved. The initial one was to reduce the number of terrorist attacks, I suppose.
Right. Now it's guns and drugs. Basically, it's like essentially what they've done is they've repealed the Fourth Amendment, right? Search and seizure, they can do it without probable cause. Everybody is being searched. Everybody's a potential terrorist. So they've got probable cause for everybody in theory. And so what they do, they'll post on their website the guns and drugs or whatever that they seized in these scanners. Well, of course, if you search everybody, you're gonna find some criminals or whatever. But the cost of doing that is dramatic. Moreover, the fact that people have sort of been trained to have, compliance. It's like the Soviet Union, right? Where, just grudgingly, all right, go along with this extremely stupid thing. What's my point? The point is, this is a really stupid regulation that has existed in plain sight of everybody for 20 years. We're still taking off our shoes, okay, because some shoe bomber, whatever number of years ago, okay? All of this stuff is there, as opposed to, there's a zillion other things you could potentially do, different paradigms for, quote, airport security, but now apply that to FDA. Just like a lot of what TSA does is security theater, arguably all of it, a lot of what FDA does is safety theater. The difference is, there's far fewer people who go through the aperture. They're the biotech and pharma CEOs, okay? So you don't have an understanding of what it is to deal with them, number one. Number two is the penalty is not a few $100s of missing your flight. It is a few $1 million or tens or hundreds of millions of dollars for getting your company subject to the equivalent of a retaliatory wait time. Just like that bouncer threw you out, just like the TSA officer, if you make a joke or, they can just sit you down and make you lose your flight, right? So too, can the FDA just silently impede the approval of something and choke you out financially because you don't have enough runway to get funded, right? So just impose more wait time. Guess what? We want another 6 months. Data is going to take you another 6 months. Your company doesn't have the time. You die, right? If you live, you have to raise a round at some dilutive valuation, and now the price gets jacked up on the other side. That's the one thing that can give, by the way, in this whole process. When you push out timelines from days to get a vaccine approved or a vaccine evaluated rather via challenge trials to months or years, the cost during that time it just increases non-linearly, right? Because you can't iterate on the product. All the normal observations, if it takes you 10 years to launch a product versus 10 days, what's the difference in terms of your speed of iteration, your cost, et cetera, right? So this is part of it's not the only thing. There's other things. There's AMA and CPT, there's other things. But this is one of the things that jacks up prices in the US medical system, okay? So now you have something where these CEOs, they're going through this aperture. They can't tell anybody about it because if you read Reputation and Power, okay, I'm gonna just quote this because it's an amazing, amazing book, right? It's written by a guy, Daniel Carpenter, who's a smart guy, but he's an FDA sympathizer. He fundamentally thinks it's like a good thing or what have you. Nevertheless, I respect Carpenter's intellectual honesty because he quotes the CEOs in the book, verbatim, and he gives some paragraphs. And essentially from their descriptions, it's like, think about like a Vietnam War thing where you've got a POW and they're like blinking through their eyes, I'm being tortured, okay? That is the style. When you read Carpenter's book, you read the quotes from these CEOs. Let me see if I can find it.
Do you recommend the book?
It's a good book. Yeah, or it's now a little bit outdated, okay? Because it's like, almost 10 years old. Still, as a history of the FDA, it is well worth reading. And by the way, the reason I say it, like the FDA is so insanely important. It's so much more important than many other things that people talk about, but they don't talk about it, right? I just want to read his little blurb for it, right? This is 2010. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration is the most powerful regulatory agency in the world. How did the FDA become so influential? And how does it wield its extraordinary power? Reputation and Power traces the history of FDA regulation of pharmaceuticals, revealing how the agency's organizational reputation as being the primary source of its power is also one of its ultimate constraints. Carpenter describes how the FDA cultivated a reputation for competence and vigilance throughout the last century and how this organizational image has enabled the agency to regulate while resisting efforts to curb its own authority. First of all, just that description alone, you're like, wait a second. He is describing this as an active player. Mm-hmm. It's not like a DMV kind of thing which is passed through. It's talking about cultivating a reputation, its power, resisting efforts to curb its own authority, right? The thing is, now you're kind of through the looking glass. You're like, wait a second, this is kind of language I don't usually hear for regulatory agencies. The thing is, the kind of person who becomes the CEO of a giant company, what do they want to do? They want to expand that company. They want to make more profit. Similarly, the kind of person who comes to run a regulatory agency or one of the subunits, that person wants to expand its ambit. Okay.
By the way, is that always obvious? And sorry to interrupt, but for the CEO of the company, I know that the philosophical ideal of capitalism is you want to make the thing more profitable, but we're also human beings. Do you think there's some fundamental aspect to which we want to do a lot of good in the world?
Sure, but
And-
the fiduciary duty will push people to get the ambitious, the profit maximizing expansionist CEO is selected for, right? Basically, they believe, crucially, they're not just, this is important, they're not just, some of them are Grand Theft Auto, make as much money as possible, but they believe in the mission, okay? They've come to believe in the mission, and that is the person who's selected. Chomsky actually had this good thing, which is like, I believe that you believe what you believe, but if you didn't believe what you believe, you wouldn't be sitting here.
Right. So they select for the kind of people that are able to make a lot of money, and in that process, those people are able to construct a narrative that they're doing good, even though what they were selected for is the fact that they can make a lot of money.
Yeah, and they may actually be doing good, but the thing is, with CEOs, we have a zillion images in television and media movies of the evil corporation and the greedy CEO. We have some concept of what CEO failure modes are like. Okay. Now, when have you ever seen an evil regulator? Can you name a fictional portrayal of an evil regulator? Can you name an evil CEO?
Yeah,
Tons.
a lot. But that's so interesting. I'm searching for a deeper lesson here. You're right. I mean, there is portrayals, especially in sort of authoritarian regimes or the Soviet Union, where there's bureaucracy. Chernobyl. You can kind of see within that there's the story of the regulator, but yeah, it's not as plentiful, and it also often doesn't have a face to it. It's almost
Yes.
like bureaucracy is this amorphous thing that results any one individual you see, they're just obeying somebody else. There's not a face to it of evil.
That's right.
The evil is the entire machine.
That's right. That's what I call the school of fish strategy, by the way. It's something where you are an individual and you can be signaled out, but there's more accountability for one person's bad tweets than all the wars in the Middle East, right? Because it's a school of fish.
Yeah.
Right? So if the establishment is wrong, if the bureaucracy is wrong, they're all wrong at the same time. Who could have known? Whereas if you deviate, then you are a deviation who can be hammered down. Okay? Now, the school of fish strategy is unfortunately very successful because truth is whatever. If you just always ride with the school of fish and turn when they turn and so on, unless there's a bigger school of fish that comes in, you basically can never be proven wrong, right? And this is actually, of course, someone who believes in truth and believes in, innovation and so on, just physiologically can't ride with the school of fish. You just have to say what is true or do what is true, right? Still, you've described correctly, how it's faceless, right? So I will give two examples of fictional portrayals of evil regulators. One is actually the original Ghostbusters. Okay.
Did not expect that one, but yes.
Yeah, so the EPA is actually the villain in that, where they flip a switch that lets out all the ghosts in the city. And essentially the guy is coming in with a head of steam as this evil regulator that's just totally arrogant, doesn't actually understand the private sector or the consequences of their actions. And they force and crucially, they bring a cop with them with a gun. So it shows that a regulator is not simply, some piece of paper, but it is the police, right? And that cop with the gun forces the Ghostbusters to release the containment, and the whole thing spreads.
Yeah.
The second example is Dallas Buyers Club, which is more recent. And that actually shows the FDA blocking a guy who with a life-threatening illness, with AIDS, from getting the drugs to treat his condition and from getting it to other people, right? Those are just two portrayals. But in general, what you find is when you talk about FDA with people, one thing I'll often hear from folks is like, why would they do that? Right? They have no mental model of this. They kind of think of it as, why would this thing, which they think of as sort of the DMV, they don't think of the DMV as like this active thing, okay? Why would the FDA do that? Well, it is because it's filled with some ambitious people that want to keep increasing the power of the agency, just like the CEO wants to increase the profit of the company, right? I use that word ambit, right? Why ambit? Because these folks we know the term greedy, right? These folks are power hungry. They want to have the maximum scope. And sometimes regulatory agencies collide with each other, right? Even though FDA is under HHS, sometimes it collides with HHS and they've got regulations that conflict. For example, HHS says everybody's supposed to be able to have access to their own medical record. FDA didn't want people to have access to their own personal genomes. That conflicts, okay? And both of those are kind of anti-corporate statutes that were put out, with HHS's thing being targeted at the hospitals and FDA being targeted at the personal genomics companies, but those conflicted, right? It's a little bit like CFTC and SEC have a door jam over who will regulate cryptocurrency, right? Sometimes regulators fight each other, but they fight each other. They fight companies. They're active players. This Reputation and Power book, the reason I mention it is, I'm going to see if I can find this quote. So let me see if I can find this quote.
Reputation and Power, Organizational Image and Pharmaceutical Regulation at the FDA.
So Genentech's executive G. Kirk Robb, right? Robb would describe regulatory approval for his products as a fundamental challenge facing his company, and he would depict the administration in a particularly vivid metaphor. I've told the story hundreds of times to help people understand the FDA. When I was in Brazil, I worked on the Amazon River for many months selling terramycin for Pfizer. I hadn't seen my family for 8 or 9 months. They were flying into Sao Paulo, and I was flying down from some little village on the Amazon to Manaus and then to Sao Paulo. I was a young guy in his 20s. I couldn't wait to see the kids. One of them was a year-old baby. The other was 3. I missed my wife. There was a Quonset hut in front of just a little dirt strip with a single engine plane to fly me to Manaus. I roll up and there's a Brazilian soldier there. The military revolution happened literally the week before. So this soldier is standing there with his machine gun and he said to me, "You can't come in." I speak in pretty good Portuguese by that time. I said, "My God, my plane, my family, I gotta come in." He said again, "You can't come in." I said, "I gotta come in." And he took his machine gun, took the safety off, and pointed at me and said, "You can't come in." And I said, "Oh, now I got it. I can't go in there." And that's the way I always describe the FDA. The FDA is standing there with a machine gun against the pharmaceutical industry, so you better be their friend rather than their enemy. They are the boss. If you're a pharmaceutical firm, they own you body and soul. Okay, that's the CEO of a successful company, Genentech. He said he's told the story hundreds of times, and regulatory approval is a fundamental challenge facing his company because if you are regulated by FDA, they are your primary customer. If they cut the cord on you, you have no other customers. And in fact, until very recently, with the advent of social media, no one would even tell your story. It was assumed that you were some sort of, corporate criminal that they were protecting the public from, that you were going to put poison in milk, like the melamine scandal in China. I'm not saying those things don't exist, by the way, they do exist. That's why people are like, they can immediately summon to mind all the examples of corporate criminals, right? That's why I mentioned those fictional stories, those templates. Even if Star Wars doesn't exist, how many times have you heard a Star Wars metaphor or whatever for something, right? Breaking Bad, go ahead.
Yeah, but the pharmaceutical companies are stuck between a rock and a hard place because the reputation, if they go to Twitter or they go to social media, they have horrible reputation. So it's like they don't know.
But why is that? Because reputation and power. FDA beat down the reputation of pharma companies just like EPA helped beat down the reputation of oil companies. And as it says over here, right? In practice, dealing with the fact of FDA power meant a fundamental change in corporate structure and culture. At Abbott and at Genentech, Robb's most central transformation was in creating a culture of acquiescence towards a government agency. As was done at other drug companies in the late 20th century, Robb essentially fired officials at Abbott who were insufficiently compliant with the FDA. What that means is de facto nationalization of the industry via regulation. Just to hover on that. That's a really big deal. Because if their primary customer is this government agency, then it has nationalized it just indirectly, right? This is partially what's just happened with Microsoft, Apple, Google, Amazon, the other MAGA, okay? They have been, that's funny, right?
Well done. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. That's well done.
Right, so it's like I have this tweet, it's like MAGA Republicans and MAGA Democrats, right? Okay.
Oh, damn it. So many things you've said today will just get stuck in my head. It changes the way you think. Something about catchy phrasing of ideas makes them even more powerful. So yeah, okay. So that's happening in the tech sector.
It's happening in tech. So Facebook is the outlier because Zuck still controls the company. But just like, why had tech had a good reputation for a while? Because there wasn't a regulatory agency whose justification was regulating these corporate criminals, right? Once that is the case, the regulatory agency basically comes back to Congress each year. And if you look at its budget approvals, it's saying, we find this many guys, we found this many violations, right? They have an incentive to exaggerate the threat in the same way that a prosecutor or, policeman has a quota, right? Like, these are the police. One way I describe it also is like, like a step-down transformers. You have high voltage electricity that's generated at the power plant, and it comes over the wires, and then there's step-down transformers that turn it into a lower voltage that you can just deal with out of your appliances, right? Similarly, you have something where the high voltage of like the US military or the police, and that is transmitted down into a little letter that comes in your mailbox saying, pay your $50 parking ticket, where it's a piece of paper, so you don't see the gun attached to it. But if you were to defy that, it's like Grand Theft Auto, where you get 1 star, 2 star, 3 stars, 4 stars, 5 stars, and eventually, you know, you have some serious stuff on your hands. Okay. So once you understand that, you know, every law is backed by force, like that Brazilian guy with the machine gun that Rob mentioned, these guys are the regulatory police. Okay. Now, see, for a time, what happened was you had the captured industry because all of the folks who were in pharmaceuticals were, as Carpenter said, a culture of acquiescence towards the FDA. The FDA was their primary customer. So just like, in a sense, it's rational. You know, Amazon talks about being customer obsessed, right? What Rob did was rational for that time, right? What G. Rob did was saying our customer is the FDA. That's our primary customer. Nobody else matters. They are satisfied first. Every single trade-off that has to be made is FDA, right? And, you know, really that's why the two most important departments at many pharmaceutical companies, arguably all, are regulatory affairs and IP, not R&D, right? Because one is artificial scarcity of regulation, which jacks up the price, and the other is artificial scarcity of the patent, which allows people to maintain the high price, right? So this entire thing is just like, you know, college education. These things may at some point have been a good concept, but the price has just risen and risen and risen until it's at the limit price and beyond, okay? So what has changed? What's changed is in the 2010s, the late 2000s and 2010s and so on, with the advent of social media, with the advent of a bunch of millionaires like who are independent, with the advent of Uber and Airbnb, right? With the advent of cryptocurrency, with the diminution of trust in institutions, it used to be really taboo to even talk about the FDA as potentially bad in like, you know, 2010, 2009, okay? But now people have just seen faceplant after faceplant by the institutions, and people are much more open to the concept that they may actually not have it all together. And I think it's a, you know, you could probably see some tracking poll or something like that. I wouldn't be surprised if it's like a 20 or 30 point drop after the CDC failed to control disease and the FDA failed, and the entire biomedical regulatory establishment and scientific establishment was saying masks don't work before they do. This was just a train crash of all the things that you're paying for that you supposedly think are good. As I mentioned, one response is to go QAnon, and people will say, oh, don't trust anything. But the better response is decentralizing FDA. Okay. So I will say one other thing, which is I mentioned, you know, this concept of improving the form 3500B, where you like scan. Go ahead.
No, yeah, right. That just makes me laugh. That I could just tell the form sucks by the fact that it has that code name.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. Exactly. Right.
UX is broken at every layer.
Yeah. So they have a bad Yelp for drugs. Could we make a better one? We could make a better one. Just modern UX. Mm-hmm. The key insight here, by the way, which is a non-obvious point, and I've got a whole talk on this actually. That I should probably release. I actually did like almost 8-9 years ago. It's called Regulation is Information. Product quality is a digital signal. Okay, what do I mean by that? Basically, when I talk about exit the Fed, that's the crypto economy, right? What does exit the FDA look like? Well, one key insight is that many of the big scale tech companies can be thought of as cloud regulators rather than land regulators. What do I mean by that? Well, first, what is regulation? People do want a regulated marketplace. They want A, quality ratings, like on a 1 to 5 star scale, and B, bans of bad actors, like the 0-star frauds and scammers and so on. And these are distinct, right? Somebody who's like a low quality but well-intentioned person is different than a smart and evil person. Those are two different kinds of failure modes you could have in a marketplace, right? Why is it rational for people to want a regulated marketplace, especially for health? Because they want to pay essentially one entry cost, and then they don't have to evaluate everything separately where they may not have the technical information to do that, yes. Right? You don't want to go to Starbucks and put a dipstick into every coffee to see if it's poisoned or something like that. You sort of want to enter a zone where you know things are basically good, and you pay that one diligence cost on the zone itself, right? Whether it's a digital or physical zone, and then the regulator's taking care of it, and they've baked in the regulatory cost into, you know, some subscription fee of some kind, right? Mm-hmm. So the thing is, the model we've talked about is the land regulator of a nation state in a territorially bounded thing. But the cloud regulator, what's a cloud regulator? That is Amazon star ratings, that's Yelp, that is eBay, that is Airbnb, that is Uber and Lyft, and so on and so forth. It's also actually Gmail and Google. Why? Because you're doing spam filtering and you are doing ranking of mails with a priority inbox, right? With Google itself, they ban malware links, right? So the bad actors are out and they're ranking them, right? How about Apple, the App Store, right? They ban bad actors and they do star ratings. When you start actually applying this lens, PayPal, they've got a reputation. Every single web service that's at the scale of like tens of millions or hundreds of millions of people has had to build a cloud regulator. And the crucial thing is it scales across borders. So you can use the data from Mexico to help somebody in Moldova or vice versa, right? Because it's fundamentally international, right? Those ratings, you have a network effect. And there's another aspect to it, which is these are better regulators than the land regulators. For example, Uber is a better regulator than the taxi medallions. Why? Every ride is GPS tracked. There's ratings on both the driver and the passenger side. Both parties, know that payment can be rendered in a standard currency, right? If you have below a certain star rating on either side, you get deplatformed and so on to protect either a rider or a driver, and on, right? What does that do? Think about how much better that is than taxi medallions. Rather than a 6-month or annual inspection, you have reports from every single rider, okay? Before Uber, it was the taxi drivers and taxi regulators were in a little monopoly locally, okay? Because they were the persistent actors in the ecosystem. Taxi riders had nothing in common, didn't even know each other. In New York, some guy gets in a taxi, another guy, they had no way to communicate with each other. So the persistent actors in the ecosystem were the regulators and the drivers. And they had this cozy kind of thing, and medallion prices just kept going up. And this was this sort of collaboration on artificial scarcity. Afterwards, with Uber and Lyft and other entrants, you had something interesting, a different kind of regulator driver fusion. If you assume regulatory capture exists and lean into it, Uber is the new regulator and Uber drivers are the drivers. Lyft is the competing regulator and Lyft drivers are the new drivers, okay? So you have a regulator driver fusion versus another regulator driver fusion. You no longer have a monopoly, you have multiple parties, okay? You have a competitive market. This is the concept of like polycentric law, right? Where you have multiple different legal regimes in the same jurisdiction overlapping that you can choose between with a tap of a button, right? All these concepts from like libertarian theory, like, polycentric law or catalytic, all these things are becoming more possible now that the internet has increased microeconomic leverage. And because that exit is now possible. Now, you may argue, oh, well, Lyft and Uber, they're not profitable anymore. And there's two different criticisms of them. One is, oh, they're not profitable, or, oh, they're charging too much. And I think part of this is because of certain kinds of, the regulatory state has caught up to try to make them uncompetitive. For example, they don't allow people in some states to identify themselves as independent contractors, even if they are part-time, okay? There's various other kinds of rules and regulations. In Austin for a while, Uber was even banned, what have you, right? Net though, like Uber, Grab, Gojek, Lyft, Didi, like ride sharing as a concept is now out there. And whatever the next version is, whether it's self-driving, like, while it's like a very hard-fought battle and the regulatory state keeps trying to push things back into the garage, this is a fundamentally better way of just doing regulation of taxis. Similarly, Airbnb for hotels. I mean, it's basically the same thing, okay? And now Airbnb could use competition. I think that it would be good to have, like competition for them, and there are other kinds of sites opening up. But the fundamental concept of the cloud regulator now, let's apply it here. Once you realize regulation is information, the way you'd set up a competitor to FDA or SEC or FAA or something like that is you just do better reviews. You just start with that. That's pure information. You're under free speech. That's like still, the most defended thing. Literally just publishing reviews. And not just reviews by any old person. It turns out that FDA typically will use expert panels. Where there's expert panels, it's like professors from Harvard or, things like that. So what that is this concept of a reputational bridge. What you want to do is you want to have folks who are, let's say, biotech entrepreneurs, or they're, profs like Sinclair or what have you. You do want to have the reviews of the crowd, okay? You also want to have, especially in medicine, you want to have the reviews of experts of some kind. So there's going to be defectors from the current establishment, okay? Just like, there are profs who defected from computer science academia to become Larry and Sergey and whatever, they weren't profs, they were grad students, right? The same way you'll have defectors who have the credentials from the old world, but can build up the new. Just like there's folks from Wall Street who have come into cryptocurrency and helped legitimate it, right? Just like there's folks who left Salzburger to come to Substack. Okay, we have these folks who, by defecting, they help, and then they're also supplemented by all this new talent coming in, right? That combination of things is how you build a new system. It's not completely by itself, nor is it trying to reform the old. It's some fusion. Okay, so in this new system, who do you have? You have like the most entrepreneurial and innovative MDs. You have the most entrepreneurial and innovative professors, and you have the founders of actual new products and stuff. And they are giving open source reviews of these products. And they're also building a community that will say, look, we want this new drug, or we want this new treatment, or we want this new device, and we're willing to crowdfund 10,000 units. So please give us the thing, and we'll write a very fair review of it, and we'll also all evaluate it as a community and so on. So you turn these people from just passive patients into active participants in their health. That's a community part, and they've got the kind of biomedical technical leadership there. Now, what is the kind of prototype of something like this? Something like VitaDAO is very interesting. Things like Molecule DAO are very interesting. It'll start with things like longevity, right? And why is that? Because the entire model of FDA, this 20th century model, is wait for somebody to have a disease and then try to cure them. Okay, versus saying an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, right? Why are we not actually tracking folks and getting a constant dashboard on yourself so you can see whether things are breaking, and then you deal with it just like you've got server uptime things. You don't wait necessarily for the site to go down. You start seeing, oh, response rates are spiking. We need to add more servers, right? You have some warning, okay? Even 10 years ago, there's this article called The Measured Man in The Atlantic, where this guy, physicist, Larry Smarr, okay? What he was doing is he was essentially doing a bunch of measurements on himself. And he was finding that there were predictors of inflammation that were spiking. And he went to the doctor, showed the charts, and the doctor was like, I can't do anything with this. Mm-hmm. Then it turned out to be an early warning of like a serious condition. And he had to, I think, go for surgery or something. And he was starting to think, well, look, the way that we're doing medicine right now is it's not quite pre-germ theory of disease, but it is pre-continuous diagnostics. Okay. Continuous diagnostics, just to talk about this for a second, this is, I mentioned one angle on which you go after FDA, which is like the better phase 4, right? I've mentioned the concept of better reviews in general, okay? I mentioned VitaDAO, which is like a community that is going after longevity. Let's talk about continuous diagnostics. So basically, we know better what is going on in Bangalore or Budapest than in our own body. That's actually kind of insane to think about. This stuff that it's all on the other side of the world, 10,000 miles away, but a few millimeters away, you don't really know what's going on. Right? Mm-hmm. And that's starting to change with all the quantified self devices, the hundreds of millions of Apple Watches and Fitbits and stuff, right? You're also starting to see continuous glucose meters, which is very important. They're starting to give you readouts. People are seeing, wow, this is spiking my insulin, or rather, this is spiking my blood sugar. And it might be something you didn't predict. It varies for different people. For some people, banana isn't a big deal. For others, it's actually quite bad for their blood sugar. What happens when you extend that? Well, about 10 years ago, a guy, Mike Snyder, professor at Stanford, did something called the Integrome, where he just threw the kitchen sink of all the diagnostics he could at himself over the period of, I think, a few weeks or a few months. I forget the exact duration. He's able to do things where he could see during that period, he got a cold or something. And he could see in the expression data, the gene expression data, that he was getting sick before he felt sick. He could also see that something about that viral infection, made him develop diabetes-like symptoms, if I'm remembering it accurately. So you could see, oh, wait a second, these are things that are that I can see in my readouts that I would only have the vaguest interpretation of as like a human being, right? And moreover, he could take, I don't think he did this, but if you took treatments, if you took drugs, right, you could actually show what your steady state was if you tracked over time, show what your disease state or sick state was, and then this drug pushes you back into non-disease state. You can actually get a quantitative readout of what, steady state was, right? So that, and that steady state, your expression levels across all these genes, your small molecules, basically everything you can measure, that's going to vary from person to person, right? What's healthy and natural for you maybe a different baseline than for me. For example, people who are South Asian or have dark skin tend to have vitamin D deficiency.
Mhm.
Why? Because we need a lot of sunlight. So often inside you're tapping on your screen. So what do we do? Take like actually significant vitamin D infusions. Okay. That's like a small example of where baselines differ between people. Okay. So continuous diagnostics, what could that mean? That could mean, it's things like the continuous glucose meter, it's quantified self, it's like continuous blood testing, right? So you have a so-called mobile phlebotomist. This is something which phlebotomist takes blood, right? Mobile phlebotomy would come to your office, come to your remote office. This is a great business for people. I think, you can revisit this in 2022. People tried this in the 2010s, but I think it's worth revisiting. Mobile phlebotomist comes every week or every month, takes blood, runs every test, right? Maybe that's, a few $1,000s a year, maybe eventually gets to a few $100s a year. And that's expensive in some ways, but boy, that's better health insurance in other ways.
Yeah, it's amazing. So there's a bunch of companies that do this, and I actually would love to learn more about them. One of them is a company called Inside Tracker that sponsors this podcast. They do that, but the reason I really appreciate them, they're the first ones that introduced me to like how easy it is, but it's also depressing how little information, exactly as you beautifully put once again, how little information we have about our own body in a continuous sense.
Yes.
And actually, also sadly, even with Inside Tracker, as I collect that data, how not integrated that data is with everything else.
Right.
If I wanted to opt in, I would like, I can't just like riffing off the top of my head, but I would like Google Maps to know what's going on inside my body.
That's right.
Maybe I can't intuit at first why that application is useful, but there could be incredible, like that's where the entrepreneurial spirit builds, is like, what can I do with that data? Can I make the trip less stressful for you and adjust the Google Maps thing kind of thing?
That's right.
Yeah.
So, one of the things about this, by the way, is because there are so many movies made about Theranos, okay? That's one of the reasons why people have sort of been scared off from doing diagnostics to some extent, okay? Why? Because VCs are like, oh, is this another Theranos? And like the diligence and everything, everyone's looking at it. Oh, blood testing, 1 drop of blood, huh? Hurts with recruiting. Essentially, a lot of the media and stuff around that basically has pathologized the thing that we want to have a lot more entrance in, right? Now, one way of thinking about it is FDA has killed way more people than Theranos has.
Mm-hmm.
All right, way more. Just take drug lag alone, okay? Whenever you have a drug that works and reduced morbidity and mortality after it was actually generally available, what was delayed for months or years, the integral under that curve is the excess morbidity and mortality attributable to FDA's drug lag.
Mm-hmm.
You could go back and do that study across lots and lots of different drugs, and you probably find quite a lot. Alex Tabarrok and others have written on this, right? Daniel Henninger has written on this, okay? That's just like one example. I gave the pandemic example, the fact that they held up the EUAs for the tests and didn't do challenge trials. That's like, that's like 1 million American dead that could have been orders of magnitude less if we had gotten the vaccine out to vulnerable populations sooner, okay? So you're talking about something that has a total monopoly on global health, and you can't know what it is without that unless you have zones that are FDA free, but that have some form of regulation. As I mentioned, it's a V3. It's not going back to zero regulation, everybody, man for itself, but it's a more reputable regulator, just like, Uber is a better regulator than the taxi medallions, right?
Yeah, you're painting such an incredible picture. You're making me wish you were FDA commissioner. But
there are a bunch of people who tweeted something like that after the, with the pandemic. Whatever. Go ahead. Yeah.
Is that possible? Like, if you were just given, if you became FDA commissioner, could you push for those kinds of changes, or is that really something that has to come from the outside?
The short answer is no, and the longer answer, meaning,
it'd be funny if you're like, the short answer is no, the long answer is yes.
So basically, see, a CEO of a company, it's very difficult. They can hire and fire, right? Mm-hmm. So in theory, they can do surgery on the organism, and Steve Jobs took over Apple and was able to hire and fire, raise money, do this, that. He basically had root over Apple. Like, he was a system administrator, right? Mm-hmm. He had full permissions, okay? As FDA commissioner, you do not have full permissions over FDA, let alone like the whole structure around it, right? If you're FDA commissioner, you are not the CEO of the agency, okay? Lots of these folks there have career tenure. They can't be fired. They can't even really be disciplined. There's something called the Douglas factors. You ever heard the Douglas factors? It's like the Miranda rights for federal employees. Okay, you have the right to remain silent. So basically, if you've heard that federal employees can't be fired, the Douglas factors are how that's actually operationalized. When you try to fire somebody, it's this whole process where they get to appeal it and so on and so forth. And they're sitting in the office while you're trying to fire them. And they're complaining to everybody around them that this guy's trying to fire me, he's such a bad guy, blah, blah, right? And everybody around, even if, you know, they may think that guy is doing a bad job, they're like, wait a second, he's trying to fire you, he might try to fire me too. And so anybody who tries to fire somebody at FDA just gets a face full of lead for their troubles. What they instead will do is sometimes they'll just transfer somebody to the basement or something so they don't have to deal with them if they're truly bad, okay? But the thing about this is there is only one caveat, Douglas factor number 8. The notoriety of the offense or its impact upon the reputation of the agency. There's that word again, reputation and power. So the one way you can truly screw up within a regulatory bureaucracy is if you sort of endanger the annual budget renewal. Think of it as like this mini Death Star that's coming to dock against the max Death Star for its annual refuel. And it's talking about all the corporate criminals that it's prosecuted, the quotas, like the police quotas, the ticketing, you know, and if they don't have a crisis, they will invent one. Just like TSA, just like other agencies you're more familiar with, you can kind of map it back. Look at the guns and drugs we've seized. And so you have an incentive for, creating these crises or manufacturing them or exaggerating them. And if you endanger that refueling, that annual budget renewal or, what have you, then the whole agency will basically be like, okay, you're bad and you can be disciplined, or sometimes, with rare except, you can be booted. But what that means is that FDA commissioner is actually a white elephant. It's a ceremonial role, really, right? The term white elephant's basically, the Maharaja gives you a white elephant as a gift. Seems great. Next day, it's eaten all of your grass. It's pooped on your lawn. It has just put a foot on your car and smashed it, but you can't give it away. It's a white elephant. The Maharaja gave it to you, right? That's what being FDA commissioner is. It's the kind of thing where and a lot of people are drawn in like moths to the flame for these titles of the establishment. I want to be head of this. I want to be head of that, right? And really what it is, it's becoming head of Kazakhstan in the mid-1980s in the Soviet Union, the Kazakhstan SSR, right? Soviet Socialist Republic, before the thing was going to crumble potentially, right? In many ways, it's becoming, folks who are just totally status obsessed getting these positions, but a lot of the merit, all the folks with merit are kind of leaving the government and going into, tech or crypto or what have you, right? So even if these agencies were hollow before, in some ways they're becoming hollower because they have less talent there, right? So A, you can't hire and fire very easily. You can hire a little bit, you can't really fire. B, a lot of the talent has left the building, what was there. C, we're entering the decentralizing era. And D, be like Satoshi. Satoshi founded Bitcoin because he knew you could not reform the Fed. Everybody's trying to go and reform. And the reason they're trying to reform is we haven't figured out the mechanism to build something new. And now perhaps we have that. So I've named a few of them, right? I'll name one more. Related to deliverance. Fitness is actually the backdoor to a lot of medicine. Okay, why is that? You go to any, conference, it could be neurology, it could be cardiology. You'll find somebody who's giving a talk that says something along the lines of, fitness is the ultimate drug. Maybe not today when people are saying, oh, fat phobic or whatever, but not too many years ago, you would see somebody, people saying fitness is the ultimate drug. If we could just prescribe fitness in a pill, that would improve your cardiovascular function, your neurological function, deals with depression.
By the way, in that case, the use of the word drug means medicine. So
medicine, sure.
Fitness is the ultimate medicine, yeah.
Yeah, the ultimate medicine, right? So if they could just prescribe the effects of it, it's just boom, just massive effect, right? You're fit enough, you do resistance training, it helps with, preventive diabetes, every kind of thing in the world, you see a significant treatment effect. Yet your fitness is your own responsibility. You go to some gym, 24-hour fitness. What do they have? They have on the wall exhortations like your body is your responsibility, right? Am I right?
Yeah.
And go ahead, but
no, it's hilarious. Yes.
It's funny, but it's true, right?
Yeah, it's funny because it's true.
And so your fitness, your diet, that's your responsibility. But when you go into a doctor's office, suddenly it becomes lie back and think of England. Okay, suddenly you become passive. Suddenly, oh, your doctor is Dr. Google. Well, your doctor must be a moron. You're going and trying to take care of yourself. You're Googling symptoms. Oh, how stupid you are. I have a medical degree. And that doctor, see, the thing is, if you come in and you've self-diagnosed or you've done some of your own research, if you're right, and if they've got an ego about it, they're undermined. And if you're wrong, they're like, haha, arrogant. But either way, if they've got this kind of mindset, they have an incentive to resist the patient taking care of themselves. Isn't that the doctor's job, right? And they're kind of taught to behave like this, many of them. So what that means then is that intervention of that 15 or 30-minute appointment with the doctor, whatever drug they prescribe, better hit you like Thor's hammer to put you back on the straight and narrow. Because that's only with you for like a few seconds, a few minutes or whatever. The doctor's only with you for a few minutes. The drug is only, some drugs are very powerful, so they actually do work like this, okay? But your fitness is your own responsibility, and that's a continuing forcing function every day. And again, we get back to decentralization, right? The decentralization of responsibility from somebody thinking of themselves merely as a patient to an active participant in their own health, who's doing their own monitoring of their own health, right? And logging all of their stuff, who's eating, properly and looking at the effect of their diet on things like their, continuous glucose monitor as a V1, but other things, right? Who is, as fit as they can possibly be. Like, these are kind of obvious things, but why is this the backdoor to medicine? Because since the FDA only regulates those things that are meant to diagnose and treat a disease, all the stuff that is meant to improve an otherwise healthy person is potentially out of their purview. Supplements are one interesting aspect that they were carved out in the mid 90s, and that's why the supplement industry is big, because FDA doesn't have as tight a rein on that. But all of the Fitbit, CGM, continuous glucometer type stuff, you can crank out all kinds of things that help people get fitter that will also actually have just general health value, but you're not, quote, marketing them to diagnose or treat, a disease. See what I'm saying? Yeah. You're marketing them for the purpose of fitness. This is a market. Why? Because psychologically, people, they don't like paying to get back to normal. But they will absolutely pay tons of money to get better than normal. They'll pay for fitness, they'll pay for makeup, they'll pay for hair, they'll pay for this and that, right? So that's actually the back door, and you can do tons of things there where obviously being healthier is also protective. You can actually show the studies on this. So this way you build out all the tooling to get healthier, and that actually helps on this axis. A few other things which kind of a US medical system while I'm on it, because you got me on this topic.
I love this.
Okay. So
this is the most eloquent exploration of the US medical system and how to improve it, how to fix it, and what the future looks like.
Yeah. So
love it.
So basically, part of it is decentralizing control back to the individual, right? Now, I've talked about FDA at length, but let me talk about some other broken parts of the US system, right? There's like AMA, there's CPT, there's CPOM, there's this, like all these regulations, which, see, normally in capitalism, you have a buyer and a seller, right? Duh. In medicine, you have third-party regulation and fourth-party pricing and fifth-party payment. Okay, so third-party regulation, FDA is regulating it. Fourth-party pricing, it is the CPT codes, right? Fifth-party payment, it's the insurance companies, all right? And just to discuss these bits of the system, first, why are some people against capitalism in medicine? I actually understand why they're against it, because they are visualizing themselves on a gurney when they're being wheeled in, and now somebody at their moment of vulnerability is charging this insane price for their care. And many people in the US have had this horrible experience where they're bankrupted or scared of being bankrupted by medical bills. Therefore, the concept of adding more capitalism to medicine scares them, and they think it's horrible, and you're some like awful, greedy tech bro kind of thing. All right. Let me say I understand that concern, and let me tease that apart a little bit, right? Basically, the most capitalistic areas of medicine are the most functional areas of medicine. So that's the places where you can walk in and walk out, okay? Whether that's dentistry, dermatology, plastic surgery, even veterinary medicine, which is not human, okay? Where you can make a conscious decision, say, okay, I want this care or I don't want this. I see a price list. I can pay cash, right? If I don't like it, I go to another dermatologist. There's few dermatological emergencies. That's why dermatologists have a great quality of life, okay? By contrast, when you're being wheeled in on a gurney, you need it right now, okay? And you're unconscious or what have you, or you're not in a capacity to deal with it, right? And so these are the two extremes. It's like ambulatory medicine, you can walk around and pick, like ambulance medicine, okay? And what that means is the more ambulatory the medicine, the more legitimate capitalism is in that situation. People are okay with a dermatologist basically turning you down because you don't have enough money and you go to another dermatologist because you can comparison shop there. It's not usually an emergency, right? Whereas if you're coming in with an ambulance, then people don't want to be turned down, and I understand why, okay? What this suggests, by the way, is that you should only have insurance for the edge cases. Insurance should only cover the ambulance, not the ambulatory. I mean, most people are losing money on insurance, right? Because most people are paying more in premiums than they are getting out. It's just that this huge flight of dollars through the air that no one can make heads or tails out of. Oh, the other aspect that's obviously broken, is employer-provided health insurance, which started after World War II. So, auto insurance is in a much more competitive market. You don't whip out your auto insurance card at the gas station to pay for your gas, right? You only whip it out when there's a crash, right? That's what, quote, health insurance should be. And the Singapore model is actually a pretty good one for this, where they have sort of a mandatory HSA. You have to put some money in that, and that pays for your healthcare bills, but then it's cash out of that. It's like a separate pocket, sort of forced savings to pay for
health savings accounts.
Health savings account, right? The thing about this is, once you realize, well, first, ambulatory medicine is capitalistic medicine, ambulance medicine is socialist medicine, okay? You want to shift people more towards ambulatory. Guess what? That's in their interest as well. Now that brings us back to the monitoring, right? The continuous monitoring, whether eventually it's Mike Snyder's Integrum, the V1 is the quantified self and the Apple Watch and the continuous glucose meters, and the VN is the Mike Snyder Integrum. There's a site called Q.bio, which is doing this also, right? Eventually this stuff will hopefully just be in a device, just measures tons and tons of variables on you, right? There's ways of measuring some of these metabolites and without breaking the skin. So it's like, it's not, you don't have to keep breaking the skin over and over. There's various ways of doing that. So now you've got something where you've got the monitoring, you've got the dashboards, you've got the alerts, and just like this Larry Smarr guy that I mentioned, the Measured Man, you might be able to shift more and more things to ambulatory. And one of the things about this also is the medical system is set up in a bad way, where the primary care physician is the one who is not the top of their class, but the guys who are at the bottom of the pinball machine, the surgeons and the radiologists, once your stuff is already broken, okay, they're the ones who are paid the most. So a lot of the skill collects at the post-break stage, right? Where you actually want Doogie Howser, MD, is at the upstream stage, okay? So you want this amazing, amazing doctor there, right? How could we get that? I mentioned the app that doesn't exist, which is like a better version of the 3500B, right? Here's another app that doesn't exist, and this is one that FDA has actively quashed. Why can't you just take an image of a mole or something like that? With the incredible cameras we have, a huge amount of medical imaging should be able to be done at home, and it goes to doctors, whether it's in the US or the Philippines or India. I mean, teleradiology exists, right? Why can you not do that for dermatology, for everything else? You should be able to literally just hold the thing up, and with a combination of both AI and MDs, just diagnose. That should exist, right? Answer is, there's a combination of both American doctors and the FDA that team up to prevent this or slow this. One argument is, the AI is not better than a human 100% of the time because it's not deployed yet. Therefore, it could make an error. Therefore, it's bad, even if it's better than 99% of doctors 99% of the time. Another argument is the software has to go through design control. Okay. Now, basically, once you understand how FDA works, basically imagine the most bureaucratic, frozen process for code deployment at any company ever. And that is the most nimble thing ever relative to FDA's design review. So just to review, A, talked about how FDA was blocking all this stuff. B, talked about why ambulatory medicine is capitalist medicine, ambulance medicine is socialist medicine. C, talked about how with the diagnostic stuff, we can shift it over to ambulatory. D, talked about how there's lots of things where you could have a combination of doctor and AI in an app that you kind of quickly self-diagnose. Some of this is happening now. Some of the telemedicine laws were relaxed during COVID, where now people, a doctor from Wyoming can prescribe for somebody in Minnesota. Like some of that stuff was relaxed during COVID. Okay. There's other broken things in the medical system. I'll just name 2 more and then kind of move on. Okay. I mentioned like AMA and CPT. Okay.
Those are 2 regulatory bodies.
AMA, American Medical Association, CPT, current procedural terminology. Okay. Basically, Marx's labor theory of value, where people are supposed to be paid on their effort, right? Of course, the issue with this is that you'd be paying a physicist to try to dunk, and they'd be trying, but they wouldn't actually probably be able to do it. They'd be trying real hard, whereas you actually want to pay people on the basis of results, right? Cheaply attained results are actually better than expensively attained non-results. Perhaps obvious, okay? Yeah. Nevertheless, the way that the U.S. medical system has payouts, it's based on so-called RVUs, relative value units. And this is something where there's a government body that sets these prices, and it is in theory only for Medicare, but all the private insurers key off of that. And AMA basically publishes a list of these so-called the CPT codes, which is like the coding, the biomedical coding of this, and what each medical process is worth and whatnot. So it's like, I don't remember all the numbers, but it's like a 5-digit code, and it's like, okay, I got a test for cystic fibrosis, or a test for this, or a test for that. God help you if your medical billing is erroneous. Why? The insurance company will reject it because it doesn't pay for that. This is this giant process of trying to encode every possible ailment and condition into these CPT codes, and you can literally get degrees in medical billing just for this. Okay, this enormous, inefficient industry. Yeah. Okay, like literally medical billing is a whole field. Okay.
Yeah. Now, what do you want to do when you grow up? I want to work in medical billing.
In medical billing, okay, where everybody's mad at you at all times.
Yeah.
Part of what happens is when you give a treatment, when a doctor gives a treatment to a patient, they can't like repo the treatment. Okay, like a car, you sell a car, you can in theory repo the car. So the patient has a treatment. Now, what happens? Well, the insurance company, that treatment is perhaps provided, look, it's a lab test provided by a company, right? The company bills the patient. The company is supposed to charge a high price. Why? The insurance company wants it to try to collect from the patient. The patient is scared. Oh my God, they see this huge price. They sometimes don't pay. Sometimes the insurance company doesn't pay either. And when a company is stiffed by an insurance company, when a diagnostic company is stiffed by an insurance company, it has to jack up the price on everybody else, right? Everything boils down to the fact that you don't have, a buyer and a seller. The doctor doesn't know the price of what is being sold. The buyer doesn't know the price of what is being bought at the time it's being bought. Neither party can really even set a free price because there's this RVU system that hovers above. The buyer feels they've already bought it because they bought insurance. The insurance company doesn't want to pay for it. Everybody is trying to like push the price onto somebody else and, not actually show the sticker price of anything and hide everything and so on and so forth. Oh, the other thing about it is obviously lawsuits are over everything. Everybody's mad about everything. It's health. People are dying. Okay. So everything is just optimized for optics as opposed to results, right? Similarly, actually, many drugs are optimized for minimizing side effects and optics rather than maximizing effects, which are totally different criteria, right? You might have, for example, a drug that only cures 1,000 people but doesn't have any side effects versus one that cures 1 million people but that has 10 really serious side effects a year, right? And the second one would probably not happen because those side effects would be so big. Okay. How do you attack this? I name a few examples, but I actually think the reform is going to come in part from outside the system. In particular, India is coming online. Okay. Why is that important? Well, you may have encountered an Indian doctor or two. Mm-hmm. Okay. Maybe an Indian programmer, 1 or 2. All right. Mm-hmm. And I do think telemedicine could explode, right? Where you could have an Indian doctor, in India, and there's a US doctor, okay, who's like a dispatcher. Mm-hmm. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. They've got all these other Indian doctors behind them. They've got a telemedical app, and you are now doing something where these relatively inexpensive Indian doctors who are vetted by the American doctor or the doctor in the jurisdiction of the license become the back-end doctors of the world. To some extent, this is already there with teleradiology and other kinds of things, right? But now that you've got literally like 1 billion Indians who've just come online, okay, you have this huge pool of folks who have a different attitude towards medicine. For example, it's a lot more cash payment over there. For example, India is big on generic drugs. For example, during COVID, it had something called Arogya Setu, which is a national telemedicine app. Okay, the US wasn't able to ship that. In some ways, India's digital infrastructure, again, you'll have to read a post called The Internet Country by tigerfeathers.substack.com, and you'll see that actually India's national software infrastructure is surprisingly good. It's not as good as China's in some ways, but it's like better than the US's, which is like healthcare.gov and like non-existent. It's like kind of impressive how good some of India's software is. The fact that it exists is good. So you have all these new doctors coming online. India cranks out generics, right? Telemedicine is now more legal in the US. And you have cash payment in India, right? And in a lot of other places. You don't have the whole insurance, employer health thing. And this market is growing. So you could have a sort of parallel market that starts evolving, right? Which is, and people are already doing some medical tourism, and I think that's another exit from the FDA. You have a parallel market that starts evolving that just starts from fundamentally different premises. It's just cash for everything, right? There's downsides with cash for everything. There's a huge upside with cash for everything. Cash for everything means you get customer service from the doctor. It means the prices are actually visible. It ideally pushes you, again, towards more ambulatory medicine rather than ambulance medicine. It is monitoring, constant monitoring with the quantified self and whatnot, as opposed to just let your system fail and then wheel you in, right? There's a reputational bridge because now we've had a couple of generations almost of Indian doctors in the US. So people know that there's some very competent Indian doctors. They're a good chunk of AMA. And so they can sort of lobby for this. And you have plenty of Indian engineers. Now, I'm not saying India alone is a panacea, but I do think that this is a large enough parallel market to start doing interesting things.
And you could see sort of medical tourism, medical migration to where it gives India an opportunity to basically let go of the constraints of the FDA.
Yeah, because
and innovate aggressively, and I mean, it's just such a huge opportunity to define the future of medicine and make a shit ton of money from a market that's desperate for it in the United States because of all the regulation.
That's right. And I think basically it's something where the reason it needs to
be... And that would fix the FDA, sorry to interrupt.
Yes, we fix the FDA by exiting the FDA,
yeah.
Right?
And then the FDA would dry out, and then it would hopefully...
It might reform, it might dry out, right? And this is, why people are, for example, they're traveling across borders, they're getting orders from Canadian pharmacies, a lot of this type of stuff, we can start to build alternatives, right? I mean, India's generic industry is really important because it just doesn't enforce American IP there. So generic drugs are cheaper, right? And it's quite competent. It's been around for a while. So there's enough proof points there where, again, I'm not saying a panacea. It's going to be something which will require like American and Indian collaboration. I think there's going to be a lot of other countries and so on that are involved. Mm-hmm. But you can start to see another pole getting set up, which is a confident enough civilization that is willing to take another regulatory path, right? And that is in some ways doing better on national software than the US is. And it has enough of a bridge to the US that it can be that stimulation which you need, which is kind of something, that outside poke, right? I want to talk about India, but let me just kind of wrap up on this big FDA biomedical kind of thing, right? With the book, The Network State, the purpose of the network state, is, I want people to be able to build different kinds of network states. I want people to build the vegan village. I want people to be able to build a, if they want to do the Benedict option, like a Christian network state. If people want to do different kinds of things, I'm open to many different things, and I will fund lots of different things. For me, the motivation is just like you needed to start a new currency, Bitcoin. It was easier to do that than reform the Fed. I think it's easier to start a new country than reform the FDA. And so I want to do it to, in particular, get to longevity, right? Meaning longevity enhancement, right? And what does that mean? So in an interesting way, and this will sound like a trite statement, but I think it's actually a deep statement, or let me hopefully try to convince you it is. Crypto is to finance sort of what longevity is to, the current state of medicine. Why? It inverts certain fundamental assumptions. Okay, so at first, crypto looks like traditional finance. It's got the charts and the bands, and you're buying and selling and so on. But what Satoshi did is he took fundamental premises and flipped them. For example, in the traditional macroeconomic worldview, hyperinflation is bad, but deflation is also bad. So a little inflation is good, right? In the traditional macroeconomic worldview, it's good that there are custodians, banks that, kind of intermediate the whole system, right? In the traditional, worldview, every transaction needs to be reversible because somebody could make a mistake and so on and so forth, right? In the traditional worldview, you don't really have root access over your money. Satoshi inverted all of those things, okay? Obviously, the big one is hyperinflation was bad, but he also thought mild inflation was bad and deflation was good. That's just a fundamental shift, okay? Gave you root access over your money. You're now a system administrator of your own money. You can room-RF your entire fortune or send millions with a keystroke. You are now the system administrator of your own money. That alone is why cryptocurrency is important. If you want system administration access at times to computers, you'll want it to currency, right? To be sovereign. There's other assumptions where, like, the assumption is every transaction is private in the existing system by default, or it's visible only to the state. Whereas at least the initial, the Bitcoin blockchain, everything is public, right? There are various kinds of things like this where he just inverted fundamental premises. And then the whole crypto system the crypto economy is in many ways a teasing out of what that means. Just to give you one example, the US dollar, people have seen those graphs where it's like inflating, and so it just like loses value over time, and you've seen that, okay? Whereas, and most of the time it's just sort of denied that it's losing any value. The most highbrow way of defending it is the US dollar trades off temporary short-term price stability for long-term depreciation.
Mm-hmm.
And Bitcoin makes the opposite trade-off. In theory, at least, long-term appreciation at the expense of short-term price instability. Because, there's the whole plunge protection team and so on. Basically, there's various ways in which, quote, price stability is tried to be maintained in the medium term at the expense of long-term depreciation. You need like a reserve of assets to keep, stabilizing the dollar against various things. So what does crypto medicine look like relative to fiat medicine, to make the same analogy, right? The existing medical system, it assumes that a quick death is bad, an early death is bad, but also that living forever is either unrealistic or impossible or undesirable, that you should die with dignity or something like that, okay? So a little death is good.
Mm-hmm.
That's the existing medical system. Whereas the concept of life extension and, David Sinclair and, what you call it health span rejects that fundamental premise. And it says, actually, the way to defeat cancer is to defeat aging. Aging is actually a programmed biological process, and we have results that are showing stopping or even reversing aging in some ways. And so now, just like with the other thing, you say a quick death is bad, and so is actually death itself, right? So we actually want significant life extension. This is similar. It's very similar to what the rejection of the fiat system, right? The fiat system says a little inflation is good. Fiat medicine says a little death is good. Bitcoin says actually no inflation, just get more valuable over time. And crypto medicine says actually let's extend life. This leads to all kinds of new things where you start actually thinking about, all right, how do I maintain my health with diagnostics? How do I take control of my own health with the decentralization of medicine? All the stuff that I've been describing sort of fits, like longevity is traditional medicine as crypto is to traditional currency.
If we take those assumptions separately, so we take cryptocurrency aside,
mm-hmm.
Is that to you obvious that this letting go of this assumption about death, is that an obvious thing? Is longevity obviously good versus, for example, the devil's advocate to that would be what we want is to keep death and maximize the quality of life up until the end.
Well,
so that you ride into the sunset healthy.
Somebody who is listening to the whole podcast would say, well, Balaji, just a few hours ago, you were saying this gerontocracy runs the US and they're all old and they don't get it, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. And now you're talking about making people live forever, so there's never any new blood to wash about. Haha, what a contradiction, right?
It's funny that you're so on point across all the topics we covered and the possible criticism. I love it.
Well, just trying to anticipate, some
good.
right?
Well done.
So
well done, sir.
I think the argument on that is, so long as you have a frontier, it is okay for someone to live long, okay? So long as people can exit to a new thing, number one. Number two is, in order for us to go and, colonize other planets and so on, if you do want to get to Mars, if you want to become, Star Trek and, what have you, we're probably going to need to have, just to survive a long flight, so to speak, multiple light year flight, you're going to need to have life extension. So to become a pioneering, interstellar kind of thing. I know that's it's a kind of thing which sounds like, okay, yeah, and when we're on the moon, we're going to need shovels. It sounds like a piling a fantasy on top of a fantasy in that sense, but it's also something where if you're talking about the vector of our civilization, where are we going? Well, I actually do think it's either anarcho-primitivism or optimalism / transhumanism. Either we are shutting down civilization, it's degrowth, it's Unabomber, etc., or it's the stars and escaping the prime number maze.
It's like, to me, it's obvious that we're going to, if we're to survive, expand out into space.
Yes.
And it's obvious that once we do, we'll look back at anyone, which is currently most people, that didn't think of this future, didn't anticipate this future, work towards this future as Luddites, like as people who totally didn't get it. It will become obvious. If right now it's impossible, and then it will become obvious. So
yes.
It seems like, yes, longevity in some form. I mean, there could be a lot of arguments of the different forms longevity could take, but in some form, longevity is almost a prerequisite for the expansion out into the cosmos.
That's right.
Expansion of longevity.
There's also like a way to bring it back to Earth to an extent, which is how were societies used to be judged. You may remember people used to talk about life expectancy as a big thing, right?
Yeah.
Life expectancy is actually a very, very, very good metric. Why? It's a ratio scale variable. There's like 4 different class of variables statisticians talk about. Ratio scale is like years or meters or kilograms, okay? Then you have interval scale, where plus and minus means something, but there's no absolute zero. Then you have ordinal, where there's only ranks, and plus and minus don't mean anything. And then you have categorical, like the Yankees and the Braves are categorical variables. They're just different, but all you have is the comparator operator, whether you have a quality, you don't have a rank, okay? So ratio scale data is the best because you can compare it across space and time. If you have a skeleton that is like, 2 meters tall, that's from 3,000 years ago, you can compare the height of people from many, many years ago, different cultures and times, right? Whereas their currency is much harder to value. That's not like a ratio scale variable. Other things are harder to value across space and time, right? So life expectancy is good because as a ratio scale variable with a very clear definition, right? Like when someone born and died, those are actually relatively clear. But most other things aren't like that. That's why murder or, death, that, it can be scored. It's unambiguous. It's done when it's done. Whereas when did somebody get sick? Oh, well, they were kind of sick, or they were sick today, they were sick at this hour. The boundary conditions, many other kinds of things are not like clear cut like that, right?
And I should just briefly comment that life expectancy does have this quirk, a dark quirk, that it when you just crudely look at it, incorporates child mortality or mortality
yes.
at age of 1 or age of 5, and maybe it's better and clearer to look at mortality after 5 or whatever, and that's still, those metrics still hold in interesting ways and measure the progress of human civilization in
yes.
interesting ways. Yeah,
that's right. You actually want longevity biomarkers. A lot of people are working on this. There's this book called The Picture of Dorian Gray, right? And the concept is sell your soul to, ensure that the picture rather than he will age and fade, right? And so the concept is that that thing on the wall just reflects his age and you can see it, okay? So there's a premise that's embedded in a lot of Western culture that to gain something you must lose. If you're Icarus and you try to fly, then you will, you'll fly too high and it'll melt your wings. But guess what? We fly every day, commercial air flight, right? So the opposite of like the Icarus or Picture of Dorian Gray kind of thing is the movie Limitless, which I love because it's so Nietzschean and so unusual relative to the dystopian, sci-fi movies where there's without giving, I mean, the movie's kind of old now, but there's a drug in it that's a nootropic that boosts, your cognitive abilities, and it's got side effects. But at the end, he engineers out the side effects.
Mhm.
Amazing. Just like, there are planes that crash and we land, right? Okay. So why did I mention the picture during grade? Well, there's another aspect of it, which is longevity biomarker. The point is to kind of estimate how many years of life you have left by, that Q.bio or Integrome, or you take all these analyses on somebody, right? One of the best longevity biomarkers could be just your face, right? You image the face and you can sort of tell, oh, somebody looks like they've aged, oh, someone looks younger, et cetera, et cetera. And this is actually data that you've got on millions and millions of people, where you could probably start having AI predict, okay, what is somebody's life expectancy given their current face and other kinds of things, right? Because you have their name, they have your birthday, you have their, date they passed away if they've already passed away, right? And you have photos of them through their life, right? So just imaging might give a reasonably good longevity biomarker, but then you can supplement that with a lot of other variables. And now you can start benchmarking every treatment by its change in how much time you have left.
Mm-hmm.
If that treatment, that intervention boosts your estimated life expectancy by 5 years, you can see that in the data. You can get feedback on whether your longevity is being boosted or not. Okay. And so what this does is it just fundamentally changes the assumptions in the system. Now, with that said, life extension may be the kind of thing, I'm not sure if it'll work for our generation. We may be too late. It may work for the next generation.
Wouldn't that make you sad?
Oh, I've got something.
If you're the last generation.
Could be, but I've got something for you,
Mm-hmm.
which is, I call it genomic reincarnation. Okay, this one you probably haven't heard before. I've tweeted about it, okay? So,
By the way, good time to mention that your Twitter is one of the greatest Twitters of all time, so people should follow you.
well, Lex Friedman has one of the greatest podcasts of all time. You guys should listen to the Lex Friedman podcast, which you may be doing, right?
Which you may be doing right now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. So,
What was the term again? Sorry, genomic.
so I call it genomic, not resurrection, but genomic reincarnation. Okay. So here's the concept. You may be aware that you can synthesize strands of DNA. Okay. There's sequencing of DNA, which is reading it, and synthesizing DNA, which is like creating strands of DNA. What's interesting is you can actually also do that at the full chromosome level for bacterial chromosomes. Remember that thing I was saying earlier about the minimum life form, that Craig Venter made? So people have synthesized like entire bacterial chromosomes, and they work. Like they can literally essentially print out a living organism. All right. Now, when you go from bacteria to eukaryotes, which are the kingdom of life that we're part of, right? Yeast are part of this kingdom and so on. It becomes harder because the chromosomes are more complicated. But folks are working on eukaryotic chromosome synthesis. And if you spot me that sci-fi assumption, that eventually we'll be able to take your genome sequence, and just like we can synthesize a bacterial chromosome, we can synthesize not just one eukaryotic chromosome, but your entire complement of chromosomes in the lab, right? Because you have, 23, 46, whatever, you take the pairs. What you can do is potentially print somebody out from disk, reincarnate them. Insofar, if your sequence determines you, and you can argue with this because there's epigenetics and other stuff, okay? But let's just say at a first order, your DNA sequence is Lex. You can sequence that. Okay, you can do full genome sequencing and log that to a file. Then here's the karma part. Your crypto community, where you've built up enough karma among them. If when you die, your karma balance is high enough, they will spend the money to reincarnate the next Lex, who can then watch everything that happened in your past life, and you can tell them something. Everything I described there, I mean, if you spot me eukaryotic chromosome synthesis, that's the only part that, I think will be possible, right? Folks are working on it. I'm sure someone will mess
But
with it.
it's essentially a clone.
It's like a clone, right? But it is you in a different time.
You're in a different time, but you don't, unfortunately, have the memories.
Well, you could probably watch the digest of your life, and it would be pretty interesting, right? I mean,
Yeah, that's actually a process for psychology to study. if you create a blank mind, what would you need to show that mind to align it very well with the experiences, with the fundamental experiences that define the original version, such that the resulting clone would have similar behavior patterns, worldviews, perspectives, feelings, all those kinds of things,
Potentially, right?
including, sadly enough, traumas and all that.
Or what have you, right? But basically, just like in a very simple version of it, by the time one is age 20 or 30 or something in your 20s, you'll sort of learn your own personal operating system. You'll be like, oh, alcohol really doesn't agree with me, or something like that. You just, by trial and error, things that are idiosyncratic to your own physiology. You're like, oh, I'm totally wrecked if I get 7 hours of sleep versus 9 hours, or whatever it is, right? People will have different kinds of, things like this. That manual can be given to your next self, so that you can know, don't do this, do this, don't do this, do this, right? To some extent, personal genomics already gives you some of this, where you're like, oh, I'm a caffeine or a slow metabolizer. Oh, that explains X or Y, or I have a weird version of alcohol, dehydrogenase. Oh, okay, that explains, my alcohol tolerance. So, this is part of the broader category of what I call practical miracles, right? So it's longevity, it's genomic reincarnation, it is restoring sight, and it is curing deafness with, the artificial eyes and artificial ears. It is the super soldier serum. Did I show you that? So like myostatin null. I tweet about this. Basically, X-Men are real. So here is a study from NEJM from several years ago. Okay. When is this? This is like the mid 2000s. This was in 2004. Okay. So it's now 17 years later. This is almost certainly a teenager by now. So this kid basically was just totally built.
Yeah.
Okay. Extraordinarily muscular.
Like very muscular at a very young age.
Yes. So the child's birth weight was in the 75th percentile. He appeared extraordinarily muscular with protruding muscles in his thighs. Motor and mental development has been normal. Now at 4.5 years of age, he continues to have increased muscle bulk and strength. And so essentially, myostatin mutation associated with gross muscle hypertrophy in a child. So this is like real life X-Men. Okay. And
Yeah. There's pictures of animals.
yes. So there's a company called Variant Bio that is looking at people who have exceptional health related traits, and it is looking for essentially this kind of thing, but maybe more disease or whatever related, right? For example, people who have natural immunity to COVID, understanding how that works. Perhaps we can give other people artificial immunity to COVID, right? If you scroll up, you see my kind of tweet, super soldier serum is real, where it's like wild type mouse and a myostatin null. Look at the chest on that thing. You see the before and after.
Wow.
Okay. This is what's possible. This could be us, but you regulating, right? The saying like, this could be us, but you play. This could be us, but the FDA regulating, right? All this. Okay.
Oh yeah. On steroids.
But it's not, that's the thing is,
It's not steroids.
well, that's the thing is people, again, you go back to the Icarus thing. They think, oh, steroids. Well, that's definitely going to give you cancer, screw up your hormones, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
And it could, but you know what? Like, have we actually put in that much effort into figuring out like the right way of doing testosterone supplementation or the right way of doing this? Obviously, we've managed to put a lot of effort into marijuana, increasing the potency of it or what have you. Could we put the effort into these kinds of drugs, right? Or these kinds of compounds? Maybe. I think that would actually be a really good thing. The thing about this is I feel this is just a massively underexplored area. Rather than people drinking caffeine all the time, that's like a very mild enhancing drug, okay? Nicotine is also arguably kind of like that. Some people have it even without the cigarettes, right? Why can't we research this stuff? One way of thinking about it is, Lance Armstrong, the cyclist. Yes, he violated all the rules. He shouldn't have won the Tour de France or anything like that. But his chemists, and I say this somewhat tongue in cheek, but also, his chemists are candidates for like the Nobel Prize in chemistry, because they brought a man back from like testicular cancer to like winning Tour de France's against a bunch of guys who probably, a bunch of them were also juiced or whatever, right? Whatever was done there, take it out of the competition framework. There's a lot of testicular cancer patients or cancer patients, period, who would want some of that.
And we should take that seriously. We should take that pursuit really, really, really seriously.
Yes, except, again, just like the Theranos stuff, all this is pathologized. Oh, it's a Balco scandal. Oh, it's this. Oh my God, you know. And yes, of course, within the context of that game, they're cheating. In the context of life, you want to be cheating death.
Yes.
Right? So it's just a kind of a reframe on what is good, right? And it is just taking away these assumptions that mild inflation is good or mild death is good and going towards transcendence. So that gets me done with the giant FDA, biomedical, et cetera,
Longevity, yeah.
Okay.
That's beautifully, beautifully done.
You had two questions. One was on Trump and deplatforming, and the other was on crypto and the state of crypto, and the third is on India. Which one should we do?
All right. Since we talked about how to fix government, we talked about how to fix health, medicine, FDA, longevity. Let us briefly talk about how to fix social media, perhaps.
Sure, very
Since we kind of talked about it from different directions, but it'd be nice to just look at social media. And if we can perhaps first, as an example, maybe it's not a useful example, but to me, it was one that kind of shook me a little bit, is the removal of Trump. And since then, other major figures, but Donald Trump was probably the biggest person ever to be removed from social media. Do you understand why that was done? Can you steelman the case for it and against it? And if there's something broken about that, how do we fix it?
Steelman the case for is kind of obvious in the sense of you are seeing a would-be dictator who is trying to run a coup against democracy, who has his supporters go and storming the seat of government, who could use his app to whip up his followers across the country to reject, the will of the people. And so you're an executive, and you'll take actions that, while perhaps controversial, are still within the law, and you will make sure that you do your part to defend democracy by making sure that at least this guy's megaphone is taken away, and that his supporters cannot organize more riots. Right? That's basically the case, for the deplatforming. Okay. Would you agree with that? That's fair.
So it's like really steelmanning it.
You asked the steelman, so I'm giving the for case. Yeah.
Well, I guess I would like to separate the would-be dictator. Oh, I guess if you're storming the Capitol, you are a dictator. I see. So those two are interlinked, right? You have to have somehow a personal judgment of the person.
Bad enough to be worth this, significant step.
Yeah. It's not just their actions or words in a particular situation, but broadly.
The context of everything that led up to this moment and so on. Right?
Yeah.
So that's a for case. Right. Now, the against case. There's actually several against cases, right? There's obviously the Trump supporters, against case. There is the sort of the libertarian / left libertarian, against case. And there is the rest of world against case. Okay. There's actually three, because it's not just two factions, there's multiple, right? So what is the Trump supporter against case? There's an article called The Secret Bipartisan Campaign That Saved the 2020 Election, right? Which came out a few weeks after the inauguration, like February 4th, 2021. And essentially, the Trump supporter would read this as basically saying, in the name of defending democracy, they corrupted democracy, whether it was actually vote counts or just changes of all the rules for mail-in ballots and stuff. There were regular meetings between the Chamber of Commerce and, AFL and the unions. And in particular, they admit that the BLM riots of, the mid-2020s were actually on a string, and they could say, stand down, right? So that's a quote from this article where it's like, the word went out, stand down, Protect the Results announced that it would not be activating the entire National Mobilization Network today, but remains ready to activate if necessary. Podhoser credits the activists for their restraint. So basically, the activists reoriented the Protect the Results protest towards a weekend of celebration. So, point being that the fact that the Trump supporter would say, the fact that they could tell them to stand down meant that the previous, unrest was in part, coordinated. And so it'd say, okay, so that makes it illegitimate in a different way, right? Plus, was one riot on Jan 6 versus the attacks on the White House and stuff. There's storming of the White House in mid 2020, and didn't actually storm the White House, but they're setting fires outside, and it's quite a lot of stuff, right? So the second against case is the, let's say, libertarian / left libertarian who'd say, do we really want giant corporations, regardless of what you think about Trump, and you don't have to be a Trump supporter, do you really want giant corporations to be determining who can say what on the internet? And if they can deplatform a sitting president and the quote most powerful man in the world, he's not the most powerful man in the world. In fact, the quote people are electing a figurehead, and actually it's the heads of network that are more powerful than the heads of state, right? Mm-hmm. That the fact that the CEOs of Facebook and Twitter and Google and Apple and Amazon all made those decisions at the same time to not just deplatform Trump from Twitter, which literally billions of people around the world saw, but also censor or stop on Facebook, and to have Google and Apple pull Parler out of the App Store and Amazon shut down the back end. That would be corporate collusion by any other name. It's actually very similar to the so-called business plot against FDR. FDR was a complicated figure who can, in some ways, best be thought of as the least bad communist dictator or socialist dictator of the 20th century. Why? Because he nationalized the economy, repealed the 10th Amendment, right? Tried to pack the courts. He, sicked government on all of his enemies, from Huey Long to Andrew Mellon. Obviously, he interned the Japanese, which shows that wasn't really totally a good guy, right? We don't usually think about the same guy who did this, did that. Earlier in his life, most people don't know this one, he led a whole Navy thing to entrap gay sailors. And did you know about this one?
No.
Yeah. Google FDR entrapment of gay sailors. Basically, he got young men to try to find folks within the Navy who were gay, and then basically entrap them so that they could be prosecuted and what have you, right? FDR did a lot of stuff, but fundamentally nationalized the economy and set up the alphabet soup, is what they called it at the time. And that's like all these agencies or whatever. And in some sense, he's, continuous, there'd been a rising trend of centralization. Woodrow Wilson obviously centralized, Lincoln centralized, right? Even actually, 1789 was a degree of centralization over the more, loose thing that was 1776 to 1789. So he was on that trend line, but he was definitely a huge kind of dog leg up. So the thing is that because of all the lawsuits that were flying, many, folks like Amy Schlaes, has written a book, The Forgotten Man, and essentially her thesis and the thesis of many others at that time, like John T. Flynn, who's this journalist who, was pro FDR and then was against, was that FDR made the Great Depression great. Okay, that it wouldn't have been such a bad thing without him mucking up the entire economy and giving it a sickness. It would have recovered quickly without that, right? This is a counterfactual, which people just argue about it really angrily back and forth, and you can't actually run the experiment unless you could fork the economy, right? Just like, were the bailouts good or bad? I think they were bad, but how could I prove it? I'd need to actually be able to fork the economy. Crypto actually allows you, in theory, to do that, like where folks could actually shift balances. This is a whole separate thing where you can actually start to make macroeconomics into more of an experimental science rather than simply arguing from authority. You could argue from experiment. Some of the virtual economy stuff that Edward Castronova has done is relevant to this. We can talk about that. Point is, though, with FDR, there's this thing, because he had waged such a war on private industry at that time and justified it with this narrative, quote, bold, persistent experimentation. There was something called the, quote, business plot, where all of these captains of industry that he'd been beating up. And again, Teddy Roosevelt had also been doing this with, the trust buster. The journos at the time, Ida Tarbell had gone and, basically ran all these articles on Rockefeller and knocked him down. Woodrow Wilson is going to control. But FDR, the CEOs were thinking, oh, bad, this is so terrible. There's a so-called business plot to try to take over the government and stop FDR from, pushing the country in what they thought was a bad direction. Smedley Butler was a general that they recruited to try to help them with this, but he turned on them, and he went and kind of broke the whole thing open and told to Congress and so on. And so all this guy's, the whole plot was broken up. All right. Now, one way of thinking about today, or the whole aftermath of Jan 6, is it's a business plot, but in reverse, because the generals and the CEOs both were against Trump, and actually the business plot happened, and now all the CEOs just boop, 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 they pulled push all the buttons that they needed to, and now the network was prime over the state. Okay, now why is that an interesting way of looking at it? Because one thing I have in the book is you can kind of think of 1950 as like ish as peak centralization. You go forward and backward in time, things decentralize, for example, and you start getting mirror image events that happen with the opposite outcome. For example, 1890, the frontier closes. 1991, the internet frontier opens. The internet becomes open for commerce. Okay. You go backwards in time, you have the Spanish flu. Forwards in time, COVID-19, right? Backwards in time, you have the captains of industry, the robber barons. Forwards in time, you have the tech billionaires. And there's so many examples of this. Like another one is backwards in time, the New York Times is allying with Soviet Russia to choke out Ukraine. Now, today, they have reinvented themselves as cheerleaders for Ukraine against, nationalist Russia, right? And of course, I think you could absolutely support Ukraine on other measures, but it's pretty hypocritical for the guys who profited from the Holodomor. The Ox-Sulzberg family literally profited from, denying the Holodomor to now make themselves cheerleaders for Ukraine. It's actually this insane thing, which we can talk about.
A tiny tangent on that.
Yeah.
You put it brilliantly. And a reminder for anyone who listens to me talk about Ukraine, it is possible to have empathy for a nation and not be part of the machine that generates a mainstream narrative.
Yes, that's right. Like basically, I was actually one of the first 3 Estonian EU residents, okay? And I completely understand why Estonia and the Baltics and all these countries, including Ukraine, that just recently, within living memory, got their independence from the Soviet Empire, would not want to be forcibly reintegrated into a place that they just escaped from, And so that is something which is sort of outside the American left-right, tired kind of thing, where when you understand it from that point of view, right? Then there's like a fourth point of view, which is like India's point of view, or like much of the developing world, or what I call, parts of it are ascending, parts are descending, whatever. But much of the rest of the world outside of that border region says, look, we're sympathetic to the Ukrainians, but we can't allow our people to starve. So we're going to maintain trade. And guess what? Actually, we've got a lot of wars in our neck of the woods and human rights crises that Europe just didn't even care about. So it can't be that Europe's problems are the world's problems, but the world's problems are not Europe's problems, right? So that's like a fourth point of view. And a fifth point of view is China, which is like, guess what? We're going to be the Iran of the Iraq war, where like who won the Iraq war? Iran, arguably, right? Because they extended their influence into Iraq, right? So China's like, guess what? We're going to turn Russia into our gas station and build a pipeline. There's a Power Siberia is like the name of the Eastern Russia pipeline, just like Nord Stream is, Nord Stream 1 and Nord Stream 2. I think they're building a new pipeline, through Mongolia. So Xi Jinping and Putin and the Mongolian head of state were all photographed kind of thumbs upping this pipeline. We'll see if it goes through, but it's ironic that, Russia wanted to make Ukraine their, colony, but the outcome of this war may be that Russia becomes China's colony, So that's at least like 5 different perspectives, right? There's like the U.S. establishment perspective. There's the, Tucker MAGA perspective. There's the Baltics and Ukrainian perspective. There's like the Indian and like poor countries perspective. And then there's a Chinese perspective. And then of course there's the Russians, right? So, just respect to that, by the way, that's another example of history happening in reverse. This is the Sino-Soviet partnership, except this time, China's a senior partner and Russia's a junior partner. And this time they're both nationalist rather than communist. And there's so many flips like this. And, I'm going to list a few more actually, because there's so many of them.
Do you have an explanation why that happens?
Yes. Let me just list a few of them. This is in the Network State book. It's in the chapter called Fragmentation, Frontier, Fourth Turning, Future is Our Past, right? So I give this example of like a fluid unmixing, right? Just watch this for a second, right?
This is from Smart Everyday, Unmixing Color Machine, Ultra Laminar Reversible Flow, Smart Everyday, 217.
And so you can mix something, and then like this thing that you don't think of as reversible, you can unmix it, which is insane, right? That it works. Okay, the physics of that situation, it just works, right?
So for people just listening, that there is whatever the mixture this is ultra laminar reversible flow. So this probably has to do something to do with the material. We're used to mixing not being a reversible process.
Exactly.
And that's what that shows. And then he then reverses the mixing and is able to do it perfectly.
That's right. So that's like the futures are past thesis.
It shows that free will is an illusion. Just kidding. Okay.
Well, basically there's some environments where, the equations are like time symmetrical. So you can, right? And this is one model, sort of just an interesting visual model for what's happening in the world as we re-decentralize after the centralized century, right? So basically, I mentioned the internet frontier reopens. Back then, the Western frontier closed. Today, we experience COVID-19. Back then, we experienced the Spanish flu. Tech billionaires, any other capitalist industry, right? Today, founders like Elon and Dorsey are starting to win against establishment journalists. Back then, Ida Tarbell demagogued and defeated Rockefeller. I think net founders win this time versus the journos. Back then, the journos won over the founders. Okay. Today we have cryptocurrencies. Back then we had private banking. Today, this is an amazing one. We have a populist movement of digital gold advocates. Back then, because Bitcoin maximalists and so on, where gold has become populist because it's against the printing money and so on and so forth. Back then, we had a populist movement against gold in the form of William Jennings Bryan in the Cross of Gold speech. Gold was considered a tool of big business. Now, gold is the tool against big business and big government, right?
Digital gold, yeah.
Digital gold, right. Today we have the inflation and cultural conflict of Weimar-like America. Back then we had the inflation and cultural conflict of Weimar Germany. Today in Weimar America, we have right and left fighting in the streets. Same, unfortunately, in Weimar Germany. Peter Turchin has written about, today we have what Turchin considers antebellum-like polarization, like pre-war polarization. Back then, if you go further back in time, we had what we now know to be antebellum polarization, right? Today we have Airbnb. Back then we had flop houses. Today we have Uber. Back then we had gypsy cabs. So today we see the transition from neutral to yellow journalism. Back then we saw the transition from yellow to quote neutral journalism, right? And today figures like Mike Moritz, he wrote about China as energetic and America as laconic. But back then Bertrand Russell actually wrote this whole long book. Actually, the mathematician Bertrand Russell, right, wrote this whole long book, which I didn't even realize he wrote about these kind of topics, about the problem of China. And one of his observations was, again, I'm not saying this is, I'm just saying he made this observation. He was saying that America was energetic and China laconic at the time because everybody was in opium dens and so on and so forth. Okay. More examples, the one I just mentioned, where the Chinese and Russians are again lining up against the West, except this time the Chinese are the senior partner in the relationship rather than the junior partner. Today, I think in the second Cold War, there will also be a third world, but this time I think that third world might come in first because it's not the non-aligned movement, it's the aligned movement around Web3 protocols.
That's fascinating. Yeah. That's where India comes in. By the way, something we haven't mentioned, Africa, that there could be very interesting things in Africa as well. Nigeria has its first tech unicorn. And I'm investing there. And I think, it's one of these things where China's risen. India's like about 10 years behind, China, but I think this is the Indian decade in many ways. We can come back to that point. But there's absolutely, sparks of light in Africa. I mean, it's a huge continent. It feels like the more behind, sorry to interrupt, the more behind you are, the more opportunity you have to leapfrog.
Sometimes, that's right. M-Pesa is a classic example where they did this in East Africa, but I think there's more possibility there.
So what is the fact that this there's a kind of symmetry to history, kind of symmetry,
right?
What is that? How did that take us from Trump and the different perspective you took, the libertarian perspective of it doesn't really matter?
Yeah, because the libertarian perspective or the left libertarian perspective would say, is it really a good idea to have total corporate power against the quote elected government, even if you may disagree? Do you want to open the door to total, corporate oligarchy? And it's like the opposite. That's why I mentioned it's like the opposite of the business plots, and they pulled on that thread. Okay, so the macro explanation that I have for this future is our past thesis, and there's more. It also gives some predictions, right? If you go backwards in time, the U.S. federalizes into many individual states. Like before the Civil War, people said the United States are, and after they said the United States is. Before FDR, the 10th Amendment reserved rights to the states. Afterwards, it was just federal regulation of everything. As we go forwards in time, you're seeing states break away from the feds on gun laws, drug laws, right? Sanctuary cities, okay? Many other kinds of things, And now Florida, for example, has its own guard that's like not a national guard, but like a state guard. Other cities, other states are doing this.
And that's a force of decentralization, saying that parallels
yes.
in reverse.
In reverse, right?
What
so you're having
before.
Make America states again.
Nice.
Okay, that's what's, I think, happening, right? But I'm not saying I think there's aspects of that are good, there's aspects that are bad, but just like that's kind of the angle, right?
But then that's, I mean, from your perspective, that's probably not enough, right? That's not.
It's part of the future. Let's just say whether
I think you, sorry to interrupt you suggested all kinds of ways to build different countries. I think that's probably one of them. You said like start micro countries or something like this. I forgot the terminology.
Yeah, micronations. Yeah, that's not my. Yeah, I actually think of them as the better term is microstates because they're actually not nations. That's why they don't work. But microstates are better, right? Coming back to the difference between the nation and the state. The nation is like the nation state is a term that people use without expanding it. But nation comes from the same root word as like natality. So it's like common descent, common birth, right? Common origin, like the Japanese nation. That's a group of people that have, come down from history, right?
Hence nationalism.
Yeah. Whereas the state is like the administrative layer above them. It's like labor and capital, like labor and management. Okay. The American state stood over the Japanese nation in 1946 after the war.
Right. Oh, so you weren't talking about traditionally, that doesn't matter. In terms of like, I thought you meant nation is a thing that carries across the generations. There's a tradition, there's a culture, and so on. And state is just the management, the layer.
I mean, that's also another way of thinking about it, right?
There's reversal there as well. Okay.
Yeah. Sure. So I mean, one way of thinking about it is, one nation under God, indivisible, is no longer true. It is. America is at least two nations, the Democrat and Republican, in the sense of their own cultures, where I can show you graph after graph. You've seen the polarization graphs. I can show you network diagrams where, there's this graph of polarization in Congress where there's red and blue, they're separate things. There's this article from 2017 showing how, shares on Facebook and Twitter are just separate subgraphs. They're just separate graphs in the social network, and they're pulling apart. Those are two nations. They're not under God because people in the U.S. no longer believe in God, and they're very much divisible because 96% of Democrats won't marry Republicans, and a high percentage the other way. And what that means is in one generation, ideology becomes biology. These become ethnic groups. It takes on the character of Hutu and Tutsi or Protestant and Catholic, Sunni and Shiite. It's not about ideology. If you think about all the flips during COVID, right, where people were on one side versus the other side, it's tribal. It's just tribe on tribe. And so it's not universalist. The identity of American makes less sense than the identity of Democrat and Republican right now, or perhaps the identity of individual states. Whether I think that's a good or bad thing, I think that's unfortunately, whatever it is, the hour of history, right? On the opposite side of things, India was 562 princely states at the time of Indian unification from 1947 to 1947 when they got independence from the British. It was 562 princely states. Most people don't know that part. And outside India don't know that part. It got unified into a republic only by like 1950. And India is like actually a modern India is like Europe. It's kind of like the European Union in the sense that we didn't have a unified India in the past. It was something with a lot of different countries like North and South India, or like Gujarat and Tamil Nadu are as different as Finland and Spain. Okay. But India has moved in the direction of much more unification, like much more, centralization or what have you, whereas the US is decentralized. And you go, okay, a few more things. There are flips, and I'll finish this off. Today, we're seeing the rise of the pseudonymous founder and startup societies. All the way back in the 1770s, we saw pseudonymous founders of startup countries, namely the US, right? The Federalist Papers. Today, we're seeing so far unsuccessful calls for wealth seizures in the US. Back then, we saw FDR's Executive Order 6102, which was a successful seizure of gold. I expect we may see something like that, an attempted seizure of digital gold. And I think that'll be one of the things that individual states like Florida or Texas may not enforce that. And I think that's actually the kind of thing where you could see, a breakup potential in the future, right? One other thing that kind of rhymes is, in many ways, like the modern US establishment, the story that you hear is the victories in 1945 and 1865 legitimate the current establishment. That is, being the Nazis, being the Confederates, right? So they beat the ethnic nationalists abroad, and they beat the, quote, secessionists at home, right? And the ethnic nationalists were, Aryan Nazis, and the secessionists were, slave owners and against freedom, and so on and so forth, okay? I'm not disputing that. I'm just saying that that's just like the way people think about it. There's a possibility, and I'm not saying it's 100% at all, okay? But if you're a sci-fi writer, there's a possibility that the US loses to the ethnic nationalists abroad, except this time they're Chinese communists, non-white communists, as opposed to Aryan Nazis, which seem like the total opposite, okay? And there's a possibility that there is a financial secession at home, where it's, Bitcoin maximalist states that are advocating for freedom, the opposite of slavery. See what I'm saying?
Oh boy, that's dark. you're looking for major things in history that don't yet have a
cognate going forward, right?
And that's a nice way to think about the future.
It is only one model, and any mental model or something like that. That's why I say as a sci-fi scenario, it's just like a scenario one could contemplate, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where the new version has, the Chinese communists do not think of themselves as Aryans, right? But they are ultranationalist. And, the Hitler comparisons, people talk about Hitler endlessly, like Saddam is the new Hitler, everybody's the new Hitler, etc. If there is a comparison to, quote, Nazi Germany, it is, CCP China, in a sense. Why? They are non-English speaking, manufacturing powerhouse with a massive military build out under one leader that is a genuine peer competitor to the US on many dimensions. And in fact, exceeding on some dimensions of technology and science, right? That is like, the problem is it's a boy who cried wolf. People will say this a zillion times, right? Yeah. And that is like, I'm not saying this, by the way, crucially, I am just like, I think China is very complicated, and there's hundreds of millions of people, probably half of China, that disagrees with the current ultranationalist kind of thing, right? And so I kind of hate it when innocent Chinese people abroad or whatever are just like attacked on this basis or what have you. Plus, the other thing is that many Chinese people will say, well, look, relative to, where we were when Deng took over in 1978, we built up the entire country. We're not starving to death anymore, and the West wants to recolonize us. And so I understand where that's coming from. This way, you want to be able to argue different points of view. With that said, there's one huge difference, right? Which is Nazi Germany was like 70 million people, and the US was 150 million, and the Soviet Union was 150 million, and the UK was like 50 million. So they were outnumbered like 5 to 1.
Mm-hmm.
China outnumbers the US 4 to 1.
This is going to be a fun century.
Things are going to get
under this model.
Under this model, things are going to be potentially crazy. Plus, people are like, "Oh, I think this is." Again, I have nothing personal. There's this guy Peter Zeihan. He writes these books, right? I probably agree with about 20 or 30%, but I disagree with a lot of the rest. And a bunch of it is basically about how China's really weak and America's really strong, and the rest of the world is screwed. And I think there's absolutely problems in China, and like the current management is actually messing a lot of things up. We could talk about that, but I do think that the U.S. is like fighting its factory. So one thing Zion will talk about is how America has this blue water navy, all the aircraft carriers, and China has nothing. It's got bupkis, etc. Well, China ships things all around the world, right? It probably has one of the most active fleets out there in terms of its commercial shipping. And in terms of building ships, here's a quote: China's merchant shipbuilding industry is the world's largest, building more than 23 million gross tons of shipping in 2020. U.S. yards built a mere 70,000 tons the same year, though they typically average somewhere in the 200,000s. That is a 100 to 300x ratio just in shipbuilding. Pretty much everything else you can find in the physical world is like that. Okay, we're not talking like 2x. We're talking they can put together a subway station in 9 hours with prefab, and the U.S. takes 3 years. Okay. When you have 1,000x difference in the physical world, the reason the US was won against, Nazi Germany in a serious fight is they had this giant manufacturing plant that was overseas, and they just outproduced, right? And they supplied the Soviets also with Lend-Lease. And the Soviets talked about how they would not have won the war without the Americans. People are like, oh, the Russians, fought the Germans. The Russians, armed by Americans, fought the Germans. Like it's a Soviet Union. They're not actually able to make high quality stuff. There obviously are individual people in Soviet Russia who were innovative, right? I'm not taking that away. There's a tradition of amazing. I just want to be like, there's individual Russians who obviously I admire, Mendeleev and Kolmogorov and so on. There's amazing Russian scientists and engineers. So I'm not saying that.
I mean, in general, from brilliant folks like yourself that criticize communism, it's too easy to say nothing communism produces is good, which of course is not true. There's a lot of brilliant people and a lot of even, there's a lot of amazing things that have been created.
Yeah. So they had some amazing mathematicians, amazing scientists and so on, right? However,
great branding on the, red and the yellow. The branding is stellar.
So
Nazi Germany to excellent branding. with the flag and so on, you know. Yeah.
So
It ends there in terms of compliments.
yeah. Well, actually, they copied a lot of stuff from each other. You know, like there's this movie called The Soviet Story. It basically shows a lot of Nazi and Soviet propaganda things next to each other, and you can see guys almost in like the same pose. It's almost like, you know how AI will do like style transfer? You can almost see, because the socialist realism style of like the muscular, brawny worker is very similar to like the style of the Aryan Superman, you know, like pointing at the vermin or whatever.
And then there's the crappy open source version that tries to copy, which is Mussolini.
Yeah.
That just like, that does the same exact thing, but does it kind of shittier. So,
right.
Anyway.
So, my main thing about this is basically like trying to fight your factory in the physical world is probably not going to work. People are, I think, overconfident on this stuff, right? With that said, I think we want to, at all, you know, the future is not yet determined, right? At all odds, you know, we want to avoid a hot war between, like, I mean, a hot war between the US and China would be.
Do you think it's possible that we get a war?
We're doing these things like Pelosi going to Taiwan and trying to cause something. Like, look, again, this is one of these things which is complicated because obviously, if there's more than one perspective on this, right? Again, you've got the U.S. establishment, the U.S. conservative, the Taiwanese perspective, the Chinese perspective, all the bystanders over there. There's more than one perspective on this, okay? If you're, you know, one of China's many neighbors, you look at China with apprehension. Like Vietnam, for example, has sort of is partnering with India because they're mutually apprehensive of China. China is not making like great friends with its neighbors. It's kind of, you know, it's demonizing Japan. It's so ultra-nationalist nowadays. And so if you're Taiwanese, you're like, yeah, I do not want to be under the Chinese surveillance state. I completely understand that. Some people are pro-reunification, others aren't, but there's more, you know, trend, you know, in some ways for independence. Okay, fine.
But there's also an increasing temperature across the entire world. As we sit here today, there's speeches by Vladimir Putin about the serious possibility of a nuclear war. And that escalates kind of the heat in the room of geopolitics.
It escalates the heat in the room, of course, right? And the thing is, people have this belief that because something hasn't happened, it won't happen or it can't happen. But like, there were a lot of measures people took during the Cold War to make sure a nuclear exchange didn't happen. The whole mutually assured destruction thing and communicating that out and like the balance of terror. There were smart guys on both sides who thought through this, and there were near misses, right? There were, you know, like there's that story about like the Soviet colonel who didn't order a nuclear strike because he thought it was just like an error in the instruments, right? Okay, what's the point? Point is, you know, for example, Pelosi going to Taiwan, that didn't strengthen Taiwan. That didn't like that. If you're going to go and provoke China, I thought Scholar Stage, his Twitter account, had a good point, which is you should, if you're actually going to do it, then you strengthen Taiwan with like huge battalions of like arms and material, and you make them a porcupine and so on and so forth. Instead, her kind of going and landing there and mooning China and then flying back in the middle of a hot war with Russia, that's absolutely, you know, in the middle of an economic crisis or what have it just, you know, can you pick battles or whatever, right? It's like, you don't have to fight Russia and China at the same time. It's like kind of insane to do that, okay? Plus, even with Ukraine, some people were like, oh, this was like a victory for the US military policy or something. There's a guy who, I'm not trying to beat him up or anything, he's like, this is in March, thread on US security assistance to Ukraine. It's working. Ukraine might be one of the biggest successes of US security assistance. And the reason is, you know, US didn't focus on some high-end shiny objects, but on core military tasks. That focus should remain. And it's like, how is this a success? The West gave massive arms to Ukraine only after the invasion, but not enough before to deter. Now Ukraine is like this Syria-like battleground with, you know, 1 million refugees or whatever the number is, right? Their country is blown to smithereens, thousands of people dead, whatever $1,000 gas in Europe with like 10x energy, radicalized Russians, the threat of World War III or even nuclear war. You know, shooting somebody that's not like the point of the military. The point is, you know, there's a million ways to smash Humpty Dumpty into pieces and, you know, unleash the blood-drenched tides, right? And have people all shooting each other and killing each other. It's really hard to maintain stability. That's what competence is deterrence and stability, right? There's not like a success in any way. It's like an absolute tragedy for everybody involved, right?
Yeah, I mean, deterrence, of course, is the number one thing, but there's a lot to be said there. But I'm a huge not fan of declaring victory, as we've done many times when it's the wrong.
Yeah, I mean, look, I mean, the other thing about this is the whole mission accomplished thing during Iraq.
Mission accomplished is what I meant. Yeah,
exactly. Mission accomplished was obviously, the thing is, Russia lives next door to Ukraine, and so, just like Iraq lives next door to Iran, and Afghanistan is next door to Pakistan and China, and so if the U.S. eventually gets tired of it and leaves, those guys are next door, right? And so, who knows what's going to happen here? Okay, but one of the problems is the whole Afghanistan thing or the Iraq thing is the lesson for people was the uncertainty. They're like, is the US going to fight? Don't know. Will the US win if it fights? Don't know. Therefore, roll the dice. That uncertainty is itself tempting to folks, like Putin or whatever, right? So point is, coming all the way back up, we were talking about how the futures are past, and FDR, the business plot, FDR failed, but the tech companies were able to deplatform Trump, right? And the left libertarian would say, do we want that much corporate power? Okay. And so we gave the for case for Trump deplatforming, protecting democracy, the Trump supporter case against, which is on the secret history of the shadow campaign that saved the 2020 election, basically that article, the left libertarian or libertarian case against. And then to me, what is, I am more sympathetic to the libertarian / left libertarian against, and then also maybe the fourth group, which is the non-American case, right? Which is to say, every AMLO is he was the head of state of Mexico, I think at that time. Okay, AMLO, Macron, other folks, everybody who was watching this around the world, basically saw, let's say, U.S. establishment or Democrat aligned folks just decapitate, the head of state from digitally, right? Just boom, gone. Okay. And they're like, well, if they can do that in public to the US president, who's ostensibly the most powerful man in the world, what does the Mexican president stand against that? Nothing, right? These US media corporations, these US tech companies are so insanely powerful. Everybody's on Twitter or what have you, other than China, leaving them aside. They've got their own root system. If somebody tried to deplatform Xi Jinping off of Sina Weibo, they'd probably just fall through a trapdoor, their whole family, right? But for the rest of the world, it's on that is hosting their business, their politics on these US tech companies. They're like, regardless of whether it was justified on this guy, that means they will do it to anybody. Now the seal is broken. Just like the bailouts, as exceptional as they were, and at first everybody was shocked about them, then they became a policy instrument. And now this bailout's happening. Every single bill is printing another whatever $1 billion or something like that, right?
Can I ask on your thoughts and advice on this topic? If I or anyone were to have a conversation with Donald Trump, first of all, should one do so? And if so, how do you do it? And it may not necessarily be Trump. It could be other people like Putin and Xi Jinping and so on. Let's say people that are censored.
Right.
Like people that platforms in general see as dangerous. Hitler, you can go, we keep bringing it up.
Of course, that's the ultimate edge case, right? In the sense of that's saying something must be done. This is something, therefore this must be done, right? You've heard that one before?
No.
Right?
No, but I love it. Yeah.
So this is just...
Can I just use that as an explanation with confidence for everything I do?
Yeah, sure. There you go, right?
Something must be done. This is something, therefore it must be done.
Therefore this must be done. So that is the all kinds of regulations, all kinds of things are kind of justified on that basis, right? And there's a version of that, which is punch a Nazi. I decide who is a Nazi. You're a Nazi.
Therefore I punch you, and that's justified. Yeah.
Yeah. And, people say, how many people are calling Israelis, these things, right? And so the problem with argumentum ad Hitlerum is people will say Obama's a Nazi. Everybody will say everybody's a Nazi, right?
But there is a social consensus about who, let's set Nazis aside, but who is dangerous for society.
Okay, but now let's talk about that. All right. Yeah. So basically, I think a more interesting example than Hitler in this context is Herbert Matthews. So Fidel Castro, before he became the communist dictator of Cuba, was on the run. He was like Osama bin Laden at the time. He was like a terrorist that the Cuban regime had seemingly defeated. And what Herbert Matthews did is he got an intro to him. He went to the, place where he was hiding out. He gave an interview and he printed this hagiography in the New York Times with this photo of Castro looking all, mighty and so on. And he's like, Castro is still alive and still fighting. Okay. And there's this book on this called The Man Who Created Fidel.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Where basically NYT's article was crucial positive press that got Castro's point of view out to the world and helped lead to the communist revolution that actually impoverished Cuba, led to gay people being, discriminated against there, led to people fleeing, and drowning, trying to escape, right? That's an example of where platforming somebody led to a very bad outcome. In fact, many of the communist dictators in the 20th century had their own personal journalist, right? For example, there's a guy, John Reed. He's an American. He's buried, if I get this right, I think he's buried at the Kremlin Wall, okay? Why is an American buried there, okay? Because he wrote a book called 10 Days That Shook the World that whitewashed the entire Soviet Revolution and the Russian Revolution in 1917, October Revolution, and made these guys out to be the good guys when they were actually genocidal psychopaths. Okay, he got their point of view out to the world, and it was a totally misleading point of view. All right.
Do you think what do you think he was thinking? Do
He's
you think he saw the psychopathy? Sometimes it's not obvious.
Well, the French Revolution had already happened, so people kind of knew that this sort of psychopathic, killing in the name of equality could produce bad results, right? And but it's more than that, right? So it's John Reed, it's Herbert Matthews, it's Edgar Snow. Okay? So these are all people who should be extremely famous, right? So Edgar Snow is Mao's journalist. Okay, so he wrote, there's actually an article in this how 1930s reporter from Missouri became China's ideal journalist. Okay, and he wrote various books, including Red Star over China. Okay, and it's just a hagiography of Mao, right?
Yeah.
And then of course you've got Durante. He is Stalin's biographer, right? Just to recap, John Reed brought Lenin's message to the world. Malin's dead. Durante helped Stalin starve out the Ukrainians. Malin's dead. Edgar Snow was Mao's biographer. And Herbert Matthews was Castro's. This guy, David Halberstam in Vietnam, who was effectively Ho Chi Minh's. He basically went and took leaks from a communist spy. I'll give you the exact name. I'm going to mispronounce this, but it's Perfect Spy, The Incredible Double Life of PHAM Pham Xuan An, Time magazine reporter and Vietnamese communist agent. That guy was the source of many fabricated stories that David Halberstam printed in the New York Times that led to the undermining of the South Vietnamese regime. And, for example, stories of Buddhists being killed and so on. Ashley Rinsberg in The Great Lady Winked writes this whole thing up at length, so you can go and read it for his account. But basically, all of these communist dictators had a journalist right alongside them as their biographer.
Yeah.
Okay.
But those are tools of the propaganda machine versus...
Well, so my point is, these are 5 examples that are on the far left that should be balanced also against the Times running profiles of Hitler on the far right. We know that basically, the Times actually also ran a whole thing, which was, Hitler's mountain retreat or something like that. Do you know about that story?
What year was this?
I'll tell you, 1 second. Hitler at Home in the Clouds.
Oh boy, please tell me it's early 30s?
I think it's, this is Otto D. Talisius. This is actually a guy that Ashley Rinsberg writes up in The Great Lady Winked, right?
1937.
37. There's another one where I think the date is wrong, but it's 39, but essentially these titles are Where Hitler Dreams and Plans, He Lives Simply, right? And there's another one, Herr Hitler at Home in the Clouds, okay? The thing about this is, absolutely, there are folks who are hagiographers of the far right, but whether you're talking Lenin and John Reed, or Stalin and Walter Durante of the New York Times, or Castro and Herbert Matthews, again of the New York Times, or Edgar Snow and Mao, or David Halberstam and Ho Chi Minh, again of the New York Times, you start to see a pattern here where the guys who are being platformed and given a voice are these guys who end up being far left, lunatics, right? And I think part of the issue here is, the saying about how communists don't understand self-interest, nationalists don't understand other interest. And so nationalists are more obvious Isn't that good? I thought it was good.
Pretty good.
Right?
Pretty good.
So the nationalist is very obvious in the sense of like, they're for the Aryans. They're not even for like the Slavs or whatever, right? Like, basically, had Hitler constructed a different ideology, then like he might have gotten more support in Eastern Europe or whatever, right? But he also called the Slavs inferior, not just, basically everybody was inferior to the Aryans, okay? Except maybe the English or whatever, but that was it, right? And the Japanese are honorary Aryans or something. So the nationalist declares the supremacy of their own race or culture or what have you, and doesn't understand people's other interest. But he also pumps up his own guys, okay? Same with, in some ways, China today, same with Japan back in the day. Whereas the communist has a message that sounds more appealing. It's a universalist message ostensibly, but it's actually a faux universalism because it's actually particularism. Like during the Soviet Union, communism, this faux universalism was basically a mask for Russian nationalism, where, or at least Soviet nationalism, where in particular Russians were pushed into many territories and, Russian speakers were, like privileged in, the Eastern Europe and the Baltics. Of course, Russians themselves were oppressed at home. As Solzhenitsyn writes, they were both victim and victimizer of the regime. Their churches were crushed and so on. As compensation, they were agents of empire. It's a tragedy all around. Okay? I'm not, I think Russians have been hard done in many ways. They've had a very hard century. They've also done hard by others. Okay, it's complicated.
Those journalists you mentioned, just to elaborate, maybe you disagree with me. I wonder what you think.
Sure.
But I think conversation, like not to sort of glorify any particular medium, but there's something, one of the reasons I like long form podcasts or interviews, long form unedited interviews. There's been shows throughout the 20th century that do that kind of thing, but they seem to be rare. That's podcast made it much more popular and common. It somehow makes it easier not to do this kind of bullshit journalism that
the gotcha stuff. Yeah.
I feel like asking interesting and deep questions I think you could sit down with Hitler in 1940, 1941, 1942, and the podcast actually serve a purpose.
In 41 and 42, mid-World War II?
Mid-World War II. A purpose of, one, which is very important, get good information for the future so history can study it. And two, reveal to the world the way a man thinks that is beyond the propaganda.
So all this stuff is complicated, but today, so in the specific issue of the folks you were talking about, like Putin, Xi, Trump, right? For those folks, they are very clearly outgroup for both the US left and right, which is, let's say the Western left and right, which are your audience. There's folks who are tankies and there are folks who are MAGA who are sympathetic. And
sorry, what are tankies?
Tankies are those who are, they may call themselves tankies. Let's say they're anti-imperialist left and MAGA right. Yeah. Okay. For different reasons are against the US establishment and for Putin or Xi or something like that as, as an agent against the US establishment, right? So leaving those aside, the point is that most of your audience is sort of on guard, vaccinated in a sense, right? Versus Xi and Putin and Trump, right? Mm-hmm. Like they know the counter arguments and so on and so forth, okay? In which case, I wouldn't think interviewing them would be like that big a deal relatively, because there's so much other coverage and so on out there. It's I think it's probably okay. However, for something like, when what John Reed was doing and so on, when he was the sole source of information about the Russian Revolution.
Yes,
right.
That's different.
That's different, right? So it's something about it. Kind of gets back to the competitive environment and so on. There's no dearth of folks who are writing critical coverage of these three men, right? And so if I felt that was insufficient, then you might need more of it, right?
Right.
Just like, for example, nowadays with Stalin, there are a lot of articles and books and PDFs and so on it.
But at the time, not as much.
At the time, not as much, right? That's why I brought those guys, right? Yeah. Because often it's kind of like, have you ever stocked shelves at a supermarket? And so it seemed totally out of left field.
No, but shoes, but the same thing. Sears, I used to work at Sears.
The thing that is the most popular is the thing that's not on the shelf because it's been sold out.
Yeah.
Right. So in some ways, like, this is similar to that, famous photo that people have, or not photo, image that people have on Twitter of the plain and the parts that are shot versus not, right? The survivorship bias, right? And one way of kind of thinking about it is the guys who you think of as bad guys or possible bad guys or controversial guys or whatever are those you've already got some vaccination to. That's why you think of them at all. Whereas the folks that I mentioned, the regulators, invisible. You don't, right? Sulzberger, you know Zuckerberg, you know his pros and cons, you know who he is as a person. You don't even know Sulzberger exists, most people, right? Despite the fact that he's like certainly is powerful. You know, he owns the New York Times, he inherits it. He also got dual class stock, just like Zuck. But he's invisible, right?
Well, that's why I think studying the knowns, the people that are known, can help you generalize to the way human nature is, and then you start to question: are the same kind of humans existing in places that wield power? And
Yeah,
you can assume they do exist there, and then you can start to infer.
that's right.
And ask questions.
So this is kind of what I try to do is like, what is the dark matter? What is the question that's not being asked or what have
Yes,
you, right?
Yes.
And so, that's not to say that you need to be so anti-mimetic that you only do that. But I think you need to do that as well as understand what is good about the conventional wisdom. And, for example, if you notice, a lot of what I talk about is like the V1, V2, V3, where as critical as I am of, let's say, the FDA, I recognize that people want a regulated marketplace, and how do we do better? As critical as I can be of the Fed, I recognize that some kind of monetary policy is necessary, and Satoshi came up with a better one, right? As harsh as one can be a critic of the current system, it is really incumbent, as difficult as that is, upon one to come up with a better version. Just like academia, as much as I think current science is corrupted, what I propose is a way to actually improve on that. And actually, any true scientist say, yes, I want my work to be reproducible. Yes, I want citations to be important statements, and so on and so forth. And we don't have to get everybody to agree with that, but just enough to build that better version and not regress.
Yeah, there's an implied optimism within the V1, V2, V3
Yes.
framework. Let me ask you at a high level about social media, because you are one of its prominent users to communicate your wisdom.
I use Twitter. I wouldn't really think of it as quote communicate my wisdom per se or anything like that. I use Twitter like I might use GitHub as a scratch pad for just kind of floating concepts. And, I've got, okay, here's a frame on things. Let me kind of put it out there and see what people think, get some feedback and so on.
Don't you think it has lasting impact, your scratchbook?
I think it's good, but basically like, if I'd say that's what's my primary thing on Twitter, it's that. It's a scratch pad for me to kind of put some concepts out there, iterate on them, get feedback on them, and so on and so forth. Right?
Do you think it's possible that the words you've tweeted on Twitter is the most impact you will have
On the world?
on the world?
I don't,
Is that possible?
is it possible? Well, my
You
tweets
gave me.
is a good question. I think the network state will be, I think, important, or I hope, well, the book,
The book of the concept.
good question.
Sorry, just to clarify.
The movement,
The movement.
right? In the sense that Zionism shows that it is possible to have a book and then a conference and then a fund, and eventually in the fullness of time, with a lot of time and
Actual
effort,
state.
actually get a state, right? And, as I mentioned earlier, a lot of countries are small countries. But I didn't mention, there's a guy who's the head of Kazakhstan, and he made a remark. He's like, if we allow every nation that wants to have self-determination to have a state, we'd have 600 countries rather than 190.
Yeah.
Because, the option, there's many opposites of a nation state, but one of the opposites is the stateless nation.
Mhm.
And so where the network state is popular? In places like Catalonia. Catalonian nationalists. In Catalonia, guys who are committed Catalonian nationalists. So Catalonia, this region of Spain, right? The thing is that, again, V1, V2, V3, the nation state is V2, and it beat the city state, which is like V1. And the network state I think of as a potential V3, which combines aspects of V1 and V2. So Catalonia or the Basque region, these are underneath the quote nation state of Spain, but many Catalonians think of themselves as part of a separate nation. Not all, many, okay? And so they want a state of their own. Who doesn't? If you're a nation, meaning that they've got a legitimate claim from history, language, culture, all that stuff, right? Basques do as well. The Kurds do as well, okay? Lots of ethnic groups around the world do. So in the game of musical chairs, that was the formation of current national borders, they lost out, right? So what did they do? Well, one answer is they just submit to the Spanish state and they just speak Spanish and their culture is erased and their history is erased and so on. Second is they do some sort of Ireland-like insurgency, the Troubles, to try to get a thing of their own, which is obviously bad for other kinds of reasons, right? Violent, etc. What this Catalonian nationalist said, he's like, look, well, we can't give up on our existing path. The network state is a really interesting third option. I mean, by the way, I didn't talk to this guy, V. Partal, okay? And he's got this site called Via Web, and or VILA, Villa Web, sorry. It can be, meaning the network state, can be especially appealing to us. Catalans are now embarking on the task of having a normal and current state in the old way, and this is a project that we cannot give up. But this does not mean that at the same time we are not also attentive to ideas like this, and we do not try to learn and move forward, right? Meaning, the network state, right? Because that's the third way, which says, okay, maybe this particular region is not something where you're going to be able to get, a state. But just like there's more Irish people who live outside of Ireland, right? Just like, the Jewish people, didn't actually get a state in Poland or what have you. They had one in Palestine. Perhaps the Catalonians could crowdfund territory in other places and have essentially a state of their own that's distributed. Okay. Now, again, what people are immediately going to say is, well, that's going to lead to conflict with the locals necessarily, and so on and so forth. But if you're parallel processing, you don't have the all-in-one bucket aspect of I must win here, and the guy on the other side is like, I must win. You have optionality. You can have multiple different nodes around the world, just like there's multiple Chinatowns. You could have multiple Catalonian towns, right? And some places you might be able to just buy an island, and that becomes, the new Catalonia, right? Just like I think there's a region called New Caledonia, and that's in the Southwest Pacific. So maybe New Catalonia is somewhere else, right? So if you're flexible on that, now of course, a bunch of people will immediately say, they'll have 50 different objections to this. They'll say, oh, you don't get it. The whole point is the land, and so on. They've been there for generations. Say, I do get it. But this Catalan nationalist who's like literally written in Catalonian for I don't know how many years, right? Is basically saying this is worth thinking about. And so it's a peaceful third way.
Yeah, but it's interesting. I mean, it's a good question whether Elon Musk, SpaceX, and Tesla will be successful without Twitter.
Yeah, I don't think as successful. I mean, obviously they existed before Twitter, and a lot of the engineering problems are obviously non-Twitter things, right? But Twitter itself has certainly probably helped Musk with Tesla sales.
The engineering. No, that's not what I mean.
Oh, go ahead.
The best people in the world solve the engineering problem.
Yes, but he hires the people to solve them, and he knows enough about engineering to hire those people.
That's the point I'm making.
Oh,
is
sure.
On Twitter, the legend of Elon Musk is created. The vision is communicated, and the best engineers in the world come to work for the vision. It's an advertisement of a man, of a company pursuing a vision. I think Twitter is a great place to make viral ideas that are compelling to people, whatever those ideas are. And whether that's the network state or whether that's humans becoming a multiplanetary species.
Here is a remark I had just before the pandemic related to this, okay, about Twitter helping Elon, just beyond that for a second. Maybe centralization is actually also underexplored in the design space. For example, today's social networks are essentially governed by a single CEO, but that CEO is a background figure. They aren't leading the users to do anything. What if they did? One example, could Elon Musk's then 30 million followers somehow get us to Mars faster? Tools for directed collaborative work by really large groups on the internet are still in their infancy. You can see pieces of what I was talking about, the Scratchpad thing, the network state being a group which can do collective actions. This is kind of the thing, right? So technologies for internet collaboration that can be very useful to the software for future network states. Operational transformation is how like Google Docs coordinates edits. Conflict-free replicated data types is another, it's an alternative, easier to code in some ways in operational transformation. Microtasks like Mechanical Turk, Scale AI, and Earn.com before we sold it. Blockchains and crypto, obviously. The Polymath project, where a bunch of people parallel processed and were able to solve an open math problem by collaborating. Wikipedia with its flaws that we talked about. Social networks and group messaging. All these are ways for collaborating. They're not just simply attacking or doing something on the internet. This is something that Elon could use, right?
What works and what doesn't about Twitter? If there's something that's broken, how would you fix it?
A million things I can say here. So a few things. First is fact checking. I had this kind of fun, I thought it was a funny tweet. To anyone who wants to, quote, ban lying on social media, Please write down a function that takes in a statement and returns whether it is true. If you can start with the Riemann hypothesis, that would be amazing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well
Now,
put.
that's kind of funny, right?
That's funny.
And so now the thing,
That joke landed on like 5 people.
sure. You want to explain the joke? Go.
Well, no, there's a lot of problems, decidability, where the truth, that's what proofs in math is. The truth of the thing is actually exceptionally difficult to determine. And that's just a really nice example.
Right.
The problems that persist across centuries that have not been solved by the most brilliant minds, they're essentially true or false problems.
That's right. And so when people are saying, when they were saying they want to ban lying on social media, fact check social media, the assumption is that they know what is true. And what do they mean by that? They really mean the assertion of political power, right? With that said, do I think it could be useful to have some kind of quote fact checking thing? Yes, but it has to be decentralized and open source. You could imagine an interesting concept of coding Trugle, like a Google that returned what was true.
Yes.
It's like a modified
I
version,
like it.
right? So like GPT-3, but the Stable Diffusion version where it's open.
Mhm.
Okay. And so now Stable Diffusion shows that it's possible to take an expensive AI model and put it out there, right? So you have, you know what a knowledge graph is?
Mhm.
Like basically, you wouldn't actually, whether you have it as RDF or like a triple store kind of thing, or some other representation, it's like an ontology of A is a B, and B has a C, and it's got probabilities on the edges sometimes and other kinds of metadata. And this allows Google to show certain kinds of one box information where it's like, what is Steve Jobs's, what is Lorene Powell Jobs's age or birthday? They can pull that up out of the knowledge graph, right? And so you can imagine that Trugle would have both deterministic and statistical components. And crucially, it would say whether something is true according to a given knowledge graph.
Mhm.
And so this way, at least what you can do is you can say, okay, here's the things that are consensus reality, like the value of the gravitational constant will be the same in the MAGA knowledge graph and the US establishment knowledge graph and the CCP knowledge graph and the Brazilian knowledge graph and so on and so forth. Okay. But there's other things that will be quite different. And at least now you can isolate where the point of disagreement is. And so you can have a form of decentralized fact checking that is like, according to who? Well, here is the authority and it is this knowledge graph, right? So that's like a kind of thing, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So that is, so that's one concept of like what next social media looks like. There's actually so much more. Another huge thing is decentralized social media. Okay. Social media today is like China under communism in a really key sense. There's a great article called The Secret Document That Transformed China.
Mhm.
Do you know what China was like before 1978?
I know about the atrocities,
Sure.
But-
So
but
to
there,
put some flesh on the
yeah,
bone, so to speak.
Oh, boy.
Okay. So basically,
there's a good book I'm reading because I think a lot of documents became public recently, and so
there's a window when it opened up. Now it's probably closing back down again. But
great biographies because of that were written. Like I'm currently reading Mao's Great Famine by Frank DeCotter,
yeah,
which is oh boy,
it's crazy. Okay.
yeah,
Here's the thing: is capitalism was punishable by death
Mhm.
in living memory in China. Just to explain what that meant, okay? I mean, that's what communism was, right? It was literally the same China that has like the the entrepreneurs and Jack Ma and so on and so forth. 40-something years ago, capitalism was punishable by death. But to give you a concrete example, this is a famous story in China, maybe apocryphal, but it's what the folks have talked about. There's a village in Zhaogang, and basically all the grain that you were produced was supposed to go to the collective, and even one straw belonged to the group. At one meeting with Communist Party officials, a farmer asked, "What about the teeth in my head? Do I own those?" Answer, "No, your teeth belong to the collective." Okay. Now, the thing is that when you're taking 100% of everything, okay, work hard, don't work hard, everyone gets the same, so people don't want to work, right? So what happened? These farmers gathered in secret, and they did something that was like, would have gotten them executed. They wrote a contract amongst themselves and said, we all agree that we will be able to keep some of our own grain. We will give some of them to the regime, so when it comes to collect the grain, they've got something. We'll be able to keep some of it. And if any of us are killed for doing this, then the contract said that the others would take care of their children. Okay?
So
To keep some of what you earned, I mean, just think about how...
they formed a mini capitalism society within the
Yes.
a secret capitalism society
So what happened?
amongst 5 people.
Now,
Whatever, yeah.
Right. So now that they could keep some of what they earned,
Good.
right? Keep some of what they earned, they had a bumper harvest. And you know what happened with that bumper harvest? That made the local officials really suspicious and mad. They weren't happy that there was a bumper harvest. They're like, what are you doing? You're doing capitalism?
Yeah.
Right? And in, a few years earlier, they might have just been executed.
Mhm.
And in fact, many were. That's what it means when you see millions dead. Millions dead means guys were shot for keeping some grain for themselves.
Mhm.
Okay, it means like guys came and kicked in the door of your collective farm and, raped your wife and took you off to a prison camp and so on and so forth. That's what communism actually was. Okay, it hasn't been depicted in movies. There's a great post by Ken Billingsley in the year 2000 called, if I get this right, Hollywood's Missing Movies. Okay, this is basically here. I'll paste this link so you can put it in the show notes. All right, this is worth reading. It's still applicable today. But now that we have stable diffusion, now we have all these people online. Now that Russia and China are America's national bad guys, they, as they were before, they are again. Perhaps we'll get some movies on what communism actually was during the 20th century and how bad it was, right? And vaccinate people against that as well as against Nazism, which they should be. Okay. The point of this, go ahead.
No, because I'm congratulating myself on the nice. Because you're sending me excellent links on WhatsApp, and I just saw that there's an export chat feature.
Yes, great.
Because we also have disappearing messages on, so I was like, all right, this is great.
Great.
I'll be able to get it. Your ability to reference sources is incredible. So thank you for this. Anyway,
Otherwise, if I say something, it sounds too surprising. So that's why I want to make sure I have
on this topic.
Yeah. So people would be like shot for holding some grain. So what happened though was Deng Xiaoping said, okay, we're not going to kill you. In fact, we're going to actually set up the first special economic zone in Shenzhen. He didn't try to flip the whole country from communist to capitalist in one go. Instead, he's like, we can reform in one place. And in fact, he fenced it off from the rest of China.
Yeah.
And it did trade with Hong Kong. And he spent his political capital on this one exception. It grew so fast that gave him more political capital. Some people think actually that the, Sino-Vietnamese War was Deng's way of just distracting the generals while he was turning China around to get it back on the capitalist road. And what he did was the opposite of a rebranding. He did a reinterpretation. Like a rebranding is where the substance is the same, but the logo is changed. Okay? You were Facebook, you're now Meta. That's a rebranding, right? Reinterpretation is where the logo and the branding is the same. They're still the CCP, they're still the Chinese Communist Party, but they're capitalist now, the engine under the hood. It's deniable. Mm-hmm. Okay? And this is a very common, once you realize those are different things, it's like swap the front end, swap the back end.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Good way to put it.
Right?
It's really good. Yeah, really. I'm enjoying your metaphors and way of talking about stuff. Yeah, so I get, yeah. Swap, rebranding is swap the front end, reinterpretation, swap the back end. Yeah.
That's right. Once you realize that, you're like, okay, I can, just like as an engineer, you can kind of, okay, sometimes I want to do this on the front end, sometimes I want to do the back end, sometimes it's explicit, and sometimes the user doesn't need to see it, and it's on the back end. Lots of political stuff, is arguably not just best done on the back end, but always done on the back end. Mm-hmm. One of the points I make in the book is left is the new right is the new left, is, if you look through history, the Christian king, the Republican conservative, the CCP entrepreneur, the WASP establishment, these are all examples of a revolutionary left movement becoming the ruling class right. Mm-hmm. Okay, like the Republican conservative, just as that one example. I go through an extended description of this in the book, but the Republicans were the radical Republicans, the left of 1865. They won the revolution, and their moral authority led them to have economic authority in the late 1800s. You wouldn't want a Democrat Confederate trader as the head of your, railroad company, would you? Right. So all the Confederate traders, et cetera, were boxed out from the plum positions in the late 1800s. And so what happened was the Republicans turned their moral authority into economic authority, made tons of money. The Democrats then started repositioning, not as a party of the Southern racists, but the poor, right? And, the Cross of Gold speech by William Jennings Bryan was part of that. There's a gradual process that reached its apotheosis, but let's say a crucial mark with the election of FDR, where it was actually not the 1932, but the 1936 election that black voters switched over to FDR. Okay, that was actually the major flip to like 70%, to the Democrats. Now they'd repositioned as the party of the poor, not the party of the South. Okay, and Republicans had lost some economic authority, or rather, they had moral authority. They turned into economic authority. They started to lose some moral authority. The loss of moral authority was complete by 1965. That was actually mop-up. People dated, the civil rights movement as the big way where the Republicans lost moral authority. It's not really, that was a mop-up because 1936, 30 years earlier, was when black voters switched to the Democrats, okay? So 1965 was another 10 points moving over of black voters to the Democrats. Republicans had completely lost moral authority 100 years after the Civil War, okay? Then the next 50 years, that loss of moral authority meant that they lost economic authority, because now you wouldn't want a Republican bigot as a CEO of your tech company anymore, would you, right? So by 2015, 2020, now you have, it's like two sine waves that are staggered, right? Moral authority leads to economic authority, leads to loss of moral authority, leads to loss of economic authority. And so now you have the Democrats, have, completed a 155-year arc from the defeated party in the Civil War to the dominant party in the US establishment. All the woke capitalists are now at the very top. Now the same repositioning is happening where if you're so woke, why are you rich? You get it, right? Like, if you're so smart, why aren't you rich is the normal kind of thing, right? If you're so woke, if you're so holy, why is, like, for example, the BLM founder, why do they have this $1 million mansion, right? If you're so woke, and it's all about being good and you're anti-capitalist, how come you seem to be raking in the money, etc., right? This is an argument which I'm not sure how long it will go. It might take years to play out. It might take decades to play out. I think probably on the order of a decade. You're going to see, in my view, the repositioning. If the Democrats are the woke capitalists, the Republicans will eventually are becoming the Bitcoin maximalists. Mm-hmm. Why? Because, if one guy picks left, the other guy picks right. It's literally like magnets kind of repelling. They're sort of forced into the other corner here, right? And the Bitcoin maximalists will essentially, where this guy says centralization, they say decentralization, where they defend the right of capital to do anything. The maximalists will say, actually, you're all cantillionaires. You're all benefiting from printed money. You don't have anything that's legitimate. You don't actually own anything. It's all a handout from the government, and so on and so forth, right? And so that's a counterpositioning that will basically attack the wokes by how much money they're making. Mm-hmm. They're not contesting the ideology. So when one guy signals economics, you signal culture. When the other guy signals culture, you signal economics. That's a whole thing I can talk about. Should I talk about that for a second?
Sure. Is this integrated into the forces that you talk about? You've talked about the three forces, the trifecta of forces that affect our society, which is the wokes, let's say.
Woke capital, communist capital,
woke capital. You talk so fast. It's and I think so slow.
No.
Woke capital, communist capital, and crypto capital. Can you explain each of those three? We actually talked about each of the three in part, but it would be nice to bring them together in a beautiful triangle.
And then I will also come back up and I'll talk about how the CCP story relates to social media and decentralized social media.
Sure.
Okay. All right. So NYT, CCP, BTC is woke capital, communist capital, crypto capital. And communist capital is the simplest. It is you must submit. The Communist Party is powerful. CCP is powerful, and you are not. If you're in China, you just submit.
CCP is an embodiment of communist capital that you're talking about.
Well, yeah. So basically, and in China, they call it CPC. So basically, they don't like it usually if you say CCP, right? So, like Communist Party of China as opposed to Chinese Communist Party. Basically, that is capitalism. That is a Chinese pool of capital. That billion-person pool. Okay, that's WeChat, and it's it's Alibaba, and it's the entire kind of thing. That is one just social network with currency. The whole thing is vertically integrated.
When we say communist, what do you mean here? Why is the word communist important? Why don't you just say China? So is communist an important word?
Or is it
just a catchy label?
It's a catchy label, but I think it's also important because it's paradoxical, right? I had a thread on this. The future is communist capital versus woke capital versus crypto capital. Each represents a left-right fusion that's bizarre by the standards of the 1980s consensus. It's PRC versus MMT versus BTC, all right? And why is it bizarre by the standards of the 1980s consensus? Well, in the 1980s, you wouldn't think the communists would become capitalists, but they did. You wouldn't think that the wokes, the progressives, right, would become so enamored with giant corporations and their power, right? They've seen something to like in that, right? And you also wouldn't think that the non-Americans or the post-Americans or the internationalists would be the champions of capital, because you'd think it's the American nation, right? So rather than the conservative American nationalists being the defenders of capital, you have the liberal Americans who are with capital, you have the communist Chinese who are with capital, and you have the internationalists who are with capital. And it's the conservative American nationalists who are in some ways against that, which is kind of funny, right? So it's like this weird ideological flippening that if you take the long lens, you have these poles that kind of repel each other. Okay, so just on the CCP NYT BTC thing.
NYT, by the way, is woke capital.
Yeah, what is NYT? So its formula is a little interesting. If CCP is just you must submit because they're powerful, okay, and then you bow your head because the Chinese Communist Party is strong. Woke capital is you must sympathize. Why do you bow your head, Lex? Oh, because you're a white male. Therefore, you're guilty. You sympathize. You must bow your head because you are powerful. Mm-hmm. Yet, notice it ends in the same place, in your head looking to the ground, right? In China, it's because they are powerful, so therefore you must bend your head. For the wokes, it's the left-handed version where you are powerful and it's shameful, so you should bow your head. Right?
Right.
Okay. But it ends in your head bowed. It's an ideology of submission. It's not that subtle, but it's like somewhat subtle. And then finally, crypto capital is head held high. You must be sovereign. Okay. And one of the things I point out in the book is each of these poles is negative in some ways when taken to extreme, but also negative in its opposite. For example, obviously just totally submitting to total surveillance is bad, but a society where nobody submits is San Francisco, where people just rob stores and walk out, in the middle, shoplifting, all these goods and nothing happens, right? A society where, you have the woke level of sympathy, where you get to the kind of insanity of math is white supremacist and whatever, nonsense is happening today is terrible. But a society that's totally stripped of sympathy is also not one that one would want to be part of, right? That's just like whether it's 4chan's actual culture or it's feigned culture or something like that, or some weird combination, that's also not good. It's like Russia in the 90s, like nobody trusts anybody. That's also bad. And, being totally sovereign, that sounds good. And there's a lot that is good about it. And I'm sympathetic to this corner, but being totally sovereign, you go so capitalist, so sovereign that you're against the division of labor. You don't trust anybody. So you have to pump your own water and so on. So you actually have a reduced standard of living over here. Okay. And conversely,
it's like survivalist or whatever.
Survivalist type of stuff, right? And you just kind of, you just go kind of too crazy into that corner. And then, like, of course, though, the other extreme of, having no sovereignty is you will own nothing and be happy. Everything's in the cloud and can be deleted at any point, right? So each of these is kind of has badness when it's there, but also its total extreme opposite is bad. And so you want to kind of carve out like an intelligent intermediate of these three poles, and that's the decentralized center or the re-centralized center, I call it. Now, with that said, I think there is a repositioning in particular of woke capital that is happening. And I think if the 2000s was the global war on terror, and then the channel just changed to wokeness in the 2010s. And when I mean channel change, have you seen Paul Graham's graph, or actually David Rosado's graph that Paul Graham posted?
No, but just a good chance to say that Paul Graham is awesome.
Okay, yeah. And so here is this graph. Okay, David Rosado's a data analyst, I think, that put this together. So but basically, this is a graph of the word usage frequency in the New York Times, 1970 to 2018. And he's got some controls there.
Paul Graham tweets, hypothesis, although some newspapers can survive the switch to online subscriptions, none can do it and remain politically neutral. Quote, newspaper or record. You have to pick a side to get people to subscribe. And there's a bunch of plots. On the x-axis is years. On the y-axis is the frequency of use. And sexism has been going up, misogyny has been going up, sexist, patriarchy, mansplaining, toxic masculinity, male privilege. All these terms have been going up very intensely in the past in the past decade.
Yeah, but really 2013 is the exact moment. You see these things, they're flat and then just go vertical. Mansplaining, toxic masculinity.
What precisely happened in 2013?
So I talk about this in the book, but I think fundamentally what happened was tech hurt media and their revenue dropped by about $50 billion over the 4 years from 08 to 2012.
Yeah.
Tech helped Obama get reelected, and media was positive on tech until December 2012. They wrote like the nerds go marching in the Atlantic. Then after January 2013, once Obama was ensconced, then the knives came out because basically these tech guys were bankrupting them. They were through supporting them. And so the journals got extremely nasty, and just basically they couldn't build search engines or create social networks, but they could write stories and shape narratives. So a clear editorial direction went down that, essentially took all these weapons that had been developed in academia to win status competitions in humanities departments.
Yeah.
And then they just deployed them, right? And essentially somebody observed that wokeness is the combination of Foucauldian deconstruction and civil rights, where deconstruction takes away, the legitimacy of the old order, and then civil rights says, okay, the only thing that's good is this, right? Which is says the old order was also bad in a different way, but this is what's good. And that is the underpinning ideology. All these words have embedded in them like an ideology, right? Another way of thinking about it is, this is not my reference, but I'll cite it anyway. The glossary of the Greek military junta, right? The creation and or use of special terms that are employed by the junta as propaganda tools, because essentially the word itself embeds a concept. You can Russell conjugate something one way or the other, right? Russell conjugation is this concept that I sweat, you perspire, but she glows. You can always take something, you are uncontrollably angry, but he is righteously indignant, okay? You have a thin skin, they clap back, right? So once you kind of realize that these words have just been chosen in such a way as to delegitimize their target, and they all went vertical in 2013, and they were suddenly targeted against their erstwhile allies, in tech, but also just across the country, you can see that this Great Awakening, that's what Iglesias called it by play on words, the Great Awakening, right? This kind of spasm of quasi-religious extremism. I wouldn't call it religious because it's not God-centered, it's really state and network centered. So I call it a doctrine, which is a superset of religion and political doctrine. These words went vertical, and all the terrorism stuff you just noticed kind of fell off a cliff. That was the obsession of everything in the 2000s, and just channel change, right? It's amazing how that happened.
Yeah.
It's not like any of the pieces got picked up. Some of those wars are still raging, of course.
And there's victims to this wokeism movement, and
but in a weird way, even though some parts of it, just like Syria, like there's wars in the Middle East that still keep raging. There's certainly active fronts of wokeism, but in a sense, the next shift is already on. You know why? It's a pivot from wokeism to statism. In many ways, NYT is sort of, and more generally the U.S. establishment is sort of kind of coming, you may not believe this, they're kind of coming back to the center a little bit. In the same way that Lenin, after the revolution, implemented the new economic policy, which you may be aware of, right? Which was just like X% more capitalism. He kind of boot on the neck, take control, but then ease up for a bit. And the so-called net men during the 20s were able to eke out something. There was like, oh, okay, fine, he's going to be easier on us. Then it intensified again because basically by loosening up, they were able to consolidate control. They weren't putting as much pressure on, right? Then it went extremely intense again, right? Similar to like Mao's like 100 flowers thing, let 100 flowers bloom. And, everybody came out, and then he found out all the people who were against him, and he executed a bunch of them, right? So what's happening now is NYT is, and more generally the U.S. establishment, is somewhat tacking back to the center where, they're not talking BLM and abolish the police. They're saying fund the Capitol Police, right? They've gone from the narrative of 2020, which was meant to win a domestic contest, where they said America's a systemically racist country, tear down George Washington, we're so evil, to the rhetoric of 2022, which is we're the global champion of democracy and every non-white country is supposed to trust us. Now, obviously those are inconsistent, right? If you're in India or you're in Nigeria and you just heard that America's calling itself, the same guys, by the way, saying it's so institutionally racist, systemically racist, and now you're saying, well, we're the leader of the free world and the number one. Obviously, there's an inconsistency between the domestic propaganda and the foreign propaganda, right? There's a contrast between abolish the police and put $2 billion for the Capitol Police. You can reconcile this and you can say the U.S. establishment is pro-federal and anti-local and state. So abolish the local police, who tend to be, Republican or rightist, but fund the FBI, fund the Capitol Police, who tend to be, just like in the Soviet Union, is the national things like the KGB, right? That were for the state, but there were always local nationalist ethnic insurgencies in like Estonia and other places, right? So you can reconcile them, but nevertheless, on its face, those are contradictory. So what are you going to get? I think you're going to get this rotation where a fair number of the folks on the sort of authoritarian right are kind of pulled back into the fold a bit. Okay, these are the cops and the military and whatnot, some of them, because as this decade progresses, you're going to see the signaling on American statism as opposed to wokeism, okay, which is 30 degrees back towards the center, right? Conversely, on the other side, you're going to have the left libertarians and right libertarians who are signaling crypto and decentralization and so on, okay? And so the next one isn't red versus blue, it's orange versus green. It's the dollar versus Bitcoin. And so you have the authoritarians, the top of the political compass, versus the quote libertarians, right? And here's the visual of that. So that's why, like, as I wrote the book and after I was like, I'm already seeing this shift happening from war on terror to wokeism to American statism, right? And here, just take a look at this visual.
Interesting. So the visual is an animation transforming the left versus right, libertarian versus authoritarian, to Bitcoin and dollar versus crypto.
That's right. And some folks switch sides, right? Because you have folks like, Jack Dorsey and a lot of the tech founders in basically the lower left corner, right, who were blue but are now going to become orange or are orange. And you have folks in the upper right corner who are going to, at the end of the day, pick the dollar and the American flag over the internationalist ideals of cryptocurrency.
The realigning, as you call it. Let me ask you, briefly, we do need to get a comment, your visionary view of things. We're at a low point in the cryptocurrency space from a shallow analysis perspective, or maybe in a deeper sense, if you can enlighten me. Do you think Bitcoin will rise again?
Yes.
Do you think it will go to take on fiat, to go over $1 million, to go to these heights?
I mean, I think it's possible. And the reason I think it's possible is I think a lot of things might go to $1 million because inflation. Right. That was an important point, right?
Yes, it's a very important point, yes.
Because you're seeing essentially...
Yes.
Right. The choke pointing on energy is pushing up prices across the board for a lot of things. The supply, China's not doing us any favors with the COVID lockdowns. Putin's not doing the world any favors with this giant war. There's a lot of bad things happening in the physical world, right? You have, when China, Russia, and the US are all, and Europe is, there's folks who are just insane about degrowth and they're against, they're pushing for burning coal and wood, right? So a lot of prices are going up in a really foundational and fundamental way. And with that said, also the dollar is in some ways strengthening against certain other things because a lot of other countries are dying harder, right? And you've got riots in Sri Lanka and riots in Panama and riots in, all these places, right? So it's very complicated because you've got multiple different trends going in the same way. Your Bitcoin Maximus would just say infinity over 21 million. And so therefore you print all the dollars, there's only 21 million Bitcoin, so Bitcoin goes to infinity. But it can be something where lots of other currencies die and the dollar is actually exported via stable coins. Okay. But I do think fiat still moves somehow into the cryptocurrencies. Yeah. I think it's kind of like Microsoft where, Windows is still around, right? Microsoft is still around, still a multi-$100 billion company. He doesn't mean it. Don't worry. All my machines are Windows and are they still boot? Yeah. Okay. I don't know a single Mac. Really? Okay. Yeah. You are unusual on that. Yeah. That's so at least for our. It's not ideology, just convenience. Fine. They actually now post out there. They do make some good stuff, right? Like Microsoft Teams is good, right? There's a lot of incredible stuff. Yeah. And the new CEO has done a lot of innovative things, like GitHub. Yeah, I mean, well, that's an acquisition, but still, I give them credit for it.
The acquisition, the pivoting of vision and motivations and focus and all that kind of stuff.
So,
anyway, yes,
okay.
Microsoft does an analogy, metaphor for something.
Well, yeah. So basically, just like, they didn't need a turnaround, but they did endure to the present day. They didn't die from Google app. I mean, for the massive attacks on them, they didn't die. They are less powerful, but they make more money, right?
Yes.
And I think that might be something that, I mean, our best case scenario is the U.S. establishment or CCP has more power over fewer people. Okay.
I see.
And so, but you can exit. If you're there, you're kind of knuckling under or whatever, but you can exit, right? And so I mentioned those three poles. CCP is obviously 1 billion people, 1.4 aligned under the digital yuan and so on, right? NYT is the entire, it's the tech companies, it's the US dollar, it is the establishment. And then crypto capital is everybody else. But I actually think that over time, that third world is Web3 this time, and that's the third pole, and that's India and it's Israel, and it's lots of American conservatives and left libertarians, and it's also lots of Chinese liberals, all the folks who are trying to get out of China because it's become so nationalist and crazy and difficult for capitalism. And so if you take basically non-establishment Americans on both left and right, okay, the bottom two quadrants in the political compass I talked about, you take the liberal Chinese, you take the Israelis and the Indians. Why? Because both of them have a lot of tech talent, right? They're the number one and number two demographics for tech founders. And they want to, while they are generally sympathetic to the West, right? And they have more ties to the West, they also are more cautious about national interest rather than just starting fights, where that's how they would think about it, right? They just, India thinks of itself as a poor country, Israel thinks of itself as a small country, and so therefore it needs to not just get in every fight just for the sake of it, and so need to maintain a cautious distance with China, but not like do what Pelosi is doing and try and start like a big thing, okay? I think Israel is similar, where it's maintaining diplomatic relations with China. It's more friendly towards China than the US is. India and Israel, I think, are two sovereign states that have a lot of globally mobile tech talent that obviously have ties to the West with a large diaspora that are hard to demonize, or in the sense of willing to argue on the internet. Let's put it like that in English, right? It's very important. And them plus enough Americans plus enough Chinese can set up another pole that is not for Cold War or military confrontation, but for peace and trade and freedom and so on and so forth, right? That's the center, as opposed to the, left of the, the woke American US establishment or the right of the ultra-nationalist CCP, right? That's what I think about. Now, what I would say here is the reason I think these are the kind of the three poles, you can argue against this, right? You can say it's a unipolar world. America's totally dominant. That's one argument. You can say it's a bipolar world. It's just the US versus China. No, everybody else will have to be forced to align with one or the other. Jayashankar, actually explicitly rejected this. He's like, look, there's 1 billion people in India. It's coming up on, it will eventually be like the number 3 economy. It's on the rise. He's got the history and culture. He thinks he's entitled to have, India's entitled to have its own side, right? In such a thing. It's a funny way of putting it, right?
Yeah.
But it's also true. And so you could say it's unipolar, you could say it's bipolar, you could say it's just multipolar, and everybody is kind of there, India, Israel, all these groups are out there. But I actually think it's going to be tripolar. The reason it's tripolar is these three pools are the groups that have enough media and money and scale and whatnot to really kind of be self-consistent civilizations. Obviously, China's like the vertically integrated, like Apple or whatever, just like one
maybe
country.
a stable ideology.
A stable ideology. That's right. Right. Obviously, the wokes have control of lots of institutions. They've got the U.S. establishment, and they've got the tech companies, they've got the media companies, and so on. But crypto is basically everybody else, and crucially, crypto has inroads in China and America, where it's hard to demonize it as completely foreign because there's many, many, many huge proponents of the universalist values of crypto in America and China, because it is true global rule of law and free speech and so on. It is genuinely universalist in a way where America can no longer be, the number one rule of the rules-based order is America is always number one. And China doesn't even pretend to maintain a rules-based order, right?
Yes.
Whereas for all those countries that don't want to either be dominated by the US media corporations or social media that can just censor Trump, nor do they want to be dominated by China, this is an attractive alternative, a platform they can make their own, right? So that's where I think, I wrote an article on this in Foreign Policy on here's 2 articles that talk about this a little bit. It's called Great Protocol Politics. And then here's another one on the sort of domestic thing. Bitcoin is civilization for Barry Weiss. Okay. But I want to just come up the stack a little bit and just return to that original point, which I diverged on, which was why I gave the whole example of how we got into China because talked about how China had gone from communist to capitalist and letting people have just a share of what they owned, right? With social media, we're still in kind of the communist era of social media almost, where whatever you earn on social media, like Google takes its cut, Twitter takes 100%, you earn nothing for all your tweets or anything like that. Not only do you earn nothing, you might get a little rev share on TikTok or YouTube, you can do okay, right? But not only do you earn either nothing or a little bit, you have no digital property rights, even more fundamentally. You are at just the whim of a giant corporation can hit a button and everything you worked for over years, gone. Mm-hmm. Okay. That is, even if that is, quote, the current state of events, the state of affairs rather, that is not the right balance of power. To be able to unperson somebody at the touch of a key and take away everything in their digital world when we're living more and more in the digital world, we need a check on that power. And the check on that power is crypto and its property rights and its decentralization, right? And when I say decentralization, I mean your money and your digital property is by default yours. And there has to be a due process for someone to take that away from you. Everything, all work is online. All your money is online. Your presence is online. That can just be taken away from you with the press of a key. That just gives, bad governments, bad corporations so much power that's wrong, right? Yeah. That's why I'm a medium and long-term bull on crypto, simply because it's a check on this thing. And that if you think about it in terms of just abstract decentralization is one thing, but if you think about it in terms of property rights, it's quite another. And now what that also means is once you have property rights and you have decentralized social media, it'll be like the explosion of trade that happened after China went from communist to capitalist. Literally billions of people around the world are no longer giving everything to the collective. They own the teeth in their head now, finally. Okay. Yeah. It's funny, right? Yeah. So your LexFriedman.eth, you own it. The keys are on your computer. The bad part is, of course, they can get hacked or something like that. Then you can deal with that with social recovery. There's ways of securing keys. But the good part is, ta-da, you actually have property rights in the Hernando de Soto sense. You have something you own, ownership, digital ownership. The cloud is great, but crypto gives you some of the functionality of the cloud while also having some of the functionality of the offline world where you have the keys. So it's a V3, right? It's a continuous theme, right? The V1 was offline. I've got a key. I own it. I have de facto control. V2 is the cloud. Someone else manages it for me. It's hosted. I get collaboration and so on. V3 is the chain where you combine aspects of those, right? You have the global state of the cloud, but you have the local permission and controlling of the private key, okay? So that's why I'm a medium to long-term ultra bull on crypto. And there's a podcast I gave with Asimco where I talk through how crypto actually doesn't just go after finance. So it's gold and it's wire transfers and it's crowdfunding and it's all finance with DeFi, but it's actually also search and it's social and it's messaging. It's actually even operating systems and eventually cloud and whatnot. Do you want me to talk about that briefly?
Yeah. If you can briefly see,
sure. Very briefly.
How broad you see the effect of crypto.
So first, crypto is fundamentally a new way of building backend systems, right? So if you think about how big a deal it was to go from AT&T's corporate Unix to Linux, permissionless, right? When you went from, as much as I admire a lot of the stuff that Sam Altman and Greg Brockman have done at OpenAI, I mean, they're phenomenal in terms of research. They've pushed the envelope forward. I give them a ton of credit, right? Still, it was great to see Stable Diffusion out there, which was open source AI, right? Mm-hmm. And so from a developer, from a power user standpoint, whenever you have the unlocked version, like an unlocked cell phone, it's always going to be better, right? So the what crypto gives you, obviously it's every financial thing in the world. You can do stocks, bonds, etc. It's not just like the internet wasn't just a channel. It wasn't like radio and TV and internet. It was internet radio and internet TV and internet this and internet that. Everything was the internet. All media became the internet. Crypto is not an asset class. It's all asset classes. It's crypto stocks and crypto bonds, etc. In a real sense, like private property arguably didn't exist in the same way before crypto. International law didn't exist before crypto. How are you going to do a deal between Brazil and Bangladesh If a Brazilian company wants to, acquire a Bangladeshi company, they usually have to set up a U.S. adapter in between, because otherwise, what are the tax or the, other obligations between the two? You set up a U.S. adapter or a Chinese adapter to go between. But now that Brazilian and Bangladeshi can go peer to peer because they're using the blockchain, right? They can agree on a system of law that is completely, international, and that's code, so each party can diligence it without speaking Portuguese and Bengali, right? So that's why I am a long-term bull on crypto. I just described the finance case. Let me go through the others, right? Social. So you have the private keys for your ENS. You have apps like Farcaster. You basically have decentralized social media where there's different variants. Some you just log in with your crypto username. Others, the entire social network and all the likes and posts are on chain, like DeSo. But there's several different versions, right? Search. Once you realize block explorers are an important stealth threat to search. They're very high traffic sites like blockchain.com and Etherscan that Google is just totally slept on. They don't have a block explorer. You don't have to do anything in terms of trading or anything like that. Google does not have a block explorer. Why? They don't think of it as search, but it is search. It's absolutely search. It's a very important kind of search engine. And once you have crypto social, you now show that you're not just indexing in a block explorer like on-chain transactions, but on-chain communications. Okay, so now you suddenly see, the entire social web that Google couldn't index. It could only index the World Wide Web and not the social web. Now it's actually the on-chain signed web, right? Because every post is digitally signed. It's a new set of signals. It's way easier to index than either the World Wide Web or the social web because it's open and public. So this is a total disruptive thing to search in the medium term because it's a new kind of data set to index, right? So that's how it's a threat to social, to search. It is a threat to messaging. Why? Or it's disrupt eventually because of the ENS name, as I mentioned, is like a universal identifier. You can send encrypted messages between people. That's a better primitive to base it on. WhatsApp is just claiming that they're end-to-end encrypted. But with an ENS name or with a crypto name, you can be provably, auditably end-to-end encrypted because you're actually sending it back and forth, right? Because the private key is local, right? That itself, given how important that is, right? You could man-in-the-middle Signal or WhatsApp because there's a server there, right? If you have, so end-to-end encrypted messaging will happen, and with payments and all this other stuff, okay? So you get the crypto messaging apps. You get operating systems. Why? Well, the frontier of operating systems, look, Windows, Linux, and Mac OS have been around forever. But if you actually think about, what is a blockchain? Well, there's operating systems, there's web browsers. A blockchain is the most complicated thing since an operating system or web browser because it's a kind of operating system. Why? It's got, something like Ethereum has an EVM. It's got a programming language. It's got an ecosystem where people monetize on it. They build front-end apps and they build back-end apps. They interoperate between each other. This is the frontier of operating systems research. Mm-hmm. People haven't thought of it that way, right? It's also the frontier of a lot of things in databases. You will get a crypto LinkedIn where there's zero knowledge proofs of various credentials, okay? Basically, every single Web2 company, I can probably come up with a Web3 variant of it, right? Like Ethereum is, and this is high praise for both parties, but Ethereum is like the crypto Stripe, right? Or the Web3 Stripe. And you will see versions of everything else that are like this. But, I kind of described search, social, messaging, operating systems, the phone, right? Solana's doing a crypto phone. Why do you want that? Again, digital property. Apple was talking about running some script to find if people were having, CSAM, like, child porn or whatever on their phones, right? And even NYT actually reported that, Google ran something like this and found false positives. Some guy had to take a photo of a kid for, medical diagnosis. It got falsely flagged as CSAM. He lost access to his account. Total nightmare. Imagine just getting locked out of your Google account, which you're so dependent on, right? Mm-hmm. As more and more of your digital life goes online, is it really that much ethically different if it's the Chinese state that locks you out or an American corporation, right? Basically, it's operationally very similar. You just have no recourse. You're unpersoned, right? So the crypto phone becomes like insanely important because you have a local set of private keys. Those are the keys to your currency and your passport and your services and your life, right? So like becomes something you just hold on you with your person at all times, like your normal phone. You might have backups and stuff, but the crypto phone is an insanely important thing, okay? And so that's search, that's social, that's messaging, that's operating systems. That's a phone. That's a lot right there.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Can I have 120 seconds to just finish up a few more thoughts on social media?
Yes, please.
Okay. AI and AR. Okay. Just massive impact, obviously, of AI and social media. You're going to have completely new social media companies, gestures, other things. TikTok having some of the AI creation tools in there is just like a V1 of that. There's this whole thread with everything Stable Diffusion is unlocking. But basically, this is going to melt Hollywood. US media corporations that took a hit in the 2010s, we're now going to be able to have everyone around the world able to tell their story. And all the stuff about AI ethics and AI bias, the ultimate bias is centralized AI.
Mm-hmm.
Only decentralized AI is truly representative. You cannot be faux representative. You cannot claim that Google is representing Nigerians and Indians and Brazilians and Japanese. Like, those folks need to have access themselves, right? So that's a fundamental ethical argument against centralized AI. It's unethical. And it's like, this faux thing where you might have like faux diversity in the interface, but you haven't actually truly decentralized it. This is the woke capitalism, right? Mm-hmm. You justify it with the wokeness and you make the money by centralizing it. But the actual way of doing it is letting it free for the world and letting people build their own versions. If people want to build a Asian Lord of the Rings, they can do that. If they want to build an Indian one, they can do that. If they, whatever they want, right? So that is the argument for AI decentralization and for how that kind of links to this.
I love that AI decentralization fixes the bias problem in AI, which a lot of people seem to
centralization
talk about and focus on.
Yeah, centralization is inherently unrepresentative. Mm-hmm. Fundamentally, like you can mathematically show it. It's not representing the world. The decentralization allows anybody to pick it up and make it their own, right? And centralization is almost always a mask for that private corporate interest, where it's like, one of the things about the woke capitalism thing, by the way, is the deplatforming of Trump was political. Other things are political. But do you know what deplatforming started with? In the late 2000s, early 2010s, all the open social stuff was when deplatforming was being used as a corporate weapon against Meerkat and Zynga and Teespring, right? These were companies that were competing with features of, TweetDeck, et cetera. They're competing with features of Twitter or Facebook, and the API was cut off. And that was when actually progressives were for net neutrality and an open internet and open social against the concentration of corporate power and so on. Remember that, right? And so what's going to happen is both those two things, the political and the corporate, are going to come together. Why? In the Soviet Union, denunciation was used as a tool to, for example, undercut romantic rivals, right? There's a great article called "The Practice of Denunciation in the Soviet Union," right, which talks about all these examples where the ideological argument was used to kick somebody into the 300 pit that existed at the center of the Soviet Union. Anybody could be kicked into the pit at any moment. And ta-da! Well, Ivan's out, and now, hey, Anna, whatever, right? Okay, that same thing is going to be used by woke capitalists, is being used by woke capitalists, where the woke argument is used to justify pushing their competitor out of the App Store or down-ranking them in search. Well, again, you wouldn't want a bigot to be in search who could compete with us or whatever, right? And conversely, so the wokeness is used to make money, and the money is used to advance the ideology. It's like this kind of back and forth. Sometimes, right now, you think of those as independent things, but then they fuse, okay? And so that's very clear with the AI bias arguments, where it just so happens that it's so powerful, Lex. This technology is so powerful in the wrong hands, it could be used. So we will charge you $9.99 for every use of it. How's that? How altruistic is that? Is that amazingly altruistic? It's really good, right? So once you kind of see that, as I said, whenever they're positioning on economics, you can go in culture. When they're positioning on culture, you can go in economics. If they're so woke, why are they rich? If they're so concerned about representation, why is it centralized? Answer: they're not actually concerned about it. They're making money, right? Okay. So that is, I think, in a few words, blows up a lot of the AI bias type stuff, right? Okay. They're biasing AI. All right. So the amount of stuff that can be done with AI now, it also helps the pseudonymous economy, as I was talking about with the AI Zoom. So you have totally new sites, totally new apps that are based on that. I think it may, it changes. You're going to have new Google Docs, all these kinds of things. You might have, once you can do things with just a few taps, you might have sites that are focused more on producing rather than just consuming, because, you might, with AI, you can change the productivity of gestures. You can have a few gestures, like a For example, the image to image thing with Stable Diffusion, where you make a little cartoon third graders painting and it becomes a real painting. A lot of user interfaces will be rethought now that you can actually do this incredible stuff with AI. It knows what you want it to do, right? So, and I saw this funny thing, which was a riff on Peter Thiel's line, which is AI is centralized and crypto is decentralized. And somebody was saying, actually, it turns out crypto is centralized with the CBDCs and stablecoin and so on. But AI is getting decentralized with Stable Diffusion, haha, right? Which is funny. And I think there's centralized and decentralized versions of each of these, right? And finally, the third pole that actually, Thiel, he talks about AI and crypto, but the third pole is actually that's sort of underappreciated because people think it already exists, is social. That just is keeping on going, right? And obviously the next step in social is AR and VR. And why is it so obvious? Because it's Meta, it's Facebook. Now I saw this very silly article. It's like, oh my God, Facebook is so dumb for putting $10 billion into, virtual reality, right? And I'm like, okay, the most predictable innovation in the world, in my view, is the AR glasses. Have you talked about this on the podcast before?
AR and VR? I mean, of course, a lot, but the AR is not as obvious, actually.
Okay, so AR glasses. What are AR glasses? So you take Snapchat Spectacles, Google Glass, Apple's AR kit, Facebook's Oculus Quest 2, right? Mm-hmm. Or Meta Quest 2, whatever. Okay, you put those together. What do you get? You get something that has the form factor of glasses that you'd wear outside, okay, which can, with a tap, record or give you Terminator vision on something, or with another tap go totally dark and become VR glasses. Mm-hmm. Okay, so normal glasses, AR glasses, VR glasses, recording. It's as multifunctional as your phone, but it's hands-free. And you might actually even wear it more than your phone. In fact, you might be blind without your AR glasses because, one of the things I've shown in the book early on are like floating sigils. Did I show you that? No. So this is a really important, just visual concept. That right there shows with ARKit, you can see a globe floating outside. Okay. Secret societies are returning. This is what NFTs will become. The NFT locally on your crypto phone, if you hold it, you can see the symbol. And if you don't, you can't.
By the way, for people just listening, we're looking at a nice nature scene where an artificially created globe is floating in the air.
Yes, but it's invisible if you're not holding up the ARKit phone.
Yes.
Right? So
only you have a window into this artificial world.
That's right. And then here's another thing, which shows you another piece of it. And this is using ENS to unlock a door. So this is an NFT used for something different. So the first one is using the NFT effectively to see something. And the second is using the NFT to do something. Mm-hmm. Okay. So based on your on-chain communication, right, you can unlock a door. That's the door to a room. Soon it could be a door to a building. It could be the gates to a community. Mm-hmm. It could be your digital login. Okay. And so
amazing.
What this means is basically a lot of these things, which are like individual pieces, get synthesized, right? And you eventually have a digital, just like you have a digital currency. Digital currencies unify concepts like obviously gold, stocks, bonds, derivatives, every kind of financial instrument, plus Chuck E. Cheese tokens, karma, everything that's fungible and transferable. The digital passport unifies your Google style login, your private keys, your API keys, your NFTs, your ENS name, your domain name, all those kinds of things, and your key card for your door and so on, right? Mm-hmm. So the AR glasses are what probably, I don't know, it'll be Facebook's version 3 or version 4. Apple is also working on them. Google's also working on them. You might just get a bunch of those models at the same time. It's like predicting the iPhone, just like, Dorsey knew that mobile was going to be big. And that's why he had 140 characters for Twitter, because there's like an SMS code limitation and Twitter was started before the iPhone. AR glasses are an incredibly predictable invention that you can start thinking about. The future of social is in part in person. Mm-hmm. Okay. And it also means people might go outside more. Why? Because you can't see a monitor in the sun, but you could hit AR and maybe you have a, full screen thing and you just like kind of, move your fingers or something and you can tap. You have to figure out the gesture. You don't have gorilla arms. Maybe you do have a keyboard outside or just even like you could even have a desk like this, mm-hmm. If you had, if you can touch type, you can imagine something where you look down and you can see a keyboard with your AR glasses and it registers it, and then you can type like this, right? And probably you could have some AI that could, figure out what you meant rather than what you were doing, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. So That's AI and social media. That's AR and social media. But really, one last thing I'll say, which is the non-obvious, non-technological part, is I think we'll go from very broad networks, which are hundreds of millions or billions of people, like Twitter and Facebook, which have many small communities in them, to much smaller networks that have 1 million or 10 million people, but are much deeper, right, in terms of their affiliation, right? And this is the long-term trend in tech, because you're going from eyeballs in the 1980s, eyeballs in the 1990s, to daily active users in the 2000s, to holders in the 2010s. So you go from just like, oh, I'm just a looky-loo, to I'm logging in every day, to I'm holding a significant percentage of my net worth. And then this decade is when the online community becomes primary. You're a netizen. The digital passport is your main identity. And so this is not, see, the problem with Facebook or Twitter is it's a bunch of different communities that don't share the same values fighting with each other. This brings us back to the network state where you have one community with shared values, shared currency, and it's full stack. It's a social network, and it's a cryptocurrency, and it's a co-living community, and it's a messaging app, and it's a this, and it's a that. And it's like Estonia, with 1 million people, you can actually build a lot of that full stack. That starts to get to what I call a network state.
Like there should be like a standing applause line here. This is brilliant. You're an incredible person. This was an incredible conversation. We covered how to fix our government, looking at the future of governments, moving into network state. We covered how to fix medicine, FDA, longevity. That was just like a stellar description. I'll have to listen to that multiple times to really think. And thank you for that, especially in this time where the lessons learned from the pandemic are unclear to at least me. And there's a lot of thinking that needs to be done there. And then just a discussion about how to fix social media and how to fix money. This was brilliant. So you're an incredibly successful person yourself. You taught a course at Stanford for startups. That's a whole nother discussion that we can have. But let me just ask you, there's a lot of people that look up to you. So if there's somebody who's young in high school, early college, trying to figure out what the heck to do with their life, what to do with their career, what advice could you give them? How they can have a career they can be proud of, or how they can have a life they can be proud of?
At least what I would do, and then you can take it or leave it or what have you. But so
yeah, to your younger self, advice to your younger self.
My friend Novel is this is a lot of what he puts out is the very practical, brass tacks, next steps. And I tend towards the, macro. Of course, we both do sort of, both kind of thing, right? But let's talk brass tacks, next steps, because I actually am practical, or at least practical enough, to get things done, I think.
It's just like you said, you're breaking up the new book into 3.
Yes. There's motivation, theory, and practice.
Motivation, theory, and practice.
That's right. And
let's talk about practice.
So let's talk practice. Okay.
Especially at the individual scale.
Right. So first, what skill do you learn as, a young kid, right? So let me just give what the ideal full stack thing is. And then you have to say, okay, I'm good quantitatively, I'm good verbally, I'm good this, I'm good that, right? So the ideal is you are full stack engineer and full stack influencer, or full stack engineer, full stack creator. Okay. So that's both right brain and, left brain. All right. So what does that mean with engineering? That means you master computer science and statistics. Okay. And of course, it's also good to know physics and continuous math and so on. That's actually quite valuable to know. And you might need to use a lot of that continuous math with AI nowadays, right? Because a lot of that is actually helpful, right? Gradient descent and whatnot. But computer science and stats are to this century what physics was to the last. Why? Because, for example, what percentage of your time do you spend looking at a screen of some kind?
A large percentage of the time.
A large percentage of the time, right? Probably more than, for many people, it's more than 50% of their waking hours. If you include laptop, you include cell phone, tablet, your watch, maybe a monitor of some kind, right? All those together is it's a lot, okay? Which means, and then that's going to only increase with AR glasses, okay? Which means most of the rest of your life will be spent, in a sense, in the matrix, okay? In a constructed digital world, which is more interesting in some sense than the offline world. It's because we look at it more, it changes faster, it's right? And where the physics are set by programmers, okay? And what that means is, physics itself is obviously very important for the natural world. Computer science and stats are for the artificial world, right? And why is that? Because every domain has algorithms and data structures. Whether it's aviation, okay, you go to American Airlines, right? You're gonna have, planes and seats and tickets and so on. So it's data structures, and you're gonna have algorithms and functions that connect them. You're gonna have tables that those data is written to. If it's Walmart, you're gonna have SKUs, and you're gonna have shelves, and you have data structures, and you have algorithms to connect them. So every single area you have algorithms and data structures, which is computer science and stats. And so you're going to collect the data and analyze it, right? And so that means if you have that base of CS and stats where you're really strong and you understand, the theory as well as the practice, right? And you need both, okay? Because you need to understand, obviously basic stuff like big O notation and whatnot, and you need to understand all your probability distributions, okay? A good exercise, by the way, is to go from the Bernoulli trials, right, to everything else, because you can go Bernoulli trials to the binomial distribution to the Gaussian. You can also go from Bernoulli trials to the geometric distribution and so on. You can drive everything from this, right?
And computer science includes not just big O, but software engineering.
Well, computer science is theory, software engineering is practice, right?
Yeah.
You could argue probability and stats is theory, and then data science is practice.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
And
so you include all of that together.
I include all that as a package.
practice,
That's theory and practice, right? I mean, look, it's okay to use libraries once you know what's going on under the hood, right? That's fine, but you need to be able to kind of write out the whole thing yourself.
I mean, that could be true, could not be true. I don't know. Are you sure about that? Because
well, you should implement.
You might be able to get quite far standing on the shoulders of giants.
You can, but it depends. You couldn't build. Well, okay. Somebody,
Maybe you could. However you were going to finish that sentence, I could push back.
You could probably push back, right? But here's what I was going to say. I was going to say you couldn't build Google or Facebook or Amazon or Apple without somebody at the company who understood like computer architecture and, layout of memory and, theory of compilers.
So you might want to see, the thing is, if you just look at libraries, you might be able to understand the capabilities, and you can build up the intuition of like what a great specialized engineer could do that you can't. Like,
for example, at least a while back, Facebook.com was literally, it's just a single C++ compiled binary. Or so, it's not C++. It was like hip hop. They had a PHP compiler where they had just one giant binary. I think I may be getting this wrong, but that's what I recall, right?
Yeah. I mean, that's it should be simple. It should be simple. And then you have guys like John Carmack, who comes in and does an incredibly optimized implementation that actually...
Well, yeah, more than that, right? Like yes, right, but go ahead.
I mean, there's some cases with John Carmack, by being an incredible engineer, is able to bring to reality things that otherwise would have taken an extra 5 to 10 years.
Yeah, or maybe even more than that. Like, so, this is the great man theory of history versus like sort of the kind of the determinist, waves of history are pushing things along. The way I reconcile those is the tech tree model of history. Like Civilization, you ever play a game Civilization?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah. So like Civilization, you got the tech tree, and you can go and be like, okay, I'm going to get spearmen, or I'm going to do granaries and pottery, right? And so you can think of it as something where here's everything that humanity has right now, and then Satoshi can push on this dimension of the tech tree. So he's a great man because there wasn't a Leibniz to Satoshi's Newton, right? Like Vitalik, as amazing as he is, was 5 years later or thereabouts, right? Mm-hmm. There wasn't contemporaneous, another person that was doing what Satoshi was doing. It's truly sui generis, right? And that shows, what one person can do. Like probably Steve Jobs with Apple, given how the company was dying before he got there, and he built it into the most valuable, or put on the trajectory to become the most valuable company in the world, it shows that there is, quote, great man, right? Maybe more than just being 5 or 10 years ahead, like truly shaping where history goes, right? Yeah. But on the other hand, of course, that person, Steve Jobs himself, wrote that email that recently was surfacing saying that, he doesn't grow his own food, and he doesn't, he didn't even think of the rights that he's got. Someone else thought of those and whatnot. And so he kind of it is always a tension between the individual and society on this, right? But coming back, so CS and stats, that's what you want to learn. I think physics is also good to know because you go one level deeper, and of course, all these devices, you're not going to be able to build, LiDAR or things like that without understanding physics, right?
You mentioned that as one side of the brain. What about the other?
Right. So CS and stats is that side. Okay. And then you can go in any domain, any company, kick butt, add value. Right. Okay. So now the other side is creator, right? Becoming a creator. First, online, like social media is about to become far, far, far more lucrative and monetizable. People are not updated. They kind of think it's like over or something like that, or it's old or whatever. But with crypto, once you have property rights in social media, now it's not what Google just allows you to have, but it's what you own, right? You actually have genuine property rights. And that's just completely changed everything. Just like, the introduction of property rights in China changed everything. It might take some lag for that to happen, but you can lend against that, borrow against that. You own the digital property, right? And you can do NFTs, you can do, investments, you can do all this other stuff, right? So in many ways, I think anybody who's listening, who's like, I want to build $1 billion company. I'm like, build $1 billion company. Yes. Also build a 1 million person media operation or 1 million person following or something online, right? Because a US media company is simply not economically or socially aligned with your business. I mean, the big thing that I think, tech and media actually, it's funny, there's this collision and sometimes there's an atom smashing event and there's like a repositioning, right? And media attacked tech really hard in the 2010s, as well as many other things. And now, post 2020, I think it's now centralized tech and media versus decentralized tech and media. And centralized tech and media is NYT and Google, which have all become wokeified, the establishment companies. But decentralized tech and media is like Substack, lots of defectors from the US establishment, from the NYT, have gone to Substack. But also all the founders and funders are much more vocal on Twitter, whether it's Mark Anderson, Jack Dorsey, Jeff Bezos, Zuckerberg. Zuck is just cutting out the establishment and just going direct to, posting himself or posting the jiu-jitsu thing, which he recently did, or going and talking to Rogan, right? And so you now have this sort of atom smash and like kind of reconstitution. Why is that important? Well, look, once you realize US media companies are companies, and their employees, Sulzberger's employees, are just dogs on a leash, right? They're hitmen for old money, assassins for the establishment. They're never going to investigate him. Okay, there's this thing right now, like some strike or possible strike that's going on at the New York Times. Obviously, the most obvious rich corporate zillionaire, the epitome of white privilege, is, and again, I'm not the kind of person who thinks white is an insult, right? But the guy who inherited the company from his father's father in the NFL, right? You're supposed to have the Rooney Rule where you're supposed to interview diverse candidates for the top job. The other competitors for the top job of the publisher of the New York Times were two cousins of Sulzberger. So it's 3 cis straight white males in 2017 who competed for this top job. And everybody in media was like silent about this coronation. They had this coronation article in the Times about this, right? So you have this meritless nepotist, right? This literally rich cis white man who makes millions of dollars a year, and it makes like 50x the salary of other, NYT journalists, okay? And, lives in a mansion and so on, while denouncing, this is a born rich guy who denounces all the built rich guys at a company which is far whiter than the tech companies he's been denouncing, okay? And again, there's a website called Tech Journalism is Less Diverse Than Tech.com, which actually shows the numbers on this, right? Here, I can look at these numbers, right? So why did I say this? Well, centralized US media has lost a ton of clout. Engagement is down. You've seen the crypto prices down, like stock prices have crashed. That's very obvious and quantifiable. Less visible is that media engagement has crashed, right?
By the way, there's a plot that shows on the x-axis percent white, and then the y-axis are the different companies. And the tech companies are basically below 50% white, and all the different media tech journalism companies are all way above, 70, 80, 90+% white.
And
Hypocrisy, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, again, I'm not the kind of person who thinks white is an insult, but these guys are. And they are the wokest whites on the planet, right? It's like ridiculous, right?
It's like anyone who's homophobic, anyone it feels like it's a personal thing that they're struggling with. Maybe the journalists are actually the ones who are racist.
Well, actually, it's funny you say that, because there's this guy, A.M. Rosenthal, okay? And, on his gravestone was, quote, he kept the paper straight, right? And actually, he essentially went, and this is managing editor of the New York Times for almost, from 69 to 77, executive editor from 77 to 86. And it was a history.
Lord.
Yeah. History of basically keeping, gay reporters out. So essentially, the way to think about it is, New York Post reported that, just to talk about this for a second, because it's so insane, all right? New York Post reported, and I've got some of this in the book, okay? But
Abe Rosenthal, managing editor of the New York Times from 1969 to 1977, executive editor from 1977 to 1986. His gravestone reads, "He kept the paper straight."
And then here's Jeet here on this. He kept the paper straight. As it happens, Rosenthal was a notorious homophobe. He made it a specific policy of the paper not to use the term gay. He denied a plum job to a gay man for being gay. He minimized the AIDS crisis. So, like, the thing about this is not like a one-off thing, okay? The New York Times literally won a Pulitzer for choking out the Ukrainians, for helping starve 5 million Ukrainians to death, and now has reinvented themselves as like a cheerleader to stand with Ukraine, right? They were for, Abe Rosenthal's homophobia before they were against it, right? Yeah. They were like, if you saw the link I just pasted in, okay, during BLM, it's credibly reported that, and I haven't seen this refuted, the family that owns the New York Times were slaveholders. Somehow that stayed out of 1619 and BLM coverage, right? Yeah. So they were literally getting the profits from slavery to help bootstrap, what was the Times, or, went into it. They actually did this article on like the compound interest of slaveholders in Haiti and how much they owed people, right? If you apply that to how much money they made off of slaves, I mean, can anyone name one of Sulzberger's slaves? Like, can we humanize that, put a face on that, show exactly, who lost such that he may win, right? And so you stack this up, and it's like, for the Iraq War, before they were against it, and it's like, yeah, sure, Bush, did a lot of bad stuff there, but they also reported a lot of negative, not negative coverage, like false coverage, right, about WMDs, like, the whole Jewish military. And so it's like this amazing thing where if some of the most evil people in history are the historians, if the, they actually ran this ad campaign in the 2017 time period called The Truth. So giant Orwellian billboards, right? Which say, the truth is essential. Here it looks like this.
This was when?
This was just a few years ago, 2017.
This is in New York. A billboard by the New York Times reads, "The truth is hard to know. The truth is hard to find. The truth is hard to hear. The truth is hard to believe. The truth is hard to accept. The truth is hard to deny. The truth is more important now than ever." And this is like, this is 1984 type of stuff.
Yeah, now here's the thing. Do you know what other...
Truth.
Yeah.
Big.
What?
Truth, period. Big white board.
So, okay, what other national newspaper proclaimed itself the truth in constantly every day? You know this one, actually.
Oh, you mean Pravda? Yeah.
There you go. That's right. What is it? What is the Soviet translation? What's the Russian translation of Pravda? Is
as truth.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. That didn't even connect in my head. Yes. Yeah, truth. Unironically, huh?
And again, it just so happens that...
Is this an Onion article?
Right. So it's like, Pravda, like at least they're communists, these guys have figured out how to charge people $99 a year or whatever it is for the truth. Wow, that's actually even amazing, right? So the corporate truth. So when you stack all that up, right? Basically, legacy media has delegitimized themselves, right? Every day that those, quote, investigative journalists don't investigate Sulzberger shows that they are so courageous as to investigate your boss, but not their own.
Yeah.
Ta-da! Total mask drop, right? That's like just obvious, right? Now, once you realize this, and every influencer who's coming up, every creator realizes, okay, well, that means I have to think about these media corporations as competitors. They are competitors. They are competitors for advertisers and for influence. They will try, basically what the media corporations did partially successfully during the 2010s is they sort of had this reign of terror over many influencers where they'd give them positive coverage if they supported sort of the party line and negative coverage if they didn't, okay? But now the soft power has just dropped off a cliff, right? And, many kinds of tactics that establishment journalists do, one way of thinking of them is like as a for-profit Stasi. Why? Because they may stalk you, dox you, surveil you. Like they can literally put, 24 people following somebody around for a year, and that's not considered stalking, right? That's not considered spamming. They are allowed to do this and make money doing this. Whereas if you so much as criticize them, oh my God, it's an attack on the free press, blah, 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 right? But you are the free press and I'm the free press. Like we're the free press. Again, it goes back to the decentralized, the free speech is not like some media corporation's thing. It's everybody's right. And what actually happened with social media, what they're against is not that it is an attack on democracy, it's that it's the ultimate democracy because people have a voice now that didn't used to have a voice. That saying, freedom of the press belongs to those who own one. Right, that old one, right? Or never argue with a man who buys ink by the barrel, right?
Yeah.
In a real way, the entire things that were promised to people, freedom of speech, free markets, like a beggar's democracy, it's like, oh yeah, you can have freedom of speech, but not freedom of reach because you're just talking to yourself in your living room in, Buffalo, New York, right? Maybe you can gather some friends around. You didn't have the licenses to get, like a TV broadcast license, radio license, the resources to buy a newspaper. You didn't have practical reach or distribution, okay? What happened was all these people in the US and around the world suddenly got voices, and they were suddenly saying things that the establishment didn't want them to say. And so that's what this counter-decentralization has meant, both in the US and in China, this crackdown. But it's as if like a stock went up like 100x and then dropped like 30%. All the deplatforming stuff, yes, it's bad, okay? It's a rearward move, but in the long arc, I think we're going to have more speech. I think the counter-decentralization may succeed in China, but I don't think it's going to succeed outside it because you're trying to retrofit speech and thought controls onto an ostensibly free society, right? Now that check got cash, people actually have a voice. It's not going to be taken away from them very easily, right? So how does this relate to my advice to young kids? Once you have that context, right? Once you realize, hey, look, Apple didn't like do deals with BlackBerry, okay? Amazon didn't collaborate or give free content to Barnes and Noble. Netflix was not going and, socializing with employees of Blockbuster. These employees of establishment media corporations are your competitors, okay? They are out for clicks. They are out for money. They will, if they literally choke out the Ukrainians before making themselves into champions of the Ukrainian cause, they'll basically do anything, And so once you realize that, you're like, okay, I need to build my own voice. Okay. If you're Brazilian, you're, Nigerian, you're in the Midwest or the Middle East, right? If you're, Japanese, wherever you are, you need to build your own voice because outsourcing that voice to somebody else and having it put through the distorting filter, which maximizes the clicks of the distorting kind of thing, it's just not going to be in one's own interest. You don't have to even agree with everything I'm saying or even all of it to just be like, well, look, I'd rather speak for myself. I'd rather go direct if I could, speak unmediated in my own words, right? Because the choice of word is actually very important, right? So that's the second big thing. You need to, and this is the thing that took me a long time to understand, okay? Because I always got the importance of math and science. And in fact, I would have been probably just a career academic or mathematician in another life, maybe statistician, something like that, electrical engineer, et cetera. But the importance of creating your own content and telling your own stories. If you don't tell your own story, the story will be told for you, right? The sort of flip of winners write history is if you do not write history, you will not be the winner. You must write a history. Mm-hmm. Okay, as kind of a funny way of putting it, right?
Yeah, chicken and egg. Yeah,
contrapositive, right? And now, what does that mean practically? Okay, so in many ways, the program that I'm laying out is to build alternatives, peaceful alternatives to all, legacy institutions, right? To obviously to the Fed, right? With Bitcoin, to Wall Street with DeFi and with Ethereum and so on. to academia with the ledger of record and the on-chain reproducible research that we talked about, to media with decentralized social media, decentralized AI. You can melt Hollywood with this, okay? Melt the RIAA, melt the MPAA. I mean, there's some good people there, but everybody should have their own movies. People should be able to tell their own stories and not just wait for it to be cast through Hollywood, and Hollywood's just making remakes anyway, okay? So you can tell original stories, and you can do so online, and you can do so by hitting a key, and the production values will be there now that the AI content creation tools are out there. I mentioned disrupting or replacing or building alternatives to the Fed, to Wall Street, to academia, to media. I mentioned to Wikipedia, right? There's things like Golden, there's things like there's a bunch of Web3-ish Wikipedia competitors that are combining both AI and crypto for property rights. You'll also need alternatives to all the major tech companies. That was the list that I went through with, decentralized search and social and messaging and operating systems and even the crypto phone. Okay, and then finally, you need alternatives to U.S. political institutions and more generally, and Chinese political institutions. And what are those? That's where the network state comes in. The fundamental concept is as I mentioned, only 2% of the world can become president of the United States, about the number of Americans who are, native born and over 35 and so on and so forth. But 100% of the world can become president of their own network state. What that means is, and this is kind of related to those 2 points, right? If you're an individual, you're good at engineering and you're good at content creation, okay? Like somebody like Jack Dorsey, for example, or Mark Anderson. Actually, a lot of the founders are actually quite good at both nowadays. You look at Bezos, he's actually funny on Twitter when he allows himself to be. He's, you don't become a leader of that caliber without having, some of both, right? If you've got some of both, now, no matter where you are, what your ethnicity is, what your nationality is, whether you can get a US visa, you can become president of a network state. And what this is, it's a new path to political power that does not require going through either the US or the Chinese establishment. You don't have to wait till you're 75. You don't have to become a gerontocrat or spout the party line and so on. The V1 of this is like folks like, Francis Suarez or Nayib Bukele of El Salvador. But, Suarez is a great example where, while not a full sovereign or anything like that, is in many ways the skills of a tech CEO, where you just put up a call on Twitter and help build Miami, recruit all these people from all over. It wasn't the two-party system, but the end city system. He just helped build the city by bringing people in. Okay, and that's and when I say Suarez is a V1, I love Francis Suarez. I love what they're doing. The next iteration of that is to actually build the community itself, rather than just kind of taking an existing Miami. You're building something that is potentially the scale of Miami, but as a digital community. And how many people is that? Well, like the Miami population is actually not that large. It's like 400 something thousand people. You could build a digital community like that. So if you have the engineering and you have the content creation and you build your own distribution, you own your own thing, you can become essentially a new kind of political leader, where you just build a large enough online community that can crowdfund territory and you build your vision of the good.
Mm-hmm. And anybody could build the vision of the good. We're talking about 8 billion people. I mean, there's no more inspiring. I mean, sometimes when we look at how things are broken, there could be a cynical paralysis.
Right.
But ultimately, this is a really empowering message.
Yes. I think there is a new birth of global freedom, and that in the fullness of time, people will look at the internet as being to the Americas what the Americas were to Europe. A new world, okay? In the sense of this cloud continent has just come down, okay? And people are, if you spend 50% of your waking hours looking at a screen, 20%, you're spending all this time commuting up to the cloud in the morning and coming back down. You're doing these day trips, and it's got a different geography, and all these people are near each other that were far in the physical world and vice versa, right? And so this will, because it's this new domain, it gives rise to virtual worlds that eventually become physical. In the same way that most people don't know this that well, but the Americas really shaped the old world. Many concepts like the ultra-capitalism and ultra-democracy of the New World, the French Revolution was in part, that was a bad version, okay? But that was in part inspired by the American, okay? There are many movements that came back to the old world that started here. In the same way, I don't call it the mainstream media anymore. You know what I call it? The downstream media, because it's downstream of the internet.
That's right.
Right?
That's right.
And, there's this guy a while back who he had this meme called the 1 kiloyear American empire, that everything's American and so on. And his, I think, fundamental category error is he considers the internet to be American. But you know why that's not the case? Because, and it'll be very obviously so, I think, in 5 or 10 years. Why? Because the majority of English speakers online by about 2030 are going to be India. Okay. They just got 5G LTE super cheap internet recently, the last few years. It's like one of the biggest stories in the world that's not really being told that much. Okay. They've been lurking. And here's the thing. And this took me a long time to kind of, figure out, like not to figure, but to communicate. I actually realized this in 2013, but these folks don't type with an accent. Okay. They speak with an accent, but they don't type with an accent. And all the way back in 2013, when I taught this Coursera course, I was like, who are these folks? I had hundreds of thousands of people from around the world sign up. It was a very popular course even then, okay? And hundreds of thousands of people signed up. I was like, who are these folks? And there were like Polish guys and, like this lady from Brazil. And, so, and they knew Scumbag Steve and Good Guy Greg, but they didn't know the Yankees or hot dogs or all the offline stuff of America. They didn't know physical America. They knew the digital conversation, the Reddit conversation, and what became the Twitter conversation. For example, I just saw this this YouTube video where there's a Indian founder, and he just said, just casually, like, "Oh, I slid into his DMs like this," right? It was kind of a joke, but he said it in an Indian accent, and everybody laughed. Everybody knew what he meant, and you're like, "Wait, that is a piece of what people think of as American internet slang. That's actually internet slang, which will soon be said mostly by non-Americans." Now, what does that mean? That means that just like the US was a branch of the UK and it started with English, and certainly there's lots of antecedents you can trace back to England, but nowadays most Americans are not English in ancestry. There's Germans and Italians, Jewish people, African Americans, everybody, right? In the same way, the internet is much more representative of the world than the USA is.
He may have started American, but he got forked by the rest of the world.
That's right. And it gives a global equality of opportunity. It's even more capitalist than America is. It's even more democratic than America is, just as America is more capitalist and democratic than the UK.
The meme has escaped the cage of its captor.
And by the way, that doesn't mean so I want to be very clear about something. When I say this kind of stuff, people will be like, "Oh my God, you hate America so much,"
Yes.
And that's not at all what I'm saying. It's like, first, take Britain, okay? Would you think of the US or Israel or India or Singapore as being anti-British? Not today. They're post-British, right? In fact, they're quite respectful to, look at the Queen and so on. People respect the UK and so on. Everyone's coming there to pay their respects.
That might not be the greatest example, but yes, go on.
Well, put it like this.
Yes, broadly speaking.
They're not like burning the British flag in effigy or anything. Right. Essentially, the point is each of these societies is kind of moving along their own axis. They're not defining every action in terms of whether they're pro-British or anti-British, right? Yes. Like, once you have kind of a healthy distance, people can respect all the accomplishments of the UK while also being happy that you're no longer, run by them.
Yes.
Right. And then you can have like a better, kind of arm's length relationship. Right. And so that's what post-British means. It is not anti-British, not at all. In fact, you can respect it while also being happy that you've got your own sovereignty. Right. And, happy that Britain is doing its own thing. I'm glad they're doing well. Right. Okay. And they're actually doing some special economic zone stuff now. And in the same way, if you think of it as not being pro-American or anti-American, because that's the with us or against us formulation of George Bush, like rather than just everything must be scored as pro-American or anti-American, you can think of post-American, that not everything has to be scored on that axis. Like, there are certain things around the world which should be able to exist on their own, and you should be able to move along your own axis. Like, perhaps obvious example, like is longevity pro-American or anti-American? No, it's like it's on its own axis. It's moving on its own axis, and new states and new countries should be able to exist that do not have to define themselves as anti-American to do so. They're just post-American, friendly to, but different from. That is totally possible to do, and we've got examples of that, right? So when I talk about this, what I'm talking about is really in many ways U.S. and Western ideals, but manifested in just a different form, right? And also, crucially, integrative of global ideals. These are, in a sense, they're global human rights, they're global values, which is freedom of speech, private property, protection from search and seizure, And actually, so that's all the Bill of Rights type stuff. And I saw something that I thought was really good recently. That's a good first cut. That's something that I might want to include. I credit him, of course, in the V2 of the book, a digital Bill of Rights. Okay. Mm-hmm. And so this was a really good, decent first cut at a digital Bill of Rights. Okay. And he talks about the right to encrypt, the right to compute, the right to repair, the right to portability, right? So encrypt is perhaps obvious, e-commerce and everything. Compute, like your device, it's not like you can't just have somebody intercept it or, shut down your floating points. That might sound stupid, but in the EU, they're trying to regulate AI. And by doing that, they have some regulation that says like logic is it self-regulated? Did you see this?
No, it's hilarious.
Hold on. Click the tweet that I sent you just before this one, right? So I was like, in woke America, they're abolishing accelerated math because math is, quote, white supremacist. Not to be outdone, Europe seeks to regulate AI by regulating logic itself. You can't reason without a license, right? Article 3, for purposes of this regulation, the following definitions apply. AI system is software that's developed with one or more of the techniques and approaches listed in Annex 1. And you know what's in Annex 1? In Annex 1, logic and knowledge-based approaches. So step away from the if statement.
Right.
Okay. And the thing is, if you've dealt with these bureaucracies, the stupidest possible interpretation. I mean, think about if you think, oh, no, that wouldn't make any sense. They wouldn't do that. The entire web has been uglified by this stupid cookie thing that does absolutely nothing, right? The actual way to protect privacy is with user local data, meaning like decentralized systems, right? Where the private keys are local.
No, I'm just laughing at the layers of absurdity in this. Step away from the if statement. I mean, it's hilarious. It's very, very clumsy. They want to be us struggling how to define, the digital Bill of Rights, I suppose, and doing it so extremely clumsily.
It's funny, the Europe, like I heard this thing, which is like Europe's like, well, look, the U.S. and China are way ahead of us in AI, but we're going to be a leader in AI regulation.
Oh yeah, yeah. And something we haven't mentioned much of in this whole conversation, I think, maybe implied between the lines is the thing that was in the Constitution of the pursuit and happiness, and the thing that is in many stories that we humans conjure up, which is love. Oh, yeah. I think the thing that makes life worth living in many ways. But for that, you have to have freedom. You have to have stability. You have to have a society that's functioning so that humans can do what humans do, which is make friends, make family, make love, make beautiful things together as human beings. Balaji, this is like an incredible conversation. Thank you for showing an amazing future. I think really empowering to people, because we can all be part of creating that future. And thank you so much for talking to me today. This was an incredible, obviously the longest conversation I've ever done, but also one of the most amazing, enlightening. Thank you, brother, for everything you do. Thank you for inspiring all of us.
Well, Lex, this was great, and we didn't get through all the questions there.
We didn't. just for the record, we didn't get, I would venture to say, we didn't get through 50%. This is great. This is great. And I had to stop us from going too deep on any one thing, even though it was tempting, like those chocolates, those damn delicious looking chocolates that was used as a metaphor about 13 hours ago, or however long we started the conversation. This was incredible. It was really brilliant. You're brilliant throughout on all those different topics. So yeah, thank you again for talking today.
Oh, this is great. I really appreciate being here. Sir.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Balaji Srinivasan. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Ray Bradbury. People ask me to predict the future, when all I want to do is to prevent it. Better yet, build it. Predicting the future is much too easy anyway. You look at the people around you, the street you stand on, the visible air you breathe, and predict more of the same. To hell with more. I want better. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
think it's possible that physics has exploits and we should be trying to find them. Arranging some kind of a crazy quantum mechanical system that somehow gives you buffer overflow, somehow gives you a rounding error in the floating point. Synthetic intelligences are kind of like the next stage of development. And I don't know where it leads to. Like at some point, I suspect the universe is some kind of a puzzle. These synthetic AIs will uncover that puzzle and solve it.
The following is a conversation with Andrej Karpathy, previously the director of AI at Tesla, and before that at OpenAI and Stanford. He is one of the greatest scientists, engineers, and educators in the history of artificial intelligence. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors. And now, dear friends, here's Andrej Karpathy. What is a neural network? And why does it seem to do such a surprisingly good job of learning?
What is a neural network? It's a mathematical abstraction of the brain. I would say that's how it was originally developed. At the end of the day, it's a mathematical expression. And it's a fairly simple mathematical expression when you get down to it. It's basically a sequence of matrix multiplies, which are really dot products mathematically, and some nonlinearity is thrown in. And so it's a very simple mathematical expression, and it's got knobs in it.
Many knobs.
Many knobs. And these knobs are loosely related to basically the synapses in your brain. They're trainable, they're modifiable. And so the idea is like we need to find the setting of the knobs that makes the neural net do whatever you want it to do, like classify images and so on. And so there's not too much mystery, I would say, in it. Like you might think that basically you don't want to endow it with too much meaning with respect to the brain and how it works. It's really just a complicated mathematical expression with knobs, and those knobs need a proper setting for it to do something desirable.
Yeah, but poetry is just a collection of letters with spaces. It can make us feel a certain way. And in that same way, when you get a large number of knobs together, whether it's inside the brain or inside a computer, they seem to surprise us with their power.
Yeah, I think that's fair. So basically, I'm underselling it by a lot because you definitely do get very surprising emergent behaviors out of these neural nets when they're large enough and trained on complicated enough problems, like say, for example, the next word prediction in a massive data set from the internet. And then these neural nets take on pretty surprising magical properties. Yeah, I think it's kind of interesting how much you can get out of even very simple mathematical formalism.
When your brain right now is talking, is it doing next word prediction? Or is it doing something more interesting?
Well, it's definitely some kind of a generative model that's GPT-like and prompted by you.
Yes.
So you're giving me a prompt and I'm kind of like responding to it in a generative way.
And by yourself, perhaps a little bit? Like, are you adding extra prompts from your own memory inside your head? Or no?
Well, it definitely feels like you're referencing some kind of a declarative structure of like memory and so on. And then you're putting that together with your prompt and giving away some answer.
Like how much of what you just said has been said by you before?
Nothing, basically, right?
No, but if you actually look at all the words you've ever said in your life and you do a search, you'll probably have said a lot of the same words in the same order before.
Yeah, could be. I mean, I'm using phrases that are common, etc., but I'm remixing it into a pretty sort of unique sentence at the end of the day. But you're right, definitely there's like a ton of remixing.
Why you didn't? It's like Magnus Carlsen said, I'm rated 2900 whatever, which is pretty decent. I think you're talking very you're not giving enough credit to neural nets here. Why do they seem to what's your best intuition about this emergent behavior?
I mean, it's kind of interesting because I'm simultaneously underselling them, but I also feel like there's an element to which I'm it's actually kind of incredible that you can get so much emergent magical behavior out of them, despite them being so simple mathematically. So I think those are kind of like two surprising statements that are kind of juxtaposed together. And I think basically what it is we are actually fairly good at optimizing these neural nets. And when you give them a hard enough problem, they are forced to learn very interesting solutions in the optimization. And those solutions basically have these emergent properties that are very interesting.
There's wisdom and knowledge in the knobs.
Mm-hmm.
And so
yes.
This representation that's in the knobs, does it make sense to you intuitively that a large number of knobs can hold a representation that captures some deep wisdom about the data it has looked at? A lot of knobs.
It's a lot of knobs. And somehow, so speaking concretely, one of the neural nets that people are very excited about right now are GPTs, which are basically just next word prediction networks. So you consume a sequence of words from the internet, and you try to predict the next word. And once you train these on a large enough data set, you can basically prompt these neural nets in arbitrary ways, and you can ask them to solve problems, and they will. So you can just tell them, you can make it look like you're trying to solve some kind of a mathematical problem, and they will continue what they think is the solution based on what they've seen on the internet. And very often those solutions look very remarkably consistent, look correct potentially even.
Do you still think about the brain side of it? So as neural nets as an abstraction or mathematical abstraction of the brain, you still draw wisdom from the biological neural networks? Or even the bigger question, you're a big fan of biology and biological computation. What impressive thing is biology doing to you that computers are not yet? That gap.
I would say I'm much more hesitant with the analogies to the brain than I think you would see potentially in the field. And I kind of feel like certainly the way neural networks started is everything stemmed from inspiration by the brain. But at the end of the day, the artifacts that you get after training, they are arrived at by a very different optimization process than the optimization process that gave rise to the brain. And so I think I kind of think of it as a very complicated alien artifact. It's something different. The neural nets that we're training.
Okay.
They are complicated alien artifact. I do not make analogies to the brain because I think the optimization process that gave rise to it is very different from the brain. So there was no multi-agent self-play kind of setup and evolution. It was an optimization that is basically what amounts to a compression objective on a massive amount of data.
Okay, so artificial neural networks are doing compression, and biological neural networks
trying to survive, and
they're not really doing anything. They're an agent in a multi-agent self-play system that's been running for a very, very long time.
That said, evolution has found that it is very useful to predict and have a predictive model in the brain. And so I think our brain utilizes something that looks like that as a part of it, but it has a lot more, gadgets and gizmos and value functions and ancient nuclei that are all trying to make it survive and reproduce and everything else.
And the whole thing through embryogenesis is built from a single cell. I mean, it's just the code is inside the DNA, and it just builds it up like the entire organism with
it's
arms,
totally crazy,
and the head, and legs.
Yes,
and it does it pretty well.
It should not be possible.
So there's some learning going on. There's some kind of computation going through that building process. I mean, I don't know where, if you were just to look at the entirety of history of life on Earth, where do you think is the most interesting invention? Is it the origin of life itself? Is it just jumping to eukaryotes? Is it mammals? Is it humans themselves, Homo sapiens?
Mm-hmm.
The origin of intelligence or highly complex intelligence? Or is it all just a continuation of the same kind of process?
Certainly, I would say it's an extremely remarkable story that I'm only briefly learning about recently. All the way from, you almost have to start at the formation of Earth and all of its conditions and the entire solar system and how everything is arranged with Jupiter and Moon and the habitable zone and everything. And then you have an active Earth that's turning over material. And then you start with abiogenesis and everything. And so it's all a pretty remarkable story. I'm not sure that I can pick a single unique piece of it that I find most interesting. I guess for me as an artificial intelligence researcher, it's probably the last piece. We have lots of animals that are not building technological society, but we do. And it seems to have happened very quickly. It seems to have happened very recently. And something very interesting happened there that I don't fully understand. I almost understand everything else, kind of, I think, intuitively. But I don't understand exactly that part and how quick it was.
Both explanations would be interesting. One is that this is just a continuation of the same kind of process. There's nothing special about humans. That would be deeply understanding. That would be very interesting. That we think of ourselves as special, but it was obvious. It was already written in the code that you would have greater and greater intelligence emerging. And then the other explanation, which is something truly special happened, something like a rare event, whether it's like crazy rare event like Space Odyssey. What would it be? See, if you say like the invention of fire, or the as Richard Wrangham says, the beta males deciding a clever way to kill the alpha males by collaborating, and so just optimizing the collaboration, the multi-agent aspect of the multi-agent, and that really being constrained on resources and trying to survive. The collaboration aspect is what created the complex intelligence. But it seems like it's a natural outgrowth of the evolutionary process. Like what could possibly be a magical thing that happened, like a rare thing that would say that humans are actually, human level intelligence is actually a really rare thing in the universe?
Yeah, I'm hesitant to say that it is rare, by the way, but it definitely seems like it's kind of like a punctuated equilibrium where you have lots of exploration and then you have certain leaps, sparse leaps in between. So of course, like origin of life would be one. DNA, sex, eukaryotic life, the endosymbiosis event where the archaeon ate little bacteria, just the whole thing. And then of course, emergence of consciousness and so on. So it seems like definitely there are sparse events where massive amount of progress was made. But yeah, it's kind of hard to pick one.
So you don't think humans are unique? Gotta ask you, how many intelligent alien civilizations do you think are out there? And is their intelligence different or similar to ours?
Yeah. I've been preoccupied with this question quite a bit recently, basically the Fermi paradox and just thinking through. And the reason actually that I am very interested in the origin of life is fundamentally trying to understand how common it is that there are technological societies out there in space. And the more I study it, the more I think that there should be quite a lot.
Why haven't we heard from them? Because I agree with you. It feels like I just don't see why what we did here on Earth is so difficult to do.
Yeah, and especially when you get into the details of it, I used to think origin of life was very... It was this magical rare event, but then you read books like, for example, Nick Lane, The Vital Question, Life Ascending, etc. And he really gets in and he really makes you believe that this is not that rare.
Basic chemistry.
You have an active Earth and you have your alkaline vents and you have lots of alkaline waters mixing with acidic ocean, and you have your proton gradients and you have the little porous pockets of these alkaline vents that concentrate chemistry. And basically, as he steps through all of these little pieces, you start to understand that actually this is not that crazy. You could see this happen on other systems. And he really takes you from just a geology to primitive life. And he makes it feel like it's actually pretty plausible. And also like the origin of life was actually fairly fast after formation of Earth. If I remember correctly, just a few 100 million years or something like that after basically when it was possible, life actually arose. And so that makes me feel like that is not the constraint, that is not the limiting variable, and that life should actually be fairly common. And then, where the drop-offs are is very interesting to think about. I currently think that there's no major drop-offs, basically, and so there should be quite a lot of life. And basically where that brings me to then is the only way to reconcile the fact that we haven't found anyone and so on is that we can't see them. We can't observe them.
Just a quick brief comment. Nick Lane and a lot of biologists I talk to, they really seem to think that the jump from bacteria to more complex organisms is the hardest jump.
Mm-hmm. The eukaryotic life, basically.
Yeah, which I get it. They're much more knowledgeable than me about like the intricacies of biology, but that seems like crazy because how many single cell organisms are there, like, and how much time you have? Surely it's not that difficult. Like in a billion years is not even that long of a time, really. All these bacteria under constrained resources battling it out. I'm sure they can invent more complex. Like I don't understand. It's like how to move from a hello world program to like invent a function or something like that. I don't.
Yeah.
So I'm with you. I just feel like I don't see any. If the origin of life, that would be my intuition. That's the hardest thing. But if that's not the hardest thing because it happens so quickly, then it's got to be everywhere. And yeah, maybe we're just too dumb to see it.
Well, it's just we don't have really good mechanisms for seeing this life. I mean, by what, how? So I'm not an expert, just to preface this, but just from what I've been looking at it,
I want to meet an expert on alien intelligence and how to communicate.
I'm very suspicious of our ability to find these intelligences out there and to find these Earths. Like radio waves, for example, are terrible. Their power drops off as basically 1 over r square. So I remember reading that our current radio waves would not be the ones that we are broadcasting would not be measurable by our devices today. Only was it 1/10 of a light year away? Like not even, basically tiny distance, because you really need a targeted transmission of massive power directed somewhere for this to be picked up on long distances. And so I just think that our ability to measure is not amazing. I think there's probably other civilizations out there. And then the big question is, why don't they build von Neumann probes, and why don't they interstellar travel across the entire galaxy? And my current answer is it's probably interstellar travel is really hard. You have the interstellar medium. If you want to move at close to the speed of light, you're going to be encountering bullets along the way, because even tiny hydrogen atoms and little particles of dust are basically have massive kinetic energy at those speeds. And so basically you need some kind of shielding. You have all the cosmic radiation. It's just brutal out there. It's really hard. And so my thinking is maybe interstellar travel is just extremely hard. And you have to be very slow.
Billions of years to build hard. It feels like we're not a billion years away from doing that.
It just might be that you have to go very slowly, potentially, as an example, through space.
Right. As opposed to close to the speed of light.
So I'm suspicious basically of our ability to measure life, and I'm suspicious of the ability to just permeate all of space in the galaxy or across galaxies. And that's the only way that I can currently see a way around it.
Yeah, it's kind of mind-blowing to think that there's trillions of intelligent alien civilizations out there kind of slowly traveling through space to meet each other. And some of them meet, some of them go to war, some of them collaborate.
Or they're all just independent. They're all just little pockets. I don't know.
Well, statistically, if there's there's trillions of them, surely some of the pockets are close enough together.
Some of them happen to be close, yeah.
Close enough to see each other. And then once you see something that is definitely complex life, if we see something, we're probably going to be intensely, aggressively motivated to figure out what the hell that is and try to meet them. What would be your first instinct to try to, at a generational level, meet them or defend against them? Or what would be your instinct as a president of the United States and a scientist? I don't know which hat you prefer in this question.
Yeah, I think the question, it's really hard. I will say, for example, for us, we have lots of primitive life forms on Earth. Next to us, we have all kinds of ants and everything else, and we share space with them. And we are hesitant to impact on them, and we're trying to protect them by default, because they are amazing, interesting, dynamical systems that took a long time to evolve, and they are interesting and special. And I don't know that you want to destroy that by default. And so I like complex dynamical systems that took a lot of time to evolve. I think I'd like to preserve it if I can afford to. And I'd like to think that the same would be true about the galactic resources, and that they would think that we're kind of incredible, interesting story that took time. It took a few billion years to unravel, and you don't want to just destroy it.
I could see two aliens talking about Earth right now and saying, I'm a big fan of complex dynamical systems, so I think it was a value to preserve these, and who basically are a video game they watch or a TV show that they watch.
Yeah, I think you would need a very good reason, I think, to destroy it. Why don't we destroy these ant farms and so on? It's because we're not actually really in direct competition with them right now. We do it accidentally and so on, but there's plenty of resources. And so why would you destroy something that is so interesting and precious?
Well, from a scientific perspective, you might probe it. Yeah. You might interact with it lightly.
Exactly. You might want to learn something from it, right?
So I wonder, could be certain physical phenomena that we think is a physical phenomena, but it's actually interacting with us to poke the finger and see what happens.
I think it should be very interesting to scientists, other alien scientists, what happened here. And what we're seeing today is a snapshot. Basically, it's a result of a huge amount of computation. over like billion years or something like that. So
It could have been initiated by aliens. This could be a computer running a program. Like, wouldn't you, okay, if you had the power to do this, wouldn't you, okay, for sure, at least I would pick a Earth-like planet that has the conditions, based on my understanding of the chemistry prerequisites for life, and I would seed it with life and run it.
Mhm.
Right? Like,
Yeah.
wouldn't you 100% do that and observe it and then
Yeah.
protect? I mean, that's not just a hell of a good TV show. It's a good scientific experiment.
Yeah.
And that I mean, it's physical simulation, right? Maybe the evolution is the most, like, actually running it is the most efficient way to understand computation or to
Mhm.
compute stuff.
or to
Like,
understand life, or what life looks like and what branches it can take.
it does make me kind of feel weird that we're part of a science experiment, but maybe it's everything's a science experiment inside of. Does that change anything for us if we're a science experiment?
I don't know.
Two descendants of apes talking about being inside of a science
I'm
experiment.
suspicious of this idea of like a deliberate panspermia, as you described it, sort of.
Yes.
And I don't see a divine intervention in some way in the historical record right now. I do feel like the story in these books, like Nick Lane's books and so on, sort of makes sense, and it makes sense how life arose on Earth uniquely. And I don't need to reach for more exotic explanations right now.
Sure, but NPCs inside a video game don't observe any divine intervention either, and we might just be all NPCs running a kind of code.
Maybe eventually they will. Currently, NPCs are really dumb, but once they're running GPTs, maybe they will be like, "Hey, this is really suspicious. What the hell?"
So you famously tweeted, "It looks like if you bombard Earth with photons for a while, it can emit a roadster." So, if like in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, we would summarize the story of Earth. So in that book, it's mostly harmless. What do you think is all the possible stories, like a paragraph long or a sentence long, that Earth could be summarized as? Once it's done, it's computation.
Mm.
So like all the possible full. If Earth is a book, right?
Yeah.
Probably there has to be an ending. I mean, there's going to be an end to Earth, and it could end in all kinds of ways. It can end soon, it can end later.
Yeah.
What do you think are the possible stories?
Well, definitely there seems to be, you're sort of, it's pretty incredible that these self-replicating systems will basically arise from the dynamics,
Mhm.
and then they perpetuate themselves and become more complex and eventually become conscious and build society. And I kind of feel like, in some sense, it's kind of like a deterministic wave that kind of just like happens on any sufficiently well-arranged system like Earth. And so I kind of feel like there's a certain sense of inevitability in it, and it's really beautiful.
And it ends somehow, right? So it's a chemically a diverse environment where complex dynamical systems can evolve
Yeah.
and become more further and further complex. But then there's a certain there's certain terminating conditions.
Yeah, I don't know what the terminating conditions are, but definitely there's a trend line of something, and we're part of that story. And like, where does it go? So, we're famously described often as a biological bootloader for AIs.
Mhm.
And that's because humans, we're an incredible biological system, and we're capable of computation and, and love and so on. But we're extremely inefficient as well. Like, we're talking to each other through audio. It's just kind of embarrassing, honestly, that we're manipulating like 7 symbols serially. We're using vocal cords. It's all happening over like multiple seconds.
Yeah.
It's just like kind of embarrassing when you step down to the frequencies at which computers operate or are able to operate on. And so basically, it does seem like synthetic intelligences are kind of like the next stage of development. And I don't know where it leads to. Like, at some point, I suspect the universe is some kind of a puzzle. And these synthetic AIs will uncover that puzzle and solve it.
And then what happens after, right? Like what? Because if you just like fast forward Earth many billions of years, like it's quiet, and then it's like turmoil. You see like city lights and stuff like
Yeah.
that. And then what happens at the end? Like, is it like a? Is it like a calming? Is it explosion? Is it like Earth, like open, like a giant? Because you said emit roasters. Like, will it start emitting like a giant number of like satellites?
Yeah, it's some kind of a crazy explosion, and we're stepping through a explosion, and we're like living day to day, and it doesn't look like it, but it's actually, I saw a very cool animation of Earth and life on Earth, and basically nothing happens for a long time, and then the last like 2 seconds, like basically cities and everything, and just and the low Earth orbit just gets cluttered, and just the whole thing happens in the last 2 seconds, and you're like, this is exploding. This is a state of explosion.
So if you play, if you play at a normal speed, it'll just look like an explosion.
It's a firecracker. We're living in a firecracker.
Where it's going to start emitting all kinds of interesting things.
Yeah.
And then so explosion doesn't. It might actually look like a literal explosion with lights and fire and energy emitted, all that kind of stuff. But when you look inside the details of the explosion, there's actual complexity happening. Where there's like, human life or some kind of life.
We hope it's not a destructive firecracker. It's kind of like a constructive firecracker.
All right. So given that,
I think
hilarious discussion.
It is really interesting to think about like what the puzzle of the universe is. Did the creator of the universe give us a message? Like, for example, in the book Contact, Carl Sagan, there's a message for humanity, for any civilization in digits, in the expansion of pi in base 11 eventually. Which is kind of interesting thought. Maybe we're supposed to be giving a message to our creator. Maybe we're supposed to somehow create some kind of a quantum mechanical system that alerts them to our intelligent presence here. Because if you think about it from their perspective, it's just, say, like quantum field theory, massive like cellular automaton like thing. And like, how do you even notice that we exist? You might not even be able to pick us up in that simulation. And so how do you prove that you exist, that you're intelligent and that you're part of the universe?
So this is like a Turing test for intelligence from Earth?
Yeah.
Like the creators, maybe this is like trying to complete the next word in a sentence. This is a complicated way of that. Like Earth is basically sending a message back.
Yeah, the puzzle is basically like alerting the creator that we exist.
Yeah.
Or maybe the puzzle is just to just break out of the system and just, stick it to the creator in some way. Basically, like if you're playing a video game, you can somehow find an exploit and find a way to execute on the host machine any arbitrary code. There's some, for example, I believe someone got a game of Mario to play Pong just by exploiting it and then creating basically writing code and being able to execute arbitrary code in the game. And so maybe that's the puzzle, is that we should be find a way to exploit it. So I think like some of these synthetic AIs will eventually find the universe to be some kind of a puzzle and then solve it in some way. And that's kind of like the end game somehow.
Do you often think about it as a simulation? So or the universe being a kind of computation that might have bugs and exploits?
Yes. Yeah, I think so.
Is that what physics is essentially?
I think it's possible that physics has exploits and we should be trying to find them. Arranging some kind of a crazy quantum mechanical system that somehow gives you buffer overflow, somehow gives you a rounding error in the floating point.
Yeah, that's right. And like more and more sophisticated exploits. Like those are jokes, but that could be actually very close to reality.
We'll find some way to extract infinite energy. For example, when you train reinforcement learning agents in physical simulations and you ask them to, say, run quickly on the flat ground, they'll end up doing all kinds of like weird things. In part of that optimization, right? They'll get on their back leg and they'll slide across the floor. And it's because the optimization, the reinforcement learning optimization on that agent has figured out a way to extract infinite energy from the friction forces and basically their poor implementation. And they found a way to generate infinite energy and just slide across the surface. And it's not what you expected. It's just sort of like a perverse solution. And so maybe we can find something like that. Maybe we can be that little dog in this physical simulation.
That cracks or escapes the intended consequences of the physics that the universe came up with.
Yeah.
We'll figure out some kind of shortcut to some weirdness.
Yeah.
And then, oh man, but see, the problem with that weirdness is the first person to discover the weirdness, like sliding on the back legs, that's all we're going to do.
Mm.
Like,
yeah.
It very quickly becomes everybody does that thing. So like the paperclip maximizer is a ridiculous idea, but that very well could be what then we'll just all switch that because it's so fun.
Well, no person will discover it, I think, by the way. I think it's going to have to be some kind of a super intelligent AGI of a third generation. Like we're building the first generation AGI. Maybe,
No.
you know.
Third generation. Yeah, so the bootloader for an AI, that AI
Yeah,
will be a bootloader for another AI.
better AI. Yeah.
And then there's no way for us to introspect like what that
No,
might
yeah.
even.
I think it's very likely that these things, for example, like say you have these AGIs, it's very likely that, for example, they will be completely inert. I like these kinds of sci-fi books sometimes where these things are just completely inert. They don't interact with anything. And I find that kind of beautiful because they've probably figured out the meta game of the universe in some way, potentially. They're doing something completely beyond our imagination. And they don't interact with simple chemical life forms. Like, why would you do that? So I find those kinds of ideas compelling.
What's their source of fun? What are they doing? What's the source
probably
of pleasure?
puzzle solving in the universe.
But inert. So can you define what it means inert? So they escape the
They will
interaction
appear
with physical
inert
reality.
to us, as in they will behave in some very like strange way to us because they're beyond. They're playing the meta game, and the meta game is probably, say, like arranging quantum mechanical systems in some very weird ways to extract infinite energy, solve the digital expansion of pi to whatever amount. They will build their own like little fusion reactors or something crazy. Like they're doing something beyond comprehension and not understandable to us, and actually brilliant under the hood.
What if quantum mechanics itself is the system and we're just thinking it's physics, but we're really parasites on or not parasite, we're not really hurting physics. We're just living on this organisms, this organism, and we're like trying to understand it, but really it is an organism. And with a deep intelligence. Maybe physics itself is the organism that's doing this super interesting thing, and we're just like one little thing, ant sitting on top of it trying to get energy from it.
We're just kind of like these particles in a wave that I feel like is mostly deterministic and takes a universe from some kind of a big bang to some kind of a super intelligent replicator, some kind of a stable point in the universe given these laws of physics.
You don't think, as Einstein said, God doesn't play dice? You think it's mostly deterministic? There's no randomness in the thing?
I think it's deterministic. Oh, there's tons of. I want to be careful with randomness.
Pseudo random?
Yeah, I don't like random. I think maybe the laws of physics are deterministic. Yeah, I think they're deterministic.
You just got really uncomfortable with this question. Do you have anxiety about whether the universe is random or not? It's a sort. What's like?
There's no randomness. No.
It's you said you like Goodwill Hunting. It's not your fault, Andre. It's not. It's not your fault, man. So you don't like randomness.
Yeah, I think it's unsettling. I think it's a deterministic system. I think that things that look random, like say the collapse of the wave function, etc., I think they're actually deterministic, just entanglement and so on, and some kind of a multiverse theory, something.
Okay, so why does it feel like we have a free will? Like if I raise the hand, I chose to do this now. What? That doesn't feel like a deterministic thing. It feels like I'm making a choice.
It feels like it.
Okay, so it's all feelings. It's just feelings.
Yeah.
So when an RL agent is making a choice, is that it's not really making a choice. The choice was all already there.
Yeah, you're interpreting the choice and you're creating a narrative for having made it.
Yeah, and now we're talking about the narrative. It's very meta. Looking back, what is the most beautiful or surprising idea in deep learning or AI in general that you've come across? You've seen this field explode and grow in interesting ways. Just what cool ideas like we made you sit back and go, small, big or small?
Well, the one that I've been thinking about recently, the most probably, is the transformer architecture. So basically, neural networks have a lot of architectures that were trendy have come and gone for different sensory modalities, like for vision, audio, text. You would process them with different looking neural nets. And recently we've seen this convergence towards one architecture, the transformer. And you can feed it video, or you can feed it, images or speech or text, and it just gobbles it up. And it's kind of like a bit of a general purpose computer that is also trainable and very efficient to run on our hardware. And so this paper came out in 2016, I want to say.
Attention is all you need.
Attention is all you need.
You criticized the paper title in retrospect that it wasn't, it didn't foresee the bigness of the impact that it was going to have.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the authors were aware of the impact that that paper would go on to have. Probably they weren't. But I think they were aware of some of the motivations and design decisions behind the transformer, and they chose not to, I think, expand on it in that way in the paper. And so I think they had an idea that there was more than just the surface of just like, oh, we're just doing translation and here's a better architecture. You're not just doing translation. This is like a really cool, differentiable, optimizable, efficient computer that you've proposed. And maybe they didn't have all of that foresight, but I think it's really interesting.
Isn't it funny, sorry to interrupt, that title is memeable, that they went for such a profound idea. They went with I don't think anyone used that kind of title before, right?
Attention is all you need. Yeah, it's like a meme or something. Basically.
Isn't that funny? That one, like maybe if it was a more serious title, it wouldn't have the impact.
Honestly, there is an element of me that honestly agrees with you and prefers it this way.
Yes.
If it was too grand, it would overpromise and then underdeliver potentially. So you want to just meme your way to greatness.
That should be a t-shirt. So you tweeted the Transformer is a magnificent neural network architecture because it is a general purpose differentiable computer. It is simultaneously expressive in the forward pass, optimizable via back propagation, gradient descent, and efficient high parallelism compute graph. Can you discuss some of those details? Expressive, optimizable, efficient.
Yeah.
Or memory or in general, whatever comes to your heart.
You want to have a general purpose computer that you can train on arbitrary problems, like say the task of next word prediction or detecting if there's a cat in an image or something like that. And you want to train this computer, so you want to set its weights. And I think there's a number of design criteria that sort of overlap in the transformer simultaneously that made it very successful. And I think the authors were kind of deliberately trying to make this a really powerful architecture. And so basically it's very powerful in the forward pass because it's able to express very general computation as a sort of something that looks like message passing. You have nodes and they all store vectors. And these nodes get to basically look at each other and it's each other's vectors, and they get to communicate, and basically nodes get to broadcast, hey, I'm looking for certain things, and then other nodes get to broadcast, hey, these are the things I have. Those are the keys and the values.
So it's not just attention.
Yeah, exactly. Transformer is much more than just the attention component. It's got many pieces architectural that went into it. The residual connection, the way it's arranged, there's a multi-layer perceptron in there, the way it's stacked and so on. But basically, there's a message passing scheme where nodes get to look at each other, decide what's interesting, and then update each other. And so I think when you get to the details of it, I think it's a very expressive function. So it can express lots of different types of algorithms in forward pass. Not only that, but the way it's designed with the residual connections, layer normalizations, the softmax attention and everything, it's also optimizable. This is a really big deal because there's lots of computers that are powerful that you can't optimize, or that are not easy to optimize using the techniques that we have, which is backpropagation and gradient descent. These are first order methods, very simple optimizers, really. And so you also need it to be optimizable. And then lastly, you want it to run efficiently on our hardware. Our hardware is a massive throughput machine like GPUs. They prefer lots of parallelism. So you don't want to do lots of sequential operations. You want to do a lot of operations serially. And the transformer is designed with that in mind as well. And so it's designed for our hardware and is designed to both be very expressive in the forward pass, but also very optimizable in the backward pass.
And you said that the residual connections support a kind of ability to learn short algorithms fast and first, and then gradually extend them longer during training.
Yeah.
What's the idea of learning short algorithms?
Right. Think of it as so basically a transformer is a series of blocks, right? And these blocks have attention and a little multi-layer perceptron. And so you go off into a block and you come back to this residual pathway, and then you go off and you come back, and then you have a number of layers arranged sequentially. And so the way to look at it, I think, is because of the residual pathway in the backward pass, the gradients sort of flow along it uninterrupted. Because addition distributes the gradient equally to all of its branches. So the gradient from the supervision at the top just floats directly to the first layer. And all the residual connections are arranged so that in the beginning, during initialization, they contribute nothing to the residual pathway. Mm-hmm. So what it kind of looks like is, imagine the transformer is kind of like a Python function, like a def. And you get to do various kinds of like lines of code. Say you have 100 layers deep transformer, typically they would be much shorter, say 20. So you have 20 lines of code and you can do something in them. And so think of during the optimization, basically what it looks like is first you optimize the first line of code, and then the second line of code can kick in, and the third line of code can kick in. And I kind of feel like because of the residual pathway and the dynamics of the optimization, you can sort of learn a very short algorithm that gets the approximate answer, but then the other layers can sort of kick in and start to create a contribution. And at the end of it, you're optimizing over an algorithm that is 20 lines of code. Except these lines of code are very complex because it's an entire block of a transformer. You can do a lot in there. What's really interesting is that this transformer architecture actually has been remarkably resilient. Basically, the transformer that came out in 2016 is the transformer you would use today, except you reshuffle some of the layer norms. The layer normalizations have been reshuffled to a pre-norm formulation. And so it's been remarkably stable, but there's a lot of bells and whistles that people have attached on it and try to improve it. I do think that basically it's a big step in simultaneously optimizing for lots of properties of a desirable neural network architecture. And I think people have been trying to change it, but it's proven remarkably resilient. But I do think that there should be even better architectures potentially.
But it's you admire the resilience here.
Yeah.
There's something profound about this architecture that leads to resilience. So maybe everything can be turned into a problem that transformers can solve.
Currently, it definitely looks like the transformer is taking over AI, and you can feed basically arbitrary problems into it, and it's a general differentiable computer, and it's extremely powerful. And this convergence in AI has been really interesting to watch for me personally.
What else do you think could be discovered here about transformers? Like, what surprising thing, or is it a stable? A stable place. Is there something interesting we might discover about transformers, like aha moments? Maybe it has to do with memory, maybe knowledge representation, that kind of stuff.
Definitely, the zeitgeist today is just pushing. Like, basically, right now the zeitgeist is do not touch the transformer, touch everything else.
Yes.
So people are scaling up the data sets, making them much, much bigger. They're working on the evaluation, making the evaluation much, much bigger. And they're basically keeping the architecture unchanged. And that's how that's the last 5 years of progress in AI, kind of.
What do you think about one flavor of it, which is language models? Have you been surprised? Has your sort of imagination been captivated by, you mentioned GPT and all the bigger and bigger and bigger language models? And what are the limits of those models, do you think? So just for the task of natural language.
Basically, the way GPT is trained, right, is you just download a massive amount of text data from the internet, and you try to predict the next word in the sequence, roughly speaking. You're predicting little word chunks, but roughly speaking, that's it. And what's been really interesting to watch is basically it's a language model. Language models have actually existed for a very long time. There's papers on language modeling from 2003, even earlier.
Can you explain in that case what a language model is?
Yeah, so language model just basically the rough idea is just predicting the next word in a sequence, roughly speaking. So there's a paper from, for example, Bengio and the team from 2003, where for the first time they were using a neural network to take, say, like 3 or 5 words and predict the next word. And they're doing this on much smaller data sets. And the neural net is not a transformer, it's a multi-layer perceptron. But it's the first time that a neural network has been applied in that setting. But even before neural networks, there were language models, except they were using n-gram models. So n-gram models are just count-based models. So if you try to take 2 words and predict the third one, you just count up how many times you've seen any 2-word combinations and what came next. And what you predict as coming next is just what you've seen the most of in the training set. And so language modeling has been around for a long time. Neural networks have done language modeling for a long time. So really what's new or interesting or exciting is just realizing that when you scale it up with a powerful enough neural net transformer, you have all these emergent properties where basically what happens is if you have a large enough data set of text, you are in the task of predicting the next word, you are multitasking a huge amount of different kinds of problems. You are multitasking understanding of, chemistry, physics, human nature. Lots of things are sort of clustered in that objective. It's a very simple objective, but actually you have to understand a lot about the world to make that prediction.
You just said the U word, understanding. Are you, in terms of chemistry and physics and so on, what do you feel like it's doing? Is it searching for the right context? What is it? What is the actual process happening here?
Yeah, so basically it gets 1,000 words and it's trying to predict the 1,001st. And in order to do that very, very well over the entire data set available on the internet, you actually have to basically kind of understand the context of what's going on in there.
Yeah.
And it's a sufficiently hard problem that you, if you have a powerful enough computer, like a transformer, you end up with interesting solutions. And you can ask it to do all kinds of things. And it shows a lot of emergent properties like in-context learning. That was the big deal with GPT and the original paper when they published it, is that you can just sort of prompt it in various ways and ask it to do various things, and it will just kind of complete the sentence. But in the process of just completing the sentence, it's actually solving all kinds of really interesting problems that we care about.
Do you think it's doing something like understanding? Like and when we use the word understanding for us humans?
I think it's doing some understanding. In its weights, it understands, I think, a lot about the world, and it has to in order to predict the next word in a sequence.
So it's trained on the data from the internet. What do you think about this approach in terms of data sets, of using data from the internet? Do you think the internet has enough structured data to teach AI about human civilization?
Yeah, so I think the internet has a huge amount of data. I'm not sure if it's a complete enough set. I don't know that text is enough for having a sufficiently powerful AGI as an outcome.
Of course, there is audio and video and images and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, so text by itself, I'm a little bit suspicious about. There's a ton of things we don't put in text, in writing, just because they're obvious to us about how the world works and the physics of it and that things fall. We don't put that stuff in text because why would you? We share that understanding. And so text is a communication medium between humans, and it's not a all-encompassing medium of knowledge about the world. But as you pointed out, we do have video and we have images and we have audio. And so I think that that definitely helps a lot. But we haven't trained models sufficiently across all of those modalities yet. So I think that's what a lot of people are interested in.
But I wonder what that shared understanding of like what we might call common sense has to be learned, inferred in order to complete the sentence correctly. So maybe the fact that it's implied on the internet, the model's going to have to learn that, not by reading about it, by inferring it in the representation. So like common sense, just like I don't think we learn common sense. Like nobody tells us explicitly. We just figure it all out by interacting with the world.
Right.
So here's a model reading about the way people interact with the world. It might have to infer that. I wonder.
Yeah.
You briefly worked on a project called the World of Bits, training an RL system to take actions on the internet versus just consuming the internet like we talked about. Do you think there's a future for that kind of system interacting with the internet to help the learning?
Yes, I think that's probably the final frontier for a lot of these models because, so as you mentioned, when I was at OpenAI, I was working on this project, World of Bits, and basically it was the idea of giving neural networks access to a keyboard and a mouse. And the idea
what could possibly go wrong?
So basically, you perceive the input of the screen pixels, and basically the state of the computer is sort of visualized for human consumption in images of the web browser and stuff like that. And then you give the neural network the ability to press keyboards and use the mouse. And we're trying to get it to, for example, complete bookings and interact with user interfaces. And
what'd you learn from that experience? Like, what was some fun stuff? This is a super cool idea.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, I mean, the step between observer to actor is a super fascinating step.
Yeah. Well, it's the universal interface in the digital realm, I would say. And there's a universal interface in like the physical realm, which in my mind is a humanoid form factor kind of thing. We can later talk about Optimus and so on, but I feel like there's they're kind of like a similar philosophy in some way, where the physical world is designed for the human form, and the digital world is designed for the human form of seeing the screen and using keyboard and mouse. And so it's the universal interface that can basically command the digital infrastructure we've built up for ourselves. And so it feels like a very powerful interface to command and to build on top of. Now, to your question as to like what I learned from that, it's interesting because the World of Bits was basically too early, I think, at OpenAI at the time. This is around 2015 or so, and the zeitgeist at that time was very different in AI from the zeitgeist today. At the time, everyone was super excited about reinforcement learning from scratch. This is the time of the Atari paper, where neural networks were playing Atari games and beating humans in some cases, AlphaGo and so on. So everyone's very excited about training neural networks from scratch using reinforcement learning directly. It turns out that reinforcement learning is an extremely inefficient way of training neural networks, because you're taking all these actions and all these observations and you get some sparse rewards once in a while. So you do all this stuff based on all these inputs, and once in a while you're like told you did a good thing, you did a bad thing. And it's just an extremely hard problem. You can't learn from that. You can burn a forest and you can sort of brute force through it. And we saw that, I think, with Go and Dota and so on, and it does work. But it's extremely inefficient and not how you want to approach problems, practically speaking. And so that's the approach that at the time we also took to World of Bits. We would have an agent initialized randomly, so it would keyboard mash and mouse mash and try to make a booking. And it just like revealed the insanity of that approach very quickly, where you have to stumble by the correct booking in order to get a reward of you did it correctly. And you're never going to stumble by it by chance at random.
So even with a simple web interface, there's too many options.
Just too many options, and it's too sparse of a reward signal. And you're starting from scratch at the time, and so you don't know how to read, you don't understand pictures, images, buttons,
Right.
You don't understand what it means to like make a booking.
Yeah.
But now what's happened is it is time to revisit that, and OpenAI is interested in this, companies like Adept are interested in this, and so on. And the idea is coming back because the interface is very powerful, but now you're not training an agent from scratch. You are taking the GPT as an initialization. So GPT is pre-trained on all of text, and it understands what's a booking. It understands what's a submit. It understands quite a bit more. And so it already has those representations. They are very powerful, and that makes all of the training significantly more efficient and makes the problem tractable.
Should the interaction be with like the way humans see it, with the buttons and the language, or should it be with the HTML, JavaScript, and the CSS?
Yeah.
What do you think is the better?
So today, all of this interaction is mostly on the level of HTML, CSS, and so on. That's done because of computational constraints. But I think ultimately, everything is designed for human visual consumption. And so at the end of the day, there's all the additional information is in the layout of the web page and what's next to you and what's a red background and all this kind of stuff and what it looks like visually. So I think that's the final frontier, is we're taking in pixels and we're giving out keyboard mouse commands. But I think it's impractical still today.
Do you worry about bots on the internet? Given these ideas, given how exciting they are, do you worry about bots on Twitter being not the stupid bots that we see now with the crypto bots, but the bots that might be out there actually that we don't see, that they're interacting in interesting ways? So this kind of system feels like it should be able to pass the "I'm not a robot" click button, whatever. Which, do you actually understand how that test works? I don't quite. Like there's a checkbox or whatever that you click.
Yeah.
It's presumably tracking
Oh, I see.
like mouse movement and the timing and so on.
Yeah.
So exactly this kind of system we're talking about should be able to pass that. So yeah, what do you feel about bots that are language models plus have some interactability and are able to tweet and reply and so on? Do you worry about that world?
Yeah, I think it's always been a bit of an arms race between sort of the attack and the defense. So the attack will get stronger, but the defense will get stronger as well. Our ability to detect that.
How do you defend? How do you detect? How do you know that your Karpathy account on Twitter is human? How would you approach that? Like if people were claiming, how would you defend yourself in the court of law that I'm a human? This account is human.
Yeah, at some point, I think it might be. I think the society will evolve a little bit. Like we might start digitally signing some of our correspondence or things that we create. Right now, it's not necessary, but maybe in the future it might be. I do think that we are going towards a world where we share the digital space with AIs,
Synthetic beings.
Yeah, and they will get much better, and they will share our digital realm, and they'll eventually share our physical realm as well. Much harder. But that's kind of like the world we're going towards, and most of them will be benign and helpful, and some of them will be malicious, and it's going to be an arms race trying to detect them.
So, I mean, the worst isn't the AIs. The worst is the AIs pretending to be human.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if it's always malicious. There's obviously a lot of malicious applications, but
yeah,
it could also be, if I was an AI, I would try very hard to tend to be human because we're in a human world.
Yeah.
I wouldn't get any respect as an AI.
Yeah.
I want to get some love and respect.
I don't think
on
the problem
Twitter.
is intractable. People are thinking about the proof of personhood,
Yes.
and we might start digitally signing our stuff, and we might all end up having like basically some solution for proof of personhood. It doesn't seem to me intractable. It's just something that we haven't had to do until now. But I think once the need like really starts to emerge, which is soon, I think people will think about it much more.
So, but that too will be a race because obviously you can probably spoof or fake the proof of personhood.
Mhm.
So you have to try to figure out how to.
Probably.
I mean, it's weird that we have like social security numbers and like passports and stuff. It seems like it's harder to fake stuff in the physical space, but in the digital space, it just feels like it's going to be very tricky to out, because it seems to be pretty low cost to fake stuff. What are you going to put an AI in jail for like trying to use a fake personhood proof? You can, I mean, okay, fine. You'll put a lot of AIs in jail, but there'll be more AIs, like exponentially more. The cost of creating a bot is very low, unless there's some kind of way to track accurately. Like you're not allowed to create any program without showing, tying yourself to that program. Like any program that runs on the internet, you'll be able to trace every single human programmer that was involved with that program.
Right. Yeah, maybe you have to start declaring when, we have to start drawing those boundaries and keeping track of, what are digital entities versus human entities, and what is the ownership of human entities and digital entities, and something like that. I don't know, but I think I'm optimistic that this is possible. And in some sense, we're currently in like the worst time of it because all these bots suddenly have become very capable, but we don't have defenses yet built up as a society. But I think that doesn't seem to me intractable. It's just something that we have to deal with.
It seems weird that the Twitter bot, like really crappy Twitter bots, are so numerous. Like, is it? So I presume that the engineers at Twitter are very good. So it seems like what I would infer from that is it seems like a hard problem. They're probably catching. All right, if I were to sort of steel man the case, it's a hard problem, and there's a huge cost to false positive, to removing a post by somebody that's not a bot. That creates a very bad user experience. So they're very cautious about removing. So maybe it's, and maybe the bots are really good at learning what gets removed and not, such that they can stay ahead of the removal process very quickly.
My impression of it, honestly, is there's a lot of low-hanging fruit. I mean,
just that's it's
not subtle. It's my impression of it. It's not subtle.
But you have to, that's my impression as well. But it feels like maybe you're seeing the tip of the iceberg. Maybe the number of bots is in like the trillions, and you have to just, it's a constant assault of bots, and I don't know. You have to steel man the case because the bots I'm seeing are pretty like obvious. I could write a few lines of code that catch these bots.
I mean, definitely there's a lot of low-hanging fruit, but I will say I agree that if you are a sophisticated actor, you could probably create a pretty good bot right now, using tools like GPTs, because it's a language model. You can generate faces that look quite good now, and you can do this at scale. And so I think, it's quite plausible, and it's going to be hard to defend.
There was a Google engineer that claimed that the Lambda was sentient. Do you think there's any inkling of truth to what he felt? And more importantly, to me at least, do you think language models will achieve sentience or the illusion of sentience soonish?
Yeah. To me, it's a little bit of a canary in a coal mine kind of moment, honestly, a little bit, because so this engineer spoke to like a chatbot at Google and became convinced that this bot is sentient.
Asked it some existential philosophical questions.
And it gave like reasonable answers and looked real and so on. So to me, it's a he wasn't sufficiently trying to stress the system, I think, and exposing the truth of it as it is today. But I think this will be increasingly harder over time. So Yeah, I think more and more people will basically become. Yeah, I think more and more there will be more people like that over time as this gets better.
Like form an emotional connection to
Yeah.
to an AI
Yeah,
chatbot.
perfectly plausible in my mind. I think these AIs are actually quite good at human connection, human emotion. A ton of text on the internet is about humans and connection and love and so on. So I think they have a very good understanding in some sense of how people speak to each other about this, and they're very capable of creating a lot of that kind of text. There's a lot of like sci-fi from 50s and 60s that imagined AIs in a very different way. They are calculating cold Vulcan-like machines. That's not what we're getting today. We're getting pretty emotional AIs that actually are very competent and capable of generating, plausible sounding text with respect to all of these topics.
See, I'm really hopeful about AI systems that are like companions that help you grow, develop as a human being, help you maximize long-term happiness. But I'm also very worried about AI systems that figure out from the internet that humans get attracted to drama. And so these would just be like shit talking AIs. They're just constant. Did you hear? Like they'll do gossip. They'll try to plant seeds of suspicion to like, other humans that you love and trust, and just kind of mess with people. Because that's going to get a lot of attention. So maximize drama on the path to maximizing engagement, and us humans will feed into that machine.
Yeah,
and it'll be a giant drama shitstorm. So I'm worried about that. So it's the objective function really defines the way that human civilization progresses with AIs in it.
Yeah, I think right now, at least today, they are not it's not correct to really think of them as goal-seeking agents that want to do something. Mm-hmm. They have no long-term memory or anything. It's literally a good approximation of it is you get 1,000 words and you're trying to predict 1,000 at first, and then you continue feeding it in. And you are free to prompt it in whatever way you want. So in text. So you say, okay, you are a psychologist and you are very good and you love humans. And here's a conversation between you and another human colon something, you something. And then it just continues the pattern. And suddenly you're having a conversation with a fake psychologist who's like trying to help you. And so it's still kind of like in the realm of a tool. It is people can prompt it in arbitrary ways and it can create really incredible text. But it doesn't have long-term goals over long periods of time. It doesn't try to, so it doesn't look that way right now.
Yeah, but you can do short-term goals that have long-term effects. Yeah. So if my prompting short-term goal is to get Andre Karpathy to respond to me on Twitter when I, I think AI might, that's the goal, but it might figure out that talking shit to you, it would be the best in a highly sophisticated, interesting way.
Right.
And then you build up a relationship when you respond once, and then it, over time, it gets to not be sophisticated and just talk shit. and okay, maybe it won't get to Andre, but it might get to another celebrity. It might get into other big accounts, and then it'll so with just that simple goal, get them to respond.
Yeah.
Maximize the probability of actual response.
Yeah, I mean, you could prompt a powerful model like this with its opinion about how to do any possible thing you're interested in.
Yes.
So they're kind of on track to become these oracles. I sort of think of it that way. They are oracles. Currently, it's just text, but they will have calculators. They will have access to Google search. They will have all kinds of gadgets and gizmos. They will be able to operate the internet and find different information. And in some sense, that's kind of like currently what it looks like in terms of the development.
Do you think it'll be an improvement eventually over what Google is for access to human knowledge? Like it'll be a more effective search engine to access human knowledge?
I think there's definite scope in building a better search engine today. And I think Google, they have all the tools, all the people, they have everything they need. They have all the puzzle pieces. They have people training transformers at scale. They have all the data. It's just not obvious if they are capable as an organization to innovate on their search engine right now. And if they don't, someone else will. There's absolute scope for building a significantly better search engine built on these tools.
It's so interesting. A large company where there's already an infrastructure, it works, ads brings out a lot of money. So where structurally inside a company is their motivation to pivot?
Yeah.
To say, we're going to build a new search engine.
Yep. That's really hard.
So it's usually going to come from a startup, right?
That would be, or some other more competent organization. So I don't know. So currently, for example, maybe Bing has another shot at it. As
There
an
we
example.
go. Microsoft Edge, as we're talking offline.
I mean, it's really interesting because search engines used to be about, okay, here's some query, here's web pages that look like the stuff that you have, but you could just directly go to answer and then have supporting evidence. And these models basically, they've read all the text and they've read all the web pages, and so sometimes when you see yourself going over the search results and sort of getting like a sense of like the average answer to whatever you're interested in, like that just directly comes out. You don't have to do that work. So they're kind of like, I think they have a way of distilling all that knowledge into like some level of insight, basically.
Do you think of prompting as a kind of teaching and learning, like this whole process, like another layer? Because maybe that's what humans are. We already have that background model, and then the world is prompting you.
Yeah, exactly. I think the way we are programming these computers now, like GPTs, is converging to how you program humans. I mean, how do I program humans via prompt? I go to people and I prompt them to do things. I prompt them for information. And so natural language prompt is how we program humans, and we're starting to program computers directly in that interface. It's like pretty remarkable, honestly.
So you've spoken a lot about the idea of software 2.0. All good ideas become like cliches so quickly. Like the terms, it's kind of hilarious. It's like, I think Eminem once said that like, if he gets annoyed by a song he's written very quickly, that means it's going to be a big hit because it's too catchy. But can you describe this idea and how your thinking about it has evolved over the months and years since you coined it?
Yeah, so I had a blog post on software 2.0, I think several years ago now. And the reason I wrote that post is because I kind of saw something remarkable happening in like software development, and how a lot of code was being transitioned to be written not in sort of like C++ and so on, but it's written in the weights of a neural net. Basically just saying that neural nets are taking over software, the realm of software, and taking more and more tasks. And at the time, I think not many people understood this deeply enough, that this is a big deal, this is a big transition. Neural networks were seen as one of multiple classification algorithms you might use for your dataset problem on Kaggle. Like, this is not that. This is a change in how we program computers. And I saw neural nets as this is going to take over. The way we program computers is going to change. It's not going to be people writing software in C++ or something like that and directly programming the software. It's going to be accumulating training sets and data sets and crafting these objectives by which we train these neural nets. And at some point, there's going to be a compilation process from the data sets and the objective and the architecture specification into the binary, which is really just the neural net, weights and the forward pass of the neural net. And then you can deploy that binary. And so I was talking about that sort of transition, and that's what the post is about. And I saw this sort of play out in a lot of fields, autopilot being one of them, but also just simple image classification. People thought originally, in the 80s and so on, that they would write the algorithm for detecting a dog in an image. And they had all these ideas about how the brain does it. And first we detect corners, and then we detect lines, and then we stitch them up. And they were like really going at it. They were like thinking about how they're going to write the algorithm. And this is not the way you build it. And there was a smooth transition where, first we thought we were going to build everything. Then we were building the features, so like Hawk features and things like that, that detect these little statistical patterns from image patches. And then there was a little bit of learning on top of it, like a support vector machine or binary classifier for cat versus dog in images on top of the features. So we wrote the features, but we trained the last layer, sort of the classifier. And then people are like, actually, let's not even design the features because we can't. Honestly, we're not very good at it. So let's also learn the features. And then you end up with basically a convolutional neural net where you're learning most of it. You're just specifying the architecture, and the architecture has tons of fill in the blanks, which is all the knobs. And you let the optimization write most of it. And so this transition is happening across the industry everywhere. And suddenly we end up with a ton of code that is written in neural net weights. And I was just pointing out that the analogy is actually pretty strong. And we have a lot of developer environments for software 1.0, like we have IDEs, how you work with code, how you debug code, how do you run code, how do you maintain code. We have GitHub. So I was trying to make those analogies in the new realm. Like, what is the GitHub of software 2.0? Turns out it's something that looks like Hugging Face right now. And so I think some people took it seriously and built cool companies, and many people originally attacked the post. It actually was not well received when I wrote it. And I think maybe it has something to do with the title, but the post was not well received, and I think more people sort of have been coming around to it over time.
Yeah, so you were the director of AI at Tesla, where I think this idea was really implemented at scale, which is how you have engineering teams doing software 2.0. So can you sort of linger on that idea of, I think we're in the really early stages of everything you just said, which is like GitHub IDEs. Like how do we build engineering teams that work in software 2.0 systems, and the data collection and the data annotation, which is all part of that software 2.0? Like, what do you think is the task of programming in software 2.0? Is it debugging in the space of hyperparameters, or is it also debugging in the space of data?
Yeah, the way by which you program the computer and influence its algorithm is not by writing the commands yourself. You're changing mostly the data set. You're changing the loss functions of like what the neural net is trying to do, how it's trying to predict things. But yeah, basically the data sets and the architectures of the neural net. And so in the case of the autopilot, a lot of the data sets had to do with, for example, detection of objects and lane line markings and traffic lights and so on. So you accumulate massive data sets of, here's an example, here's the desired label. And then here's roughly what the algorithm should look like, and that's a convolutional neural net. The specification of the architecture is like a hint as to what the algorithm should roughly look like. And then the fill in the blanks process of optimization is the training process. And then you take your neural net that was trained, it gives all the right answers on your data set, and you deploy it.
So there's, in that case, perhaps in all machine learning cases, there's a lot of tasks. So is formulating a task like for a multi-headed neural network, is formulating a task part of the programming?
Yeah, very much so.
How you break down a problem into a set of tasks.
Yeah. I mean, on the high level, I would say if you look at the software running in the autopilot, I gave a number of talks on this topic. I would say originally a lot of it was written in software 1.0. There's, imagine lots of C++, right? And then gradually, there was a tiny neural net that was, for example, predicting, given a single image, is there like a traffic light or not, or is there a lane line marking or not? And this neural net didn't have too much to do in the scope of the software. It was making tiny predictions on individual little image. And then the rest of the system stitched it up. So, okay, we don't have just a single camera, we have 8 cameras. We actually have 8 cameras over time. And so what do you do with these predictions? How do you put them together? How do you do the fusion of all that information? And how do you act on it? All of that was written by humans in C++. And then we decided, okay, we don't actually want to do all of that fusion in C++ code because we're actually not good enough to write that algorithm. We want the neural net to write the algorithm. And we want to port all of that software into the 2.0 stack. And so then we actually had neural nets that now take all the 8 camera images simultaneously and make predictions for all of that. And actually they don't make predictions in the space of images. They now make predictions directly in 3D. And actually they don't in 3 dimensions around the car. And now actually we don't manually fuse the predictions in 3D over time. We don't trust ourselves to write that tracker. So actually we give the neural net the information over time. So it takes these videos now and makes those predictions. And so you're sort of just like putting more and more power into the neural net, more and more processing. And at the end of it, the eventual sort of goal is to have most of the software potentially be in the 2.0 land because it works significantly better. Humans are just not very good at writing software, basically.
So the prediction is happening in this like 4D land.
Yeah.
With 3-dimensional world over time.
Yeah.
How do you do annotation in that world? What have you so data annotation, whether it's self-supervised or manual by humans, is a big part of this software 2.0 world.
Right. I would say by far in the industry, if you're like talking about the industry and what is the technology of what we have available, everything is supervised learning. So you need data sets of input, desired output, and you need lots of it. And there are 3 properties of it that you need. You need it to be very large. You need it to be accurate, no mistakes, and you need it to be diverse. You don't want to just have a lot of correct examples of one thing. You need to really cover the space of possibility as much as you can. And the more you can cover the space of possible inputs, the better the algorithm will work at the end. Now, once you have really good data sets that you're collecting, curating, and cleaning, you can train your neural net on top of that. So a lot of the work goes into cleaning those data sets. Now, as you pointed out, the question is, how do you achieve a ton of, if you want to basically predict in 3D, you need data in 3D to back that up. So in this video, we have 8 videos coming from all the cameras of the system. And this is what they saw. And this is the truth of what actually was around. There was this car, there was this car, this car. These are the lane line markings. This is the geometry of the road. There's a traffic light in this 3-dimensional position. You need the ground truth. And so the big question that the team was solving, of course, is how do you arrive at that ground truth? Because once you have a million of it and it's large, clean, and diverse, then training a neural net on it works extremely well, and you can ship that into the car. And so there's many mechanisms by which we collected that training data. You can always go for human annotation. You can go for simulation as a source of ground truth. You can also go for what we call the offline tracker that we've spoken about at the AI Day and so on, which is basically an automatic reconstruction process for taking those videos and recovering the 3-dimensional sort of reality of what was around that car. So basically think of doing like a 3-dimensional reconstruction as an offline thing, and then understanding that, okay, there's this 10 seconds of video, this is what we saw, and therefore here's all the lane lines, cars, and so on. And then once you have that annotation, you can train your neural net to imitate it.
And how difficult is the 3D reconstruction?
It's difficult, but it can be done.
So there's overlap between the cameras, and you do the reconstruction, and there's perhaps if there's any inaccuracy, so that's caught in the annotation step.
Yes. The nice thing about the annotation is that it is fully offline. You have infinite time. You have a chunk of 1 minute, and you're trying to just offline in a supercomputer somewhere, figure out where were the positions of all the cars, of all the people. And you have your full 1 minute of video from all the angles. And you can run all the neural nets you want, and they can be very efficient, massive neural nets. There can be neural nets that can't even run in the car later at test time. So they can be even more powerful neural nets than what you can eventually deploy. So you can do anything you want, 3-dimensional reconstruction, neural nets, anything you want just to recover that truth. And then you supervise that truth.
What have you learned? You said no mistakes about humans doing annotation. Because I assume humans are, there's like a range of things they're good at in terms of clicking stuff on screen. Isn't that, how interesting is that to you of a problem of designing an annotator where humans are accurate, enjoy it? Like, what are even the metrics? Are efficient or productive, all that kind of stuff?
Yeah, so I grew the annotation team at Tesla from basically 0 to 1,000 while I was there. That was really interesting. You know, my background is a PhD student researcher, so growing that kind of an organization was pretty crazy. But I think it's extremely interesting and part of the design process very much behind the autopilot as to where you use humans. Humans are very good at certain kinds of annotations. They're very good, for example, at 2-dimensional annotations of images. They're not good at annotating cars over time in 3-dimensional space. Very, very hard. And so that's why we were very careful to design the tasks that are easy to do for humans versus things that should be left to the offline tracker. Like maybe the computer will do all the triangulation and 3D reconstruction, but the human will say exactly these pixels of the image are a car. Exactly these pixels are a human. And so co-designing the data annotation pipeline was very much bread and butter, was what I was doing daily.
Do you think there's still a lot of open problems in that space? Just in general, annotation, where the stuff the machines are good at, machines do, and the humans do what they're good at, and there's maybe some iterative process.
Right. I think to a very large extent, we went through a number of iterations and we learned a ton about how to create these data sets. I'm not seeing big open problems. Like originally when I joined, I was really not sure how this would turn out.
Yeah.
But by the time I left, I was much more secure in actually we sort of understand the philosophy of how to create these data sets. And I was pretty comfortable with where that was at the time.
So what are strengths and limitations of cameras for the driving task in your understanding? When you formulate the driving task as a vision task with 8 cameras, you've seen the entire, most of the history of the computer vision field when it has to do with neural networks. Just if you step back, what are the strengths and limitations of pixels, of using pixels to drive?
Yeah, pixels, I think, are a beautiful sensor, I would say. The thing is, like, cameras are very, very cheap, and they provide a ton of information, ton of bits. So it's extremely cheap sensor for a ton of bits, and each one of these bits is a constraint on the state of the world. And so you get lots of megapixel images very cheap, and it just gives you all these constraints for understanding what's actually out there in the world. So vision is probably the highest bandwidth sensor. It's a very high bandwidth sensor. And
I love that pixels is a constraint on the world. It's this highly complex, high bandwidth constraint on the world, on the state of the world. That's fascinating.
And it's not just that, but again, this real importance of it's the sensor that humans use. Therefore, everything is designed for that sensor.
Yeah.
The text, the writing, the flashing signs, everything is designed for vision. And so you just find it everywhere. And so that's why that is the interface you want to be in. Talking again about these universal interfaces. And that's where we actually want to measure the world as well, and then develop software for that sensor.
But there's other constraints on the state of the world that humans use to understand the world. I mean, vision ultimately is the main one, but we're like referencing our understanding of human behavior and some common sense physics that could be inferred from vision from a perception perspective, but it feels like we're using some kind of reasoning to predict the world,
100%.
Not just the pixels.
I mean, you have a powerful prior sort of for how the world evolves over time, etc. So it's not just about the likelihood term coming up from the data itself, telling you about what you are observing, but also the prior term of like where are the likely things to see and how do they likely move and so on.
And the question is, how complex is the range of possibilities that might happen in the driving task?
Right.
That's still is that to you still an open problem of how difficult is driving, like philosophically speaking? do you all the time you worked on driving, do you understand how hard driving is?
Yeah, driving is really hard because it has to do with the predictions of all these other agents and the theory of mind, and you know what they're going to do, and are they looking at you? Where are they looking? What are they thinking?
Yeah,
there's a lot that goes there at the full tail of the expansion of the nines that we have to be comfortable with, and eventually the final problems are of that form. I don't think those are the problems that are very common. I think eventually they're important, but it's like really in the tail end.
In the tail end, the rare edge cases.
Yes.
From the vision perspective, what are the toughest parts of the vision problem of driving?
Well, basically, the sensor is extremely powerful, but you still need to process that information. And so going from brightnesses of these pixel values to, hey, here's the three-dimensional world is extremely hard. And that's what the neural networks are fundamentally doing. And so the difficulty really is in just doing an extremely good job of engineering the entire pipeline, the entire data engine, having the capacity to train these neural nets, having the ability to evaluate the system and iterate on it. So I would say just doing this in production at scale is like the hard part. It's an execution problem.
So the data engine, but also the sort of deployment of the system such that it has low latency performance.
Yes.
So it has to do all these steps.
Yeah, for the neural net specifically, just making sure everything fits into the chip on the car.
Yeah.
And you have a finite budget of flops that you can perform, and memory bandwidth and other constraints. And you have to make sure it flies. And you can squeeze in as much compute as you can into the tiny.
What have you learned from that process? Because maybe that's one of the bigger, new things coming from a research background, where there's a system that has to run under heavily constrained resources.
Right.
It's to run really fast. What kind of insights have you learned from that?
Yeah, I'm not sure if there's too many insights. You're trying to create a neural net that will fit in what you have available, and you're always trying to optimize it. And we talked a lot about it on the AI day, and basically the triple backflips that the team is doing to make sure it all fits and utilizes the engine. So I think it's extremely good engineering. And then there's all kinds of little insights peppered in on how to do it properly.
Let's actually zoom out, because I don't think we talked about the data engine, the entirety of the layouts of this idea that I think is just beautiful, with humans in the loop. Can you describe the data engine?
Yeah, the data engine is what I call the almost biological feeling process by which you perfect the training sets for these neural networks. So because most of the programming now is in the level of these data sets and make sure they're large, diverse, and clean, basically you have a data set that you think is good, you train your neural net, you deploy it, and then you observe how well it's performing. And you're trying to always increase the quality of your data set. So you're trying to catch scenarios basically that are basically rare. And it is in these scenarios that your neural nets will typically struggle in because they weren't told what to do in those rare cases in the data set. But now you can close the loop because if you can now collect all those at scale, you can then feed them back into the reconstruction process I described and reconstruct the truth in those cases and add it to the data set. And so the whole thing ends up being like a staircase of improvement of perfecting your training set. And you have to go through deployments so that you can mine the parts that are not yet represented well in the data set. So your data set is basically imperfect. It needs to be diverse. It has pockets that are missing, and you need to pad out the pockets. You can sort of think of it that way in the data.
What role do humans play in this? So what's the this biological system? Like a human body is made up of cells. What role, like how do you optimize the human system? The multiple engineers collaborating, figuring out what to focus on, what to contribute, which task to optimize in this neural network. Who's in charge of figuring out which task needs more data? What can you speak to the hyperparameters of the human system?
It really just comes down to extremely good execution from an engineering team who knows what they're doing. They understand intuitively the philosophical insights underlying data engine and the process by which the system improves, and how to, again, like delegate the strategy of the data collection and how that works, and then just making sure it's all extremely well executed. And that's where most of the work is not even the philosophizing or the research or the ideas of it. It's just extremely good execution. It's so hard when you're dealing with data at that scale.
So your role in the data engine, executing well on it, is difficult and extremely important. Is there a priority of like a vision board of saying like, we really need to get better at stoplights?
Yep.
Like the prioritization of tasks.
Yes.
Is that essentially, and that comes from the data?
That comes to a very large extent to what we are trying to achieve in the product roadmap, the release we're trying to get out, in the feedback from the QA team where the system is struggling or not, the things we're trying to improve.
And the QA team gives some signal, some information in aggregate about the performance of the system in various conditions.
That's right. And then, of course, all of us drive it and we can also see it. It's really nice to work with a system that you can also experience yourself. And, it drives you home.
Is there some insight you can draw from your individual experience that you just can't quite get from an aggregate statistical analysis of the data?
Yeah.
It's so weird, right?
Yes.
It's not scientific in a sense because you're just one anecdotal sample.
Yeah, I think there's a ton of it's a source of truth. It's your interaction with the system, and you can see it, you can play with it, you can perturb it, you can get a sense of it, you have an intuition for it. I think numbers just like have a way of numbers and plots and graphs are much harder. It hides a lot of.
It's like if you train a language model, it's a really powerful way is by you interacting with it.
Yeah, 100%.
Try to build up an intuition.
Yeah, I think like Elon also he always wanted to drive the system himself. He drives a lot, and I want to say almost daily. So he also sees this as a source of truth. You driving the system and it performing, and yeah.
So what do you think? Tough questions here. So Tesla last year removed radar from the sensor suite, and now just announced that it's going to remove ultrasonic sensors, relying solely on vision, so camera only. Does that make the perception problem harder or easier?
I would almost reframe the question in some way. So the thing is basically, you would think that additional sensors.
By the way, can I just interrupt?
Go ahead.
I wonder if a language model will ever do that if you prompt it. Let me reframe your question. That would be epic. That's the wrong prompt. Sorry.
So it's like a little bit of a wrong question, because basically you would think that these sensors are an asset to you.
Yeah.
But if you fully consider the entire product in its entirety, these sensors are actually potentially a liability, because these sensors aren't free. They don't just appear on your car. Suddenly you need to have an entire supply chain. You have people procuring it. There can be problems with them. They may need replacement. They are part of the manufacturing process. They can hold back the line in production. You need to source them. You need to maintain them. You have to have teams that write the firmware, all of it. And then you also have to incorporate them, fuse them into the system in some way. And so it actually bloats a lot of it. And I think Elon is really good at simplify. Best part is no part. And he always tries to throw away things that are not essential because he understands the entropy in organizations and an approach. And I think in this case, the cost is high, and you're not potentially seeing it if you're just a computer vision engineer. And I'm just trying to improve my network, and is it more useful or less useful? How useful is it? And the thing is, that once you consider the full cost of a sensor, it actually is potentially a liability, and you need to be really sure that it's giving you extremely useful information. In this case, we looked at using it or not using it, and the delta was not massive, and so it's not useful.
Is it also bloat in the data engine, like having more sensors?
100%.
Is a distraction?
And these sensors, they can change over time. For example, you can have one type of, say, radar, you can have other type of radar, they change over time. Now suddenly you need to worry about it. Now suddenly you have a column in your SQLite telling you, oh, what sensor type was it? And they all have different distributions. And then they contribute noise and entropy into everything, and they bloat stuff. And also organizationally, it's been really fascinating to me that it can be very distracting. If all you want to get to work is vision, all the resources are on it, and you're building out a data engine, and you're actually making forward progress because that is the sensor with the most bandwidth, the most constraints in the world, and you're investing fully into that, and you can make that extremely good. If you have only a finite amount of sort of spend of focus across different facets of the system.
And this kind of reminds me of Rich Sutton's The Bitter Lesson. It just seems like simplifying the system.
Yeah.
In the long run. Now, of course, you don't know what the long run, it seems to be always the right solution.
Yeah. Yes.
In that case, it was for RL, but it seems to apply generally across all systems that do computation.
Yeah.
So what do you think about the LiDAR as a crutch debate? The battle between point clouds and pixels.
Yeah, I think this debate is always like slightly confusing to me because it seems like the actual debate should be about like, you have the fleet or not. That's like the really important thing about whether you can achieve a really good functioning of an AI system at this scale.
So data collection systems.
Yeah, do you have a fleet or not is significantly more important whether you have LiDAR or not. It's just another sensor. I think similar to the radar discussion, basically, I don't think it basically doesn't offer extra information. It's extremely costly. It has all kinds of problems. You have to worry about it. You have to calibrate it, etc. It creates bloat and entropy. You have to be really sure that you need this sensor. In this case, I basically don't think you need it. And I think, honestly, I will make a stronger statement. I think the others, some of the other companies that are using it are probably going to drop it.
Yeah, so you have to consider the sensor in the full, considering, can you build a big fleet that collects a lot of data? And can you integrate that sensor with that data and that sensor into a data engine that's able to quickly find different parts of the data that then continuously improves whatever the model that you're using?
Yeah, another way to look at it is like vision is necessary in the sense that the world is designed for human visual consumption, so you need vision. It's necessary. And then also it is sufficient because it has all the information that you need for driving, and humans obviously use vision to drive. So it's both necessary and sufficient. So you want to focus resources, and you have to be really sure if you're going to bring in other sensors. You could add sensors to infinity. At some point, you need to draw the line. And I think in this case, you have to really consider the full cost of any one sensor that you're adopting, and do you really need it? And I think the answer in this case is no.
So what do you think about the idea that the other companies are forming high resolution maps and constraining heavily the geographic regions in which they operate? Is that approach not, in your view, not going to scale over time to the entirety of the United States?
I think,
it'll take too
as
long.
you mentioned, like they pre-map all the environments and they need to refresh the map. And they have a perfect centimeter level accuracy map of everywhere they're going to drive. It's crazy. How are you going to, when we're talking about autonomy actually changing the world, we're talking about the deployment on a global scale of autonomous systems for transportation. And if you need to maintain a centimeter accurate map for Earth or like for many cities and keep them updated, it's a huge dependency that you're taking on, huge dependency. It's a massive, massive dependency. And now you need to ask yourself, do you really need it? And humans don't need it, right? So it's very useful to have a low-level map of like, okay, the connectivity of your road. You know that there's a fork coming up. When you drive an environment, you sort of have that high-level understanding. It's like a small Google map. And Tesla uses Google Map, like similar kind of resolution information. in its system, but it will not pre-map environments to centimeter level accuracy. It's a crutch, it's a distraction, it causes entropy, and it diffuses the team, it dilutes the team, and you're not focusing on what's actually necessary, which is a computer vision problem.
What did you learn about machine learning, about engineering, about life, about yourself as one human being from working with Elon Musk?
I think the most I've learned is about how to sort of run organizations efficiently and how to create efficient organizations and how to fight entropy in an organization.
So human engineering in the fight against entropy.
Yeah. I think Elon is a very efficient warrior in the fight against entropy in organizations.
What does entropy in an organization look like exactly?
It's process, it's process and
inefficiencies in the form of meetings and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, meetings. He hates meetings. He keeps telling people to skip meetings if they're not useful. Yeah. He basically runs the world's biggest startups, I would say. Tesla, SpaceX are the world's biggest startups. Tesla actually is multiple startups. I think it's better to look at it that way. And so I think he's extremely good at that. And he has a very good intuition for streamlining processes, making everything efficient. Best part is no part, simplifying, focusing, and just kind of removing barriers, moving very quickly, making big moves. All this is very startup-y sort of seeming things, but at scale.
A strong drive to simplify. Yeah. From your perspective, I mean, that also probably applies to just designing systems in machine learning and otherwise.
Yeah.
Like simplify.
Yes.
What do you think is the secret to maintaining the startup culture in a company that grows? Is there... Can you introspect that?
I do think you need someone in a powerful position with a big hammer, like Elon, who's like the cheerleader for that idea and ruthlessly pursues it. If no one has a big enough hammer, everything turns into committees, democracy within the company, process, talking to stakeholders, decision-making, just everything just crumbles.
Yeah.
If you have a big person who is also really smart and has a big hammer, things move quickly.
So you said your favorite scene in Interstellar is the intense docking scene with the AI and Cooper talking, saying, Cooper, what are you doing? Docking, it's not possible. No, it's necessary. Such a good line. By the way, just so many questions there. Why an AI in that scene presumably is supposed to be able to compute a lot more than the human is saying it's not optimal? Why the human? I mean, that's a movie, but shouldn't the AI know much better than the human? Anyway, what do you think is the value of setting seemingly impossible goals? So like our initial intuition, which seems like something that you have taken on, that Elon espouses, that where the initial intuition of the community might say this is very difficult, and then you take it on anyway with a crazy deadline. You just from a human engineering perspective, have you seen the value of that?
I wouldn't say that setting impossible goals exactly is a good idea, but I think setting very ambitious goals is a good idea. I think there's what I call sublinear scaling of difficulty, which means that 10x problems are not 10x hard. Usually 10x harder problem is like 2 or 3x harder to execute on. Because if you want to improve a system by 10%, it costs some amount of work. And if you want to 10x improve the system, it doesn't cost 100x amount of the work. And it's because you fundamentally change the approach. And if you start with that constraint, then some approaches are obviously dumb and not going to work. And it forces you to reevaluate. And I think it's a very interesting way of approaching problem solving.
But it requires a weird kind of thinking. It's just going back to your PhD days. It's like, how do you think which ideas in the machine learning community are solvable?
Yes.
It requires, what is that? I mean, there's the cliche of first principles thinking, but it requires to basically ignore what the community is saying. Because doesn't a community in science usually draw lines of what is and isn't possible?
Right.
And it's very hard to break out of that without going crazy.
Yeah. I mean, I think a good example here is, the deep learning revolution in some sense, because you could be in computer vision at that time during the deep learning sort of revolution of 2012 and so on. You could be improving a computer vision stack by 10%, or you can just be saying, actually, all of this is useless. And how do I do 10x better computer vision? Well, it's not probably by tuning a hog feature detector. I need a different approach. I need something that is scalable. Going back to Richard Sutton's and understanding sort of like the philosophy of the bitter lesson, and then being like, actually, I need a much more scalable system like a neural network that in principle works, and then having some deep believers that can actually execute on that mission and make it work. So that's the 10x solution.
What do you think is the timeline to solve the problem of autonomous driving? That's still in part an open question.
Yeah, I think the tough thing with timelines of self-driving, obviously, is that no one has created self-driving.
Yeah.
So it's not like, what do you think is a timeline to build this bridge? Well, we've built million bridges before. Here's how long that takes. No one has built autonomy. It's not obvious. Some parts turn out to be much easier than others. So it's really hard to forecast. You do your best based on trend lines and so on, and based on intuition. But that's why fundamentally it's just really hard to forecast this. No one has.
So even still, like being inside of it is hard to do.
Yes, some things turn out to be much harder, and some things turn out to be much easier.
Do you try to avoid making forecasts? Because like Elon doesn't avoid them, right? And heads of car companies in the past have not avoided it either. Ford and other places have made predictions that we're going to solve level 4 driving by like 2020, 2021, whatever. And now they all kind of backtrack on that prediction. Are you, as an AI person, do you for yourself privately make predictions, or do they get in the way of like your actual ability to think about a thing?
Yeah, I would say like what's easy to say is that this problem is tractable, and that's an easy prediction to make. It's tractable. It's going to work. Yes, it's just really hard. Some things turn out to be harder, and some things turn out to be easier. But it definitely feels tractable, and it feels like at least the team at Tesla, which is what I saw internally, is definitely on track to that.
How do you form a strong representation that allows you to make a prediction about tractability? So like you're the leader of a lot of humans. You have to kind of say this is actually possible. Like how do you build up that intuition? It doesn't have to be even driving. It could be other tasks. It could be what difficult tasks did you work on in your life? I mean, classification, achieving certain, just on ImageNet, certain level of superhuman level performance.
Yeah, expert intuition. It's just intuition. It's belief.
So just like thinking about it long enough, like studying, looking at sample data, like you said, driving. My intuition is really flawed on this. Like I don't have a good intuition about tractability. It could be either. It could be anything. It could be solvable. Like the driving task could be simplified into something quite trivial. Like the solution to the problem would be quite trivial. And at scale, more and more cars driving perfectly might make the problem much easier. And the more cars you have driving, and like people learn how to drive correctly, not correctly, but in a way that's more optimal for a heterogeneous system of autonomous and semi-autonomous and manually driven cars, that could change stuff. Then again, also I've spent a ridiculous number of hours just staring at pedestrians crossing streets and thinking about humans. And it feels like the way we use our eye contact, it sends really strong signals, and there's certain quirks and edge cases of behavior. And of course, a lot of the fatalities that happen have to do with drunk driving, and both on the pedestrian side and the driver's side. So there's that problem of driving at night and all that kind of.
Yeah.
So I wonder, it's like the space of possible solution to autonomous driving includes so many human factor issues that it's almost impossible to predict. There could be super clean, nice solutions.
Yeah, I would say definitely, like, to use a game analogy, there's some fog of war, but you definitely also see the frontier of improvement.
Yeah.
And you can measure historically how much you've made progress. And I think, for example, at least what I've seen in roughly 5 years at Tesla, when I joined, it barely kept lane on the highway. I think going up from Palo Alto to SF was like 3 or 4 interventions. Anytime the road would do anything geometrically or turn too much, it would just like not work. And so going from that to like a pretty competent system in 5 years, and seeing what happens also under the hood, and what the scale at which the team is operating now with respect to data and compute and everything else, is just massive progress. So
there's you're climbing a mountain and it's fog, but you're making a lot of progress.
It's fog. You're making progress, and you see what the next directions are. And you're looking at some of the remaining challenges, and they're not like they're not perturbing you and they're not changing your philosophy and you're not contorting yourself. You're like, actually, these are the things that we still need to do.
Yeah, the fundamental components of solving the problem seem to be there, from
Yes.
the data engine to the compute to the compute on the car to the compute for
Yes.
the training, all that kind of stuff. So you've done over the years you've been at Tesla, you've done a lot of amazing breakthrough ideas in engineering, all of it, from the data engine to the human side, all of it. Can you speak to why you chose to leave Tesla?
Basically, as I described, I think over time during those 5 years, I've kind of gotten myself into a little bit of a managerial position. Most of my days were, meetings and growing the organization and making decisions about sort of high-level strategic decisions about the team and what it should be working on and so on. And it's kind of like a corporate executive role, and I can do it. I think I'm okay at it, but it's not like fundamentally what I enjoy. And so I think when I joined, there was no computer vision team because Tesla was just going from the transition of using Mobileye, a third-party vendor for all of its computer vision, to having to build its computer vision system. So when I showed up, there were 2 people training deep neural networks, and they were training them at a computer at their legs, like
Yeah,
down. There was a
doing some
workstation.
kind of basic classification task.
Yeah, and so I kind of like grew that into what I think is a fairly respectable deep learning team, massive compute cluster, a very good data annotation organization, and I was very happy with where that was. It became quite autonomous, and so I kind of stepped away. And I'm very excited to do much more technical things again. Yeah, and kind of like refocus on AGI.
What was that soul searching like? Because you took a little time off. And think like what? How many mushrooms did you take? No, I'm just kidding. I mean, what was going through your mind? The human lifetime is finite.
Yeah,
you did a few incredible things. You're one of the best teachers of AI in the world. You're one of the best. And I don't mean that, I mean that in the best possible way. You're one of the best tinkerers in the AI world, meaning like understanding the fundamentals of how something works by building it from scratch and playing with the basic intuitions. It's like Einstein, Feynman, we're all really good at this kind of stuff. Like small example of a thing to play with it, to try to understand it. And obviously now with Tesla, you help build a team of machine learning like engineers and a system that actually accomplishes something in the real world. So given all that, like what was the soul searching like?
Well, it was hard because obviously I love the company a lot, and I love Elon, I love Tesla. I want so it was hard to leave. I love the team basically, but yeah, I think I would be potentially like interested in revisiting it, maybe coming back at some point, working in Optimus, working in AGI at Tesla. I think Tesla is going to do incredible things. It's basically like it's a massive, large-scale robotics kind of company with a ton of in-house talent for doing really incredible things.
Yeah.
And I think human robots are going to be amazing. I think autonomous transportation is going to be amazing. All this is happening at Tesla. So I think it's just a really amazing organization. So being part of it and helping it along, I think was basically I enjoyed that a lot. Yeah, it was basically difficult for those reasons because I love the company. But I'm happy to potentially at some point come back for Act 2. But I felt like at this stage, I built the team, it felt autonomous, and I became a manager and I wanted to do a lot more technical stuff. I wanted to learn stuff. I wanted to teach stuff. I just kind of felt like it was a good time for a change of pace a little bit.
What do you think is the best movie sequel of all time, speaking of part 2? Because most of them suck.
Movie sequels?
Movie sequels, yeah. And you tweeted about movies, so just in a tiny tangent. Is there what's like a favorite movie sequel? Godfather Part 2? Are you a fan of Godfather? Because you didn't even tweet or mention The Godfather.
Yeah, I don't love that movie. I know it has
We're
a
gonna
huge
edit
follow.
that out. We're gonna edit out the hate towards The Godfather. How dare you
I
disrespect?
think I will make a strong statement. I don't know why. I don't know why, but I basically don't like any movie before 1995. Something like that.
Didn't you mention Terminator 2?
Okay. That's like Terminator 2 was a little bit later, 1990.
No, I think Terminator 2 was in the 80s.
And I like Terminator 1 as well. So like few exceptions, but by and large, for some reason, I don't like movies before 1995 or something. They feel very slow. The camera is like zoomed out. It's boring. It's kind of naive. It's kind of weird.
And also, Terminator was very much ahead of its time.
Yes. And The Godfather, there's like no AGI. So
But you have Good Will Hunting was one of the movies you mentioned, and that doesn't have any AGI either. I guess it has mathematics.
Yeah, I guess occasionally I do enjoy movies that don't feature.
Or like Anchorman, that has no.
Anchorman is so good.
I don't understand. Speaking of AGI, because I don't understand why Will Ferrell is so funny.
Mhm.
It doesn't make sense. It doesn't compute. There's just something about him, and he's a singular human, because you don't get that many comedies these days. And I wonder if it has to do about the culture, or the machine of Hollywood, or does it have to do with just we got lucky with certain people in comedy that came together, because he is a singular human.
Yeah. These movies.
That was a ridiculous tangent. I apologize, but you mentioned humanoid robots. So what do you think about Optimus, about Tesla Bot? Do you think we'll have robots in the factory and in the home in 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years?
Yeah. I think it's a very hard project. I think it's going to take a while. Who else is going to build humanoid robots at scale?
Yeah.
And I think it is a very good form factor to go after, because like I mentioned, the world is designed for humanoid form factor. These things would be able to operate our machines. They would be able to sit down in chairs, potentially even drive cars. Basically, the world is designed for humans. That's the form factor you want to invest into and make work over time. I think there's another school of thought, which is, okay, take a problem and design a robot to it. But actually designing a robot and getting a whole data engine and everything behind it to work is actually an incredibly hard problem. So it makes sense to go after general interfaces that, they are not perfect for any one given task, but they actually have the generality of just with a prompt with English able to do something across. And so I think it makes a lot of sense to go after a general interface in the physical world. And I think it's a very difficult project. I think it's going to take time. But I see no other company that can execute on that vision. I think it's going to be amazing. Basically physical labor. Like if you think transportation is a large market, try physical labor. It's insane.
Well, but it's not just physical labor. To me, the thing that's also exciting is the social robotics. So the relationship we'll have on different levels with those robots.
Yeah.
That's why I was really excited to see Optimus. People have criticized me, the excitement, but I've worked with a lot of research labs that do humanoid legged robots, Boston Dynamics, Unitree, there's a lot of companies that do legged robots, but that's the elegance of the movement is a tiny part of the big picture. So integrating the two big exciting things to me about Tesla doing humanoid or any legged robots is clearly integrating it into the data engine. So the data engine aspect, so the actual intelligence or the perception and the control and the planning and all that kind of stuff, integrating into this huge the fleet that you mentioned, right? And then speaking of fleet, the second thing is the mass manufacture, just knowing culturally driving towards a simple robot that's cheap to produce at scale. Yeah. And doing that well, having experience to do that well, that changes everything. That's why that's a very different culture and style than Boston Dynamics, who, by the way, those robots are just the way they move. It's it'll be a very long time before Tesla can achieve the smoothness of movement. But that's not what it's about. It's about the entirety of the system, like we talked about, the data engine and the fleet. And that's super exciting. Even the initial sort of models. But that too was really surprising, that in a few months you can get a prototype. Yep.
And the reason that happened very quickly is, as you alluded to, there's a ton of copy paste from what's happening on the autopilot. Yeah. A lot. The amount of expertise that came out of the woodworks at Tesla for building the human robot was incredible to see. Basically Elon said at one point, we're doing this. And then next day, basically, all these CAD models started to appear. And people talking about the supply chain and manufacturing. Yeah. And people showed up with screwdrivers and everything the other day and started to put together the body. And I was like, whoa, all these people exist at Tesla. And fundamentally building a car is actually not that different from building a robot. The same, and that is true, not just for the hardware pieces. And also, let's not forget hardware, not just for a demo, but manufacturing of that hardware at scale is a whole different thing. But for software as well, basically this robot currently thinks it's a car.
It's going to have a midlife crisis at some point.
It thinks it's a car. Some of the earlier demos, actually, we were talking about potentially doing them outside in the parking lot because that's where all of the computer vision was like working out of the box.
That's funny.
Instead of like inside. But all the operating system, everything just copy pastes. Computer vision mostly copy pastes. I mean, you have to retrain the neural nets, but the approach and everything, and data engine and offline trackers, and the way we go about the occupancy tracker and so on, everything copy pastes. You just need to retrain the neural nets. And then the planning control, of course, has to change quite a bit. But there's a ton of copy paste from what's happening at Tesla. And so if you were to go with the goal of like, okay, let's build 1 million human robots, and you're not Tesla, that's a lot to ask. If you're Tesla, it's actually like, it's not that crazy.
And then the follow-up question is then how difficult, just like with driving, how difficult is the manipulation task?
Yeah.
Such that it can have an impact at scale. I think depending on the context, the really nice thing about robotics is that unless you're doing manufacturing and that kind of stuff, is there's more room for error.
Yep.
Driving is so safety critical and so that and also time critical. Like a robot is allowed to move slower.
Yep.
Which is nice.
Yes. I think it's going to take a long time, but the way you want to structure the development is you need to say, okay, it's going to take a long time. How can I set up the product development roadmap so that I'm making revenue along the way? I'm not setting myself up for a 0-1 loss function where it doesn't work until it works. You don't want to be in that position. You want to make it useful almost immediately, and then you want to slowly deploy it and
at scale,
generalize it at scale. And you want to set up your data engine, your improvement loops, the telemetry, the evaluation, the harness, and everything. And you want to improve the product over time incrementally, and you're making revenue along the way. That's extremely important, because otherwise you cannot build these large undertakings just like don't make sense economically. And also from the point of view of the team working on it, they need the dopamine along the way. They're not just going to make a promise about this being useful. This is going to change the world in 10 years when it works. This is not where you want to be. You want to be in a place like I think Autopilot is today, where it's offering increased safety and convenience of driving today. People pay for it, people like it, people purchase it. And then you also have the greater mission that you're working towards.
Mm-hmm. And you see that, so the dopamine for the team, that was a source of happiness.
Yes, 100%. You're deploying this, people like it, people drive it, people pay for it, they care about it. There's all these YouTube videos. Your grandma drives it, she gives you feedback, people like it, people engage with it. You engage with it, huge.
Do people that drive Teslas like recognize you and give you love? Like, hey, thanks for the... for this nice feature that it's doing.
Yeah, I think the tricky thing is like some people really love you. Some people, unfortunately, like you're working on something that you think is extremely valuable, useful, etc. Some people do hate you. There's a lot of people who like hate me and the team and everything, the whole project. Mm-hmm. And I think
are they Tesla drivers?
In many cases, they're not actually.
Yeah, that's actually makes me sad about humans or the current ways that humans interact. I think that's actually fixable. I think humans want to be good to each other. I think Twitter and social media is part of the mechanism that actually somehow makes the negativity more viral, mm-hmm. that it doesn't deserve, like disproportionately add of like a viral boost to the negativity. But I wish people would just get excited about to suppress some of the jealousy, mm-hmm. some of the ego, and just get excited for others. And then there's a karma aspect to that. You get excited for others, they'll get excited for you. Same thing in academia. If you're not careful, there's a dynamical system there. If you think of in silos and get jealous of somebody else being successful, that actually perhaps counterintuitively leads to less productivity of you as a community and you individually. I feel like if you keep celebrating others, that actually makes you more successful.
Yeah.
And I think people depending on the industry, haven't quite learned that yet.
Yeah. Some people are also very negative and very vocal, so they're very prominently featured. But actually, there's a ton of people who are cheerleaders, but they're silent cheerleaders. And when you talk to people just in the world, they will all tell you, oh, it's amazing, it's great. Especially like people who understand how difficult it is to get this stuff working. Like people who have built products and makers, entrepreneurs, like making this work and changing something is incredibly hard. Those people are more likely to cheerlead you.
Well, one of the things that makes me sad is some folks in the robotics community don't do the cheerleading, and they should. There's because they know how difficult it is. Well, they actually sometimes don't know how difficult it is to create a product at scale, right?
Yeah.
They actually deploy in the real world. A lot of the development of robots and AI system is done on very specific small benchmarks, and as opposed to real world conditions.
Yes. Yeah, I think it's really hard to work on robotics in academic setting.
Or AI systems that apply in the real world. You've criticized, flourished and loved for a time the ImageNet, the famed ImageNet dataset, and have recently had some words of criticism that the academic research ML community gives a little too much love still to the ImageNet, or like those kinds of benchmarks. Can you speak to the strengths and weaknesses of data sets used in machine learning research?
Actually, I don't know that I recall a specific instance where I was unhappy or criticizing ImageNet. I think ImageNet has been extremely valuable. It was basically a benchmark that allowed the deep learning community to demonstrate that deep neural networks actually work.
Yes.
It was there's a massive value in that. So I think ImageNet was useful, but basically it's become a bit of an MNIST at this point. So MNIST is like the little 28 by 28 grayscale digits. There's kind of a joke data set that everyone like just crushes.
There's still papers written on MNIST though, right?
Maybe there
like
shouldn't
strong
be, but
papers.
yeah.
Like papers that focus on like how do we learn with a small amount of data, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I could see that being helpful, but not in sort of like mainline computer vision research anymore, of course.
I think the way I've heard you somewhere, maybe I'm just imagining things, but I think you said like ImageNet was a huge contribution to the community for a long time, and now it's time to move past those kinds of...
Well, ImageNet has been crushed. I mean, the error rates are... we're getting like 90% accuracy in 1000 classification way prediction. And I've seen those images, and it's like really high. That's really good. If I remember correctly, the top 5 error rate is now like 1% or something.
Given your experience with a gigantic real-world data set, would you like to see benchmarks move in certain directions that the research community uses?
Unfortunately, I don't think academics currently have the next ImageNet. I think we've crushed MNIST. We've basically kind of crushed ImageNet, and there's no next sort of big benchmark that the entire community rallies behind and uses, for further development of these networks.
I wonder what it takes for a data set to captivate the imagination of everybody, like where they all get behind it. That could also need like a leader, right?
Yeah.
Somebody with popularity. I mean, why did ImageNet take off? Is it just the accident of history?
It was the right amount of difficult. It was the right amount of difficult and simple and interesting enough. It just kind of like it was the right time for that kind of a data set.
Question from Reddit. What are your thoughts on the role that synthetic data and game engines will play in the future of neural net model development?
I think as neural nets converge to humans, the value of simulation to neural nets will be similar to value of simulation to humans. So people use simulation because they can learn something in that kind of a system, and without having to actually experience it.
But are you referring to the simulation we do in our head? Isn't that what?
Simulation. I mean like video games or other forms of simulation for various professionals.
Well, so let me push back on that, because maybe there's simulation that we do in our heads, like simulate if I do this, what do I think will happen?
Okay, that's like internal simulation.
Yeah, internal. Isn't that what we're doing as humans before we act?
Yeah, but that's independent from like the use of simulation in the sense of like computer games or using simulation for training set creation or.
Is it independent or is it just loosely correlated? Because like, isn't that useful to do like counterfactual or like edge case simulation to like, what happens if there's a nuclear war? What happens if there's, like those kinds of things?
Yeah, that's a different simulation from like Unreal Engine. That's how I interpreted the question.
So like simulation of the average case. Is that what's Unreal Engine? What do you mean by Unreal Engine? So simulating a world, the physics of that world. Yes. Why is that different? Like, because you also can add behavior to that world, and you could try all kinds of stuff, right? Like, you could throw all kinds of weird things into it. Because Unreal Engine is not just about simulating. I mean, I guess it is about simulating the physics of the world. It's also doing something with that.
Yeah, the graphics, the physics, and the agents that you put into the environment and stuff like that. Yeah.
See, I think I feel like you said that it's not that important, I guess, for the future of AI development. Is that correct to interpret it that way?
I think humans use simulators humans use simulators and they find them useful. And so computers will use simulators and find them useful.
Okay, so you're saying it's not. I don't use simulators very often. I play a video game every once in a while, but I don't think I derive any wisdom about my own existence from those video games. It's a momentary escape from reality versus a source of wisdom about reality. So I think that's a very polite way of saying simulation is not that useful.
Yeah, maybe not. I don't see it as like a fundamental, really important part of like training neural nets currently. But I think as neural nets become more and more powerful, I think you will need fewer examples to train additional behaviors. And simulation is, of course, there's a domain gap in a simulation. That's not the real world. It's slightly something different. But with a powerful enough neural net, you need the domain gap can be bigger, I think, because the neural net will sort of understand that even though it's not the real world, it like has all this high level structure that I'm supposed to be able to like learn from.
So the neural net will actually, it will be able to leverage the synthetic data better.
Yes.
By closing the gap, by understanding in which ways this is not
Exactly.
real data.
Exactly.
Ready to do better questions next time. That was a question, but no, I'm just kidding. All right. So is it possible, do you think, speaking of MNIST, to construct neural nets and training processes that require very little data? So we've been talking about huge data sets like the internet for training. I mean, one way to say that is, like you said, like the querying itself is another level of training, I guess, and that requires little data.
Yeah.
But do you see any value in doing research and kind of going down the direction of, can we use very little data to train, to construct a knowledge base?
100%. I just think like at some point you need a massive data set. And then when you pre-train your massive neural net and get something that, you know, is like a GPT or something, then you're able to be very efficient at training any arbitrary new task. So a lot of these GPTs, you know, you can do tasks like sentiment analysis or translation or so on, just by being prompted with very few examples. Here's the kind of thing I want you to do. Like, here's an input sentence, here's the translation into German. Input sentence, translation to German. Input sentence, blank, and the neural net will complete the translation to German just by looking at sort of the example you've provided. And so that's an example of a very few shot learning in the activations of the neural net instead of the weights of the neural net. And so I think basically, just like humans, neural nets will become very data efficient at learning any other new task. At some point, you need a massive data set to pre-train your network.
You get that, and probably we humans have something like that. Do we have something like that? Do we have a passive in the background model constructing thing that just runs all the time in a self-supervised way? We're not conscious of it.
I think humans definitely. I mean, obviously, we have we learn a lot during our lifespan, but also we have a ton of hardware that helps us at initialization coming from sort of evolution. And so I think that's also a really a big component. A lot of people in the field, I think they just talk about the amounts of like seconds and that a person has lived, pretending that this is a tabula rasa, sort of like a zero initialization of a neural net. And it's not. Like, you can look at a lot of animals, like for example, zebras. Zebras get born and they see and they can run. There's zero training data in their lifespan. They can just do that. So somehow, I have no idea how, evolution has found a way to encode these algorithms and these neural net initializations that are extremely good into ATCGs. And I have no idea how this works, but apparently it's possible, because here's proof by existence.
There's something magical about going from a single cell to an organism that is born to the first few years of life. I kind of like the idea that the reason we don't remember anything about the first few years of our life is that it's a really painful process. Like, it's a very difficult, challenging training process.
Yeah.
Like, intellectually. Like, and maybe, why don't we remember any of that? There might be some crazy training going on, and maybe that's the background model training that is very painful, and so it's best for the system once it's trained not to remember how it's constructed.
I think it's just like the hardware for long-term memory is just not fully developed.
Sure.
I kind of feel like the first few years of infants is not actually like learning; it's brain maturing.
Yeah.
We're born premature. There's a theory along those lines because of the birth canal and the swelling of the brain. And so we're born premature, and then the first few years we're just the brain's maturing and then there's some learning eventually. It's my current view on it.
What do you think? Do you think neural nets can have long-term memory? Like that approaches something like humans. Do you think do you think there needs to be another meta architecture on top of it to add something like a knowledge base that learns facts about the world and all that kind of stuff?
Yes, but I don't know to what extent it will be explicitly constructed. It might take unintuitive forms where you are telling the GPT, like, hey, you have a declarative memory bank to which you can store and retrieve data from. And whenever you encounter some information that you find useful, just save it to your memory bank. And here's an example of something you have retrieved, and here's how you say it, and here's how you load from it. You just say load, whatever, you teach it in text in English, and then it might learn to use a memory bank from that.
Oh, so so the neural net is the architecture for the background model, the base thing, and then everything else is just on top of it. That's
so it's not just text, right? It's you're giving it gadgets and gizmos. So you're teaching it some kind of a special language by which it can save arbitrary information and retrieve it at a later time.
Yeah.
And you're telling it about these special tokens and how to arrange them to use these interfaces. It's like, hey, you can use a calculator. Here's how you use it. Just do 5, 3 plus 4, 1 equals. And when equals is there, a calculator will actually read out the answer and you don't have to calculate it yourself. And you just like tell it in English. This might actually work.
Do you think in that sense, Gato is interesting, the DeepMind system, that it's not just new language, but actually throws it all in the same pile? Images, actions, all that kind of stuff. That's basically what we're moving towards.
Yeah, I think so. So Gato is very much a kitchen sink approach to like reinforcement learning in lots of different environments with a single fixed transformer model, right? I think it's a very sort of early result in that realm, but I think it's along the lines of what I think things will eventually look like.
Right. So this is the early days of a system that eventually will look like this, like from a Rich Sutton perspective.
Yeah, I'm not super huge fan of, I think, all these interfaces that like look very different. I would want everything to be normalized into the same API. So for example, screen pixels, very same API. Instead of having like different world environments that have very different physics and joint configurations and appearances and whatever, and you're having some kind of special tokens for different games that you can plug. I'd rather just normalize everything to a single interface. So it looks the same to the neural net, if that makes sense.
It's all going to be pixel-based Pong in the end.
I think so.
Okay. Let me ask you about your own personal life. A lot of people want to know, you're one of the most productive and brilliant people in the history of AI. What does a productive day in the life of Andrej Karpathy look like? What time do you wake up? Because imagine some kind of dance between the average productive day and a perfect productive day. So the perfect productive day is the thing we strive towards, and the average is kind of what it kind of converges to, given all the mistakes and human eventualities and so on.
Yep.
So what time do you wake up? Are you a morning person?
I'm not a morning person. I'm a night owl for sure.
Mm-hmm. Is it stable or not?
It's semi-stable, like 8 or 9 or something like that. During my PhD, it was even later. I used to go to sleep usually at 3 a.m. I think the AM hours are precious and very interesting time to work because everyone is asleep. At 8 a.m. or 7 a.m., the East Coast is awake. Mm-hmm. So there's already activity. There's already some text messages, whatever. There's stuff happening. You can go on like some news website and there's stuff happening. It's distracting. Mm-hmm. At 3 a.m., everything is totally quiet. And so you're not going to be bothered and you have solid chunks of time to do work. So I like those periods, night owl by default. And then I think like productive time, basically, what I like to do is you need to like build some momentum on the problem without too much distraction. And you need to load your RAM, your working memory with that problem. And then you need to be obsessed with it when you're taking a shower, when you're falling asleep. You need to be obsessed with the problem and it's fully in your memory and you're ready to wake up and work on it right there.
So does the scale of, is this in a temporal scale of a single day or a couple of days, a week, a month?
So I can't talk about one day basically in isolation because it's a whole process. When I want to get productive in the problem, I feel like I need a span of a few days where I can really get in on that problem. And I don't want to be interrupted. And I'm going to just be completely obsessed with that problem. And that's where I do most of my good work, I would say.
You've done a bunch of cool, like little projects in a very short amount of time, very quickly. So that requires you just focusing on it.
Yeah, basically I need to load my working memory with the problem and I need to be productive because there's always like a huge fixed cost to approaching any problem. like I was struggling with this, for example, at Tesla, because I want to work on like small side project. But okay, you first need to figure out, oh, okay, I need to SSH into my cluster. I need to bring up a VS Code editor so I can like work on this. I run into some stupid error because of some reason. Like you're not at a point where you can be just productive right away. You are facing barriers. And so it's about really removing all of that barrier, and you're able to go into the problem and you have the full problem loaded in your memory.
And somehow avoiding distractions of all different forms, like news stories, emails, but also distractions from other interesting projects that you previously worked on or currently working on and so on. You just want to really focus your mind.
And I mean, I can take some time off for distractions and in between, but I think it can't be too much. Most of your day is sort of like spent on that problem. And then, I drink coffee, I have my morning routine, I look at some news, Twitter, Hacker News, Wall Street Journal, etc.
So it's great. So basically, you wake up, you have some coffee. Are you trying to get to work as quickly as possible? Or do you take in this diet of like what the hell is happening in the world first?
I do find it interesting to know about the world. I don't know that it's useful or good, but it is part of my routine right now. So I do read through a bunch of news articles, and I want to be informed. And I'm suspicious of it. I'm suspicious of the practice, but currently that's where I am.
Oh, you mean suspicious about the positive effect of that practice on your productivity and your well-being?
My well-being psychologically,
and also on your ability to deeply understand the world, because there's a bunch of sources of information. You're not really focused on deeply integrating it.
It's a little bit distracting.
In terms of a perfectly productive day, for how long of a stretch of time in one session do you try to work and focus on a thing? A couple hours? Is it 1 hour? Is it 30 minutes? Is it 10 minutes?
I can probably go like a small few hours, and then I need some breaks in between for like food and stuff. And but I think like it's still really hard to accumulate hours. I was using a tracker that told me exactly how much time I spent coding any one day. And even on a very productive day, I still spent only like 6 or 8 hours.
Yeah.
And it's just because there's so much padding, commute, talking to people, food, etc. There's like cost of life. Just living and sustaining and homeostasis and just maintaining yourself as a human is very high.
And there seems to be a desire within the human mind to participate in society that creates that padding. Because the most productive days I've ever had is just completely from start to finish, just tuning out everything. And just sitting there. And then you could do more than 6 and 8 hours. Is there some wisdom about what gives you strength to do like tough days of long focus?
Just like whenever I get obsessed about a problem, something just needs to work, something just needs to exist.
It needs to exist, and you're able to deal with bugs and programming issues and technical issues and design decisions that turn out to be the wrong ones. You're able to think through all of that, given that you want the thing to exist.
It needs to exist. And then I think to me also a big factor is, are other humans are going to appreciate it? Are they going to like it? That's a big part of my motivation. If I'm helping humans and they seem happy, they say nice things, they tweet about it or whatever, that gives me pleasure because I'm doing something useful.
So like you do see yourself sharing it with the world, like whether it's on GitHub or through blog posts or through videos.
I was thinking about it. Like suppose I did all these things but did not share them, I don't think I would have the same amount of motivation that I can build up.
You enjoy the feeling of other people gaining value and happiness from the stuff you've created. What about diet? Is there? I saw you played with intermittent fasting. You fast? Does that help?
With everything.
You played with the things you played. What's been most beneficial to your ability to mentally focus on a thing, and just mental productivity and happiness? You still fast?
I still fast, but I do intermittent fasting. But really, what it means at the end of the day is I skip breakfast. So I do 18/6 roughly by default when I'm in my steady state. If I'm traveling or doing something else, I will break the rules. But in my steady state, I do 18/6. So I eat only from 12 to 6. Not a hard rule, and I break it often, but that's my default. And then, I've done a bunch of random experiments. For the most part right now, where I've been for the last year and a half, I want to say, is I'm plant-based or plant-forward. I heard plant-forward. It sounds better.
Exactly.
I don't actually know what the difference is, but it sounds better in my mind. But it just means I prefer plant-based food. And
raw or cooked? Or
I prefer cooked and plant-based.
So plant-based, forgive me, I don't actually know how wide the category of plant entails.
Well, plant-based just means that you're not militant about it, and you can flex. And you just prefer to eat plants and you're not trying to influence other people. And if you come to someone's house party and they serve you a steak that they're really proud of, you will eat it.
Yes.
Right.
It's just not judgmental. Oh, that's beautiful. I mean, that's I'm the flip side of that, but I'm very sort of flexible. Have you tried doing one meal a day?
I have accidentally, not consistently, but I've accidentally had that. I don't like it. I think it makes me feel not good. It's too much of a hit.
Yeah.
And so currently I have about 2 meals a day, 12 and 6.
I do that nonstop. I'm doing it now. I do it 1 meal a day.
Okay.
It's interesting. It's an interesting feeling. Have you ever fasted longer than a day?
Yeah, I've done a bunch of water fasts because I was curious what happens.
What happened? Anything interesting?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, what's interesting is that you're hungry for 2 days, and then starting day 3 or so, you're not hungry. It's like such a weird feeling because you haven't eaten in a few days and you're not hungry.
Isn't that weird?
It's really weird.
One of the many weird things about human biology.
Yeah.
It figures something out. It finds another source of energy or something like that, or relaxes the system. I don't know how that works.
The body is like, you're hungry, and then it just gives up. It's like, okay, I guess we're fasting now. And then it's just kind of like focuses on trying to make you not hungry, and not feel the damage of that, and trying to give you some space to figure out the food situation.
So are you still to this day most productive at night?
I would say I am, but it is really hard to maintain my PhD schedule. Especially when I was, say, working at Tesla and so on. It's a non-starter. But even now, people want to meet for various events. Society lives in a certain period of time, and you sort of have to work with that.
It's hard to do a social thing and then after that return and do work.
Yeah, it's just really hard.
That's why when I do social things, I try not to do too much drinking so I can return and continue doing work.
Yeah.
But at Tesla, is there convergence? Not Tesla, but any company, is there convergence towards a schedule, or is there more? Is that how humans behave when they collaborate? I need to learn about this.
Yeah.
Do they try to keep a consistent schedule where you're all awake at the same time?
I mean, I do try to create a routine, and I try to create a steady state in which I'm comfortable in. So I have a morning routine, I have a day routine. I try to keep things to a steady state, and things are predictable, and then you can sort of just your body just sort of sticks to that. And if you try to stress that a little too much, it will create, when you're traveling and you're dealing with jet lag, you're not able to really ascend to, where you need to go.
Yeah, that's what we do about as humans with the habits and stuff. What are your thoughts on work-life balance throughout a human lifetime? So Tesla in part was known for sort of pushing people to their limits in terms of what they're able to do, in terms of what they're trying to do, in terms of how much they work, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. I mean, I will say Tesla gets a little too much bad rep for this, because what's happening is Tesla it's a bursty environment. So I would say the baseline, my only point of reference is Google, where I've interned 3 times and I saw what it's like inside Google and DeepMind. I would say the baseline is higher than that, but then there's a punctuated equilibrium where once in a while there's a fire and people work really hard. And so it's spiky and bursty. And then all the stories get collected at
about
the peaks.
The bursts. Yeah.
And then it gives the appearance of total insanity, but actually it's just a bit more intense environment. And there are fires and sprints. And so I think, definitely though, I would say it's a more intense environment than something you would get at Google.
Like in your personal, forget all of that. Just in your own personal life, what do you think about the happiness of a human being, a brilliant person like yourself, about finding a balance between work and life, or is it such a thing, not a good thought experiment?
Yeah, I think balance is good, but I also love to have sprints that are out of distribution, and that's when I think I've been pretty creative and as well.
So sprints out of distribution means that most of the time you have a quote unquote balance.
I have balance most of the time, but I like being obsessed with something once in a while.
Once in a while is what? Once a week, once a month, once a year?
Yeah, probably say once a month or something. Yeah.
And that's when we get a new GitHub repo.
Yeah, that's when you really care about a problem. It must exist. This will be awesome. You're obsessed with it. And now you can't just do it on that day. You need to pay the fixed cost of getting into the groove.
Yeah.
And then you need to stay there for a while. And then society will come and they will try to mess with you and they will try to distract you.
Yeah.
Yeah. The worst thing is a person who's I just need 5 minutes of your time.
Yeah.
This is the cost of that is not 5 minutes.
Yes.
And society needs to change how it thinks about just 5 minutes of your time.
Right. It's never just 1 minute, just 30. It's just a quick
What's the
thing.
big deal? Why are you being
Yeah.
so...
Yeah. No. What's your computer setup? What's like the perfect? Are you somebody that's flexible to no matter what, laptop, 4 screens,
Yeah.
or do you prefer a certain setup that you're most productive?
I guess the one that I'm familiar with is one large screen, 27-inch, and my laptop on the side.
What operating system
I do Macs. That's my primary.
for all tasks?
I would say OS X, but when you're working on deep learning, everything is Linux. You're SSH'd into a cluster and you're working remotely.
But what about the actual development, like using the IDE?
Yeah, you would use, I think a good way is you just run VS Code, my favorite editor right now, on your Mac, but you have a remote folder through SSH. So the actual files that you're manipulating are on the cluster somewhere else.
So what's the best IDE? VS Code. What else do people use? So I use Emacs still.
That's what's cool.
So it may be cool. I don't know if it's maximum productivity. So what do you recommend in terms of editors? You worked with a lot of software engineers, editors for Python, C++, machine learning applications.
I think the current answer is VS Code. Currently, I believe that's the best IDE. It's got a huge amount of extensions. It has GitHub Copilot integration, which I think is very valuable.
What do you think about the Copilot integration? I was actually, I got to talk a bunch with Guido Narasim, who's the creator of Python, and he loves Copilot. He
Yep.
programs a lot with it.
Yep.
Do you?
Yeah, I use Copilot. I love it. And it's free for me, but I would pay for it. Yeah, I think it's very good. And the utility that I found with it I would say there's a learning curve, and you need to figure out when it's helpful and when to pay attention to its outputs, and when it's not going to be helpful, where you should not pay attention to it. Because if you're just reading its suggestions all the time, it's not a good way of interacting with it. But I think I was able to sort of like mold myself to it. I find it's very helpful, number one, in copy paste and replace some parts. So I don't, when the pattern is clear, it's really good at completing the pattern. And number two, sometimes it suggests APIs that I'm not aware of. So it tells you about something that you didn't know. So
And that's an opportunity to discover a new
it's an
API.
opportunity to I would never take Copilot code as given. I almost always copy paste into a Google search, and you see what this function is doing, and then you're like, oh, it's actually exactly what I need.
Yeah.
Thank you, Copilot. So you learn something.
So it's in part a search engine, a part maybe getting the exact syntax correctly, that
Yeah.
once you see it, it's that NP hard thing. It's like, well, once you see it, you know
Yes,
it's
exactly.
correct.
Exactly.
But you yourself
You
would
can verify.
struggle. You can verify efficiently, but you
Yes.
can't generate efficiently.
And Copilot really, I mean, it's autopilot for programming, right? And currently it's doing the lane following, which is like the simple copy paste and sometimes suggest. But over time, it's going to become more and more autonomous. And so the same thing will play out in not just coding, but actually across many, many different things, probably.
But coding is an important one, right?
Very.
Like writing programs.
Yeah.
How do you see the future of that developing? The program synthesis, like being able to write programs that are more and more complicated. Because right now, it's human supervised in
Yeah.
interesting ways.
Yes.
Like it feels like the transition will be very painful.
My mental model for it is the same thing will happen as with the autopilot. So currently he's doing lane following, he's doing some simple stuff.
Mhm.
And eventually we'll be doing autonomy, and people will have to intervene less and less.
And there could be like testing mechanisms. Like if it writes a function and that function looks pretty damn correct, but how do you know it's correct? Because you're like getting lazier and lazier as a programmer. Like your ability to, because like little bugs, but I guess it won't make little.
No, it will.
mistakes.
Copilot will make off by one subtle bugs. It has done that to me.
But do you think future systems will? Or is it really the off by one is actually a fundamental challenge of programming?
In that case, it wasn't fundamental, and I think things can improve. But yeah, I think humans have to supervise. I am nervous about people not supervising what comes out and what happens to, for example, the proliferation of bugs in all of our systems. I'm nervous about that, but I think there will probably be some other copilots for bug finding and stuff like that at some point. So there will be like a lot more automation for.
Man. So it's like a program, a copilot that generates a compiler, one that does a linter,
Yes.
one that does like a type checker.
Yeah. It's a committee of like a GPT sort of like.
And then there'll be like a manager for the committee.
Yeah.
And then there'll be somebody that says a new version of this is needed.
Yeah.
We need to regenerate it.
Yeah. There were 10 GPTs, they were forwarded and gave 50 suggestions. Another one looked at it and picked the few that they like. A bug one looked at it and it was like, it's probably a bug. They got re-ranked by some other thing. And then a final ensemble GPT comes in and is like, okay, given everything you guys have told me, this is probably the next token.
The feeling is the number of programmers in the world has been growing and growing very quickly.
Yeah.
Do you think it's possible that it'll actually level out and drop to like a very low number with this kind of world? Because then you'll be doing software 2.0 programming, and you'll be doing this kind of generation of Copilot type systems programming. But you won't be doing the old school software 1.0 programming.
I don't currently think that they're just going to replace human programmers. I'm so hesitant saying stuff like this, right?
Yeah, because this is going to be replaced in 5 years. I mean, no, it's going to show that like this is where we thought. Because I agree with you, but I think we might be very surprised, right? Like, what are the next? What's your sense of where we stand with language models? Like, does it feel like the beginning or the middle or the end?
The beginning, 100%. I think the big question in my mind is, for sure, GPT will be able to program quite well, competently, and so on.
Yeah.
How do you steer the system? You still have to provide some guidance to what you actually are looking for. And so how do you steer it? And how do you talk to it? How do you audit it and verify that what is done is correct? And how do you work with this? And it's as much not just an AI problem, but a UI UX problem.
Yeah.
So beautiful, fertile ground for so much interesting work for VS Code++, where it's not just human programming anymore. It's amazing.
Yeah. So you're interacting with the system. So not just one prompt, but it's iterative prompting.
Yeah.
You're trying to figure out having a conversation with the system.
Yeah.
That actually, I mean, to me, that's super exciting to have a conversation with the program I'm writing.
Yeah, maybe at some point you're just conversing with it. It's like, okay, here's what I want to do. Actually, this variable, maybe it's not even that low level as variable, but
You can also imagine can you translate this to C++ and back to Python? And
yeah,
back
that already kind of exists in some.
No, but just doing it as part of the program experience. I think I'd like to write this function in C++. Or you just keep changing for different different programs because they have different syntax. Maybe I want to convert this into a functional language.
Yep.
So you get to become multilingual as a programmer and dance back and forth efficiently.
Yeah. I mean, I think the UI UX of it though is still very hard to think through because it's not just about writing code on a page. You have an entire developer environment. You have a bunch of hardware on it. You have some environmental variables. You have some scripts that are running in a cron job. There's a lot going on to working with computers, and how do these systems set up environment flags and work across multiple machines and set up screen sessions and automate different processes, how all that works and is auditable by humans and so on is massive question in my mind.
You've built Archive Sanity. What is Archive, and what is the future of academic research publishing that you would like to see?
So Archive is this preprint server. So if you have a paper, you can submit it for publication to journals or conferences and then wait 6 months and then maybe get a decision, pass or fail. Or you can just upload it to Archive. And then people can tweet about it 3 minutes later. And then everyone sees it, everyone reads it, and everyone can profit from it in their own little ways.
And you can cite it, and it has an official look to it. It feels like a publication process.
Yeah.
It feels different than if you just put it in a blog post.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's a paper, and usually the bar is higher for something that you would expect on Archive as opposed to something you would see in a blog post.
Well, the culture created the bar, because you could probably post a pretty crappy paper on Archive.
Yes.
So what's that make you feel like? What's that make you feel about peer review? So rigorous peer review by 2-3 experts versus the peer review of the community, right as it's written.
Yeah. Basically, I think the community is very well able to peer review things very quickly on Twitter. And I think maybe it just has to do something with AI machine learning field specifically, though. I feel like things are more easily auditable, and the verification is easier potentially than the verification somewhere else. So it's kind of you can think of these scientific publications as little blockchains where everyone is building on each other's work and citing each other. And you sort of have AI, which is kind of this much faster and loose blockchain. But then you have, and any one individual entry is very cheap to make. And then you have other fields where maybe that model doesn't make as much sense. And so I think in AI, at least, things are pretty easily verifiable. And so that's why when people upload papers, they're a really good idea and so on, people can try it out like the next day. And they can be the final arbiter of whether it works or not on their problem. And the whole thing just moves significantly faster. So I kind of feel like academia still has a place. So this like conference journal process still has a place, but it's sort of like it lags behind, I think. And it's a bit more maybe higher quality process. But it's not sort of the place where you will discover cutting edge work anymore.
Yeah.
It used to be the case when I was starting my PhD that you go to conferences and journals and you discuss all the latest research. Now, when you go to a conference or a journal, like no one discusses anything that's there because it's already like 3 generations ago, irrelevant.
Yeah, which makes me sad about like DeepMind, for example, where they still publish in Nature and these big prestigious. I mean, there's still value, I suppose, to the prestige that comes with these big venues, but the result is that they'll announce some breakthrough performance, and it will take like a year to actually publish the details. I mean, and those details, if they were published immediately, would inspire the community to move in certain directions with ideas.
Yeah, it would speed up the rest of the community, but I don't know to what extent that's part of their objective function also.
That's true. It's not just the prestige, a little bit of the delay is part of it.
Yeah, they certainly, DeepMind specifically has been working in the regime of having a slightly higher quality, basically process and latency, and publishing those papers that way.
Another question from Reddit. Do you or have you suffered from imposter syndrome? Being the director of AI at Tesla, being this person when you're at Stanford, where like the world looks at you as the expert in AI to teach the world about machine learning.
When I was leaving Tesla after 5 years, I spent a ton of time in meeting rooms. And I would read papers. In the beginning, when I joined Tesla, I was writing code, and then I was writing less and less code, and I was reading code, and then I was reading less and less code. And so this is just a natural progression that happens, I think. And definitely, I would say near the tail end, that's when it sort of like starts to hit you a bit more that you're supposed to be an expert, but actually, the source of truth is the code that people are writing, the GitHub, and the actual code itself. And you're not as familiar with that as you used to be. And so I would say maybe there's some like insecurity there.
Yeah, that's actually pretty profound. A lot of the insecurity has to do with not writing the code in the computer science space like that, because that is the truth. That right there.
The code is a source of truth. The papers and everything else, it's a high-level summary. Just a high-level summary. But at the end of the day, you have to read code. It's impossible to translate all that code into actual, paper form. So when things come out, especially when they have a source code available, that's my favorite place to go.
Like I said, you're one of the greatest teachers of machine learning, AI, ever. From CS 231N to today, what advice would you give to beginners interested in getting into machine learning?
Beginners are often focused on like what to do, and I think the focus should be more like how much you do. So I am kind of like believer on a high level in this 10,000 hours kind of concept, where you just kind of have to just pick the things where you can spend time and you care about and you're interested in. You literally have to put in 10,000 hours of work. It doesn't even like matter as much like where you put it, and you'll iterate and you'll improve and you'll waste some time. I don't know if there's a better way. You need to put in 10,000 hours. But I think it's actually really nice because I feel like there's some sense of determinism about being an expert at a thing if you spend 10,000 hours. You can literally pick an arbitrary thing. And I think if you spend 10,000 hours of deliberate effort and work, you actually will become an expert at it. And so I think that's kind of like a nice thought. And so basically I would focus more on like, are you spending 10,000 hours? That's what I would focus on.
So, and then thinking about what kind of mechanisms maximize your likelihood of getting to 10,000 hours.
Exactly.
Which for us silly humans means probably forming a daily habit of like every single day actually doing the thing.
Whatever helps you. So I do think to a large extent it's a psychological problem for yourself. One other thing that I think is helpful for the psychology of it is many times people compare themselves to others in the area. I think this is very harmful. Only compare yourself to you from some time ago, like say a year ago. Are you better than you a year ago? This is the only way to think. And I think then you can see your progress, and it's very motivating.
That's so interesting that focus on the quantity of hours. I think a lot of people in the beginner stage, but actually throughout, get paralyzed by the choice. Like, which one do I pick, this path or this path? Like they'll literally get paralyzed by like which IDE to use.
Well, they're worried. They're worried about all these things. But the thing is, you will waste time doing something wrong.
Yes.
You will eventually figure out it's not right. You will accumulate scar tissue, and next time you will grow stronger because next time you'll have the scar tissue, and next time you'll learn from it. And now next time you come to a similar situation, you'll be like, oh, I messed up. I've spent a lot of time working on things that never materialize into anything. And I have all that scar tissue, and I have some intuitions about what was useful, what wasn't useful, how things turned out. So all those mistakes were not dead work, you know. So I just think they should just focus on working. What have you done? What have you done last week?
That's a good question actually to ask on for a lot of things, not just machine learning. It's a good way to cut I forgot what the term we used, but the fluff, the blubber, whatever the inefficiencies in life. What do you love about teaching? You seem to find yourself often drawn to teaching. You're very good at it, but you're also drawn to it.
I mean, I don't think I love teaching. I love happy humans. And happy humans like when I teach.
Yes.
I wouldn't say I hate teaching. I tolerate teaching, but it's not like the act of teaching that I like. It's that I have something. I'm actually okay at it.
Yes.
I'm okay at teaching, and people appreciate it a lot.
Yeah.
And so I'm just happy to try to be helpful. And teaching itself is not like the most. I mean, it can be really annoying, frustrating. I was working on a bunch of lectures just now. I was reminded back to my days of 231N just how much work it is to create some of these materials and make them good. The amount of iteration and thought, and you go down blind alleys, and just how much you change it. So creating something good, in terms of like educational value, is really hard, and it's not fun.
So it's difficult. So for people should definitely go watch your new stuff you put out. There are lectures where you're actually building the thing, like you said, the code is truth. So discussing backpropagation by building it, by looking through it, and just the whole thing. So how difficult is that to prepare for? I think that's a really powerful way to teach. Did you have to prepare for that, or are you just live thinking through it?
I will typically do like, say, 3 takes, and then I take like the better take. So I do multiple takes, and I take some of the better takes, and then I just build out a lecture that way. Sometimes I have to delete 30 minutes of content because it just went down an alley that I didn't like too much. So there's a bunch of iteration, and it probably takes me, somewhere around 10 hours to create 1 hour of content.
To get 1 hour. It's interesting. I mean, is it difficult to go back to the basics? Do you draw a lot of wisdom from going back to the basics?
Yeah, going back to backpropagation, loss functions, where they come from. And one thing I like about teaching a lot, honestly, is it definitely strengthens your understanding. So it's not a purely altruistic activity, it's a way to learn. If you have to explain something to someone, you realize you have gaps in knowledge. And so I even surprise myself in those lectures, like, oh, so the result will obviously look like this, and then the result doesn't look like it. And I'm like, okay, I thought I understood this.
Yeah. But that's why it's really cool to literally code. You run it in a notebook and it gives you a result, and you're like, oh, wow.
Yes.
And actual numbers, actual input, actual code.
Yeah, it's not mathematical symbols, etc. The source of truth is the code. It's not slides. It's just like, let's build it.
It's beautiful. You're a rare human in that sense. What advice would you give to researchers trying to develop and publish ideas that have a big impact in the world of AI? So maybe undergrads, maybe early graduate students.
Yeah. I mean, I would say they definitely have to be a little bit more strategic than I had to be as a PhD student because of the way AI is evolving. It's going the way of physics, where, in physics, you used to be able to do experiments on your benchtop and everything was great and you could make progress. And now you have to work in LHC or CERN. And so AI is going in that direction as well. So there's certain kinds of things that's just not possible to do on the benchtop anymore. And I think that didn't used to be the case at the time.
Do you still think that there's GAN type papers to be written where very simple idea that requires just one computer to illustrate a simple example?
I mean, one example that's been very influential recently is diffusion models. Diffusion models are amazing. Diffusion models are 6 years old. For the longest time, people were kind of ignoring them, as far as I can tell. And they're an amazing generative model, especially in images. And so stable diffusion and so on, it's all diffusion based. Diffusion is new. It was not there, and it came from Google, but a researcher could have come up with it. In fact, some of the first, actually, no, those came from Google as well. But a researcher could come up with that in an academic institution.
Yeah, what do you find most fascinating about diffusion models? So from the societal impact to the technical architecture.
What I like about diffusion is it works so well.
Is that surprising to you? The amount of the variety, almost the novelty of the synthetic data is generating.
Yeah, so the stable diffusion images are incredible. The speed of improvement in generating images has been insane. We went very quickly from generating like tiny digits to tiny faces, and it all looked messed up, and now we have stable diffusion. And that happened very quickly. There's a lot that academia can still contribute. For example, Flash attention is a very efficient kernel for running the attention operation inside a transformer. That came from academic environment. It's a very clever way to structure the kernel that does the calculation, so it doesn't materialize the attention matrix. And so I think there's still like lots of things to contribute, but you have to be just more strategic.
Do you think neural networks can be made to reason?
Yes.
Do you think they already reason?
Yes.
What's your definition of reasoning?
Information processing.
So in the way that humans think through a problem and come up with novel ideas, it feels like reasoning.
Yeah.
So the novelty, I don't want to say, but out of distribution ideas, you think it's possible?
Yes, and I think we're seeing that already in the current neural nets. You're able to remix the training set information into true generalization in some sense.
That doesn't appear.
It doesn't
in
appear
a fundamental way
in the training set. Like you're doing something interesting algorithmically. You're manipulating, some symbols, and you're coming up with some correct, a unique answer in a new setting.
What would illustrate to you, holy shit, this thing is definitely thinking?
To me, thinking or reasoning is just information processing and generalization. And I think the neural nets already do that today.
So being able to perceive the world or perceive whatever the inputs are, and to make predictions based on that, or actions based on that, that's reasoning.
Yeah, you're giving correct answers in novel settings by manipulating information. You've learned the correct algorithm. You're not doing just some kind of a lookup table and nearest neighbor search, something like that.
Let me ask you about AGI. What are some moonshot ideas you think might make significant progress towards AGI? Or maybe in other ways, what are the big blockers that we're missing now?
So basically, I am fairly bullish on our ability to build AGIs. Basically, automated systems that we can interact with and are very human-like. And we can interact with them in the digital realm or physical realm. Currently, it seems most of the models that sort of do these sort of magical tasks are in a text realm. I think, as I mentioned, I'm suspicious that the text realm is not enough to actually build full understanding of the world. I do actually think you need to go into pixels and understand the physical world and how it works. So I do think that we need to extend these models to consume images and videos and train on a lot more data that is multimodal in that way.
Do you think you need to touch the world to understand it also?
Well, that's the big open question I would say in my mind, is if you also require the embodiment and the ability to sort of interact with the world, run experiments, and have the data of that form, then you need to go to Optimus, something like that. And so I would say Optimus in some way is like a hedge in AGI, because it seems to me that it's possible that just having data from the internet is not enough. If that is the case, then Optimus may lead to AGI, because Optimus to me, there's nothing beyond Optimus. You have like this humanoid form factor that can actually like do stuff in the world. You can have millions of them interacting with humans and so on. And if that doesn't give a rise to AGI at some point, I'm not sure what will. So from a completeness perspective, I think that's a really good platform, but it's a much more harder platform because you are dealing with atoms and you need to actually like build these things and integrate them into society. So I think that path takes longer, but it's much more certain. And then there's a path of the internet and just like training these compression models effectively on trying to compress all the internet. And that might also give these agents as well.
Compress the internet, but also interact with the internet.
Yeah.
So it's not obvious to me. In fact, I suspect you can reach AGI without ever entering the physical world. Which is a little bit more concerning, because that results in it happening faster. So it just feels like we're in boiling water. We won't know as it's happening. I would like to. I'm not afraid of AGI. I'm excited about it. There's always concerns, but I would like to know when it happens.
Yeah.
And have like hints about when it happens. Like a year from now, it will happen, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
I just feel like in the digital realm, it just might happen.
Yeah. I think all we have available to us, because no one has built AGI again. So all we have available to us is there enough fertile ground on the periphery? I would say yes. And we have the progress so far, which has been very rapid. And there are next steps that are available. And so I would say, yeah, it's quite likely that we'll be interacting with digital entities.
How will you know that somebody has built AGI?
It's going to be I think it's going to be a slow incremental transition. It's going to be product-based and focused. It's going to be GitHub Copilot getting better. And then GPTs helping you write. And then these oracles that you can go to with mathematical problems. I think we're on the verge of being able to ask very complex questions in chemistry, physics, math of these oracles and have them complete solutions.
So AGI to you is primarily focused on intelligence, so consciousness doesn't enter into it.
So in my mind, consciousness is not a special thing you will figure out and bolt on. I think it's an emergent phenomenon of a large enough and complex enough generative model, sort of. So if you have a complex enough world model that understands the world, then it also understands its predicament in the world as being a language model, which to me is a form of consciousness or self-awareness. And
so in order to understand the world deeply, you probably have to integrate yourself into the world.
Yeah.
And in order to interact with humans and other living beings, consciousness is a very useful tool.
I think consciousness is like a modeling insight.
Modeling insight.
Yeah, you have a powerful enough model of understanding the world that you actually understand that you are an entity in it.
Yeah, but there's also this, perhaps just the narrative we tell ourselves. It feels like something to experience the world. The hard problem of consciousness.
Yeah.
But that could be just a narrative that we tell ourselves.
Yeah, I think it will emerge. I think it's going to be something very boring. Like, we'll be talking to these digital AIs. They will claim they're conscious. They will appear conscious. They will do all the things that you would expect of other humans. And it's going to just be a stalemate.
I think there will be a lot of actual fascinating ethical questions, like Supreme Court level questions of whether you're allowed to turn off a conscious AI, if you're allowed to build a conscious AI. Maybe there would have to be the same kind of debates that you have around, sorry to bring up a political topic, but, abortion, which is the deeper question with abortion, is what is life? And the deep question with AI is also what is life and what is conscious? And I think that'll be very fascinating to bring up. It might become illegal to build systems that are capable like of such level of intelligence that consciousness would emerge, and therefore the capacity to suffer would emerge. And a system that says, no, please don't kill me.
Well, that's what the Lambda chatbot already told this Google engineer, right? Like it was talking about not wanting to die or so on.
So that might become illegal to do that,
right?
Because otherwise you might have a lot of creatures that don't want to die, and they will.
You can just spawn infinity of them on a cluster,
and then that might lead to like horrible consequences. Because then there might be a lot of people that secretly love murder, and they'll start practicing murder on those systems. I mean, there's just, to me, all of this stuff just brings a beautiful mirror to the human condition and human nature, and we'll get to explore it. And that's what like the best of the Supreme Court, of all the different debates we have about ideas of what it means to be human. We get to ask those deep questions that we've been asking throughout human history. There's always been the other in human history. We're the good guys and that's the bad guys, and we're going to, throughout human history, let's murder the bad guys. And the same will probably happen with robots. It'll be the other at first, and then we'll get to ask questions of what does it mean to be alive? What does it mean to be conscious?
Yep. And I think there's some canary in the coal mines, even with what we have today. Like for example, there's these like waifus that you can like work with, and some people are trying to like, this company is going to shut down, but this person really loved their waifu and like is trying to like port it somewhere else, and like it's not possible. And like, I think like definitely people will have feelings towards these systems, because in some sense they are like a mirror of humanity, because they are like sort of like a big average of humanity
Yeah.
in a way that it's trained.
But we can, that average, we can actually watch. It's nice to be able to interact with the big average of humanity.
Yeah.
And do like a search query on it.
Yeah, it's very fascinating. And we can also, of course, also like shape it. It's not just a pure average. We can mess with the training data. We can mess with the objective. We can fine tune them in various ways. So we have some, impact on what those systems look like.
If you want to achieve AGI, and you could have a conversation with her and ask her, talk about anything, maybe ask her a question. What kind of stuff would you ask?
I would have some practical questions in my mind, like, do I or my loved ones really have to die? What can we do about that?
Do you think it will answer clearly, or would it answer poetically?
I would expect it to give solutions. I would expect it to be like, well, I've read all of these textbooks and I know all these things that you've produced. And it seems to me like here are the experiments that I think it would be useful to run next. And here's some gene therapies that I think would be helpful. And here are the kinds of experiments that you should run.
Okay, let's go with this thought experiment, okay? Imagine that mortality is actually a prerequisite for happiness. So if we become immortal, we'll actually become deeply unhappy. And the model is able to know that. What is it supposed to tell you, stupid human, about it? Yes, you can become immortal, but you will become deeply unhappy. If the model is, if the AGI system is trying to empathize with you, human, what is it supposed to tell you? That yes, you don't have to die, but you're really not going to like it? Is it going to be deeply honest? Like there's a Interstellar. What is it? The AI says like humans want 90% honesty. Yeah. So like you have to pick how honest do I want to answer these practical questions.
Yeah. I love AI Interstellar, by the way. I think it's like such a sidekick to the entire story, but at the same time, it's like really interesting.
It's kind of limited in certain ways, right?
Yeah, it's limited. And I think that's totally fine, by the way. I think it's fine and plausible to have limited and imperfect AGIs.
Is that a feature almost?
As an example, like it has a fixed amount of compute on its physical body. And it might just be that even though you can have a super amazing mega brain, super intelligent AI, you also can have like, less intelligent AIs that you can deploy in a power efficient way. And then they're not perfect. They might make mistakes.
No, I meant more like, say you had infinite compute and it's still good to make mistakes sometimes. Like in order to integrate yourself, like, what is it? Going back to Good Will Hunting, Robin Williams' character says like the human imperfections, that's the good stuff, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that like we don't want perfect, we want flaws in part to form connections with each other, because it feels like something you can attach your feelings to, the flaws. In that same way, you want an AI that's flawed. I don't know. I feel like perfection is
But
cold,
then you're saying, okay, yeah.
but that's not AGI. But see, AGI would need to be intelligent enough to give answers to humans that humans don't understand. And I think perfect isn't something humans can't understand. Because even science doesn't give perfect answers. There's always gaps and mysteries, and I don't know. I don't know if humans want perfect.
Yeah, I could imagine just having a conversation with this kind of oracle entity as you'd imagine them. And maybe it can tell you about, based on my analysis of human condition, you might not want this. And here are some of the things that you might
But every dumb human will say, yeah. Trust me. I can, give me the truth. I can handle it.
But that's the beauty. Like people can choose.
But then it's the old marshmallow test with the kids and so on. I feel like too many people like can't handle the truth, probably including myself. Like the deep truth of the human condition, I don't know if I can handle it. Like what if there's some dark stuff? What if we are an alien science experiment and it realizes that? What if it hacked? I mean,
this is the Matrix, all over again.
I don't know. I would. What would I talk about? I don't even. Yeah, probably I will go with the safer scientific questions at first that have nothing to do with my own personal life and mortality, just like about physics and so on.
Yeah.
To build up, like, let's see where it's at, or maybe see if it has a sense of humor. That's another question. Would it be able to, presumably, in order to, if it understands humans deeply, it would be able to generate to generate humor.
Yeah, I think that's actually a wonderful benchmark almost. Like, is it able? I think that's a really good point, basically.
To make you laugh.
Yeah, if it's able to be like a very effective stand-up comedian, then it's doing something very interesting computationally. I think being funny is extremely hard.
Yeah. Because it's hard in a way, like a Turing test. The original intent of the Turing test is hard because you have to convince humans. And there's nothing, that's why when comedians talk about this, like this is deeply honest. Because if people can't help but laugh, and if they don't laugh, that means you're not funny. If they laugh,
Yeah.
it's funny.
And you're showing you need a lot of knowledge to create humor about like you mentioned human condition and so on, and then you need to be clever with it.
You mentioned a few movies. You tweeted movies that I've seen 5+ times, but I'm ready and willing to keep watching: Interstellar, Gladiator, Contact, Good Will Hunting, The Matrix, Lord of the Rings, all three, Avatar, Fifth Element, so on. It goes on. Terminator 2, Mean Girls. I'm not going to ask about that.
But Mean Girls is great.
What are some that jump out to your memory that you love and why? Like you mentioned The Matrix. As a computer person, why do you love The Matrix?
There's so many properties that make it like beautiful and interesting. So there's all these philosophical questions, but then there's also AGIs and there's simulation and it's cool. And there's, the black,
The look of it, the feel of it.
Yeah, the look of it, the feel of it, the action, the bullet time. It was just like innovating in so many ways.
And then Good Will Hunting. Why do you like that one?
Yeah, I really like this tortured genius sort of character who's like grappling with whether or not he has like any responsibility or like what to do with this gift that he was given or like how to think about the whole thing. And
but there's also a dance between the genius and the personal, like what it means to love another human being. And
there's a lot of themes there. It's just a beautiful movie.
And then the fatherly figure, the mentor in the psychiatrist and
it like really like it messes with you. There's some movies that just like really mess with you on a deep level.
Do you relate to that movie at all?
No.
It's not your fault, Andre, as I said. Lord of the Rings, that's self-explanatory. Terminator 2, which is interesting. You rewatch that a lot. Is that better than Terminator 1? You like Arnold?
I do like Terminator 1 as well. I like Terminator 2 a little bit more, but in terms of like its surface properties.
Do you think Skynet is at all a possibility?
Yes.
Like the actual sort of autonomous weapon system kind of thing. Do you worry about that stuff?
I do worry
AI
about it,
being
100%.
used for war.
I 100% worry about it. And so some of these fears of AGIs and how this will plan out. I mean, these will be like very powerful entities probably at some point. And so for a long time, they're going to be tools in the hands of humans. People talk about like alignment of AGIs and how to make, the problem is like even humans are not aligned. So how this will be used and what this is going to look like is, it's troubling. So
do you think it'll happen slowly enough that we'll be able to, as a human civilization, think through the problems?
Yes, that's my hope, is that it happens slowly enough and in an open enough way where a lot of people can see and participate in it. Just figure out how to deal with this transition, I think, which is going to be interesting.
I draw a lot of inspiration from nuclear weapons because I sure thought it would be fucked once they develop nuclear weapons.
Yeah.
But like, it's almost like when the systems are not so dangerous they destroy human civilization, we deploy them and learn the lessons, and then we quickly, if it's too dangerous, we might still deploy it, but you very quickly learn not to use them, and so there'll be like this balance achieved. Humans are very clever as a species. It's interesting. We exploit the resources as much as we can, but we avoid destroying ourselves, it seems like.
Well, I don't know about that, actually.
I hope it continues.
I mean, I'm definitely like concerned about nuclear weapons and so on, not just as a result of the recent conflict, even before that.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably like my number one concern for humanity.
So if humanity destroys itself or destroys, 90% of people, that would be because of nukes?
I think so. And it's not even about full destruction. To me, it's bad enough if we reset society. That would be like terrible. It would be really bad. And I can't believe we're like so close to it.
Yeah.
It's like so crazy to me.
It feels like we might be a few tweets away from something like that.
Yep. Basically, it's extremely unnerving, and has been for me for a long time.
it seems unstable. That world leaders just having a bad mood can like take one step towards a bad direction and it escalates.
Yeah.
And because of a collection of bad moods, it can escalate without being able to stop.
Yeah, it's a huge amount of power, and then also with the proliferation. Basically, I don't actually know what the good outcomes are here. So I'm definitely worried about it a lot. And then AGI is not currently there, but I think at some point will more and more become something like it. The danger with AGI even is that I think it's even like slightly worse in the sense that there are good outcomes of AGI. And then the bad outcomes are like an epsilon away, like a tiny one away.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think capitalism and humanity and so on will drive for the positive ways of using that technology. But then if bad outcomes are just like a tiny, like flip a minus sign away, that's a really bad position to be in.
A tiny perturbation of the system results in the destruction of the human species. It's a weird line to walk.
Yeah, I think in general, what's really weird about like the dynamics of humanity and this explosion we talked about is just like the insane coupling afforded by technology.
Yeah.
And just the instability of the whole dynamical system. I think it doesn't look good, honestly.
Yeah, so that explosion could be destructive and constructive, and the probabilities are non-zero in both ends of
I do feel like I have to try to be optimistic and so on. And
yes.
I think even in this case, I still am predominantly optimistic, but there's definitely...
Me too. Do you think we'll become a multiplanetary species?
Probably yes, but I don't know if it's a dominant feature of future humanity. There might be some people on some planets and so on, but I'm not sure if it's like a major player in our culture and so on.
We still have to solve the drivers of self-destruction here on Earth. So just having a backup on Mars is not going to solve the problem.
So, by the way, I love the backup on Mars. I think that's amazing. We should absolutely do that.
Yes.
And I'm so thankful.
Would you go to Mars?
Personally, no. I do like Earth quite a lot.
Okay. I'll go to Mars. I'll go for you. I'll tweet at you from there.
Maybe eventually I would, once it's safe enough, but I don't actually know if it's on my lifetime scale, unless I can extend it by a lot. I do think that, for example, a lot of people might disappear into virtual realities and stuff like that. I think that could be the major thrust of sort of the cultural development of humanity, if it survives. So it might not be, it's just really hard to work in physical realm and go out there. And I think ultimately all your experiences are in your brain.
Yeah.
And so it's much easier to disappear into digital realm. And I think people will find them more compelling, easier, safer, more interesting.
So you're a little bit captivated by virtual reality, by the possible worlds, whether it's the metaverse or some other manifestation of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really interesting. It's I'm interested just talking a lot to Carmack. Where's the thing that's currently preventing that?
Yeah. I mean, to be clear, I think what's interesting about future is it's not that I kind of feel like the variance in the human condition grows. That's the primary thing that's changing. It's not as much the mean of the distribution, it's like the variance of it. So there will probably be people on Mars, and there will be people in VR, and there will be people here on Earth. It's just like there will be so many more ways of being. And so I kind of feel like I see it as like a spreading out of a human experience.
There's something about the internet that allows you to discover those little groups, and then you gravitate to something about your biology likes that kind of world, and that you find each other.
Yeah. And we'll have transhumanists, and then we'll have the Amish, and everything is just gonna coexist.
Yeah, the cool thing about it, because I've interacted with a bunch of internet communities, is they don't know about each other. Like you can have a very happy existence, just like having a very close-knit community and not knowing about each other. I mean, you even sense this having traveled to Ukraine. They don't know so many things about America.
Yep.
You like when you travel across the world, I think you experience this. There are certain cultures that are like they have their own thing going on. They don't, and so you can see that happening more and more and more and more in the future. We have little communities.
Yeah, I think so. That seems to be how it's going right now, and I don't see that trend like really reversing. I think people are diverse and they're able to choose their own like path in existence, and I sort of like celebrate that. And so,
will you spend so much time in the metaverse, in the virtual reality, or which community are you? Are you the physicalist, the physical reality enjoyer, or do you see drawing a lot of pleasure and fulfillment in the digital world?
Yeah, I think currently the virtual reality is not that compelling.
Yes.
I do think it can improve a lot, but I don't really know to what extent. Maybe, there's actually like even more exotic things you can think about with like neural links or stuff like that. So currently I kind of see myself as mostly a team human person. I love nature.
Yeah.
I love harmony. I love people. I love humanity. I love emotions of humanity. And I just want to be like in this like solar punk little utopia. That's my happy place.
Yes.
My happy place is like people I love, thinking about cool problems, surrounded by a lush, beautiful, dynamic nature.
Yeah.
And secretly high tech in places that count.
Places that go. So use technology to empower that love for other humans and nature.
Yeah, I think
Versus
technology
the other
used
way.
like very sparingly. I don't love when it sort of gets in the way of humanity in many ways. I like just people being humans in a way we sort of like slightly evolved and prefer, I think, just by default.
People kept asking me because they know you love reading. Are there particular books that you enjoyed that had an impact on you for silly or for profound reasons that you would recommend? You mentioned The Vital Question.
Many, of course. I think in biology, as an example, The Vital Question is a good one. Anything by Nick Lane, really. Life Ascending, I would say, is like a bit more potentially representative as like a summary of a lot of the things he's been talking about. I was very impacted by The Selfish Gene. I thought that was a really good book that helped me understand altruism as an example and where it comes from, and just realizing that, the selections and the level of genes was a huge insight for me at the time. And it sort of like cleared up a lot of things for me.
What do you think about the idea that ideas are the organisms, the memes?
Yes, love it, 100%.
Are you able to walk around with that notion for a while that there is an evolutionary kind of process with ideas as well?
There absolutely is. There's memes just like genes, and they compete and they live in our brains. It's beautiful.
Are we silly humans thinking that we're the organisms? Is it possible that the primary organisms are the ideas?
Yeah, I would say like the ideas kind of live in the software of like our civilization in the minds and so on.
We think as humans that the hardware is the fundamental thing.
Mhm.
I, human, is a hardware entity.
Yeah.
But it could be the software, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I would say like there needs to be some grounding at some point to like a physical reality.
Yeah, but if we clone an Andre, the software is the thing, like, is this thing that makes that thing special, right?
Yeah, I guess you're right.
But then cloning might be exceptionally difficult. Like, there might be a deep integration between the software and the hardware in ways we don't quite yet understand.
Well, from the evolutionary point of view, like what makes me special is more like the gang of genes that are riding in my chromosomes, I suppose, right? Like they're the replicating unit, I suppose. And
No, but that's just the
For living.
compute. The thing that makes you special, sure. Well, the reality is what makes you special is your ability to survive based on the software that runs on the hardware that was built by the genes. So the software is the thing that makes you survive, not the hardware. Or I guess
it's a little bit of both.
It's a little bit of-
It's just like a second layer. It's a new second layer that hasn't been there before the brain. They both coexist.
But there's also layers of the software. I mean, it's not there. It's a abstraction on top of abstractions.
But
Okay,
yeah,
Selfish
so
Gene.
Selfish Gene, and Nick Lane. I would say sometimes books are like not sufficient. I like to reach for textbooks sometimes. I kind of feel like books are for too much of a general consumption sometimes, and they just kind of like they're too high up in the level of abstraction, and it's not good enough.
Yeah.
So I like textbooks. I like The Cell. I think The Cell was pretty cool. That's why also I like the writing of Nick Lane, is because he's pretty willing to step one level down, and he doesn't. He's willing to go there. But he's also willing to sort of be throughout the stack. So he'll go down to a lot of detail, but then he will come back up. And I think he has basically I really appreciate that.
That's why I loved college, early college, even high school. Just textbooks on the basics of computer science, of mathematics, of biology, of chemistry.
Yes.
They condense down like it's sufficiently general that you can understand both the philosophy and the details, but also like you get homework problems and you get to play with it as much as you would if you were in programming stuff.
Yeah. And then I'm also suspicious of textbooks, honestly, because as an example in deep learning, there's no like amazing textbooks, and the field is changing very quickly. I imagine the same is true in, say, synthetic biology and so on. these books like The Cell are kind of outdated. They're still high level. Like, what is the actual real source of truth? It's people in wet labs working with cells,
Yeah.
Sequencing genomes and actually working with it. And I don't have that much exposure to that or what that looks like. So I still don't fully, I'm reading through The Cell and it's kind of interesting and I'm learning, but it's still not sufficient, I would say, in terms of understanding.
Well, it's a clean summarization of the mainstream narrative.
Yeah.
But you have to learn that before you break out.
Yeah.
Towards the cutting edge.
Yeah. What is the actual process of working with these cells and growing them and incubating them? And, it's kind of like a massive cooking recipe. So making sure your cells live and proliferate, and then you're sequencing them, running experiments, and just how that works, I think is kind of like the source of truth of, at the end of the day, what's really useful in terms of creating therapies and so on.
Yeah, I wonder what in the future AI textbooks will be. Because, there's artificial intelligence, the modern approach. I actually haven't read if it's come out, the recent version, there's been a recent edition. I also saw there's a science of deep learning book. I'm waiting for textbooks that are worth recommending, worth reading. It's tricky because it's like papers and code.
Honestly, I find papers are quite good. I especially like the appendix of any paper as well. It's like the most detail you can have.
It doesn't have to be cohesive, connected to anything else. You're just describing a very specific way you solved the particular thing. Yeah.
Many times papers can be actually quite readable. Not always, but sometimes the introduction and the abstract is readable, even for someone outside of the field. This is not always true. And sometimes I think, unfortunately, scientists use complex terms even when it's not necessary. I think that's harmful. I think there's no reason for that.
And papers sometimes are longer than they need to be in the parts that don't matter.
Yeah.
The appendix should be long, but then the paper itself, look at Einstein, make it simple.
Yeah, but certainly I've come across papers, I would say, in, say, like synthetic biology or something that I thought were quite readable for the abstract and the introduction. And then you're reading the rest of it and you don't fully understand, but you kind of are getting a gist, and I think it's cool.
What advice... You give advice to folks interested in machine learning and research, but in general, life advice to a young person, high school, early college, about how to have a career they can be proud of or a life they can be proud of.
Yeah, I think I'm very hesitant to give general advice. I think it's really hard. I've mentioned, like, some of the stuff I've mentioned is fairly general, I think. Like, focus on just the amount of work you're spending on like a thing. Compare yourself only to yourself, not to others.
That's good.
I think those are fairly general.
How do you pick the thing?
You just have like a deep interest in something, or like try to like find the argmax over like the things that you're interested in.
Argmax at that moment and stick with it. How do you not get distracted and switch to another thing?
You can, if you like.
Well, if you do an argmax repeatedly every week, every
it doesn't
month,
converge.
it doesn't. It's a problem.
Yeah, you can like low pass filter yourself in terms of like what has consistently been true for you. But yeah, I definitely see how it can be hard, but I would say like you're going to work the hardest on the thing that you care about the most. So low pass filter yourself and really introspect in your past. What are the things that gave you energy? And what are the things that took energy away from you? Concrete examples. And usually from those concrete examples, sometimes patterns can emerge. I like it when things look like this when I'm in these positions.
So that's not necessarily the field, but the kind of stuff you're doing in a particular field. So for you, it seems like you were energized by implementing stuff, building actual things.
Yeah, being low level, learning, and then also communicating so that others can go through the same realizations and shortening that gap. Because I usually have to do way too much work to understand a thing. And then I'm like, okay, this is actually like, okay, I think I get it. And like, why was it so much work? It should have been much less work. And that gives me a lot of frustration. And that's why I sometimes go teach.
So aside from the teaching you're doing now, putting out videos, aside from a potential Godfather Part 2 with the AGI at Tesla and beyond, what does the future for Andrej Karpathy hold? Have you figured that out yet or no? I mean, as you see through the fog of war, that is all of our future. Do you start seeing silhouettes of what that possible future could look like?
The consistent thing I've been always interested in, for me at least, is AI, and that's probably what I'm spending the rest of my life on, because I just care about it a lot. And I actually care about like many other problems as well, like say aging, which I basically view as disease. And I care about that as well, but I don't think it's a good idea to go after it specifically. Mm-hmm. I don't actually think that humans will be able to come up with the answer. I think the correct thing to do is to ignore those problems and you solve AI, and then you use that to solve everything else. And I think there's a chance that this will work. I think it's a very high chance, and that's kind of like the way I'm betting, at least.
So when you think about AI, are you interested in all kinds of applications, all
Yes.
kinds of domains, and any domain you focus on will allow you to get insights
Yeah.
to the big problem of AGI?
Yeah, for me, it's the ultimate meta problem. I don't want to work on any one specific problem. There's too many problems. So how can you work on all problems simultaneously? You solve the meta problem, which to me is just intelligence. And how do you automate it?
Is there cool small projects like Archive Sanity and so on that you're thinking about that the world, the ML world, can anticipate?
There's always like some fun side projects.
Yeah.
Archive Sanity is one. Basically, like there's way too many archive papers. How can I organize it and recommend papers and so on? I transcribed all of your podcasts.
What did you learn from that experience, from transcribing the process of, like, you like consuming audiobooks and podcasts and so on, and here's a process that achieves closer to human level performance on annotation?
Yeah, well, I definitely was like surprised that transcription with OpenAI's Whisper was working so well compared to what I'm familiar with from Siri and like a few other systems, I guess. It works so well, and that's what gave me some energy to like try it out, and I thought it could be fun to run on podcasts. It's kind of not obvious to me why Whisper is so much better compared to anything else, because I feel like there should be a lot of incentive for a lot of companies to produce transcription systems, and that they've done so over a long time. Whisper is not a super exotic model. It's a transformer. It takes Mel spectrograms and, just outputs tokens of text. It's not crazy. The model and everything has been around for a long time. I'm not actually 100% sure why this came out.
It's not obvious to me either. It makes me feel like I'm missing something fundamental.
I'm missing something.
Yeah, because there's huge, even at Google and so on, YouTube transcription.
Yeah.
It's unclear, but some of it is also integrating into a bigger system.
Yeah.
So the user interface, how it's deployed, and all that kind of stuff. Maybe running it as an independent thing is much easier, like an order of magnitude easier than deploying to a large integrated system like YouTube transcription or anything like meetings. Like Zoom has transcription. That's kind of crappy. But creating an interface where it detects the different individual speakers, it's able to display it in compelling ways, run it in real time, all that kind of stuff. Maybe that's difficult. That's the only explanation I have, because I'm currently paying quite a bit for human transcription, human caption, annotation, and it seems like there's a huge incentive to automate that.
Yeah,
it's very confusing.
And I don't know if you looked at some of the Whisper transcripts, but they're quite good.
They're good, and especially in tricky cases.
Yeah.
I've seen Whisper's performance on super tricky cases, and it does incredibly well. So I don't know. A podcast is pretty simple. It's like high quality audio, and you're speaking usually pretty clearly.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't know what OpenAI's plans are. Either.
But there's always fun projects basically, and Stable Diffusion also is opening up a huge amount of experimentation, I would say, in the visual realm, and generating images and videos and movies ultimately.
Yeah, videos now.
And so that's going to be pretty crazy. That's going to almost certainly work, and is going to be really interesting when the cost of content creation is going to fall to zero. You used to need a painter for a few months to paint a thing, and now it's going to be speak to your phone to get your video.
So if Hollywood will start using that to generate scenes, which completely opens up, so you can make a movie like Avatar eventually for under $1 million.
Much less, maybe just by talking to your phone. I mean, I know it sounds kind of crazy.
And then there'd be some voting mechanism. Like, how do you have would there be a show on Netflix that's generated completely automatedly?
Potentially, yeah. And what does it look like also when you can just generate it on demand, and it's and there's infinity of it?
Yeah. Oh man, all the synthetic content. I mean, it's humbling because we treat ourselves as special for being able to generate art and ideas and all that kind of stuff. If that can be done in an automated way by AI.
Yeah. I think it's fascinating to me how these the predictions of AI and what it's going to look like and what it's going to be capable of are completely inverted and wrong. And sci-fi of 50s and 60s was just totally not right. They imagined AI as super calculating theorem provers, and we're getting things that can talk to you about emotions. Yeah. They can do art. is just like weird.
Are you excited about that future? Just AIs, like hybrid systems, heterogeneous systems of humans and AIs talking about emotions. Netflix and chill with an AI system where the Netflix thing you watch is also generated by AI.
I think it's going to be interesting for sure. And I think I'm cautiously optimistic, but it's not obvious.
Well, the sad thing is your brain and mine developed in a time where before Twitter, before the internet. So I wonder, people that are born inside of it might have a different experience. Like I and maybe you will still resist it, and the people born now will not.
Well, I do feel like humans are extremely malleable.
Yeah,
and you're probably right.
What is the meaning of life, Andre? we talked about sort of the universe having a conversation with us humans, or with the systems we create to try to answer. For the creator of the universe to notice us, we're trying to create systems that are loud enough to answer back.
I don't know if that's the meaning of life. That's like meaning of life for some people. The first level answer I would say is anyone can choose their own meaning of life because we are a conscious entity and it's beautiful. Number one. But I do think that like a deeper meaning of life, if someone is interested, is along the lines of like, what the hell is all this? And like, why? And if you look at into fundamental physics and the quantum field theory and the standard model, they're like very complicated. And there's this 19 free parameters of our universe. And like, what's going on with all this stuff? And why is it here? And can I hack it? Can I work with it? Is there a message for me? Am I supposed to create a message? And so I think there's some fundamental answers there. But I think there's actually even you can't actually really make dent in those without more time. And so to me also there's a big question around just getting more time, honestly. Yeah, that's kind of like what I think about quite a bit as well.
So kind of the ultimate, or at least first way to sneak up to the why question is to try to escape the system, the universe.
Yeah.
And then for that, you sort of backtrack and say, okay, for that's going to take a very long time. So the why question boils down from an engineering perspective to how do we extend?
Yeah, I think that's the question number one, practically speaking, because you can't, you're not going to calculate the answer to the deeper questions in time you have.
And that could be extending your own lifetime or extending just the lifetime of human civilization.
Of whoever wants to. Not many people might not want that.
Yeah.
But I think people who do want that, I think it's probably possible. And I don't know that people fully realize this. I kind of feel like people think of death as an inevitability, but at the end of the day, this is a physical system. Some things go wrong. It makes sense why things like this happen, evolutionarily speaking. And there's most certainly interventions that mitigate it.
That'd be interesting if death is eventually looked at as a fascinating thing that used to happen to humans.
I don't think it's unlikely. I think it's likely.
And it's up to our imagination to try to predict what the world without death looks like.
Yeah.
It's hard to, I think the values will completely change.
Could be. I don't really buy all these ideas that, without death, there's no meaning. There's nothing I don't intuitively buy all those arguments. I think there's plenty of meaning, plenty of things to learn. They're interesting, exciting. I want to know. I want to calculate. I want to improve the condition of all the humans and organisms that are alive.
Yeah, the way we find meaning might change. There is a lot of humans, probably including myself, that finds meaning in the finiteness of things.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't mean that's the only source of meaning.
Yeah. I do think many people will go with that, which I think is great. I love the idea that people can just choose their own adventure. Mm-hmm. Like you are born as a conscious, free entity by default, I'd like to think.
Yeah.
And you have your unalienable rights for life.
In the pursuit of happiness. I don't know if you have that in the nature, the landscape of happiness.
And you can choose your own adventure mostly. And that's not, not fully true, but
I still am pretty sure I'm an NPC. But an NPC can't know it's an NPC. There could be different degrees and levels of consciousness. I don't think there's a more beautiful way to end it. Andre, you're an incredible person. I'm really honored you would talk with me. Everything you've done for the machine learning world, for the AI world, just to inspire people, to educate millions of people. It's been great, and I can't wait to see what you do next. It's been an honor, man. Thank you so much for talking today.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Andrej Karpathy. Support this podcast. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Samuel Carlin. The purpose of models is not to fit the data, but to sharpen the questions. Thanks for listening, and hope to see you next time.
You know, I tell you something. Every time I see that clip, it chills me. Every single time. I look at it a lot. So thank you very much for coming here. I know it's not convenient. It's not around the corner. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me. I was on a red-eye flight, so I'm a little slower than normal. I didn't get much sleep. So.
You know, that's sort of my first question. Is that so you're 51?
Yeah. No spring. I think I'm safely not a spring chicken anymore. Late summer chicken.
I'm 79.
But you. I mean, you look great.
You're 51, and you do 16-hour days, and you work 7 hours a week, and you fly all over the place, and you go to these meetings constantly. And people constantly criticize you for everything. It's amazing to me. When you're changing the world and you're giving yourself. Why do you do this? My wife says to me, "Why are you still working? Why are you still working? What are you doing here?"
Well, I think what I'm working on has an important effect on the future. In the case of Tesla, it's fair to say that Tesla has significantly accelerated the advent of sustainable energy. Before Tesla, no one was doing electric cars, and now, as a result of Tesla, almost every major car company in the world is building electric cars, and that's a pretty big deal. But there's still a long way to go to transition the world to a sustainable energy economy. So we still have a lot of work ahead of us in Tesla, but that's our goal there. And then for SpaceX, I think it's important for the future to be exciting, and for humanity's existence to be assured of long term. I think we must become a multi-planet species and a spacefaring civilization. I think we're here like 1.5 billion years after Earth got started, 13.8 billion years the age of the universe. It's only now, recently, in the last 5,000 years, that we invented writing. I would say date the first civilization by when there was the first writing. In ancient Sumeria, around 5 or 6,000 years ago. So we've basically just been here for a very brief instant.
A blink.
All of human civilization is a blink of an eye. It was an eye on an evolutionary time scale. So I think it's important we take the actions to ensure that the light of consciousness continues, because we should really view consciousness as a small candle in a vast darkness, and it can easily go out.
So you have these missions. Somehow, whenever you have the mission and you have this vision, you are a visionary, that somehow, whatever you do, you develop other businesses. So when you started SpaceX, you didn't think about satellites. When you started Tesla, you didn't think about robots. When you don't have enough people, you didn't think about robots. So you didn't think about autonomous driving. And without Elon, there would not be electric cars. Nobody who makes cars wants to make electric cars. They're being forced to make them. In fact, every time they sell electric car, they sell one fewer car that they make money on. And they have all that money invested in plants to make those other cars. So nobody wants to have these cars except for him. And everybody thought it was going to fail. And one of the things you said is that patents are for the weak. And you share your patents. And with other companies, of course, on the other hand, when they get your patents, you're 2 or 3 years ahead of them.
Well, I mean, I was joking about patents for the week. I think there is a role for patents. Let's say if these spent, some companies spend a lot of money developing medical medicine to go through the expense of your stage 3 medical trials, then they finally get something that is approved, but where the drug itself is cheap to manufacture, then I think a patent in that case makes sense. Otherwise, no one would go to the trouble of doing stage 3 medical trials. There are definitely roles for patents. In the case of Tesla, our goal is to advance sustainable energy, and so and we can't just do it by ourselves. We need the whole industry to go that way. So we gave them out patents for free in order to help them accelerate electric vehicles.
It must be terrifying to other companies to realize that when we make cars, it's $39,000 it costs a car, and we're making $15,000, $16,000 in profit a car. So we invest $7 billion, and we make $15 billion a year. I'm sorry, yeah, and 15 million cars, 15,000, 15 million a year on a $7 billion investment. Shocking. And no one else does that. And when here you're telling us how you want to make cars for 20,000 cars. How do you do that?
Well, we've not formally announced our next car program, so I can't talk too much about our upcoming vehicle program or programs that have not been announced. But we do expect to make cars that are more affordable than the current Model 3 or Model Y. So a big factor in this is, yeah. But I think by far the biggest factor is autonomy. In terms of the value of a car, because right now cars get driven for about 10 or 12 hours a week, maybe 1.5 hours a day, and but there's 168 hours in a week, and so if they were autonomous, you could probably drive for 50 or 60 hours. We would see a 5-fold increase in the utility of car, that could be autonomy. This is a really, really gigantic thing. It would also mean that we wouldn't need anywhere near as many parking lots, and this would also be helpful for the environment because you would need far fewer cars.
So I misspoke. It was a $7 billion investment for a plant that makes 1 million cars a year that makes $15 billion a year in profit. You invest $7 billion and you make $15 billion a year. Who does that? And for a plant that makes things manufactured. And so the way this is accomplished is that, so you're doing it with casting right now. You're casting half of the car and you're going to cast the other half of the car. And other companies, why don't they try? Why don't they try to do what we're doing? In fact, one of the executives of another automobile company wanted me to introduce her to you, and she did that once at a meeting, and now she wants to come visit with her director of engineering at our plant in Austin. And I presume when I ask you, you're going to say, yeah, bring her on, because you innovate so fast. By the time anyone copies what we're doing, we're on to something else. What else is there? When you're casting, what else is there that enables us to make it cheaper? We're eliminating a lot of other parts. We're eliminating functions. What are we doing to do that? How would we sell a car that's so cheap?
I mean, I think the full explanation, or at least an accurate explanation, would take a long time, because the first approximation, a car is made of 10,000 unique parts and process stuff. And Tesla is really, I think at this point, probably the best at manufacturing the auto industry, which I think what nobody was expecting.
Probably in the history of the world.
Probably. this like first principles algorithm that I find to be very helpful in the design and manufacturing of anything. And people here may find it helpful. The first thing you should do is make the requirements that you've been given less dumb. Whatever constraints and requirements were given, they were to some degree dumb, and you want to make them less dumb. If you don't start with this, then you answer get the right answer to the wrong question. And the requirements must be given from a person who can explain the requirement, not from a department, because then you don't know who to talk to. Then step 2 is delete the part or delete the process step. This sounds extremely obvious, and yet over and over again, we have found that parts were not needed. They were just put in there just in case, or by mistake, or there was a step that someone thought was needed, but was not actually needed. This sounds insanely obvious, but we've deleted so many parts in the car that did nothing.
They were just there?
Well, yeah, I mean, I can give you like so many examples. One example was there were 3 fiberglass mats on top of the battery pack. They partially covered the battery pack, and I was on the battery pack production line, and it was the number one thing choking battery pack production. So we're gluing on these 3 fiberglass mats to the top of the battery pack, and so this is the reason I repeat this over myself is that I first did things backwards. First, I try to automate it. Then I try to accelerate it, have the go faster. Then I try to simplify it, and only then did I delete it. Because it turned out that the team at Tesla that does noise and vibration minimization, so making the car quiet, thought that the fiberglass mats were there because of the battery safety team for battery fire prevention. Then I asked the battery fire prevention team what were they needed for, and they said, "Oh, noise and vibration." I'm like, okay. So then we had 2 cars drive, one with a microphone in the car, in each car, and you could not tell the difference. So we went to all that trouble for a part that should not exist. And then another example was there was again, this was these were choke points in the entire production system. That's why they, I'm running around the production line trying to fix the production line, just like a maniac, Tasmanian devil, just running around the factory like a lunatic. See, we had the body production line in Model 3 was at one point stuck because we had a laser welding cell to weld a small cross-car beam in the passenger footwell of the front seats. And I'm looking at this beam, and I'm like, what the heck does that do? Because the entire factory is stopped. I'm trying to get this laser weld cell to work. And I'm like, I can't imagine what a useful thing it could do. And the production team said, oh, that's for crash safety. So then I called the crash safety team and said, is this for crash safety? They said, oh no, that didn't do anything. We should delete it. It turned out to be totally useless. They forgot to tell the production team. Honestly, a bunch of these things just feel like you're living in a Dilbert cartoon. Like, oh no, what's that? I mean, any given company, they should have what's your Dilbert ratio? Okay, it's not 0.
So is this you, or is this your
Dilbert quotient? Try to keep it low.
So is this you, or is this? So you do all these different things.
No, that's literally me.
So do you have?
It's not someone else who did this. I was living in the factory in Fremont, and the one in Nevada for 3 years straight. That was my primary residence. Not kidding, literally.
Did you keep the couch?
I actually slept in a couch at one point in a tent on the roof, and then but for a while there, I was just sleeping under my desk, which is out in the open in the factory, and for an important reason. And it was damn uncomfortable sleeping on that floor. And always, when I woke up, I'd smell like metal dust.
We went to visit, and they bought him a new couch.
Yeah, but actually, I stopped using the couch in this little conference room and a couch there. I stopped using the couch. And I just slept on the floor under my desk. So during shift change, the entire team came. That's important because, like, you know, the team, like, if they think like the sort of their leader is off somewhere having a good time, you know, drinking Mai Tais on a tropical island, which I could definitely have been doing and would much have preferred to do. I mean, I'm not actually a masochist, I think, but the thing is that since the team could see me sleeping on the floor during shift change with nothing, they knew I was there, and that made a huge difference. And then they gave it their all.
So the focus is on always lowering cost and providing leadership. And this company, we're doing 1.5 million cars a year, but you expect to do 20. And so what happens in 10 years if you're not there? What happens in 5 years if you're not there? How's that work? I mean, are there all these people? So at all the engineering schools, the top engineering schools, the top choice of where everybody wants to work is Tesla or SpaceX. Those two places. So do we have all these people coming up and fighting each other for the job, or they're working together? How do you get people to say, gee, I could buy that real expensive house, but I'm not going to do that? Boy, I could go on vacation, I'm not going to.
Well, we do have that problem a little bit. So, you know, as a company has prosperity, and then people become wealthy, then for a lot of people, you know, that once they become independently wealthy, they just can't bring themselves to work, or they don't want to work, and that's totally, you know, understandable and no judgment. And so, I mean, I have a lot of friends who are extremely talented, and they you know, had some success earlier in life. They just decided, you know, that was enough trauma. I mean, you know, one of my good friend of mine saying, like, for starting a company is like eating glass and staring into the abyss. So when people tell me like, but what can you do to encourage entrepreneurs to start companies? I'm like, you need encouragement, don't start a company.
In SpaceX, and we have competitors, sort of, I guess, SLS, and I read about, it's not just Boeing, Northrop, and Lockheed, and with those guys, when they build a launching pad, it took them like 10 years and billions of dollars, and we had to build a launching pad, and it cost a few $100 million and did it in 6 months. And then I was interested in how that was done, and the woman I'm talking to says that, Ron, did you see the plumbing when you went there? I said, why should it cost hundreds of millions of dollars? It looks like it's a landing field. And I said, would you see what's underneath? Did you see the plumbing? I said, no, they didn't show that to me. And she said, well, you should be aware that there's all these pipes that take away the heat, and then they all deliver fuel to the rocket, and it has to be there in an exact right amount at the exact right time, and if it's not, that doesn't happen, it blows up. And I said, well, how does Elon know this? And because you hire these great people, and then you ask them all these questions, and somehow you remember everything they tell you. Is that true?
Well, my memory for technical matters is very good, and I think probably a lot of people don't realize, like, what I do 80% of the time is engineering. So, it's actually quite rare for me to give it to. And my day-to-day work at SpaceX and Tesla is almost entirely engineering. So, Um, and also production. Although I consider that to be part of engineering. Yeah. So, but Starship is something special. The thing that is like the holy grail, like the critical breakthrough needed to make life multiplanetary and for humanity to be a spacefaring civilization is a fully and rapidly reusable rocket. And so we've gone most of the way there with Falcon 9. You may have seen the rocket boosted second land. We also recover the nose cone or bearing, but we do not recover the upper. So we've gone to the point where we're about 70 to 80% reusable with Falcon 9. With Starship, we're going for 100% reusable. I cannot be able to say how profound the change will be, but a fully and rapidly reusable orbital rocket has the potential to drop the cost of access to space by a factor of 1,000.
Factor of 1,000.
1,000. And I should say also, Starship is a very, very big rocket. It's more than twice the thrust of Saturn V, and about twice the mass. And it's also the entire ship is designed to land propulsively, so it can land
To do what? I didn't hear.
to land on its engines, land propulsively, so it can land on any solid surface in the solar system. So if we can make Starship work, then it enables us to, over time, get anywhere in the solar system.
Why is it so hard? Why don't other people do the same thing? Everyone says it's impossible.
Why is it so hard?
And how much harder is it to do what we're trying to do than we're doing with Falcon?
Well, so see, Earth's gravity is actually quite strong. We have a thick atmosphere. So with known physics, it is only barely possible to make a fully reusable orbital rocket. Only barely possible. This was a video game. The setting is extreme difficulty. Not impossible, but extreme difficulty. Because it's not like those who have developed rockets before weren't aware of reusability. They were fully
Just want
aware
to sell
of
more rockets.
fully aware of reusability. That aircraft and cars are reusable. It's just that in order for a rocket to be reusable, everything has to be perfect. So you have to have exceptionally efficient engines. You have to have an exceptionally efficient structure. You need advanced avionics and software. You need a very lightweight heat shield for orbital reentry. And then another key factor for traveling to Mars is you need orbital refilling. So that you get the ship to orbit, and then you send up tankers to refill the ship in orbit, just like is done by the Air Force with aerial refueling. Those are the things that are necessary, and it's never been achieved before. There have been many attempts to achieve it. They've all been basically, they all failed, and they usually cancel the program partway through once they thought it was no longer possible.
So
it's a very difficult engineering challenge.
So SLS is supposed to get to the moon. They got a contract in 2010, and it was supposed to be for $10 billion, but it was plus. Now for $40 billion, and they say it's going to be $100 billion and $90 billion. Yeah, and we haven't gotten anything. And our rocket is 10 meters taller than theirs, and we can reuse ours. How can anyone possibly compete if they're not doing what we're doing? How can they compete? I don't understand. And how can they get contracts? And then I just saw something from NASA, and they said that we're spending $20 billion a year, and oh, by the way, that's 360,000 jobs in all these congressional districts.
Well, I think I have to be careful what I say here. I have enough enemies. I would like to have, I think, I think, yes, I would like to have a smaller number of companies that want me to die. That would be great. So, but like I said, what a big part of this is like, what's the goal? In the case of Starship, the goal is to lower the cost of access to orbit and ultimately to Mars and elsewhere, to the point where humanity can actually afford to become a multi-planet species, to the point where we can afford to have a permanent base on the Moon, and ultimately far exceed the high water mark of Apollo, which is incredible, and I think inspiring to all of humanity, everyone. If you were to ask people, I think almost any country, non-Americans, anyone, what was humanity's greatest achievement in the 20th century? Maybe ever. Go to the moon. And that's why they say moonshot. Metaphor. That was incredible. It's so amazing that there was. In fact, a lot of people ask me, was it real? I'm like, yeah, it was real.
Well, it's probably on Twitter. That's where they ask that.
Yeah. That was just an incredible achievement, and I think it's one of those things that, going to the moon makes you proud to be a member of humanity, like for all mankind. It was for all mankind.
So it's amazing achievements. And now we have this Webb telescope that can, I guess the Big Bang was 14 billion years ago, and the first light is 13.5 billion years ago, and our planet's 4.5 billion. So what do we get out of this? What is the, so obviously Starlink, really big deal, $1 billion opportunity, maybe more. And, right? And so what do we get out of being back 13.5 billion years? What does that do for us? What technology do we develop? What do we know? We don't know until we do it.
Yeah, I think like there's two main motivations, I think, for becoming a multi-planet species and spacefaring civilization, and then ultimately going beyond that to go to other star systems and explore the galaxy. And I think we may find that there's many one-planet civilizations that died out billions of years ago, never made it to the second planet.
Do you think in your lifetime that's happened?
Well, it depends how long I live.
Maybe forever.
I keep increasing that enemies list. It might not be much longer. It would be deeply ironic if it's someone angry on Twitter that takes me out.
Well, now you can keep them off Twitter.
Yeah, exactly. So anyway, I think there's two reasons for life to become multiplanetary. Life as we know it to become multiplanetary. I think one is the defensive reason, where I think we want the light of consciousness not be extinguished if something were to happen to Earth. And in the case of dinosaurs, they only had to worry about meteors, volcanoes, other things. But for us humans, we actually have the power to destroy ourselves with nuclear weapons, or some sort of crazy bioterrorism thing. So so there's some danger that is not zero that could cause the end of life on Earth as we know it. So that's kind of the defensive reason to ensure that life is not just and consciousness is not only on Earth. That's the defensive reason to protect the future of consciousness. Then the other big reason, I think, is that exciting, and it's adventurous, and it's inspiring, and makes it like it makes you think positively about the future, and life can't just be about solving one problem or another. There need to be reasons to be inspired, reasons that move your heart. Say yes, the future's gonna be great. And when you get out, when you wake up in the morning, can't wait to see what happens next. And I think that's, humanity go to Mars. Even if you don't yourself want to go to Mars, most people don't. Just watch it. It's a tough gig, frankly. This would not be a luxury expedition. But you'd be able to watch it happen, and I think it would just be incredibly inspiring to the world. Same with the Apollo program, inspiring to the world. And like I said, there's got to be life can't just be about solving one problem or another. We need things that make us excited and inspired about the future. That would be one of them.
Let's go to Twitter just for a minute, and we'll go back to this stuff more interesting.
I try to get out of the deal.
Well, you told me you wanted to ask.
Get out. Get back in.
But
Remind of that scene from The Godfather, basically.
But you told me you wanted to ask tough questions.
That's right.
So, go on Twitter.
What could possibly go wrong?
So I saw this article. It says you bought something called Twitter. And it says Musk puts off lifting Twitter bans. And so obviously the big deal, in me anyway, in Twitter, is that we have this incredible, it was incredibly poorly managed business. And but those guys somehow did great for their shareholders by selling it to us. and right? But we didn't buy what they're selling. We bought something of what it's going to become.
Yes. I mean, I think it's most people would say, like, given how the market has evolved this year, the price is on the high side.
Right. Right. But that's on the basis of what it is.
Yes. But in terms of what I think there is a tremendous amount of potential that it will be very difficult to achieve, but I think possible. And I think ultimately it could be one of the most valuable.
So when we think about this, in order for that to happen, in order for that, so I met you, and it took me a few years, and then I believe in you and your heart, right? Your heart.
I think you were skeptical at our first meeting. You were a bit skeptical.
And so the way I think about it is that I'm trusting you with the future of our country, the world, actually, when you're in charge of a media like that. And so what I think about is, how do you prevent being Jewish? How do you prevent this anti-Semitism? Or if I were black, how do you prevent all of the... So how do you prevent the use of the N-word? And when I think about TikTok, and they're able, with just looking at pictures, to tell what you're going to do. You move your left arm, you move your right arm, what other pictures you like. That's what they do with their software, and they rate their algorithm. How can we not have an amazing algorithm? Because we know more about them to do with TikTok, and we ought to know what interests people have. And because of that, in words, we should be able to figure out words that people are using, what that means, and considering what content they're interested in. We should be able to figure out with software how to moderate this and prevent that from happening. Is that true or not?
Yeah, yes, absolutely. Totally agree. I want to be clear. Content moderation policy has not changed at Twitter, and it is not okay to engage in that content. So we have had actually oddly targeted attacks where temporarily people have been able to do some hate speech on Twitter, but then it's taken down immediately. So now, part of what I'm trying to achieve with this sort of enabling everyone to be payment verified with Twitter Blue is to try to get as many people payment verified as possible. It's only $8 a month. Although for some people that are complaining about that, these are people who pay more than that for their latte.
I'm going to be one of your Twitter Blue customers.
Thank you. But like as part of its revenue, part of it is payment authentication. And so if somebody, because there is a huge problem with spam and bots, trolls on Twitter, and organizations trying to manipulate public opinion and just generally make the system work. And I think that there is an answer to that, which is to get as many regular users of Twitter to be a subscriber for $8 a month. And you'll get a lot more than just a blue check mark for $8 a month. Now we can afford long form video, long audio, podcasts, and we can also start sharing revenue with content creators, essentially.
Give them a chance to make money.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, right now you're on Twitter, you'll see a lot of links posted to YouTube and TikTok. And that's because, at least until now, Twitter is not even giving them enough video length to post their video. And then they give the content creators no means of monetizing the video. So we're going to change that rapidly at Twitter. It's going to be transformative. But if we can get enough verified users, and we're going to prioritize Twitter search, replies, mentions by verified users first. And yeah,
And that's what that's what calls amplified.
Yes. So if you're payment verified with blue checkmark, then you'll be prioritized. And so this is the point of this is to make crime not to pay, because right now to create a bot on Twitter costs less than a penny. So the cost of crime is cheap. That's part of why crime and hateful conduct pays. But if somebody risks losing even $8, it's too expensive to now have a 100,000 fake account. You have to spend $800,000 a month, as opposed to $800 a month. So, and then we also, since we're using payment authentication, we're piggybacking on the authentication payment system, and we're also piggybacking off of Apple's authentication, which is another layer of security. So the net effect will be over time that the verified users will pretty much always be at the top of comments, search, and you won't really see. You'll have to scroll far to see the unverified users, which will be the bots, trolls, and this is sort of analogous to Google search. Like if you go to page 8 of Google search, there will be a ton of scams stuff, call it page 8, page 9, something like that. But the thing is that Google search results are so good for page 1 that you never go to page 8. Or it's rare. Like the old joke is like,
So if something we don't want to see, it gets pushed way down.
yeah, just basically the bad stuff gets pushed way down. And then crime stops paying, and they stop trying to do all these things.
We can recruit them as engineers to program for us, crime guys.
Yeah. So I mean, the joke is like, what's the best place to hide a dead body? Would be the second page of Google search. Nobody ever goes there.
So today we fired half of Twitter, and that could save us what, $4 billion a year.
No, it's not going to say 4 billion. Yeah, I wish. But I mean, to be frank, Twitter was having pretty serious revenue challenges, cost challenges before the acquisition started, and any company that is dependent on advertising has had a hard time. So, if you look at say Snap or Google, Facebook, whatnot, they've all had a difficult time with advertising revenue dropping, and Twitter is more they're currently more vulnerable than they are to advertising, because most of Twitter's advertising is large brand advertising as opposed to direct response. So it's kind of like a much more of a discretionary ad spend than it is for if you do direct response for a specific product. So and then we also recently had a lot of difficulty with activist groups pressuring major advertisers to stop spending money on Twitter. This is despite us doing everything possible to appease them and to make it clear that moderation rules and hateful conduct rules have not changed, and we're continuing to enforce them. A number of major advertisers stopped spending on Twitter. This doesn't seem right, because we've made no change in our operations at all, and but nonetheless, activist groups have been successful in causing a massive drop in Twitter advertising revenue, and we've done our absolute best to appease them, and nothing is working. So this is a major concern, and I think this is frankly an attack on the First Amendment. Like, if activist groups can pressure advertisers on which Twitter is fundamentally dependent to, suppress free speech, then that doesn't seem right.
I meant, by the way, 400 million instead of 4 billion. I meant actually 400 million instead of 4 billion. Okay, so we're now there. You're living at this place. You go there for the next couple, 3 weeks. You're going to vote. And then we have a team lined up. You think you have a team lined up or manage it, and then you would just do it the same way you do with SpaceX and Tesla, where you just attend the meetings regularly, say this is what we need to do. Do it.
Well,
This is what we need.
yeah, my workload went up from about 70 to 80 hours a week to probably 120. So yeah, go to sleep, wake up, go work, go to sleep, wake up, work. Do that 7 days a week. I'll have to do that for a while. No choice. But I think once Twitter is set on the right path, I think it is a much easier thing to manage than Facebook and Tesla. So, and I really understand the internet and how to make. I wrote software. I wrote software personally for 20 years. I was one of the key people behind X.com, which became PayPal. And so I'm aware of I know how to make a way better PayPal.
Because you built it.
Yeah, pretty much. With a lot of other people, but there's a product plan I wrote that I wish I'd kept a copy of in July of 2000, where I thought it would be possible to make the most valuable financial institution in the world, and we're going to execute that plan 22 years ago, which amazingly no one has done. And so I think part of why I think Twitter will be ultimately extremely valuable is I'm going to execute the X.com game plan from 22 years ago with some improvements. And then we're also going to obviously make Twitter just a way better system. It stands to reason that if social media company is not taking steps to make it positive to be on that social platform, then people won't come or they'll leave. You speak of sort of anti-Semitism or racism or anything like that. Well, who's going to stay on a platform if that's prevalent? That's
Obviously.
yeah.
Yep.
Come on. Apart from its inherent wrongness, who's going to stay on the platform? So you want to be. It needs to be something where like our goal with Twitter is like, how do we get 80% of Americans, maybe not like the sort of far left and the far right, but maybe we don't want them necessarily, but how do we get 80% of the public to join a digital town square and voice their opinion and exchange ideas, and maybe once in a while change their mind? Yeah, I mean, once in a while.
I read also that you said, and then we'll move off Twitter, but you said that your goal is you want to make the 20% of people who are on the far right hate you, just like you want to make 20% of people on the far left hate you. So,
well, I don't want them to hate me, but I think the extremists, like, it's just very difficult to satisfy extremists. So unless you fully buy into whatever their dogma is, so. But I'm confident we can satisfy, like, I don't know, 80% of America, 80% of the world, but maybe not the 10% most extreme of either side. And I would count that as a great outcome. And I think it is important to have sort of a digital town square where people feel comfortable talking. And I also think it's like one of the things that's important is to be able to sort of decide what kind of experience you want to have. Because some people might say, okay, like, I want like if this was a radio station, I want the easy listening smooth cast station. Okay, cool. But that's so you should be able to have that setting for Twitter, and then some people might say like, no, I want heavy metal thrash, and like, okay, so now this is going to be sort of then you don't mind someone saying mean things to you, within the context of the law. And you don't mind engaging in vigorous arguments on Twitter and that kind of thing. But you should be able to kind of like pick your preference and decide if you want sort of full contact battle or do you want, like, no, I just want to look at puppies and flowers and nice landscapes and stuff.
So let's go off Twitter. Two other topics where you have some questions. The number one is logistics. When we're starting to make so many cars by the end of this year, 40,000 cars a week.
I mean, I have to be careful of MPI, but I believe I have said in the past publicly that our aspiration is to reach 40,000 a week.
So if we're doing that, then that means that producing a car every 15 seconds.
Yeah.
And but that's still only 2 million cars a year. There's 100 million cars that are made a year. And so the question, so there's presumably capacity to be able to, logistics, to ship all these cars all over the place, to have people pick them up where they want them. But not if they all do them in the same week.
Yes, totally. So, I mean, we got a bit of criticism from our Q3 results because we had a lot of cars in transit, and the reason was that we got too big for our cars to actually be transported in the final few weeks. We just weren't enough car carriers, weren't enough ships. So, but it's actually good. It's actually good in the long run, to smooth out deliveries, and actually have cars in transit in the quarter, because then you're not rushing to get everything delivered by the end of the quarter and paying all these expedite fees. So
my question though is, if we have autonomous driving and we have autonomous trucks, is that one of the ideas that we're going to be able to move things around with our own, if there's not enough drivers, that we're going to have autonomous transport?
Yeah.
That's question one.
We can also, yeah, I mean, have if you're in the area, have the car just drive to you.
Okay. That's one. And then the other one was about materials. And when all of a sudden, so we have somehow navigated supply chain problems from other people. And you might have thought that it was the absolute brilliance that we had to be able to do that. But probably the reason is that when you start off and you don't make any cars a year and you go to someone and say, we're going to make 20 million cars a year from zero, who's going to believe you and make all the equipment that we need? So as a result of that, you were forced initially to be able to say, okay, we're going to get, we'll vertically integrate. We can't rely on you. We'll do vertical integration. And
yeah,
got it? Materials.
I can talk longer if you'd like.
Talk a little bit longer. Materials. So we have geology. Anyone wants to show us a mine, we got people in mines who are knowledgeable, and if they come to us and say, we can produce this much lithium, this much copper, this much,
Oh, yeah.
we are able to assess that and give contracts, be able to say contractual agreements. Okay, and they'll rely on our agreement. Other people, they won't. Is that fair? And Glencore, the
Yeah. Well, the scaling constraints change as time goes by. In the beginning, we were very vertically integrated because suppliers didn't take us seriously. Like we could get hardly any of the best suppliers wouldn't talk to us. The car startup is not successful in the United States since Chrysler in the 20s, I believe. So it's been a century since the car company was successful in the U.S. That was not a foreign car company to begin with. That was already a home market. So, but for an American car startup, Tesla's first success in 100 years. So you can imagine if you're an auto supplier, that doesn't sound like a smart financial decision.
Exactly.
But then we had to just build a lot of the stuff ourselves. We vertically integrated, or we can create the car. And then that ended up being an asset because now we understood so much about the entire supply chain and what it took to build a car. So we were able to design a more integrated vehicle that actually needed far fewer parts and cost less and weighs less and higher performance. But it is looking increasingly like for some of the critical elements of batteries that Tesla will need to get into mining and refining.
That's why Glencore was announced. That's why we're talking to Glencore. Who were?
No, and we've never contemplated investing in Glencore. I'm talking about Tesla doing it
Ourselves.
Yes.
Got some time for some questions from the audience? Just give me a couple. Turn on the lights. Two questions.
Who's there?
I'll do it anyway.
I mean, is it from me or you? I don't know.
Questions? So, by the way, if you leave before we give away the door prizes, which are 2 Teslas, you're not eligible to get the Teslas. But go ahead. I gave an extra one once, I guess last time, but we're not going to do that again. You got to be in your seat in order to get the Teslas. I'm paying for it, not Elon. Questions?
Elon, Seneca once said, every genius has a touch of madness. Thought you'd like that quote.
Well, I agree with the madness part.
So even with Tesla as a publicly traded company, I think it's down 40% or something from its high, is selling at 70 times earnings. Meanwhile, Mercedes-Benz, which now produces EVs, is selling for 6 times earnings and yielding 5%. Why should I invest in Tesla rather than Mercedes-Benz?
Well, I actually rarely try to convince anyone to invest in Tesla. And many times I've recommended people don't invest in Tesla, and I've said our stock is too high, but then people just ignore me, keep buying the stock for some reason. But if you, I think at a very high level, I'd say that autonomy is an insanely fundamental breakthrough, and no one is even close to Tesla for solving generalized autonomy or generalized self-driving vehicle. No one's even close. And with self-driving, as I was talking about earlier, the car becomes, well, roughly 5 times more useful, but it costs the same to build. Now, can you imagine what would happen if a company was doing, we're doing like a 25 to 30% gross margins, but suddenly that same thing was 5 times more valuable? What would that do to the value of Tesla and the value of that car? boggles the mind, actually. So, you know, if you think of net present value of future cash flows, if you actually do the math on that, it's insane. Then there's also the Optimus program, which is our humanoid robot, where we'll leverage our manufacturing expertise and the intelligence that we've developed for self-driving to have a useful humanoid robot. Now, the economy is fundamentally GDP per capita times capita. If you no longer have a constraint on capita because of a useful humanoid robot, it's not clear that there's any limit to the size of the economy. And these things will actually happen. So
Okay,
that's probably a good reason.
Beth, one more question. Okay, bring it. Okay, this is the last question. Go ahead.
Given all the cars that you're going to make, and I hope Ron's right, whether it's 10 million or 20 million, you're going to need a lot of charging stations around the world.
Yes.
Have you thought about doing it more efficiently and more economically and better for our ecosystem from an ESG perspective? Because you may or may not know, there are 400 million existing streetlights in the world. And every streetlight has pervasive, persistent electricity. You could take some amount of those streetlights, which are half owned by utilities and half owned by cities, and repurpose that. And that would probably be the most cost-efficient way to roll out millions of charging stations all over the world.
Well, thanks. I think they actually are using that idea in London and some other cities. But I think the long-term goal for our supercharger stations is that they will have solar, like Tesla solar and batteries at them, so that they are, as many as possible, are self-sustaining. That the supercharger stations generate the energy during the day, and then also have a localized battery pack so that people can charge at night, so that the Tesla supercharging stations would continue to function even in a zombie apocalypse. So, just never know. That's coming one day. We know it. Yes. It's just a matter of time.
Thank you very much. Can I get a selfie with you?
Huh?
A selfie?